Chapter 201 Xiao Shiqin Expectations and Unexpected Things. Who will be the starting lineup for the 5v5 match between the two teams? Let's take a look at the holographic projection. Thunder, Chung Tai. ID Suifeng. Professional Judoka. Reincarnation, Zhou Yichen. ID Yuxingchen. Professional Battle Mage. Map, Wufang Bianhao. It seems that everything is as the captain expected. Dai Yinchi smiled. Well, it's not hard to guess how Samsara will deploy his troops. Our goal in the team competition is to consume Zhou Yichen and get more heads if we have the chance. The team competition will decide the outcome. Xiao Shiqin said calmly. Captain, I go first. Chung Tai said excitedly. Well, remember what I said? Don't go head to head with the opponent. There's no chance. Your goal is to pull him up to increase his hand speed. And it doesn't matter how much blood you hit. Xiao Shiqin reminded again. This map is a bit complicated, which is beyond our expectations. Jiang Buitao said, as he looked at the displayed map. Do you want to pretend? Zhou Yichen said in a somewhat sinister way. You pretend to be a hook. Du understood him at a glance. No need. Let our captain Xiao open his eyes. Jiang Buitao said with a smile. Damn. The deputy captain is indeed a pink-cut black. I am still more innocent. Zhou Yichen muttered in his heart looking at Jiang Buitao's smiling face. Please give me more advice. Zhou Yichen walked up to the stage slowly and said to Chung Tai with a fist. Chung Tai was still ready to shake hands, but he didn't expect Zhou Yichen to do this, which was very much in line with his heart. So he also said to Zhou Yichen with a fist, please give me more advice. Wow. Looking at the two people on the field. It feels like a ring match, Xiao Wei said as he looked at the two people holding fists. Then the two turned and walked to the competition stage at both ends of the stage. 99%. 100% Yuxingchen. Loaded. Broken with the wind. Loaded. Map, Wufang Bianhao. Loaded. The map of Wufang Bianhao has many crisscrossing gullies, which is very suitable for players who like to act secretly, such as Fang Rui, who likes to play this map very much. As the light curtain was removed, Suifeng first entered the gully, skillfully passed through different gullies, and then came to the center of the map, then slowly stuck his head out like a mole, carefully looking around. Unfortunately, he did not find Yuxingchen. Yuxingchen also chose to enter the gully. It seems that he is very familiar with this map. Xiao Wei was a little surprised. The opponent ran before the game? Damn. It can't be so unlucky. Xiao Shiqin looked at Zhou Yichen's skillful appearance and muttered to himself in the audience. But the actual situation is that this map has never been run before the game. Zhou Yichen looks a little skillful, but he is actually walking blindly. He has no idea about the terrain. But this is not without purpose. One is to lure out Suifeng, and the other is to show his teammates off the court so that they will not be dizzy when it is their turn to play. After failing to spot Yuxingchen in the center of the map, Suifeng retreated underground. He guessed that the other party might be in one of the gullies, so he hid to the side. However, Yuxingchen just came to the center of the map, which was where Suifeng was before, and the two of them just missed each other. Ah! The whole audience was in an uproar. Do you know what timing is? Yuxingchen was not in a hurry. He turned his view and looked around and found a good hiding spot. This position is very suitable for battle mages. Yuxingchen chose a very short section of the gully. Both ends are within the attack range of the battle mage. But for Suifeng, he can't see it. He can only search by himself. Jian been analyzed. At this time, Suifeng couldn't squat anymore. He had an ominous premonition in his heart. That is, Yuxingchen was very close to him. So Suifeng walked towards the center of the map step by step. In front of his view was a short gully in the blind spot, which was Yuxingchen's hiding place. Suifeng slowed down and slowly approached the short gully. At this time, everyone's heart was in their throat, and some audience members even shouted, "Don't go over there." However, Suifeng, who was wearing headphones, could not hear the audience's reminder at all. Just when Suifeng was about to get close to the short ditch, he suddenly stopped, his body tightly pressed against the short ditch, and then looked behind the short ditch. The result was that this look was incredible. Yuxingchen was originally looking at the other end, but he heard the sound of broken stones. So he looked over here and just saw Suifeng stretching his head over. The moment he saw Yuxingchen, Suifeng directly shrank his head and prepared to run away without hesitation. But Yu Xingchen would not give up this opportunity, and Dragon Fang stabbed Sui Feng. Sui Feng turned his head and stopped, and his body tilted to the right to avoid the Dragon Fang. But before Sui Feng could counterattack, Yu Xingchen's next attack had already been launched, and even stabbed Sui Feng's shoulder. The others were fine, but Xiao Shiqin stood up directly. "What's wrong, Captain?" Dai Yanqi looked at the somewhat flustered Xiao Shiqin and asked. "No." Xiao Shiqin shook his head frantically. "What's wrong?" The Thunder turned to look at their captain. "The attack speed is wrong," Xiao Shiqin said. "It's faster. But what about the damage? It's a little less than before." "Damn. It's changed direction." Xiao Shiqin was a little surprised. He didn't expect that at this critical moment in the playoffs, Samsara would adjust the attribute points of Dragon Gallbladder. This is the playoffs. Sui Feng was also a little shocked. How could this be different from what the captain said before the game? After the adjustment, Yu Xingchen seemed to be completely liberated. Sui Feng couldn't resist. Yu Xingchen Tyrant Shot successfully swept Sui Feng down. Sui Feng opened his steel bones and stood up quickly, grabbing Yu Xingchen with one hand. Yu Xingchen took a step back to avoid Sui Feng's one-handed grab. Sui Feng saw that he could not catch him, so he kicked Yu Xingchen forward. Yu Xingchen took a step back to avoid the front kick, and swung Dragon Gallbladder and stabbed Sui Feng with a round dance stick. Sui Feng was a little slow to react, and was successfully stabbed by the round dance stick. Then he grabbed and threw him to the ground, breaking the domineering state of Sui Feng's steel bones. Looking at Sui Feng, who fell to the ground, Yu Xingchen activated the fire attribute dazzling pattern to increase his own strength, and then used 100 dragon meteors to attack Sui Feng, who fell to the ground at a high speed. Full level fire attribute dazzling pattern. Xiao Shiqin was really a little restless now. This adjustment of Samsara was completely beyond his expectations. Yu Xingchen's skill points are wrong. Xiao Shiqin quickly discovered the problem. "Why is it wrong?" the Thunder people asked. "Higher. Even much higher than before. I remember Yu Xingchen's skill points are 4820. I looked at a few small skills just now, and it may have exceeded Damao Gaian 4880. Xiao Shiqin made a rough estimate. In fact, there was something in his heart that he didn't say. That is, he didn't know how many points Yu Xingchen's ultimate skill points were. If it was higher, it would be quite terrifying. Before Xiao Shiqin continued to analyze, Sui Feng on the field couldn't stand it anymore. He finally stood up and hit Yu Xingchen with an elbow. Yu Xingchen lowered his center of gravity and held a gun to block Sui Feng's elbow. Then he charged the spear and hit Sui Feng with a dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit before Sui Feng could react. Battle Mage level 40 skill strong dragon pressure. Sui Feng was blown away and repelled by the hit. Yu Xingchen followed with a shadow step. Before Sui Feng landed, he shot a wrathful dragon through the heart, accompanied by the dragon-shaped fighting spirit attacking Sui Feng's heart. Everyone in Thunder was completely dumbfounded. I'm not mistaken. This damage is at the maximum level. Dai Yanqi was completely stunned. It seems that it really surpassed Daimogayan, even exceeded 4900. Xiao Shiqin was still a little uneasy. The other teams watching this duel were also dumbfounded. Yu Xingchen's skill points are above 4950. If the subsequent Halong Pejuan and Fulong Xiangtian are at the maximum level, then his skill points should reach 5000. As Zhang Xinjie analyzed, everyone in Tyranny frowned. The question now is whether only Yu Xingchen's skill points have been improved, or all members. Zhang Xinjie asked the key question, including other teams. They also want to know this question. If only Zhou Yichen and Yu Xingchen's skill points have been improved, it can still be regarded as a suspense story. But if the skill points of all members have been improved, it would be a horror story. It depends on whether Lei Ting can test it out. Yuan Zhou said with a serious face at this time. Oh my god. This is totally different from Yu Xingchen before, Baozi said after seeing it. Although Zhou Yichen's average speed has dropped a lot, it is still relatively high. I didn't expect Samsara to make such a balance. This kid is out of control. Yishio analyzed. Is the difference big? Qingguo asked. Not big, but deadly enough, Yishio concluded. Before they finished speaking, Sui Feng had already lost. Seeing the word glory pop up on the computer screen, Cheng Tai was completely stunned. The opponent hit his skills and still got the first place in the regular season. What the hell is this? This was Cheng Tai's first thought. Oh! Samsara started the game very fiercely. Zhou Yichen defeated Cheng Tai and only lost 5% of his health. This is incredible. He won't be 1-on-5. Xiao Wei laughed as he said this. 1-on-5. It's too scary. MVP. 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 Samsara fans saw Zhou Yichen in operation, and the whole audience shouted MVP. Chapter 202 Breaking through 5,000 skill points. Thunder in a grim situation. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. Samsara was happy. But Thunder was silent. Seeing Cheng Tai coming back with his head down, Xiao Shiqin looked at the team with a somewhat silent atmosphere, clapped his hands and encouraged, cheer up. Everyone. This game is my problem. I didn't expect Samsara to prepare such a secret weapon. But we are not bad either. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. The captain is right. We haven't lost yet. Leave it to me next. Dai Yanqi clenched her fist and said loudly. That's right. Thunder's second ring contestant is Dai Yanqi, who debuted this season. Xiao Shiqin's original idea was to let Suifeng come on the field to rely on judo to bring Zhou Yichen hand speed up, and then send Dai Yanqi to fight a positional battle with him based on the terrain to consume his blood volume. And it would be best to kill him. Even if he can't kill him, Fang Xuecai, who came on the field third, will complete the task of finishing him. We can see that the second player of Thunder is Dai Yanqi, who debuted this season, and her profession is an elemental mage. Xiao Wei introduced to the people watching the game. Dai Yanqi, the new female player, has performed well this season, especially in team games, which made up for the lack of output of Thunder. This season, Thunder's team games are getting better and better, Jianbin said. Thunder, Dai Yanqi. ID, Wanlu Yichen. Professional elemental mage. Amid the warm cheers of Thunder fans, Dai Yanqi stepped onto the stage, waved enthusiastically to the audience, and then walked to the competition stage at one end. 99%, 100% Wanlu Yichen. Loading completed. Entering the game. The two of them simultaneously went through the gullies underground. The complex terrain had both advantages and disadvantages for both sides. Yu Xingchen could rely on the constantly intersecting gullies to avoid Wanlu Yichen firepower line, while Wanlu Yichen could rely on skills such as ice lines to limit Yu Xingchen movement. When approaching the center of the map, the two of them discovered each other's traces at the same time. Wanlu Yichen took the lead in attacking Yu Xingchen by relying on the advantage of attack distance. Wanlu Yichen raised the staff in his hand and fired a flame bomb in the direction of Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen turned around and hid behind the stone ditch. The flame bomb hit the stone ditch and caused a small-scale explosion, which directly blew up the stone wall in front of Yu Xingchen. Damn. It's so violent. It can be seen that he learned it from Chu Yunxiu. Zhou Yichen controlled Yu Xingchen to dodge to the right, thinking in his heart, Wanlu Yichen attack was not over yet. Seeing Yu Xingchen change to another gully, he chanted on the spot and ignited a flame array in the gully. And then he also changed his position. Looking at the rising array under his feet, Yu Xingchen quickly rolled outward, narrowly avoiding the impact of the flames, and then turned to kill in the direction of Wanlu Yichen. Lian thrust his hand to stab behind the stone gully, but found that Wanlu Yichen was gone. Just as Yu Xingchen looked around, Wanlu Yichen attacked again, charging a thunder halo to hit Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen bent down to avoid the thunder ball released by Wanlu Yichen, and then rushed to Wanlu Yichen position. Wanlu Yichen raised his staff and chanted, and a thunder and lightning penetrated and shot towards Yu Xingchen in front. The firing rate was very fast, but Yu Xingchen's reaction was even faster. He stopped suddenly and shook in a Z shape to avoid the lightning released by Wanlu Yichen, and then stabbed Wanlu Yichen with a continuous thrust. Oh my god! What kind of reaction is this? Everyone was shocked by Zhou Yichen's reaction. What a quick reaction. You know, it's not easy to avoid lightning penetration. But Zhou Yichen dealt with it very easily, Xiao Wei exclaimed. Sure enough, after the attribute adjustment, Chen is much more comfortable to play, Jiang Guotao said. Yeah. Zhou Zikai nodded calmly. Dai Yanqi was a little surprised that the lightning penetration didn't hit, but she didn't stop the operation in her hand. At the moment when Yu Xingchen stabbed, Dai Yanqi controlled Wanlu Yichen to release an ice wall in front of her eyes, and then ran away directly. Yu Xingchen looked at the protruding ice wall and didn't choose to break it, but walked towards the ravine on the side. And the first confrontation ended like this. However, danger came quietly, because the gully that Wanlu Yichen entered was connected to the gully where Yu Xingchen was, with a short gully in the middle. At this time, Wanlu Yichen was walking towards the short gully, and Yu Xingchen was doing the same. Seeing the two people about to collide, the whole audience was silent. Yu Xingchen walked forward. Strangely so quiet, Zhou Yichen thought in his heart. Not sure whether he was talking about the gully or the scene. Although he was wearing soundproof headphones, the players could still hear the deafening shouts at the scene. Is there someone in front? Yu Xingchen half crouched down. And at this time Wanlu Yichen looked towards one end of the short gully. The half-crouching Yu Xingchen was just blocked by the stone gully in front of the map. And then Wanlu Yichen turned his view to the other end. Yu Xingchen had quietly approached the short ditch. He stood up and looked, and just found Wanlu Yinchen's staff. Sister, you are still hiding behind the ice wall. Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel. Seeing Zhou Yichen words, Dai Yanqi was a little confused. What did he mean? Did he break the ice wall? But I didn't hear the sound of the ice wall breaking. Dai Yanqi was a little puzzled. She waved her little hand, moved the mouse, and subconsciously glanced in the direction of the coming. It was this glance that Yu Xingchen rushed out from the other end of the short ditch and stabbed Wanlu Yichen, who was unprepared. With a dragon tooth, Dai Yanqi was frightened by the sudden appearance of Yu Xingchen. She wanted to use instant movement to escape, but Yu Xingchen changed from stabbing to upwards, and Wanlu Yichen was forced to float in the air after being stabbed. Seeing the dark instant movement, Dai Yanqi's heart was already half cold. Yu Xingchen followed with a shadow step, then activated the light attribute dazzling pattern, and continuously comboed with the floating Wanlu sound dust. How come the light attribute dazzling pattern is also full level? Xiao Shiqin shouted directly. Damn. It's turned on. Chung Tyron was a little dizzy. The floating Wanlu sound dust couldn't see Yu Xingchen figure clearly at all. It was too fast, and his own blood volume was constantly decreasing. He wanted to use the dark night flying shadow to blind Yu Xingchen, but now he couldn't even see his shadow clearly. If he didn't hit him, he would be hit to death. It seems that I still underestimated it a little, Zhang Xinjie said when he saw this. It's even higher. Then it will break 5,000. Lin Jingyan shouted. It's possible. Han Wenqing frowned and said, as Yu Xingchen slapped out a falling flower palm. Wanlu Yichen flew backwards and hit the stone wall. Yu Xingchen followed and attacked Wanlu Yichen with a round dance stick. Dai Yanqi's hand frantically pressed the skill key of instant movement. Before the round dance stick stabbed, Wanlu Yichen successfully used instant movement to avoid Yu Xingchen's round dance stick, and then began to chant on the spot, using the Elemental Mage's level 70 ultimate move, Thunder and Fire. Wanlu Yichen summoned a flame mixed with lightning and struck at the place where Yu Xingchen was. Dai Yanqi's hand speed was very fast, constantly adjusting the position of the lightning. However, beyond Wanlu Yichen's surprise, Yu Xingchen did not choose to stand still to deal with the thunder and fire. Instead, he rushed out of the attack range of the thunder and fire by quickly adjusting his position, and swung the dragon gallbladder to stab Wanlu Yichen with a Halong Pajuan. Wanlu Yichen summoned a magic barrier with flames. He didn't believe that Yu Xingchen would dare to come. Obviously, she underestimated Yu Xingchen's determination. Yu Xingchen passed through the wall of fire, and his body was still burning. Halong Pajuan stabbed Wanlu Yichen's chest. The speed of the move was extremely fast. Before Wanlu Yichen was knocked out, Yu Xingchen followed up with a strong dragon pressure and pressed Wanlu Yichen to the ground. The full-level Halong Pajuan has broken 5,000. Xiao Shiqin stopped calculating, because he knew that the more he calculated, the more silent he would be. This was already 120 higher than the previous Desert Guyan, who had the first skill point in the alliance. Just when Yu Xingchen was about to hurt him, Wanlu Yichen used his full concentration to catch the dark night flying shadow, and a black arc-shaped spell ray instantly shot towards Yu Xingchen, and the close-range Yu Xingchen was successfully hit, and was forced to rotate 180 degrees while causing a blinding effect for 4 seconds. Ah! A full-level dark night flying shadow, Zhou Yichen thought. Wanlu Yichen took the opportunity to stand up and drew an ice line in the direction of Yu Xingchen. When the ice line was about to hit Yu Xingchen heard the sound of the ray, dodged the ice line by dodging it, and then the ice line formed a spell barrier. What is this? Killing intent sense? Some Thunder fans have already put their hands on their heads and can't believe that Zhou Yichen can dodge this ice line even when he is blinded. Yu Xingchen couldn't dodge it before, but now he is much more flexible than before. Xiao Shiqin closed his eyes and said. Dai Yanqi was shocked again. She had never expected that the ice line would not hit her target. But she reacted quickly and used her level 60 ultimate move, Flamestorm. On Yu Xingchen, Wanlu Yinshan chanted the magic circle, and Yu Xingchen went directly into the gully beside him. As the magic circle was formed, a sea of fire rose from Yu Xingchen's original position. Wanlu Yinshan's attack was not over yet, and he was about to release the Elemental Mage's level 65 ultimate move, Absolute Zero, towards Yu Xingchen gully. However, just as Wanlu Yinshan was chanting, a giant dragon came out of the gully and bit Wanlu Yinshan, who was still chanting. With a violent explosion, Wanlu Yinshan was successfully taken away. Battle Mage's level 70 ultimate move, Fu Long Xiang Tian. Is Fu Long Xiang Tian at full level? It seems not. Xiao Shiqin was in doubt, because even if Fu Long Xiang Tian was not at full level, it would be enough to face the bloodless Wanlu Yinshan. Not full level. Zhang Xinjie gave his answer. Then can we determine Yu Xingchen's skill points? Han Wenqing looked at Zhang Xinjie, who was calculating on the computer. The range is between 4,900 and 5,100. I prefer 5,000. Zhang Xinjie adjusted his glasses and said, 1 against 2. Lin Jingyan said calmly. Chapter 203, a long gully suitable for sneak attacks. Hey. 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 He won't go 1-on-5 in the first game. Right? Lin Jingyan shouted. Yu Xingchen still has 78% now. 1-on-3 should be no problem. 1-on-5 Zhang Xinjie thought. Unless Xiao Shiqin wants to retire. Han Wenqing snorted coldly. Thunder player seat. I lost to the captain. I am not his opponent at all. Dai Yanqi said a little disappointed. Don't blame you. This is my negligence. Xiao Shiqin said, adjusting his glasses. Captain, do you want to adjust? A full-level life-threatening attack can take him away directly. Fang Xuesai asked. What if it doesn't hit? Xiao Shiqin asked back. It didn't hit. Fang Xuesai was silent. If it didn't hit, it would be the opponent's toy. It's better to use normal skills. If you find an opportunity, use the life-threatening attack. Xiao Shiqin said. Understood. The third player sent by Thunder is Vice Captain Fang Xuesai. I wonder if Fang Xuesai can stand up and stop the decline. Zhou Yichen is too hot now, and he must be suppressed. Otherwise Thunder will not be able to solve him completely in the team competition. Xiao Wei explained. Thunder, Fang Xuesai. ID Gui Make I. Professional assassin. Standing on the stage and looking at Zhou Yichen sitting on the esports chair. The 4 words high-spirited were all written on his face. Fang Xuesai, who debuted in the 5th season, couldn't help but feel a little emotional. How could Thunder not have such a genius? 99%, 100% Gui Make I. Loading completed. Entering the game. Gui Make I relied on the roll advantage to cross the gully and directly came to the center of the map, while Yu Xingchen on the other side did not choose to walk quickly to the center of the map. Zhou Yichen knew that the opponent was much faster than him. If he went blindly, he might be ambushed. And most importantly, he might be killed. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. Zhou Yichen decided to enter the center of the map from the gully at the edge, while Fang Xuesai's Gui Make I was hiding behind a short ditch in the center of the map, occasionally looking around to see if there were any traces of the enemy. After waiting for a while, and not finding the opponent's breath, Fang Xuesai guessed that the opponent might have gone around. But he didn't expect that Zhou Yichen was lost. Is Zhou Yichen lost? There are too many short ditches here, and they are not symmetrical. He seems to have gotten himself into it. Xiao Wei explained. Fuck you. Where did I get to? Is this still China? Zhou Yichen thought to himself. Since he had been fighting with his opponent around the center of the map in the first 2 games, he had also figured out the center. As a result, he came to the edge and went around a few times and found that he couldn't find the way to the center. The director switched to Yu Xingchen perspective. There were 3 gullies ahead. Only the middle one led to the center of the map. The left one was a long gully that went through the south end and could directly pass through the middle road. The right one was a detour that would return to the original road after a circle, for fear that the audience would not understand the path. The director carefully marked the 3 roads in front of Yu Xingchen with 3 different colored lines, telling the audience and the commentator which directions Yu Xingchen could choose. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yichen decided to follow his 6th sense and walk directly to the left road. Gui Make I had waited for so long but still hadn't seen the other party. In order to avoid being warned by a yellow card, he kept changing his hiding position in the center of the map. Where are the people? I'm lost. Why don't I ask? Fong Shuasai thought to himself. I've seen you. Be careful. Fong Shuasai typed in the public channel. Ah? Senior. Did you see me? Then I changed my position. Zhou Yichen replied. But from the audience's perspective, Zhou Yichen was surrounded by long gullies on both sides, and there was only one road in front of him. How could Gui Meikai see him? In the sky? Zhou Yichen certainly understood that Fong Shuasai's words were meant to test his position, so he just followed his words, since he had already walked all the way to the end. For this reason, Zhou Yichen quickened his pace and rushed forward. But Gui Meikai in the center of the map heard footsteps. What? It's really near me. But I don't see anyone. The heavy footsteps made Fong Shuasai's CPU burn. Shuasai won't forget the second road I mentioned before. Right? Xiao Shiqin looked at Fong Shuasai's puzzled eyes, and his whole body was a little red. He had talked about this road before the game. This was a sneak attack road that could lead directly to the back of the opponent, and Fong Shuasai had paid special attention to it. He could use this road to complete some unexpected sneak attacks. As a result, now, looking at Fong Shuasai's clear stupidity, why does it feel like he doesn't know anything at all? At this moment, the sound gradually faded away, and the ghost followed the footsteps and approached, and found a wall in front of him. Fong Shuasai then realized that the captain had reminded him before that there was a long gully that could be used for a sneak attack. That road led to the back, and Fong Shuasai's clever brain successfully occupied the commanding heights, and then rushed back to the way he came. It seems that the footsteps just now allowed Fong Shuasai to successfully discover the opponent's trail, and now he has ambushed the opponent's way, Jianbin explained. Seeing Fong Shuasai hiding on Zhou Yichen's way, Xiao Shiqin became nervous again. He was now very afraid that Fong Shuasai would ignore everything and directly use a life-threatening attack. If it hits, everyone will be happy, and if it doesn't hit, he will remain silent. At this time, all the audience held their breath, and the whole venue was surrounded by the footsteps of Yu Xingchen. The fans of the reincarnation did not dare to speak. If this attack hits, Lei Ting still has a slight chance. If it doesn't hit, he may really be a 1-on-5. Yu Wanzhou said. 1-on-5 in the first game. It's too exaggerated. Zheng Xian was a little afraid to imagine. We can see Zhou Yichen player perspective. Although he is rushing towards the middle road at a high speed, the perspective keeps shaking towards the short trenches on both sides. It seems that Zhou Yichen has also guessed that the opponent may ambush him on the way. Xiao Wei guessed. As the shaking speed became faster and faster, some viewers could not stand it anymore. It was too dizzy. Fortunately, before the audience could complain, the director cut out the panoramic view. Yu Xingchen was about to pass the short ditch where Gui Meikai was. Just when Yu Xingchen character's perspective turned to the side, Gui Meikai made a move, and the arc flash hit Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen saw the light and reacted very quickly. He turned around and blocked Gui Meikai arc flash with his gun, while lowering his head to avoid being flashed by the arc flash's knife light. Is this the reaction of young people? Fong Shuasai thought. Seeing the arc flash being blocked, Gui Meikai made an ankle-breaking move, stretched out his foot quickly and kicked Yu Xingchen ankle, and then stabbed Yu Xingchen heart with a heart-piercing thorn. Yu Xingchen was slowed down by the broken ankle. Facing the sudden piercing thorn, Yu Xingchen charged up and used the falling flower palm. The falling flower palm collided with Gui Meikai piercing thorn. Due to the powerful blowing effect of the falling flower palm, Gui Meikai was directly knocked away. Then he stabbed the flying Gui Meikai with a dragon tooth. Gui Meikai used the speed control step in the air to stabilize his body, while attacking Yu Xingchen with both feet alternately. Looking at Gui Meikai stepping on him with both feet, Yu Xingchen directly changed from stabbing to pressing. He turned around and charged up to draw a large arc with the dragon gallbladder. Then the dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit gradually condensed on the tip of the dragon gallbladder and pressed directly towards the attacking Gui Meikai. Battle Mage level 40 skill strong dragon pressure. The tip of the dragon gallbladder directly hit Gui Meikai body and pressed him to the ground. The powerful blowing and repelling effects directly made Gui Meikai and the ground hug back to back. Yu Xingchen counterattack is very fast. Does Gui Meikai have a chance to attack with the speed control? Oh! Yu Xingchen's strong dragon pressure is just right. Gui Meikai was knocked to the ground. He has to get up quickly. Xiao Wei brain can't keep up with his mouth. Looking at Gui Meikai who fell to the ground, Yu Xingchen stabbed Gui Meikai on the ground with a 100 Dragon Meteor. Zhou Yichen likes to use 100 Dragon Meteor very much now. It is a pure operation skill. How much damage and how many people you hit depends entirely on your own operation. It is very suitable for him. Guemeikai reaction is not slow. After falling to the ground and getting up quickly, he used footwork to move backwards quickly against the wind. After avoiding EU Xingqian 100 Dragon Meteor, Guemeikai started to run fast and kept moving around EU Xingqian. After entering a ravine, EU Xingqian did not blindly pursue. After all, the opponent still had a fatal skill that had not been used. The threat of a life-threatening attack was too great, and Guemeikai had exposed too few skills. Zhou Yichen could not judge whether the opponent's life-threatening attack was high level. If it was, his current 70% health might be taken away directly, and his life would be exchanged for his life. Therefore, Zhou Yichen played more conservatively in this game than in the previous two games. His guess was not wrong. Guemeikai hid in the ravine and did not stay away from Yu Xingqian, but waited for the opponent to take the bait. It seems that the last life-threatening attack has left a big shadow on him. Yu Wenzhou smiled. Unfortunately, our team does not have a first-line assassin. Wang Xiaoyan pouted, facing Fang Xuecai who was hiding in the ravine. Zhou Yichen chose to wait and see. Senior, this is honor, not a turtle competition. You can't beat me if you are so turtle, Zhou Yichen said provocatively. Then come in. Fang Xuecai responded. I'm coming in. I'm really coming in. Heh. Just when Fang Xuecai was staring at the front and found no movement, he didn't realize that a figure appeared behind him. Chapter 204 Xiao Shiqin, The Last Face of Thunder. There is a gap in this ravine. Guemeikai's position has been discovered, and Yu Xingqian has already circled behind him. Hasn't Fang Xuecai noticed yet? Jianbin shouted. Senior, watch out for your butt, Zhou Yichen reminded on the public channel. But? Fang Xuecai deliberately found one of the protruding stone walls. He couldn't be seen from behind, but at this time Zhou Yichen had already approached the stone wall from behind. When Guemeikai carefully looked behind the stone wall, Yu Xingqian looked at Guemeikai who had stretched out his head and stabbed him without hesitation. Guemeikai was frightened and rolled to avoid Yu Xingqian's dragon teeth. Then he did not hesitate and used the assassin's level 70 ultimate move, the fatal attack, directly on Yu Xingqian in front of him. However, Yu Xingqian was prepared. At the moment when Guemeikai stabbed, Yu Xingqian used the round dance stick to attack Guemeikai first, relying on the distance advantage of the weapon. But what everyone did not expect was that Guemeikai cancelled the fatal attack at the moment when Yu Xingqian was about to stab. Guemeikai cut his throat and successfully rushed behind Yu Xingqian. Yu Xingqian's reaction was also very fast. At the moment when he saw Guemeikai disappear, he held the gun in one hand and turned around to punch Guemeikai. Guemeikai's throat cut failed to hit, but the next flash stab successfully hit Yu Xingqian. Beautiful. Xiao Shiqin clapped his hands and said. He felt cold in his heart when he saw Guemeikai use the fatal attack. Fortunately, Fang Xuecai rationally cancelled the fatal attack and used the throat-cutting move to perform a fatal flash thrust. This combo is good. Yixiu was a little surprised by Fang Xuecai's performance. Can you win with this? Bozi asked. What a joke. If you hit more health, you won't be killed by 5 people. Wei Chen rolled his eyes at Bozi. This combo was a little beyond Zhou Yichen's expectations. He didn't expect Fang Xuecai to give up the fatal attack. After all, if he was hit, there would be a chance to turn the tables. But now it seems that Fang Xuecai has put life and death aside. After Guemeikai flashed and stabbed, he wanted to continue to attack, and he stabbed Yu Xingqian in front of him continuously. The assassin's level 60 ultimate move is the Thorn Storm. Yu Xingqian was constantly blocking Guemeikai's stabs. He was waiting for Guemeikai's last attack. The stab before the Thorn Storm had a knockback and stiffening effect. Guemeikai, who wanted to deal damage, would definitely not let go of this attack. Sure enough, in the last attack, Guemeikai used the footwork to reverse the thunder and took a step forward to stab Yu Xingqian. Zhou Yichen was waiting for this moment. Battle Mage's level 65 ultimate move is Haolong Pejuan. Yu Xingqian waved his spear to charge into a dragon-like fighting spirit and stabbed Guemeikai with a spear, relying on the distance advantage of the weapon. Before Guemeikai dagger approached Yu Xingqian, Dragon Gallbladder had already stabbed Guemeikai's chest and was immediately knocked out. Haolong Pejuan's move was very fast. Seeing Guemeikai being knocked out of the ravine, Yu Xingqian followed up and used Nulong Chuang Sinpo. The high physical damage plus penetration effect directly took Guemeikai away. Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for completing a 1-on-3 match in the first reformed arena match of the playoffs. Now he still has 50% of his health. And it feels like he has a chance to win a 1-on-4 match. Xiao Wei explained. Hey, it would have been better in the beginning. Fang Xuecai left the competition stage with some regret. The fourth player to appear in the Thunder was Wang Junjie, the main substitute of the Thunder this season. Seeing Wang Junjie, who was a little nervous, Xiao Shiqin encouraged him. It's okay. Do your best. After Wang Junjie received encouragement from the captain, he walked towards the stage. As a result, he was easily defeated by Zhou Yichen in less than 10 minutes. However, he was not without gain. In the middle, relying on his familiarity with the terrain, he successfully stabbed Yu Xingchen with the silver light falling blade and the reverse wind stab, and finally knocked off 12% of Yu Xingchen health. 1 through 5. 1 through 5. 1 through 5. The fans of the away area of the reincarnation area have already lost their minds and shouted loudly. No way. Jiang Butao said calmly. Not enough health. And the mana is also at the bottom. He may not even be able to use his ultimate now. Too arrogant. This is our Thunder home court. Come on. Captain. The Thunder fans in the audience were furious. Captain. Take down Zhou Yichen for me. Captain. Come on. Captain. Wang Junjie didn't know what to say. To encourage the captain? Leave it to me. He only has 38 health. And the mana is at the bottom. If he lets him go through 5, I should retire. Xiao Shiqin loosened his glasses, adjusted his breath, and then walked towards the stage. Looking at the cheers of the audience, Xiao Shiqin made up his mind that he couldn't lose this game. If he lost, he would have no face to go out and make a living. Thunder, Xiao Shiqin. ID shingling me. Professional mechanic. 99%, 100% shingling me. Loading completed. Entering the game. Shingling me skillfully used the thrusters to rush to the center of the map quickly. Zhou Yichen did not choose to walk on the long gully in the game this time. After all, fighting with a long-range mechanic, that road is tantamount to self-destruction. Shingling me first came to a short gully in the center of the map and waited for Yu Xingchen to come. He believed that Yu Xingchen would not take another road. Sure enough, Shingling me heard Yu Xingchen footsteps, and he was getting closer and closer. Do you have enough blue? Xiao Shiqin took the lead in typing in the public channel. Not enough. But I can still operate. Zhou Yichen answered honestly. Yu Xingchen came to the center of the map with a gun. Shingling me hid behind the short gully and saw Yu Xingchen, and then released 3 patrollers towards Yu Xingchen. The patrollers rushed towards Yu Xingchen and used electric waves to attack Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen made a series of stabs at the patrollers, who rushed towards him. At this time, Shang Lingmi threw a grenade at Yu Xingchen who was attacking the patroller. The difference was that this grenade would jump for a while, and then exploded next to Yu Xingchen to produce a blow-away effect. And Yu Xingchen flew backwards directly. Shang Lingmi had not stopped attacking yet, and used the thruster to rush in the direction of Yu Xingchen backward flight, and then used the mechanical box to summon a mechanical bomber to assist Shang Lingmi in the battle. Mechanic level 60 big move mechanical airdrop. Yu Xingchen watched Shang Lingmi arrive, and successfully received a body before landing, and stabbed Shang Lingmi with a dragon tooth. Shang Lingmi turned sideways, and attacked Yu Xingchen with a rocket fist. Yu Xingchen shivered in a Z shape to avoid it, and was about to attack. But the bomber above his head threw a bomb directly at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen had no choice but to dodge to the side, but was still affected. Hack you. 1. Zhou Yichen activated the ice attribute dazzling pattern, and then successfully hit Shingling me with continuous thrusts despite the damage of the bomber, and then tried to float Shingling me with the sky strike. But Xiao Shiqin reacted very quickly. After being stabbed by the continuous thrusts, he used the air compressor to launch an air pressure attack on Yu Xingchen in front of him, and Yu Xingchen was blown away again. Then Shingling me used the mechanical box to open the amplifier, which amplified the damage value of the machine. The bomber was still bombing Yu Xingchen, and the damage was instantly doubled by the effect of the amplifier. Fuck. Captain Xiao. Is it necessary? This is a ring match. Not a single match. Zhou Yichen was blown out of temper. And of course, the most important thing was that he couldn't use his high-level skills. Fortunately, Yu Xingchen used the dazzling pattern generated by the continuous thrust to shoot at the high-altitude bomber, and the bomber was directly hit by the ice attribute dazzling pattern and crashed. Then he stabbed at Shingling me with a round dance stick. Why didn't he use the more powerful Halong Pijuan? Because his mana was not enough. He didn't even dare to use Qianglongjiu at the moment. If he used it, it would be directly cleared. Now Zhou Yichen can only choose to use low-level skills to consume Xinglingmi's health as much as possible. But the problem now is that his own health is not enough. His mana is not enough. And the terrain is not advantageous. After finally shooting down the bomber, he wanted to get close to Xinglingmi again. But Xinglingmi used the mechanical box to release magnetic waves, increasing Yu Xingchen weight. Yu Xingchen stabbed Xinglingmi with the weight. Xinglingmi stepped back to avoid it. Yu Xingchen slapped Xinglingmi with a falling flower palm. But he regretted it after hitting Zhou Yichen. Xinglingmi was slapped into the air and directly turned on the mechanical rotor, staying in the air. And Yu Xingchen couldn't hit Xinglingmi at all now. Xianwen was used. And Fulong Xiangtian didn't have enough mana to release it. Xinglingmi threw a self-made mechanical dog at Yu Xingchen in the air. After seeing Yu Xingchen, the mechanical dog directly turned on the automatic tracking mode. Zhou Yichen thought that he could not escape, and then stabbed the mechanical dog with a gun. Xinglingmi in the air turned on the accelerator and rushed towards Yu Xingchen. He kneed and successfully floated Yu Xingchen, and then released a small self-destructing robot. Bang! Yu Xingchen was blown into pieces in the air. Glory! Fuck! No red or blue. I beat your insides. Zhou Yichen shouted. MVP! 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 Seeing Zhou Yichen leave the competition stage, the fans of the away game also gave him warm applause. He completed a 1-on-4 in the first new game, which was unprecedented. Beautiful play. Du Ming stepped forward and hugged Zhou Yichen, who came back. Hey. Just SOSO. Third in the world. Fang Minghua answered first. What a pity. I would have been happy if I could have defeated 5 enemies at once. Zhou Yichen said with a smile. With no health and no mana, the opponent is the chief mechanic. If you can win, he will be criticized and retired. Jiang Buotao asked with a smile. Chapter 205 The Flash of Sword in the Gunfire. Congratulations to Xiao Shiqin for winning this game and bringing the first point to Thunder. The current score is 4-1, and Samsara is temporarily in the lead. Xiao Wei explained. Xiao Shiqin still has a chance to get another point. His health is very healthy at 93%, and his mana is enough. Jianbin analyzed. Du Ming. Go! Zhou Yichen said to Du Ming. Believe me, even if I can't beat him, I will make him peel off his skin. Du Ming was about to beat his chest. Then he thought of something, put his hand next to his temple and posed, then clapped his hands with his teammates one by one, turned around and walked towards the competition stage. Samsara, Du Ming. ID Wushuang Goyu. Professional swordsman. 99%, 100% Wushuang Goyu. Loading completed. This map is really not suitable for frontal combat. It's full of potholes. Du Ming muttered as he rushed towards the center of the map. In terms of speed, Xinglingmi, with its propulsion system, was one step ahead of Wushuangyu in reaching the gully in the center of the map. Just like the start of the last game, he hid in the short gully waiting for Wushuangyu arrival. In order to determine Wushuangyu position, Xinglingmi also deliberately released 3 electronic eyes to detect the field of vision. Wushuangyu movements were clearly observed by the electronic eyes in the sky, and Wushuangyu was still rushing to the center of the map, not knowing that his position had been completely exposed to Xinglingmi's eyes. So Xinglingmi released a self-destructing small robot, cut the electronic eye perspective to see Wushuangyu position, and used the mechanical box to control it to rush in the direction of Wushuangyu. The small robot automatically searched for targets on the road. Xinglingmi changed to a position closer to Wushuangyu. After seeing Wushuangyu, the small robot automatically ran towards him. Wushuangyu also noticed the small robot on the ground. Before the small robot exploded, Wushuangyu split it in half with a sword. Xinglingmi set up a crack behind Wushuangyu that allowed him to move in another world, and summoned a huge mechanical fist from it to hit Wushuangyu. Wushuangyu was knocked out by the huge fist before she could turn around. Mechanic level 20 skill mechanical fist. Looking at Wushuangyu flying backwards, Xinglingmi quietly came to his right side, raised his right drill arm, and hit Wushuangyu with a drill arm attack. Wushuangyu reacted very quickly, looking at the attacking fist, holding a sword to block Xinglingmi's drill arm attack, retreating half a step, and slashing at Xinglingmi with a sword. Xinglingmi also reacted quickly, using the accelerator to retreat and avoid Wushuangyu's sword slash. And then Xinglingmi threw out a magnetic field coil to increase Wu Shuangguo's load. Wu Shuangguo saw Xinglingmi's intention and drilled directly into the gully beside him, but was still affected by the magnetic wave. Xinglingmi immediately went into the gully. But Wu Shuangguo had been waiting at the corner for a long time. When Xinglingmi came over, Wu Shuangguo attacked Xinglingmi with a sudden falling phoenix slash. Xinglingmi failed to dodge in time and was successfully chopped down. Fortunately, before Wu Shuangguo finished off the attack, Xinglingmi stood up with the thrusters and then hit Wu Shuangguo with a rocket punch. Wu Shuangguo stabbed Xinglingmi with a reverse wind stab. Xinglingmi directly cancelled the rocket punch, turned on the mechanical rotor, and flew into the air. Throw out the mechanical tracking at Wu Shuangguo underground, and then turn on the mechanics level 70 ultimate move, the self-propelled artillery. Many small robots flew out of Xinglingmi's mechanical box and fired shells at Wu Shuangguo on the ground. Facing the high-level attack, Wu Shuangguo could only frantically cross different gullies to avoid the shells. But the bullets fired by the small robots were navigational. We can't keep running like this. Du Ming made up his mind and slashed a silver blade at Xinglingmi in the air. Xinglingmi dodged the silver blade by moving his body to the side. However, Du Ming's target was not Xinglingmi, but the small robots surrounding him. Sure enough, some of the small robots were knocked down by the sword energy of the silver blade, but some were not affected. As the shells were fired, Xinglingmi gave an order, and the remaining small robots rushed towards Wu Shuangguo below. Wu Shuangguo could only understand that the self-destruction time limit of the small robots was coming. So looking at the small robots surrounding him, Wu Shuangguo directly hit a Fenkenkaijin, and a sword circle swept out beside him, and all the small robots outside the circle were shot down. It seems that the overall skill points of Samsara have been improved. Zhang Xinjia looked at the effect of Du Ming moves and compared it with Wu Shuangguo before. The difference between the two is still quite obvious. It seems that this is Samsara's secret weapon. No wonder they are so sure of winning the second consecutive championship. Lin Jingyan said. Humph. You can't win the championship with this, Han Wenqing said expressionlessly. However, before Wu Shuangguo could finish his move, Xinglingmi threw a jumping grenade at Wu Shuangguo. Xiao Shiqing grasped the distance very accurately, and the grenade jumped and landed right at Wu Shuangguo's feet. Bang! With a bang, Wu Shuangguo was blown away. Why does Du Ming feel like he's being played with? Wu Qi said. Indeed. But there's nothing we can do. This map is really good for the mechanic. If he doesn't have long-range skills, it's too easy for his electronic eyes to get information. Zhou Yichen analyzed. Does Du Ming have any chance at all? Lu Buiyuan asked. Yes, but not much, Jiang Guotao said. Wu Shuangguo on the field had been consumed by Xinglingmi and was a little weak. If he didn't make some moves, he would be completely dragged to death by Xinglingmi. Now Du Ming's mind was not as hot as it was at the beginning, but very calm. He had to find a way to make Xinglingmi fall down. So he began to shuttle in the gully, looking up from time to time to see the position of Xinglingmi, trying to get rid of Xinglingmi's vision. At this time, he found that the short ditch in front was a downward slope, so he quickly got in. Xinglingmi found that he had lost the vision of Wu Shuangguo in midair and could only land, and then threw out the hunter to track Wu Shuangguo's position. However, the mechanical dog entered the short ditch, but did not find Wu Shuangguo. Did he run away? Xiao Shiqing thought. However, just when Xinglingmi was about to enter the short ditch, Du Ming Xian Renji Lu made a move. He had just hidden behind a stone wall to avoid the mechanical dog's pursuit for this moment. It's a bit anxious, but it also suits Du Ming's temperament, Jiang Guotao said when he saw Du Ming move. Xian Renji Lu successfully stabbed Xinglingmi, and the powerful knockback effect blew Xinglingmi directly into the air. Wu Shuangguo followed up and stabbed Xinglingmi in the air with 3 consecutive slashes. Xiao Shiqing used the thrusters to accelerate in the air to avoid Wu Shuangguo's stab while falling towards the ground. Seeing Xinglingmi about to fall, Wu Shuangguo directly activated the swordsman level 50 awakening skill, Sword to Decide the World. Just when the sword energy was about to sweep Xinglingmi, Xinglingmi suddenly rolled sideways and dodged behind the stone wall, avoiding the sword energy released by Gianting Xiangxia, and then summoned a mechanical bomber from the mechanical box to assist himself in output. Wu Shuangguo was about to attack the mechanical bomber in the air, and Xinglingmi rushed out from behind the wall and hit Wu Shuangguo with a drill arm. After Wu Shuangyu retreated half a step to avoid the drill arm impact. He moved in front of shingling me with the sword blade, and then slashed shingling me with the sword blade upwards. And shingling me was hit, and forced to fall to the ground. However, just as Wu Shuangyu was about to continue to deliver a fatal blow to the fallen like me, the mechanical bomber above his head dropped a cannonball. Just when everyone thought Du Ming was going to retreat, Zhou Yichen said, Du Ming will take the damage and forcefully attack Xiao Shiqin. Sure enough, as Zhou Yichen expected, Du Ming did not choose to retreat, but forcefully launched a sword storm. At the same time, the cannonball fell. Bang! The two were submerged in the smoke caused by the explosion. But people could clearly see the sword light in the cannon fire. The swordsman level 65 ultimate move, Blade Storm. However, that sword light did not bring hope of victory. Wu Shuangyu was consumed too much in the early stage, as the mechanical bomber kept dropping bombs. Wu Shuangyu became the nutrient in the ravine. Glory! Let us congratulate Xiao Shiqin for winning this game, and winning another point for Thunder. The current score between the two sides is 4-2. Would it be better for Du Ming to retreat in the end? Xiao Wei asked his old partner Jianbin. Retreat is a wise choice. But for Du Ming's style, it's a bit cowardly. However, Du Ming also successfully knocked off 60% of Xiao Shiqin health. The blade storm life and death in the artillery fire should have taken a full hit. Jianbin analyzed. It's okay. This map is indeed a bit difficult to play. Du Ming shook his head and said, then took out the character card and walked off the stage. What a pity. Zhou Yichen said to Du Ming, who walked back. Almost. Jiang Buitao smiled at Du Ming. Watch me, Zhou Zikai said, and walked towards the stage. The Thunder fans who were cheering in the audience were silent for a moment when they saw Zhou Zikai's appearance. After calming down, they found that their captain's health was not enough. It seemed that Thunder could only get 2 points in this ring match. The main reason was that Zhou Yichen was too abnormal. He went through 4 people at once. If it weren't for the lack of health and mana, he could continue to fight. Zhou Zikai. Zhou Zikai. Zhou Zikai. Chapter 206. Kill Xiao Shiqin with one shot. Thunder's map selection. Huh? Are 2 points enough? Before Zhou Zikai came on the court, Xiao Shiqin was already sitting on the competition stage thinking. Now he only had 33% of his health and 30% of his mana. Zhou Zikai was still on the court. His chance of winning against Zhou Zikai was about the same as the chance of a certain ball entering the World Cup based on strength. The head-to-head ratio was now 4-2. After Zhou Zikai came on the court and killed Xiao Shiqin, the score came to 5-2. This also meant that if Thunder wanted to win this game, they could not lose 4 or more characters in the team competition when they got 6 points. Otherwise, even if Thunder won the team competition, the head-to-head ratio would still be ahead of Samsara. While Xiao Shiqin was thinking, Zhou Zikai had already boarded the competition stage. Samsara, Zhou Zikai. ID, 1 shot through the clouds. Professional sharpshooter. 99%, 100% 1 shot through the clouds. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The light curtain disappeared, and the two rushed out from the refresh point at the same time, refreshing symmetrically from north to south. Both chose to go to the gully in the middle. Sheng Lingmi used the thruster to reach the center of the map 1 step faster than Yichang Chuanyun, and then leaned against the stone wall. The same routine. Sheng Lingmi released 3 electronic eyes to explore the field of vision, but he regretted it as soon as the electronic eyes were shut. Sure enough, before he could see the opponent's position clearly, he was shot. Sheng Lingmi was just about to use the patrol to track Yichang Chuanyun trace. But as the footsteps got closer and closer, Sheng Lingmi cancelled the placement of the patrol. At the moment he showed his head, a bullet shot at his head, and Sheng Lingmi quickly retreated behind the stone wall. Show your head and kill it in seconds. The captain's reaction and aiming are so good. Why don't you play FPS? Zhou Yichen shouted. You can go too. Jiang Buitao smiled. Forget it. I'm afraid of being banned. Zhou Yichen waved his hand and said. After locking onto the position of Sheng Lingmi, Yichang Chuanyun directly activated the sharpshooter level 30 times state skill rapid fire. The bullets quickly poured onto the stone wall that Sheng Lingmi leaned against. Due to the continuous shooting, the cracks in the stone wall became larger and larger. Seeing that he could not stay here any longer, Sheng Lingmi used the mechanical box to release magnetic waves, and then rolled to the other side. Yichang Chuanyun did not continue to shoot Sheng Lingmi. but chose to get out of the coverage of the magnetic waves first. Yiqiang Chuanyan walked into one of the gullies. After Sheng Lingmi rolled over, he stretched his head and looked out, and found that Yiqiang Chuanyan had disappeared. So he used the hunter, released the homemade mechanical dog, and ran towards the place where Yiqiang Chuanyan was before. As a result, he did not find his figure. Just as Sheng Lingmi slowly walked out, bullets were fired from another direction. Yiqiang Chuanyan activated the sharpshooter's level 45 times state skill, burst shooting. At the same time when the bullets were fired at Sheng Lingmi, Yiqiang Chuanyan also approached him. Sheng Lingmi saw that the two were getting closer and closer. Sheng Lingmi took the lead and set up a space crack behind Yiqiang Chuanyan to sneak attack Yiqiang Chuanyan. But Yiqiang Chuanyan had anticipated it. He slid to avoid Sheng Lingmi's mechanical fist and shoveled toward Sheng Lingmi. Sheng Lingmi wanted to use the mechanical rotor to take off to avoid Yiqiang Chuanyan's sliding shovel, but he crashed before he could take off successfully. Yiqiang Chuanyan slid and kneed and successfully hit Sheng Lingmi, who wanted to take off. Sheng Lingmi was forced to float in the air. Then Yiqiang Chuanyan directly used the sharpshooter's level 60 ultimate skill, random shooting, at Sheng Lingmi above his head. As expected of the Gun King, Zhou Zikai controlled this random shooting very accurately. Most of the bullets hit Sheng Lingmi, who was floating in the air. Sheng Lingmi's health was already red. This is a full-level random shooting. Beige saw the damage of this random shooting and screamed directly. Is it over? Yuan Zhou thought. Xiao Shiqin still wanted to make a final struggle. He used the mechanical box to use the air compressor in the air, and launched an air pressure attack on Yiqiang Chuanyan on the ground, trying to blow Yiqiang Chuanyan away. Yiqiang Chuanyan retreated and hid behind the stone wall. Sheng Lingmi landed and attacked Yiqiang Chuanyan with a drilling arm impact. Yiqiang Chuanyan kicked out with a swivel kick, raised his foot, and swept 360 degrees to attack Sheng Lingmi, who stopped drilling and attacked, and instead launched a rocket punch with greater power and impact. However, Yiqiang Chuanyan directly resolved Sheng Lingmi's attack with a step shot, and then swept Sheng Lingmi with bullets from left and right, successfully shooting the red-blooded Sheng Lingmi into a hornet's nest. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Zikai for winning this game, and congratulate Luan Hui for winning this 5v5 ring match, Bebe explained. The current score is 5-2, and Luan Hui is temporarily leading. If Thunder wants to turn defeat into victory in the next team match, then they must not only win, but also not lose more than 3 heads. Otherwise it will form a tiebreaker situation. Jianbin analyzed. But the good news for Thunder is that the team competition is open to the team language, so Xiao Shiqin command will be clearer, Bebe added. What a wonderful start. Zhou Yichen laughed. You're going to die if you open champagne at halftime. Du understood him at a glance. Thunder player seat. It's okay. Although it's a little different from what we analyzed before. At least we got 2 points. Right? We still have a chance. Xiao Shiqin encouraged his teammates around him. Of course he knew that this game was crucial for them. If they couldn't win this game, the second game at the home court of Samsara would be even more dangerous. The captain is right. We haven't lost yet. We have been preparing for this map for so long. Aren't we just for today? Dai Yanqi said. Thunder must win. After the halftime break, the holographic projection also showed the team competition rosters of the 2 teams and Thunder's home map selection. Samsara, Zhou Zikai. ID, one shot through the clouds. Professional sharpshooter. Jiang Guotao. ID, Wulong. Professional magic swordsman. Zhou Yichen. ID, Hiyu Xingchen. Professional combat mage. Fang Minghua. ID, Xiaoga Ziru. Professional priest. LV Buyuan. ID, Yun Shanluan. Professional judo. The 6th-person Du Ming. ID, Wu Shuanggoyue. Professional swordsman. Lei Ting, Xiao Shiqin. ID, Sheng Lingmi. Professional mechanic. Fang Xuecai. ID, Kim Maikai. Professional assassin. Dai Yanqi. ID, Luanlu Yinshen. Professional elemental mage. Chung Tai. ID, Sui Feng. Professional judo. Xie Chengfeng. ID, Guardian of the Spirit. Professional guardian angel. The 6th-person Wang Junjie. ID, Jian Wuqingde. Professional swordsman. Lei Ting's picture selection. The market in Perry Town. Is this Lei Ting's secret weapon? This picture is not unfamiliar to Samsara. Yuan Zhou thought. This picture. Yishio was silent. What's wrong? Wei Chen asked. Is Thunder trying to create a misty rain effect? But Chu Yunxiu played so well at that time, and still couldn't defeat Samsara. Could it be that Xiao Shiqin has some unexpected deployment? Yishio thought. I didn't expect Thunder to choose this map. Zhou Yichen was also a little surprised. The best map Thunder played this season was War Grassland. Their fast break rhythm was very good. This map is also a fast break map. But the center of the market is more conducive to chaos. Xiao Shiqin couldn't have considered this. It seems that there is some deployment that we don't know about. Jiang Buitao smiled. When the enemy comes, the general will stop it. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. Zhou Yichen said confidently. Yes, we are not unfamiliar with this map. Du Ming said with a fist. Come on. Pre-match ceremony. Zhou Yichen grabbed his teammates and formed a circle. Captain. Start. Zhou Yichen looked at Zhou Zakai. Samsara. Invincible. Then, they lined up and walked towards the stage. Captain Xiao has a secret weapon. Jiang Buitao shook hands with Xiao Shiqin and said. You are too modest. I just don't want to waste the home advantage. Xiao Shiqin adjusted his glasses and said. The players from both sides shook hands and walked towards the competition stage. Zhou Yichen kept waving to the Samsara fans in the away area. After both sides were ready and the referee behind them nodded, the 12 people on the field inserted their roll cards at the same time and entered the game. Chapter 207, The Exchange of Fire at the Market. Fierce fighting. Both sides are now ready. The next game is the first team match of the 8th season of the Glory Professional League. The two sides are Samsara, the first in the regular season, and Thunder, the 8th in the regular season. Thunder is at home, and the map is the market in Perry Town. Cup muttered before the game. What do you think of Thunder's map selection? Cup asked his old partner Jianbin. This map can be regarded as a fast attack map, but it is different from the War Prairie in that it tends to be a melee. Is this not very beneficial for Xiao Shiqin command? Of course. Xiao Shiqin must have his intentions for Thunder to choose this map. Let's wait and see. Jianbin analyzed very officially. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loaded. Yi Chong pierced the clouds. Loaded. Wan Lu Yinchen. Loaded. Xiao Guziru. Loaded. Shum Ling Ye. Loaded. Map, the market in Perry Town. Loaded. The two teams' spawn points are at opposite corners of the map, as yellow and purple light are injected into them. Light curtains block the characters' eyes. 3, 2, 1. Fight. As the countdown ends, the two teams rush out from the spawn points at the same time, aiming at the market in the center of the map. We should be faster than the other side. Pay attention to finding stalls to hide in the direction of the market. We will fight a positional war. Xiao Shiqin commanded the team verbally, while rushing on the road. Got it. Captain. The Thunder responded in unison. Samsara on the other side was also communicating effectively. The other side should reach the market in the center faster than us. Aiken and Buyuan. You two should be careful when you go in. The captain will provide firepower cover on the side. Lao Fong and I will stick together. Jiang Buitao commanded clearly. Yes. Zhou Zakai responded. Be careful indoors. 2. After all, the other side is assassins. Zhou Yichen added. Aiken is right. Be careful of the sneak attack from the ghosts. Jiang Buitao nodded and said. Then I hold you tight. Fong Minghua said. We're here. Yi Qian Chuanyan stopped. Everyone in the Samsara team also stopped. Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanluan walked in the front. The two of them were the first to step into the market from the entrance. Just when they were wondering why Lei Ting didn't attack them, Wan Lu Yinchen attacked from behind the stall. A burning flame array appeared under the feet of Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanluan. Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanluan scattered to avoid the blazing impact of Wan Lu Yinchen. Before Samsara could launch a counterattack, Sui Sui Feng rushed over. Just when Yi Qian Chuanyun and Wu Lang were about to step forward, Wan Lu Yinchen attacked again, and a line of ice was drawn towards Yi Qian Chuanyun and Wu Lang. The two retreated to avoid the ice line, and the magic barrier generated by the ice line also separated the overall formation of Samsara. This was exactly what Lei Ting was aiming for. He used the ice line to separate the two front players of Samsara from the back row. At the same time, Gui Meigai appeared beside Wu Lang and Yi Qian Chuanyun, with the main purpose of harassing their output. Gui Meigai used an arc flash to kill Xiao Guziruo. Wu Lang stepped forward to block Gui Meigai, and Yi Qian Chuanyun fired a bullet at Gui Meigai. Gui Meigai did not take it hard, but ran away after one move. Qian Chuanyun would not choose to chase a high-speed assassin. On the front battlefield, Sui Feng had already stuck to Yun Shanwan, who was in the same profession as him. Sheng Lingmi also rushed over from the stall in the other direction, releasing a mechanical dog towards Yu Xingchen, and then attacked Yu Xingchen together with the Guardian of the Spirit. Wanlu Yinshan in the distance was still providing firepower cover. Come on! Yu Xingchen stabbed the Guardian with a dragon tooth. The Guardian used the Holy Shield to offset most of the damage from Yu Xingchen. However, Yu Xingchen suddenly changed direction, from stabbing to picking, and hit Xinglingmi with a sky strike. Fortunately, Xiao Shiqin's concentration and reaction were very fast. He used the accelerator to retreat and successfully avoided the sky strike. This was not the first time Zhou Yiqin used such a combo, and Xiao Shiqin would be more or less prepared. Seeing Yu Xingchen attacking Xinglingmi next to him, the Guardian held a battle axe and slashed at Yu Xingchen with a holy light. Yu Xingchen shivered sideways in a Z shape to avoid the slash of the Guardian, and then slapped the Guardian with a falling flower palm. Because it was instant, the distance where the Guardian was knocked away was not far. Then Yu Xingchen activated the fire attribute flash pattern and rushed towards the Soul Protector. Sheng Lingye attacked Yu Xingchen from the side with a rocket punch. Yu Xingchen rolled to avoid it, and then fired the fire attribute flash pattern at the moment of attack. The flash pattern exploded directly after hitting Sheng Lingye. Yu Xingchen stabbed the Soul Protector with a dragon-breaking army at close range. The Soul Protector was stabbed in the chest and flew out, just when Yu Xingchen was about to make up for the damage. Sheng Lingye disrupted the situation again and threw a jumping mine at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen had to stop chasing the Soul Protector and hid behind a stall nearby. The jumping mines exploded around Yu Xingchen. Fortunately, there was a stall to block it, so Yu Xingchen was not blown away. But all the goods on the stall were piled on Yu Xingchen. Xinglingmi did not choose to attack Yu Xingchen, who was pressed by the cargo, but turned on the mechanical rotor and rushed towards the Guardian, because the direction of the Guardian was exactly the back row of the Samsara, and Qian Chuanyun was already attacking the Guardian. Xinglingmi directly activated the Mechanics Level 70 ultimate move, Self-Propelled Artillery. The small robot flew out of the mechanical box and kept firing bullets at the Samsara people underground. Seeing these small robots, Qian Chuanyun could only stop the fire output to the Guardian, and then started rapid fire to knock down all the small robots in the sky. Xinglingmi took the opportunity to grab the Guardian, and then dragged him to the ground. Then the two attacked Yun Shanluan. Yun Shanluan was pressing Sui Feng to the ground and beating him. If it weren't for Wanlu Yinshan remote support, Sui Feng would be even worse. By the way, why do I feel like I've been forgotten? Zhou Yiqin suddenly typed in the public channel. Yu Xingchen crawled out of the cargo pile at some point. He did not choose to help Yun Shanluan, but chose to go around the back and stabbed at Wanlu Yinshan, who was attacking. Wanlu Yinshan noticed Yu Xingchen approach and immediately summoned an ice wall around himself to stop Yu Xingchen. As a result, Yu Xingchen swung Dragon Gallbladder and swept towards the ice wall. He broke the ice wall released by Wanlu Yinshan with continuous general attacks, and then stabbed Wanlu Yinshan with a gun. Wanlu Yinshan used Dark Knight Flying Shadow to kill Yu Xingchen. Captain, I'm approached. I can't support you, Dai Yanqi said in the team language. Besides, the time of the barrier is about to disappear. Understood. The three men of thunder were still beating up Yun Shanluan. Even though Yun Shanluan had already activated his iron bones, he was still broken by Sui Feng's throw. Just when the three were about to kill Yun Shanluan, Qian Chuanyun rushed over, stepped on the shoulder of the Guardian, and continued to pour bullets at the three men of thunder. Xinglingmi was repelled to the side by Wulong Fiery Wave's sword. Seeing the situation on the field developing in an uncontrollable direction, Xinglingmi directly activated the Mechanics Level 60 ultimate move, Mechanical Airdrop. Find a way to get rid of Yun Shanluan first, and while Shusi harasses the priest, find an opportunity to use the life-sacrificing blow. Xiao Shiqin gave voice commands. Received. Then he was ready to join the front battlefield, but a gun suddenly stabbed him from behind. Battle Mage Level 40 skill Strong Dragon Pressure. It turned out that just now, Yu Xingchen dodged Wanlu Yinshan Dark Knight Flying Shadow with a very handsome move. Wanlu Yinshan had no choice but to use the Elemental Mage's only displacement skill, Instant Teleport. After seeing Wanlu Yinshan use Instant Teleport, Yu Xingchen did not choose to chase, but rushed to the front battlefield, and Qian Chuanyun shot and then slid to Wan Lu Yingchen, just taking over Yu Xingchen position. Yiqiang Chuanyun and Yu Xingchen are the best combination, which is really seamless. The target was changed very naturally, and Xiao Shiqin was a little uncomfortable. The cup was passionately explaining. Captain Xiao, don't look back. I'm behind you. Zhou Yichen suddenly typed in the public channel. Captain, be careful of Yu Xingchen, Dai Yanqi reminded loudly, before Xiao Shiqin could use the life and death skill to change his perspective. Yu Xingchen made a move and successfully floated life and death into the air. Then he activated the shadow step and continued to attack. The Soul Guardian and Sui Feng on the side suddenly stopped attacking Yunshan Luan and wanted to come to support the captain. Don't. Be careful of Yunshan Luan. Although Xiao Shiqin was floating in the air, he saw Wulong actions from his perspective. Wulong chanted a frost wave array at Yunshan Luan's feet, and the two had to retreat. Xuecai. It's now! Xiao Shiqin shouted. Chapter 208 The Guardian of the Spirit being hit like a ball. Just when Wulong was chanting the frost wave formation and Xiaodazirua chose to add a holy fire, the Guimei who had been waiting for a long time finally found an opportunity. Assassin's level 70 ultimate skill, a life-sacrificing attack. Fang Xuecai has been holding back for so long just for this moment. Jiang Buitao and Fang Minghua's attention just happened to be on the front at this moment. Will this life-sacrificing attack hit? It hit! Jianbin saw Gamaikai hit Xiaodazirua with a life-sacrificing attack, and he stood up directly. Wow! Wow! Seeing the Guimeikai life-threatening attack successfully hit, all the Thunder fans who were holding their breath screamed. This is going to be a show. Xiaodazirua's health dropped sharply. Guimeikai wanted to take Xiaodazirua away by force, and stabbed Xiaodazirua with a piercing stab. However, Wulong on the side took action, and slashed Guimeikai with a broken wind wave sword very quickly. Guimeikai was repelled by the wind wave sword, and Xiaodazirua used hypnosis on Guimeikai. Seeing that there was no hope of killing Xiaodazirua, Guimeikai had to start running to escape. Since the life-threatening attack hit, why not force the kill? 1 for 1 is fine. Shenghua asked in confusion. If it was before, Guimeikai would force Xiaodazirua to kill him no matter what. But now it's different, Yishio replied. Because of the competition system. Wei Chen said. That's right. Because the game system has changed to a head-based scoring system. Thunder must not only win this game, but also lose less than 3 people, if it results in a 1-for-1 situation. When Wu Xuangoyu arrives, the full output lineup of Samsara will be too much for Thunder to bear. Even if they win in the end, they will suffer heavy losses. Yishio analyzed. Then this life-threatening attack is a loss? Tang Rou asked. No. Guimeikai can hide in the darkness again, putting invisible pressure on the back row of Samsara. Jiang Buitao can't leave Xiaodazirua for half a step. This also creates an opportunity for Thunder to fight 4 against 3 in the front. It depends on whether Xiao Shiqin can break through the defense of the 2 people in the front of Samsara. Yishio continued to analyze. Continue to put pressure on them from the side. We can hold on in the front. Xiao Shiqin commanded calmly. Jiang Buitao's movements were too fast. If Guimeikai killed Xiaodazirua, he might not be able to come back. In Thunder's view, 1v1 is a loss. Now Yuan Lu Yinshan was restricted to death by Yiqiang Chuanyun. Even in the eyes of others, it was a loss for Luanhui to send Zhou Zikai to fight a 1v1 team battle. However, people who understand this team game will not think so. Lei Ting only has Luan Lu Yinshan as a long-range output point, and Sheng Lingmi is half of it. He is more of a frontline player. However, Luanhui is different from Lei Ting. Luanhui's frontline player is obviously much stronger than Lei Ting. Zhou Zikai joins as a free man. While providing firepower for the team, he pulls the opponent's output point into his own rhythm, which makes the frontline player more bearable. Do you need help? Zhou Yichen asked in the team voice while resisting the Soul Protector and Sheng Lingmi. No need, Jiang Buitao said calmly. Just as Sheng Lingmi hit Yu Xingchen with a drill, Dai Yanqi sent out a distress signal. Captain, I can't stand it anymore. In the 1v1 match, Dai Yanqi was no match for Zhou Zikai. Even though Wan Lu Yinshan kept moving between the stalls using the terrain, Yiqian Chuanyun bullets were too accurate. Wan Lu Yinshan had been shot and crippled by Yiqian Chuanyun. Xiao Shiqin found that Dai Yanqi could not hold on any longer, so he turned on the air compressor, and the air pressure directly blasted towards Yu Xingchen and Yunshan. The two were blown away at the same time, and then Sheng Lingmi rushed towards Wan Lu Yinshan alone. At the moment when Yiqian Chuanyun was about to headshot Wanlu Yinshan. Sheng Lingmi used the mechanical box to release magnetic waves. Yiqian Chuanyan was affected by the magnetic waves, and the character's weight increased. Yiqian Chuanyan hit Wanlu Yinshan with a knee strike. But due to the weight, the speed of this knee strike was much slower than usual. Wanlu Yinshan also easily dodged Yiqian Chuanyan knee attack, and then did not choose to counterattack Yiqian Chuanyan, but chose to reunite with the team. We can't divide the battlefield. We have to fight together, with more people against fewer, Xiao Shiqin hurriedly commanded. So far, he found that the rhythm of the melee has been completely controlled by Luan Hui. Now he must change his fighting style to have a chance. It happened that Guimei successfully dragged Luan Hui's rear, before Shiga Zirua fully recovered. It was impossible for Luan Hui to support the front battlefield. After Wanlu Yinshan and Sheng Lingmi reunited, they rushed to the front. Yiqian Chuanyan was slower because of the weight of the magnetic field coil. At this time, on the front battlefield, the Guardian had been knocked to the ground by Yu Xingchen, and his blood volume was not very healthy. Sui Feng was the same, and he was no match for Yun Shanluan at all. Fortunately, Wanlu Yinshan and Sheng Lingmi arrived in time, and Wanlu Yinshan directly activated the Elemental Mage's level 70 ultimate move, Thunder and Fire. Dai Yinchi manually controlled the attack position of the lightning, and the lightning struck Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanluan, who were still moving. Yun Shanluan was unfortunately struck, causing burning and paralysis. Sui Feng took the opportunity to use the spinning leg to bend the paralyzed Yun Shanluan to the ground. The fallen Soul Protector wanted to entangle Yu Xingchen. Sheng Lingmi turned on the thrusters to accelerate, and attacked Yu Xingchen with a knee strike. Yu Xingchen turned around and stabbed Sheng Lingmi directly with a round dance stick, and then threw him to the ground. Wanlu Yinshan also wanted to use the Frost Snowball to attack Yu Xingchen, but unfortunately Yu Xingchen dodged it sideways, and then turned around and stabbed the Soul Protector, who stood up with a wrathful dragon piercing the heart. The Soul Protector didn't expect that Yu Xingchen's target was still himself. Angry Dragon piercing the heart directly and accurately pierced the Soul Protector's heart, and the extremely strong penetrating effect directly pierced the Soul Protector's heart. Is this guy so accurate? Wei Chen was a little surprised. Once was luck, but what about multiple times? His dynamic vision is really terrifying. Yishio nodded and said, the Soul Protector, who finally seized the opportunity to stand up, thinking that Yu Xingchen just had his back to him, thought about Yu Xingchen beating on him just now, and clenched his battle axe with both hands, ready to stab Yu Xingchen in the back. As a result, Yu Xingchen seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He turned around and used the Angry Dragon piercing hard break to knock him out again. In fact, Yu Xingchen's mind was not on Sheng Lingmi from the beginning. His target was always the Soul Protector. Seeing the Soul Protector flying towards him, Yu Shanluan grabbed Sui Feng, who was still attacking him, with both hands, and then used the same spinning leg to bend Sui Feng to the ground. He stood up and grabbed the Soul Protector with both hands and threw him into the air. Then Yun Shanluan forced a leap and smashed the Soul Protector hard towards Sui Feng, who fell to the ground in the air. Judo level 65 ultimate move, Slam Dunk in the sky. Sui Feng was also hurt by the shockwave generated by the Soul Guardian landing. And at this time, Yiqian Chuanyan also attacked Wanlu Yinshan and Sheng Lingmi again. The Soul Guardian, who finally landed, had no teammates to support him, and was picked up by Yu Xingchen gun tip, and hit the sky. The Soul Guardian flew into the air again, but this time it was floating. Why does it feel like this guardian angel is being kicked like a ball by Samsara? Wei Chen said. So miserable. Baozi said. The Thunder people wanted to save the Soul Guardian, and Sheng Lingmi rushed towards the Soul Guardian regardless of Yiqian Chuanyan obstruction. However, just when Sheng Lingmi was about to hit Yu Xingchen with a rocket punch, a wave sword interrupted his action. Shida Zirua had recovered, and the two rushed to the front battlefield at the same time. Xuetzai. What's the situation? Xiao Shiqin asked. But no one responded to him. Gui Meikai was taken away. When? Jieben said in shock, as all of them were focused on the front battlefield. They had no idea what was discovered in the rear. Fortunately, the director showed a small window, and people realized that it was Gui Meikai who couldn't hold back. In Gui Meikai field of vision, there was only Xiao Guzirua, who happened to be using the recovery technique at this time. So Gui Meikai couldn't help but attack Xiao Guzirua with a Thorn Storm. But he didn't know that this was a trap of reincarnation. At the moment of the attack, an electric light wave array rose under his feet. Gui Meikai, who entered the array, couldn't avoid the electric ball in the space at all. Before Gui Meikai could react, Wu Lang Lightning Wave Sword was very fast and successfully hit Gui Meikai, causing a paralysis effect. Full-level Lightning Wave Sword, Yu Wanzhou said in surprise. Seeing Gui Meikai in a paralyzed state, Wu Lang cooperated with Xiao Guzi Ruo to take Gui Meikai away. Because the move was too fast, Fang Xuecai subconsciously wanted to report the information with text, forgetting that the rule change allowed voice communication. However, there was no time for him to regret. Wu Lang had already eliminated him with a wave-breaking slash. Gui Meikai elimination completely affected the situation on the field, as the support of Sheng Lingmi was interrupted by Wu Lang. Yu Xingchen charged on the spot to use the Battle Mage's level 70 ultimate move Fu Long Xiang Tian. The perspective of the Guardian of the Spirit, who was still floating in the air, was surrounded by blue. Suddenly, a blue dragon appeared in front of him. Before he could react, the dragon opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the Guardian of the Spirit directly, eliminating him. In a flash, Thunder had lost 2 people. Wang Junjie, the 6th player of Thunder, was rushing to the front battlefield with his sword dance. However, another wave of attacks from Samsara came, and Thunder seemed to be unable to bear it. After solving the thorn of Gui Meikai, Samsara completely let go. No more. Yishio shook his head and said, "It seems that the rule change still has an impact." Looking at Fang Xuecai's operation just now, it can be seen that he chose to report information with text when he was doomed to die. This was a subconscious action, Yu Wanzhou said. So in the next training match, none of you are allowed to report information with text. Especially you, Xiao Yan. If you do it once, you will be punished to eat okra for a week, Yu Wanzhou stipulated. Eat okra again. No. Chapter 209 Desperate Thunder. First win in the playoffs. After confirming that Gui Mei was eliminated, Thunder's momentum suddenly dropped to the lowest point. Sheng Lingmi still wanted to help the Soul Guardian to remove the fire, but it was obvious that Samsara would not give him this opportunity. The moment Wang Junjie's Jian Wuqing rushed to the front battlefield, the Soul Guardian was also taken away by Yu Xingchen. At this time, a 4v5 situation was formed, but Thunder's health was obviously not dominant. The lowest health on Samsara's side was Lu Buiyu and Yun Shanluan, who was close to red blood at this time. The health of the other few people except Wu Lang and Xiao Guzi Ruo was relatively low, as Xiao Guzi Ruo used angel wings to stay in the air. A bright light hit Sui Feng, the priest's level 40 skill. Light of the Holy Commandment. Focus on Sui Feng. Jiang Guotao made the next instruction in the voice of the Samsara team. This Holy Commandment light also told Lei Ting that their target was Sui Feng. After Sheng Lingmi dodged Wulong Fiery Wave Sword, he opened the mechanical box and released magnetic waves in the direction of Yan Shanluan and Yuxingqinshan, increasing the weight of the two. Sui Feng took the opportunity to grab Yan Shanluan with one hand. Yan Shanluan was thrown to the ground with a throw, and then Luan Luinshan hid behind the only remaining stall and released the Elemental Mage's level 65 Ice Magic skill Absolute Zero on the front battlefield. Yan Shanluan, who fell to the ground, saw the formation of a magic circle on the ground and quickly opened the steel bone. However, Yuxingqinshan was not so lucky and was successfully frozen by Absolute Zero. Just when Sheng Lingmi was about to attack the frozen Yuxingqinshan, Xiao Ziruo, who was suspended in the air, sang to Yuxingqinshan and released his concentration, which lifted Yu Xingqinshan frozen state. But on the other side, Sui Feng cooperated with Luan Lu Yinshin in the distance to successfully take away Yin Shanluan. But before he could come to his senses, he was successfully taken away by Yi Qian Chuanyan Barrett's sniper. As for Jian Wuqing, who had just arrived to support his teammates, not only did he not put pressure on Yi Qian Chuanyan, but he was also forced to float in the air by Yi Qian Chuanyan's precise knee strike. After Sui Feng was eliminated, Thunder had lost 3 people. If Samsara wanted to end it quickly, they only needed to focus on killing one person. In this way, their team game head count would reach 9 points. Even if Thunder won the team game later, they would have already lost in terms of total points. Bei hurriedly analyzed the situation on the field to the audience. In this team game, Samsara had already won 80% of the victory rate. Sheng Lingmi and Luan Lu Yinshan wanted to focus on the remaining blood Yu Xingqinshan. But as the holy light lit up on Yu Xingqinshan, their hopes were shattered. 3v5. The opponent also brought a priest. The game was actually over. On the other side, Jian Wuqingge had been beaten unilaterally by Yiqiang Chuanyun. Shang Lingmi was completely unable to stop Yu Xingchen alone. And Wulong in the distance was still constantly limiting Wanlu Yinshan long-range output. After Du Ming Wuxuang Goyue arrived at the battlefield, Lu and Hui began to work together to harvest the remnants. Du Ming first cooperated with Yiqiang Chuanyun to take Jian Wuqingge away. And then the five of them worked together to take away Shang Lingmi and Wanlu Yinshan. The plan of the two to take away Yu Xingchen before their death was declared shattered after Xiaga Zerua's great healing spell. Let us congratulate Lu and Hui for taking away Thunder with only one loss. And they defeated Thunder with a big score of 11-3 and won the first victory of the playoffs. The cup announced the result. It is obvious from this match that the gap between the two teams is still quite large. Thunder's strategy has also been implemented, such as the Ice Lion splitting the formation, allowing the Ghost to harass the rear. But their strength cannot penetrate the two front characters of Samsara. On the contrary, Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanwan have no pressure at all facing Thunder's siege. Jianbin concluded, the gap is too big, and Samsara's skill points have helped. The skill points of all of them have obviously increased a lot, which also means that some skills that were not fully filled before may not be the case now. Yu Wenzhou analyzed this duel. TSK. We seem to have created a big devil. Yishio smacked his lips and said, no way. That's 30 million. It's all money. Wei Chen took out his mobile phone to check the balance in the app again. Every time he saw the balance, he felt indescribable happiness. Look at you. Yishio rolled his eyes at Wei Chen. By the way, we are going to play against Excellent Era in the challenge match. Are you ready? Qinhua asked. It's still early for the challenge. Our current task is to upgrade the character's level and weapons to the maximum, Yishio said. On the scene, congratulations on winning this game, Xiao Shiqin said to all the members of Samsara. No one knew his feelings. This was a life and death battle for Thunder. If they lost, they would go to Samsara home court in the next game, and it would be more likely to be bad. Come on. Jiang Butao encouraged Xiao Shiqin. Senior Xiao. Come on. Zhou Yichen hugged Xiao Shiqin. Looking at the back of Samsara leaving, Xiao Shiqin had an indescribable emotion. Whether to continue to stay in the Thunder or go out to fight for the championship. Captain, we all support you, Dai Yanqi said to Xiao Shiqin. And the other people in the Thunder were the same. Without Xiao Shiqin, there would be no Thunder today. In the post-match interview, all members of Samsara approved of the tactical arrangement of Thunder Captain Xiao Shiqin. Jiang Butao even said that if they had not prepared before the game, they might have overturned. Of course, whether this was true or polite is unknown. On the Thunder side, Xiao Shiqin first said that his tactical arrangement still had certain flaws, and he failed to anticipate that the improvement of Samsara's skill points was the main reason for today's failure. Regarding the reporter's comments on Samsara positive ability, Xiao Shiqin believed that Samsara positive ability is currently the top in the league. If you want to defeat Samsara, you must find a breakthrough from the side. It is too difficult to do it from the front, unless Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zikai make a big mistake in their operation. Of course, no one would choose to criticize Thunder after losing this game, because no one was optimistic about their ability to defeat Samsara before the game, even in Thunder's own home court. After this defeat, Thunder was basically eliminated. After the game, the hot searches on the internet were all about Samsara's skill points, especially Yu Xingchen. Many bloggers analyzed the entire game and found that Yu Xingchen's skill points were 5,000, which was 120 points higher than the 4880 of the previous character with the highest skill points in the league. To Mo Gu Yin. Everyone was sighing. Originally, they thought that Samsara might suffer in command in the playoffs against a team with a tactical master. But Samsara move gave them a great shock. As far as Zhou Yichen's performance in this game was concerned, he was completely worthy of the regular season MVP. And many people believed that this Zhou Yichen was the strongest form. After the game between Samsara and Thunder, the first game of the lower half will be held the next day, Blue Rain vs Howling. At the home court of Howling, both teams made unexpected personnel arrangements in the 5v5 arena. The starting player for Blue Rain was Yu Wenzhou. You should know that Yu Wenzhou has rarely appeared in the single-player and team arena this season. I didn't expect that Yu Wenzhou would be the starting player in this 5v5 arena. Senior, you should be the starting player because he wants to focus on the map selected by Howling at the first time, Jiang Butao said in the Samsara conference room. The map selected by Howling today is the port town. A map with a very comprehensive style. Not only with small streams, streets and indoors. I thought Howling would choose a simple map. But I didn't expect it to choose such a complex map. Joey Chen said in surprise. This map seems to be very suitable for Fang Rui. Fang Minghua said. It really fits senior Fang style. Jiang Butao nodded and said. The starting lineup of Wind Howl was not Vice-Captain Fang Rui, nor Captain Tang Hao, but the best rookie of the season, Zhao Yujie. Everyone was looking forward to Zhao Yujie's performance. But the final result was that it was Wind Howl's choice of map. But Zhao Yujie was played around by Yu Wenzhou. Too naive. Joey Chen shook his head and said. I guess Wind Howl didn't expect Senior Yu to play in the 5v5 arena. LD Buiyuan interrupted. Isn't Wind Howl looking for death by choosing this map? Wei Chen said, after seeing Yu Wenzhou defeat Zhao Yujie effortlessly in the first game. Don't tell me. This map is really suitable for clumsy performance. Yishuo laughed. Wind Howl must get enough points to win the 5v5 arena. Otherwise in a team competition, Blue Rain, who opened the team voice chat, will not be able to withstand it. Yishuo then said. Is it that exaggerated? Wei Chen muttered. Huh? Didn't everyone on the internet say that Blue Rain would be invincible if they opened up their team chat? We know after we check it out, Yishuo said. Chapter 210 Impeccable Teamwork. The Disappearing Priest. Let us congratulate Yu Wenzhou for defeating Wang Bai and winning 2 points for Blue Rain. Even a clumsy player can defeat 2. It's your turn. Okay. Old Wei. Yishuo touched Wei Chen, who was a little depressed, with his shoulder. TSK. What's the big deal about defeating 2? I can defeat 3 of these little guys from Howling at least. Old Wei said confidently. Go ahead and brag. After the second player of Howling, Wang Bai, was eliminated, the third player, Fang Rui, successfully took away Yu Wenzhou. Compared with the first 2, Fang Rui knew Yu Wenzhou too well. After all, Fang Rui was in the Blue Rain youth training camp before, and Yu Wenzhou happened to be most afraid of encountering uncontrollable players like Fang Rui, who were too wretched. After sending Yu Wenzhou away, the second player to appear on the Blue Rain team was Lin Feng. The head-on confrontation between the Sleazy and Combat schools ended up with the Combat school being no match for the Sleazy team in the port town with complex terrain. In the second half, Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore and swore, and was given a yellow card warning by the referee. Seeing the team equalize the score, the enthusiasm of all the fans of Wind Howling was aroused. But it was quickly extinguished. The third player to appear on the Blue Rain team was Song Xiao. As expected, as soon as he came to the stage of the playoffs, Song Xiao seemed to have opened up his Ren and Du meridians, and his condition was obviously much better than that of the regular season. Song Xiao not only took away the low-health Fang Rui, but also played his best and successfully defeated the fourth player of Wind Howling, Li Rui, but still lost to Tang Hao. In the head-on battle between Yu Feng and Tang Hao, Yu Feng finally won the game. The 5v5 ring match between the two teams ended with a score of 5-3, and Blue Rain temporarily led. This is definitely not good news for Wind Howl. They are famous for being strong in single-player competitions, but weak in team competitions. The only 2 players with high combat literacy in the team are Tang Hao and Fang Rui. But their styles are completely different, which leads to a weird atmosphere in the Wind Howl team. That is the main battle faction led by Tang Hao and Zhao Yujie, and the wretched faction led by Fang Rui and Ruan Yongbin. The next step is the team competition between the 2 teams. The starting lineup of Blue Rain is still Yu Wenzhou, Wang Xiaoyan, Yu Feng, Zheng Xian and Su Jingxi. And the 6th player Song Xiao remains unchanged. The starting lineup of Wind Howl is Tang Hao, Fang Rui, Zhao Yujie, Ruan Yongbin and Li Rui. And the 6th player is Wang Bai. For the team competition, Wind Howl also selected the carefully prepared map, Green Wind Track. In Tang Hao opinion, this map can perfectly solve their team style problem. The main battle Tang Hao and Zhao Yujie will first grab the point in the middle, and Fang Rui and Ruan Yongbin will explore the surrounding Eye of the Wind. However, imagination is beautiful. Reality is cruel. Although Howling's separate exploration is faster than Blue Rain, when the 2 teams met in the middle, Howling's team was not fully assembled. Fang Rui Gimi Shini went to set traps. As for Ruan Yongbin Healer, no one except the director knew his location. After not seeing the priest's location, Tang Hao also asked in the team voice, "Where are you, priest? Haven't you finished the exploration yet?" "I have finished the exploration," I am hiding at the position of 144-32. Captain. Why are you hiding so far away? The opponent is coming. Come quickly. Tang Hao shouted. Okay. Seeing that Sharp Wisdom Sword took the lead, Tang San took advantage of the Eye of the Storm in the center of the map and accelerated towards Sharp Wisdom Sword. Zhao Yujie Xiao Guanghuan was also in the back to help Tang San and ask for help on the bicycle. As a priest, Ruan Yongbin of Howling has an exaggerated statistic. His first death rate is 0%. It seems that he can always find some strange points and hide to survive to the end. But I think he needs to understand that this is not a game of eating Kuan. Glory is not a game that can be won by whoever survives to the end. Beaker saw that Ruan Yongbin Healing Spirit was walking and hiding again, and couldn't help saying, Priest, what are you doing? Zhao Yujie was entangled by the night rain sound troubles coming from the side. And Feng Rui Ghost was also discovered by Blue Rain. Be careful of the traps in the grass. Try to walk on the main road. Lao Yu will lead Tang Hao here. Xiao Tian, be careful. The opponent may come back to help. Yu Wenzhou commanded in an orderly manner in the team voice. Blue Rain's team cooperation is fully demonstrated. But on the other hand, why hasn't the priest of Howling arrived at the front battlefield yet? Jianbin was a little confused. Where is the priest? Why does this priest feel more wretched than the wretched Fang? Yishio said. They are afraid of death. They dare to fight against other teams head-on. But once they face a stronger team, they become cowards. They only bully the weak and fear the strong. Wei Chen said. Finally, under the whistling call, the healer arrived at the front battlefield. Blue Rain had expected this. Yu Wenzhou charged a curse arrow and shot it at the healer. The healer was so scared that he opened his angel wings and stayed in the air. Then he threw a sacred fire at the sharp sword in front. Fengmong Huijian stepped back and left the burning range of the holy fire. Tang Hao wanted to stop Fengmong Huijian, but was affected by the grenade in the rain of bullets. He had to stop chasing and turn to support Xiao Guangwen, who was floating in the air by Yeyu Shangfan. Xiao Tian retreat. Zheng Xian fire support. Yu Wenzhou commanded. Got it. Yeyu Shangfan used a sword slash, and then a 3-stage slash to move back to a safe distance. Tang San wanted to chase, but was blocked by the rain of bullets. Now Howling was having a hard time. Blue Rain came and went as they pleased, and they could not stop the opponent at all. Zheng Xian paid attention to the priest. Lao Yu went forward. Xiao Yan went from the side. I provide fire support. Go! Blue Rain attacked Howling again. Howling chose to let Feng Rui Gimi Shini deal with the troublesome night rain. Tang Sanda and Dan Che Wendian supported the sharp sword, and Xiao Guang changed to provide fire support in the back. However, as Yu Wenzhou Soxer chanted to Tang Sanda and Dan Che Wendian, and used the Warlock's level 60 skill Chaos Rain, Blue Rain's formation was completely deployed. In this wave of offensive, Blue Rain vowed to kill Howling. Guns and bullets interrupted the chanting of the Soul Healer with a stiff bullet and knocked him back to the ground from the sky. Then, he came behind the sharp sword and used the ammunition expert's level 70 Chaos Thunder. 8 grenades with different damage effects exploded around Tang Sanda and Dan Che Wendian. But the two of Howling reacted very quickly and directly activated the steel bones to offset some of the damage of the Chaos Thunder while purifying the chaotic state. However, the sharp sword activated the Berserker's level 50 awakening skill. Bloodthirsty fight. Seeing the cooperation of the rain of bullets and the sharp sword, people seemed to see the chaos of the flowers at that time. The firepower of the rain of bullets and the blood of the sharp sword made Howling retreat step by step. Xiaoguang changed to an ice line, and the magic barrier formed later just separated the rain of bullets and the sharp sword. The two people of Howling tried to evacuate, but Swoksar's 6-star light prison followed closely and successfully framed Tang San and the bicycle. Send. Zhou Yichen saw the two trapped and directly sentenced Howling to death. The two people in front of Howling were all framed. So what Blue Rain had to do next was to get rid of the other three. At this time, Gue Mi Shen could no longer withstand the attack of Yi Shangfan. Facing Yi Shangfan falling Phoenix Slash, Gue Mi Shen used escape to avoid it, and then turned on stealth and disappeared in front of Yi Shangfan. Oh my god! This wretched Fang. Forget it. I'm not targeting you anyway. Huang Xiaoyan thought. Yi Shangfan slashed at Xiao Guanghuan with a silver blade. Xiao Guanghuan used instant movement to dodge the silver blade, and just as he was about to face Yi Shangfan attack, Yi Shangfan chose to switch his fire to the healer. And Xiao Guanghuan was also entangled by the sharp sword. Hui Xiao is very passive now, Beige explained as he looked at the situation on the field. Hui Xiao, 2 people were trapped in the 6-star light prison. So the winner of this game depends on whether the other 3 people of Hui Xiao can withstand Blue Rain's attack. Jian Bin analyzed. But it was obvious that these 3 people couldn't hold on. Before the 6-star light prison dissipated, the first to be taken away was Hui Xiao priest healer. Yi Yu Sheng Fan sword settled the world, and then the long sky stab successfully took away the healer. The 0% first death rate of the healer was officially broken. Before the fans of the Howling team had time to feel sad for the healer's elimination, Zhao Yujie Shaoguang was slashed by the sharp sword and floated into the air. Then he was taken away by a hail of bullets. In an instant, the fans of the Howling team lost 2 people. At this time, Yu Wenzhou was still directing the Blue Rain team, and Huang Xiaoyan would occasionally interrupt. As for the Howling team, they were completely silent. After the 6-star light prison dissipated, the 2 were completely surrounded by the Blue Rain. Before the 6th person of the Howling team arrived, the bicycle boy Wendian was beaten out by the Blue Rain team. Following closely behind was Tang Sanda, who vowed to never retreat. In this way, it took 10 minutes for the Blue Rain to successfully wipe out the Howling team. Why 10 minutes? Because Fang Rui dragged the Blue Rain for more than 7 minutes. Although the ending was already determined, Fang Rui still wanted to discuss the Blue Rain. In the end, the Blue Rain won the game without losing a single person. Glory! Let us congratulate Blue Rain for winning this match. They finally defeated Wind Howl 11-3 and won the first match. Beige said. Yu Wenzhou command and Blue Rain's overall coordination were fully demonstrated in this match. It was perfect. Jianbin spoke highly of Blue Rain's teamwork. Blue Rain is really amazing, Jiang Butao said after watching the match. The command was so clear. After playing Blue Rain's internal voice chat after the match, Zhou Yichen discovered that Yu Wenzhou was the only voice in the team. And even Huang Xiaoyan was much more restrained. It seems that we will have a fight with Blue Rain in the end. Chapter 211 Tiny Herb's Head Tactics. As Blue Rain roared away, the score between the 2 teams reached 1-0. In the next game, Tiny Herb will go to Blue Rain's home court to face their life and death battle. If they win, they still have a chance. But if they lose, they will have a holiday. In the eyes of Tiny Herb's top management, it is already a good thing that they can enter the playoffs this season. After all, they changed the team midway. They didn't expect to enter the playoffs and find some big problems. This is not a loss for Tiny Herb. After the game between Blue Rain and Tiny Herb is over, the next match will be the closest match in the quarterfinals. Tiny Herb, ranked 4th in the regular season, will face Tyranny, ranked 5th in the regular season. The first game was held at Tyranny home court. The atmosphere on the scene was still so hot. Under the light, the field was a sea of red, and there was also a touch of healthy green. First of all, let us welcome the champion of the 5th season of the Honor Professional League, the Tiny Herb team. The Tiny Herb was born from a tiny seed, and a tiny seed can become a prairie. The Tiny Herb fans in the away area also shouted the slogans of their own team to cheer for the players who were about to appear. If we were to say which home court in the league is the most terrifying, it would be Tyranny. In addition to Samsara, Samsara is more because of the terrifying strength of the players, while Tyranny is because of the terrifying atmosphere of the whole court. The audience in Q City is too enthusiastic. Often, some teams cannot even play 1/10 of their level when facing Tyranny home court, and they lose the game. Therefore, Tyranny home court is a great test of the mentality of the players for the away team. Next, let us welcome the champion of the 4th season of the Honor Professional League, the Tyranny team. Tyranny! 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 Seeing their own team coming out, all the Tyranny fans began to beat gongs and drums, and the momentum was very huge. In terms of momentum, Tyranny is second. Who dares to claim first place? However, when the camera cut to Tiny Herb, except for the rookie Gao Yingjie, who was a little reserved, everyone else was very calm. After all, Tiny Herb and Tyranny had played against each other in the playoffs. When Tiny Herb won the championship, Tyranny was sent away in the semifinals. Tiny Herb's goal this season is also the championship. It entered the finals 3 times in a row before, but missed the championship twice. Wang Jieshi now shares the title of second runner-up with Zhang Jiala. But Wang Jieshi is luckier than Zhang Jiala because he won the championship and Zhang Jiala did not. How will the starting lineups of the 2 teams be arranged? Please look at the big screen. Pan Lin commented. The two commentators today are Pan Lin and Li Bo. After all, Tyranny is Li Bo old club. So it is normal to invite Li Bo to comment. Tyranny, Wang Qixin. ID -9 degrees. Professional sharpshooter. Tiny Herb, Lu Shubia. ID Flying Sword. Professional swordsman. The map chosen by Tyranny is also very interesting. That is, the arena map was chosen. It is worthy of Tyranny. And it is straightforward without any detours. The first game ended very quickly. This season, Lu Shubia obviously intended to control his hand speed and maintain it at a relatively balanced point. The first game ended very quickly. Although this map is conducive to the performance of Wang Qixin sharpshooter. With a flying knife sword phantom 14 swords. It finally defeated Wang Qixin -9 degrees. Do you think 14 swords will be his limit? Yu Wenzhou looked at Huang Xiaotian after seeing this duel. No. I feel that he is obviously restraining his hand speed. 14 swords should not be his limit. Huang Xiaotian answered honestly. Seeing Wang Qixin failure, Tyranny did not say much. The second person to play was Zhou Guangyi, the key figure who helped Tyranny defeat Samsara last time. But Zhou Guangyi last time did not help Tyranny to equalize the score. Instead, Lu Shubia was in a very hot state. Facing Tyranny devilish home court, he went 1-on-2. Then Tyranny sent Han Wenqing to the court to stop the decline. After taking away the low-health Lu Shubia, Han Wenqing defeated Li Hui and Gao Yingjie in succession. Tyranny relied on Han Wenqing's outstanding performance to tie the score of the 5v5 ring match to 3-2. 1-on-5. 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 The Tyranny fans at the scene were still shouting the slogan of 1-on-5. But Wang Jieshi, who came up, quickly poured cold water on Tyranny. Wang Jieshi reversed 1-on-3 and took Tyranny directly. The subsequent by Yanfei and Lin Jingyan failed to stop the magician's pace. The ring match ended, and Tiny Herb temporarily led 5-3. The starting lineup of Tyranny in the team match was Han Wenqing, Zhang Xinjie, Bai Yanfei, Lin Jingyan and Zhou Guangyi. And the sixth person was Wang Qixin. The starting lineup of Vichy Gaming is Wang Jieshi, Deng Fusheng, Yuan Baiqing, Li Hui and Lu Shubia. And the sixth player is Gao Yingjie. Just looking at the lineup, it can be seen that Vichy Gaming impact is very strong. And Yuan Baiqing even chose to use the more offensive cordyceps. Vichy Gaming wants to play a fast break? Zhou Yichen said when he saw the lineup of Tiny Herb. Tyranny chose the War Grassland, which they did not use often this season. It seemed that they decided to play a fast attack. And Tiny Herb's lineup just met Tyranny expectations. After both sides entered the grassland below the third floor, the game was very intense. Tiny Herb seemed to be liberated and launched a crazy attack on Tyranny across the board. Yuan Baiqing's cordyceps also rushed to the front. In the end, the first to die was Rhoda of Tyranny by Yanfei. And Zhou Guangyi performed equally well. He successfully hit cordyceps with a life-threatening blow. But Tiny Herb did not make any corresponding deployment for cordyceps. Tiny Herb is playing so crazy? Huang Xiaotian was stunned. Is this still Tiny Herb? Don't they want to win? Zheng Xian asked. No. On the contrary. Everything is within Tiny Herb's expectations. Yu Wenzhou suddenly thought of something. What does the captain mean? The Blue Rain team looked at Yu Wenzhou, who smiled and said, now it's not about who wins the team competition. It's the kills. Samsara also guessed the strategy of Tiny Herb. The kill points. But obviously Tyranny on the field has not reacted yet. Because in their opinion Tiny Herb is completely trapped in its own rhythm. It was not until Zhou Guangyi and Dongkong Xiakeo completed a 1-for-1 exchange that Zhang Xinjie discovered the problem. Not good. Their goal is the kill points, Zhang Xinjie said quickly. And Han Wenqing also frowned. He also discovered Tiny Herb's intention. The score on the field is now 7-4. If Tiny Herb gets 2 more kills, they will enter the extra round. However, the situation is worse. With the elimination of Zhou Guangyi and Bai Yanfei, Tyranny firepower is obviously insufficient. Tiny Herb's desperate play has achieved results. The sixth man, -9 degree, was tightly clamped by Wang Bulixing. And the front desert Guyan also solved the Duhua, who activated the chivalry. The result was that Lin Jingyan Lung and Lei was taken away by Duhua and Zhan Yiluan Fei. And it was another 1-for-1 exchange. Just when the people of Tyranny were panicking, Zhang Xinjie stood up, opened the angel wings to stay in the air to provide treatment for Dynamo Guyan, and threw a sacred fire to Wang Bulixing, helping Ling Xiaojiu to resolve the crisis. However, just when the Tyranny fans breathed a sigh of relief, Lu Shubia's flying knife had already stabbed Sherbujuan, and the silver light-fell blade successfully forced Sherbujuan to the ground. Then, after Muin, the sixth player of Wei Chao, arrived quickly, the three of them directly ignored Ling Xiaojiu and launched a fatal attack on Sherbujuan on the ground. Zhang Xinjia Sherbujuan was tightly stuck. Demo Guyan wanted to support his own priest, but his legs were tightly hugged by Zhang Yiluan Fei, which reminded Han Wenqing of bad things. Seeing Zhang Yiluan Fei grabbing him, Han Wenqing repelled him with a collapsed fist, and then charged Overlord Fist to hit Zhang Yiluan Fei, who was hit by the powerful impact and flew backwards. As for 09 degrees, Sherbujuan was already a little exhausted. The three members of Wei Chao followed their goal and ignored 09 degrees. Just after the remaining Fei Dao Jian took Sherbujuan away with a sword, Demo Guyan arrived and took Fei Dao Jian away with a Tong Bei fist. Muin. After Han Wenqing said something to Wang Qixian in the team voice, he punched Muin. Muin couldn't hold on, and was knocked to the ground by Demo Guyan Thousand Jin Jue. Just when Han Wenqing was about to use the boxer's level 70 ultimate move, Fierce Tiger Dance, Zhang Yiluan Fei arrived and grabbed Demo Guyan with one hand. Demo Guyan then activated the steel bones and hit Zhang Yiluan Fei and Muin at the same time with a whirlwind kick. Wow, that's a powerful kick. Yishio couldn't help but admire the performance of his old rival. Demo Guyan then added a high kick and successfully took away Zanya Luanfei. However, before the Tyranny fans could roar, the other side's 09 degrees still couldn't withstand Wang Bulixing offensive and was sent out by Wang Bulixing. And Muin was eliminated by Demo Guyan shortly afterwards. The field finally formed a 1v1 situation, with Tyranny Captain Han Wenqing against Tiny Herb Captain Wang Jieshi. At this time, Wang Jieshi Wang Bulixing was at a disadvantage in health, but the result was already out. Tiny Herb won the game, although Han Wenqing successfully defeated Wang Jieshi and got a pentakill in the end. They lost to Tiny Herb 9-10 in terms of points. Many Radical Tyranny fans at the scene began to feel dissatisfied with the new competition system announced by the league. Obviously, we won the team competition, but we lost the game in the end. And Tiny Herb's goal from the beginning was to go for heads. But the doubts of Tyranny fans did not affect the overall situation. With the victory of Wei Chao, the home team has not won a single victory so far. I wonder if Void can do it tomorrow. Chapter 212. The first round of the playoffs results are out. Home curse? With the results of Wei Chao and Tyranny, all the teams playing at home have lost in the first round. And the internet has even triggered a heated discussion about the playoffs home curse. Only the last game between Yenyu and Void is left. It depends on whether Void can break this home curse. I feel a sense of pressure for no reason. Before the game, Li Xian, the captain of Void, said, "We don't need to pay attention to the outside voices. Just play well. Understand? Captain." Compared to the somewhat serious Void, Yenyu is much more relaxed. Yenyu is a frequent visitor to the playoffs. However, they have a demon in their heart like Thunder. That is, they can't get through the first round of the playoffs. Thunder has gone far this season, and it depends on whether Yenyu can break through their own demon. Will there be pressure? Chu Yunxiu asked Qiu Fei, who was a little restrained. After all, Qiu Fei was the only one in the team who had not experienced the playoffs. A little bit, Qiu Fei said truthfully. It's okay. Everyone has their first time. Besides, we beat them twice in the regular season. There's no reason to be weak. Li Hua patted Qiu Fei on the shoulder and said, at 8 p.m., the last game of the first round of the playoffs officially started at the home court of Void. After the introduction of the two teams, the game officially began. In the 5v5 ring match, the starting lineups of the two teams were Li Hua, the vice-captain of the Yenyu team, and Wu Yuz, the vice-captain of the Void team. The two teams started with a battle of vice-captains. Void was well prepared for this match. The ring match map was the forest corridor. In the first game, relying on his familiarity with the map, Wu Yuz narrowly defeated Li Hua and won the first point for Void. However, the second player on the Yenyu side was Qiu Fei. Wu Yuz's ghost carving entered the map and wanted to deal with Qiu Fei battle format due to his health disadvantage. Although he still fell under the gun of the battle format in the end, he also consumed a lot of the battle format's health. Then came Jia Shiming on the side of Void. He was the successor of Han Wenqing, the captain of Team Tyranny. However, in the 6th season, as Han Wenqing was still in hot form. He chose to leave Team Tyranny after seeing that there was no way out. As a result, he became more and more decadent. This season, he came to Void more as a substitute. If the map chosen by Void was not suitable for Yang Haoxin Gunner, Jia Shiming would not even have a chance to play. In this game, he tried his best to prove to the world that he was still the successor of the former King of Fighters. Unfortunately, Qiu Fei did not give him this opportunity. He lost, not only to Qiu Fei, but also to himself. After walking off the stage, facing the boos of the audience, Jia Shiming quickened his pace. He regretted it. If he was given a chance to start over, he might not choose to leave Tyranny, even if he was a substitute. Qiu Fei 1-on-2 performance made the fans of Yenyu in the away area cheer. Thank you for the gift package sent by Jiashi. We in Yenyu will always remember Jiashi's kindness. Now Jiashi saw Qiu Fei's wonderful performance, and his face was as uncomfortable as eating shit. The better Qiu Fei played, the louder the curses. Especially some radical Jiashi fans said, if Qiu Fei was promoted to the starting lineup, they would have been relegated long ago. This group of stupid management really has a bad brain. Beep. Tao Xian understood that if Yenyu advanced to the semifinals, the public opinion about Qiu Fei and Jiashi would only be greater. Now he could only beg that person to join. As long as he joined Jiashi, Tao Xian believed that Jiashi would rise again in the future. However, the future of Jiashi lies in Yenyu. Fortunately, Li Sun, who played in the third place, did not give Qiu Fei a chance to 1-on-3. Both his health and mana were too low. In addition, Li Sun's Ghost Lantern Firefly played very smartly, and did not choose to fight head-on with Qiu Fei fighting format. In the end, he successfully wore the opponent to death. Oh my god! Su Bin from the assassin world. Some Yenyu fans were stunned. They had never seen such a slow assassin. Although they knew that this was the opponent's tactic, and Li Sun maintained very well in terms of health. The process was indeed a bit tormenting for the audience and the commentator. Well done! Chu Yunxiu praised Qiu Fei, who had returned. It was a good thing that the newcomer was not nervous when entering the playoffs for the first time. Unexpectedly, Qiu Fei also completed a 1-on-2. Although it was not as incredible as Zhou Yichen 1-on-4, it was still amazing enough. It's a pity that I was still thinking about a 1-on-4. After playing 2 games, Qiu Fei became more and more relaxed, although his heartbeat was still very fast. Don't even think about a 1-on-4. That's an effective combination of monsters and plugins. Chu Yunxiu spread his hands and said, the skill points are so high. It is indeed a plugin. Li Hua nodded and said that after the game between Samsara and Thunder, professionals analyzed the latest skill points of all Samsara members. Now the character with the highest skill point in the alliance has changed from Han Wenqing Desert Smoke to Zhou Yichen Yu Xingchen. With 5,000 skill points, Zhou Yichen is like a tiger with wings. Who do you think will win this game? In the Samsara meeting room, Jiang Buotao looked at Zhou Yichen. Yenyu. Zhou Yichen said affirmatively. Let's talk seriously. Don't mix personal feelings into it. Jiang Buotao rolled his eyes at Zhou Yichen. That's Yenyu too. Zhou Yichen spread his hands and said. Reason? Fang Minghua asked. Yenyu front is much stronger than Shukong. And Shukong's firepower is unstable. To be precise, Yang Haoxuan is unstable. But Shukong is not without a chance to win. Zhou Yichen said after a little thought. Unless Li Sun's Ghost Lantern Firefly successfully takes my wife away, I can't think of a reason why Shukong can win. Zhou Yichen said. Yo. You still say there is no personal emotion involved. Du Ming shook his head and said. Hee. I think you are amazing if you can last 8 minutes in her hands now. Zhou Yichen shouted. Senior Chu's performance this season is really good. So far, it seems that Senior Chu has the highest output, Jiang Buotao said. During the discussion of the reincarnation, Chu Yunxiu on the field broke out again, and successfully took away the void, and won the 5v5 ring match. Oh my god! When did this girl become so fierce? Li Xian said after the game. Let us congratulate the Yenyu team for winning this team match. Captain Chu Yunxiu hot state has been maintained from the regular season to the playoffs. The output ranks first in the game again. The performance of newcomer Qiu Fei is also remarkable. In addition to the stable performance of the 2 ghosts on the side of the void, Yang Haoxian performance is a bit abnormal. It seems that the ghost Yang Haoxuan was drawn by the void today. In addition to the performance of the 2 ghosts, the performance of the 2 brothers Yang Haoxuan and Gujiaon also contributed to the 6th place in the regular season this season. After all, the two brothers are the long-range firepower points of the Void. And because of Yang Haoxin's performance of sometimes God and sometimes Ghost, he has gained 3 forms: human, God, and Ghost. Looking at it this way, apart from Tiny Herb and Tyranny, I feel that 3 of the top 4 teams are certain, Yishio said after watching the match. So fast. Qingguo looked at Yishio in surprise. There is no possibility of Samsara and Blue Rain turning over. The problems of Void were completely exposed in this match. Yang Haoxuan was too unstable, which resulted in Void's firepower being empty. And Misty Rain's lineup seemed a bit like Samsara. Yishio analyzed. What about Tiny Herb and Tyranny? Weichen asked. It's not surprising that either of these two teams entered the top 4. Tiny Herb won a game. But can you guarantee that they can beat Tyranny? Even Samsara can't guarantee that, Yishio said. Never underestimate Tyranny. Never underestimate Han Wenqing, Yishio said firmly. The failure of Void means that all 4 teams with home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs have suffered failures. The reason why Thunder and Wind Howl were not as strong as the opponents was that Void could not withstand the firepower coverage of Misty Rain. And their own team was a dud. Tyranny has something to say. I would have won without changing the competition system. The results of the first round were officially released. In the upper half, Samsara 1-0 Thunder. Tiny Herb 1-0 Tyranny. Lower half, Blue Rain 1-0 Wind Howl. Misty Rain 1-0 Void. After the game, major media and newspapers also reported on these 4 games, and even sentenced Thunder and Wind Howl to death. No one would think that these two teams would make a comeback after coming to the home court of Samsara and Blue Rain. You should know that before the start of the playoffs, most people predicted that Samsara and Blue Rain would meet in the finals. For the game between Tiny Herb and Tyranny, many people are still optimistic about Tyranny. They think Tyranny just suffered a loss due to the competition system. But if you analyze that team game carefully, you will find that Tiny Herb played very chaotically, and Tyranny was led by Tiny Herb in a chaotic way. This is the key to Tyranny losing the whole game. Thunder Club. Xiao Shirqin single dormitory. Boss Tao. I don't want to be distracted by discussing these things now. My team needs me. Can we talk after everything is over? Captain Xiao. I understand that Thunder is your home. But it's been so long. It's time to think about your future. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Shirqin was silent. Among the 4 great tactical masters, only Xiao Shirqin has no championship, and has not even entered the semifinals. Is he really qualified to be on par with the other 3? This view pierced his heart like a thorn. You are indeed good at tactics, and you can defeat the strong with the weak. You use your weak shoulders to support the Thunder. But what championship are you? Chapter 213 Unexpected Personnel Arrangement. On June 18, 2023, after the first round of the first round, the second round began without stopping. The time of the playoffs is very tight. Before the start, each team has been given enough time to prepare for the game. So the pace of subsequent games will only get faster and faster. Teams that cannot adapt to the rhythm of the playoffs will eventually be eliminated. Before the game, Xiao Shirqin strolled alone in the home court of the Samsara team, looking at the light shining on the ceiling. He could not see his future clearly. Staying in the Thunder is still the tactical master Xiao Shirqin. But this is the only honor he has. Unconsciously, Xiao Shirqin walked to the lobby of the Samsara Stadium. Seeing the group photo of the champions of last season, Xiao Shirqin strengthened his heart. He did not want to be mediocre. He wanted the championship. Thunder fans will understand me. At 8 p.m., the second match between Samsara and Thunder officially started. This match was also a life and death match for Thunder. If they won, they still had a chance. If they lost, they would be the first team to leave the playoffs like last year. And Samsara would be the first team to enter the semifinals in the 8th season. First of all, let's welcome the Thunder team playing away. Thunder. Come on! Xiao Shirqin. Come on! The Thunder fans in the away area still gave their team a warm cheer when they saw their team appear. Although they knew that this match had little hope, they wanted to contribute to the team and tell their players that they had supporters behind them, and they just had to do their best. Next, let's welcome the regular season champions of the 7th and 8th seasons of the Honor Professional League, the Samsara team, and the champions of the 7th season. Samsara, Samsara, Samsara. The cheers from the audience were deafening. They were no longer the unknown small and medium-sized team they once were. Now they were like giant beasts that broke out of their cages, tearing apart all the enemies that stood in front of the champions. After the two teams were introduced, the captains of both sides fist-bumped. As the holographic projection in the center of the stage slowly unfolded, the two teams walked to the players' seats off the court. The second round of the first game of the playoffs was about to begin. Oh! It's still comfortable in our own home court. Zhou Yichen collapsed on his seat like Guyu. You probably won't have a chance to play today, Du Ming said as he sat next to Zhou Yichen. That's great. Come on, Zhou Yichen said lazily as he sat slumped. Captain, it's up to you today, Zhou Yichen said to Zhou Zikai, who was staring at him. Hello everyone. I'm Xiao Wei, today's commentator. Hello everyone. I'm your old friend Jianbin. Wow. The audience at the home stadium of Samsara is very excited. Jianbin smiled as he watched the Samsara fans, who were constantly shouting slogans off the court. Of course, if Samsara wins this game, they will enter the semifinals. Of course, I don't think this is their goal. Their goal is to defend the championship, Xiao Wei said. Yes. Without further ado, the two teams are ready. The first thing to do is the 5v5 ring match of this season's playoff reform. Please see the big screen for the starting list. Samsara, Zhou Zikai. ID, Yiqiang Chuanyan. Professional sharpshooter. Thunder, Fang Xuecai. ID, Gemaikai. Professional assassin. Map, Ring. The moment they saw Samsara's starting lineup, the whole Thunder team was upset. They didn't expect Samsara to change the starting lineup. You know, Zhou Yichen had always been the starting lineup before, whether it was the singles match last season or the ring match this season. Unexpectedly, Samsara gave them a big surprise at this time. It's okay, Xuecai. Just do your best. Xiao Shiqin patted Fang Xuecai on the shoulder. Just play our own style. Understood, Captain. Fang Xuecai looked at Xiao Shiqin meaningfully, and then walked towards the stage. Please give me more advice, Fang Xuecai said to Zhou Zikai. Yeah, Zhou Zikai responded, and then found that something was missing. So he added, come on. 99%, 100% one shot through the clouds. Loaded. Ghost. Loaded. Map, Arena. Loaded. 3, 2, 1. Fight. As the light curtain disappeared, the two rushed out at the same time, and the holographic projection was divided into two, and the perspectives of the two were presented to the audience. But because Ghost had started running, the subsequent speed was much faster than one shot through the clouds. Ghost took the lead and came to the arena in the center of the map, and then hid at the edge of the arena waiting for one shot through the clouds to come. Finally, as the hurried footsteps got closer and closer, Gue Meikai discovered the figure of Yichang Chuanyun. He pushed his feet hard and rushed towards Yichang Chuanyun at a high speed. He hit Yichang Chuanyun with an arc flash. Yichang Chuanyun reacted very quickly. While dodging the arc flash, he kneed Gue Meikai, who was close to him. Seeing that his skills missed, Gue Meikai could only choose to use footwork to face the wind and move back to avoid Yichang Chuanyun the attack. Before Gue Meikai could stand firm, Yichang Chuanyun fired a burst of bullets at him. Gue Meikai could only use his footwork to change fire, shaking his body, speeding up, and constantly dodging Yichang Chuanyun bullets. As the distance between the two got closer and closer, Yichang Chuanyun also knew Gue Meikai's intention, so he deliberately slowed down to let Gue Meikai get closer to him. Gue Meikai was fooled, and took advantage of the opportunity when Yichang Chuanyun changed bullets to pierce through the heart. However, Yichang Chuanyun squatted down and slid to avoid Gue Meikai piercing through the heart. And at the same time, he jumped up and kicked Gue Meikai on the back. Gue Meikai directly hit the side wall of the ring. And then Yichang Chuanyun started double shooting, and bullets poured madly on Gue Meikai's body. To make matters worse, Gue Meikai entered a bleeding state, and his blood volume continued to decrease. Fang Xuecai knew that if he continued like this, he would be killed by Zhou Zikai. So he used the smoke and dust produced by the cloud-piercing shot on the wall to lure Gue Meikai into the wall. While cloud-piercing shot was changing bullets, Gue Meikai made his move. Level 70 Assassin's ultimate move, a life-threatening attack. This was Gue Meikai's only chance. But cloud-piercing shot's next move completely silenced him. Cloud-piercing shot did not retreat in the face of Gue Meikai's life-threatening attack with flames, but instead faced it, then jumped up and stepped on Gue Meikai's shoulder. and kept shooting at Gui Meikai with both guns. Stepping shot. A very beautiful stepping shot. Shozakai dodged the assassin's ultimate move with just one small skill. Xiao Wei explained. Calm and composed. Like a robot. Wang Xiaoyan analyzed Shozakai operation. After Gui Meikai fatal strike missed, Xiao Shiqin closed his eyes. There was no suspense in this game. An assassin without a fatal strike was just a toy in front of an unobstructed sharpshooter. Moreover, the opponent was the Gun King, and Thunder's defeat was already doomed. Less than 3 minutes later, Gui Meikai was successfully taken away by Yiqian Chuanyun. Except for the fact that Gui Meikai successfully approached Yiqian Chuanyun in the middle. Fang Xuecai had no ability to resist Shozakai 3 rifle physical skills. Let us congratulate Shozakai for winning the first 5v5 ring match. And Yiqian Chuanyun health is still 94%. Which is not good news for Thunder. Xiao Wei explained. I think the purpose of Thunder sending Fang Xuecai in the first game should be to target Zhou Yichen. After all, compared with the sharpshooter, the battle mage is not so flexible, and the hit rate of the fatal strike will be higher. But the personnel adjustment of the reincarnation perfectly resolved the offensive of Thunder. And Thunder was passive. Jianbin analyzed after the game. For Thunder, it's enough to play their own style. There's no need to put so much unnecessary pressure on themselves. The gap between them and Samsara is like a chasm. Yishio said. Hey, this is esports. Cruel and so realistic. Wei Chen sighed and said. Okay. Stop sighing. These have nothing to do with you. The most important thing for us now is to improve ourselves, win the challenge match, and rush into the league. Yishio patted Lao Wei on the shoulder and said, let's give the league some shock. I find that you are bragging more and more without thinking. Chapter 214 Dai Yinchi Outstanding Performance. Shozakai is like a plug-in machine. Captain. It's okay. Don't put so much invisible pressure on yourself. Xiao Shiqin smiled. Go. Xiao Dai. Enjoy the game. The opponent is the top player in the league. As long as we gain something after the game, we will win. Xiao Shiqin then looked at Dai Yinchi on the side. Well, Captain, I will. Dai Yinchi mentality is very good. And she is not affected by the somewhat lost atmosphere of the whole team. She is still the sunny girl. Come on, Dai Yinchi. Enjoy the process. Don't put pressure on yourself. Take a deep breath. Dai Yinchi sat on the gaming chair, constantly adjusting her emotions, until the staff behind her reminded her. Dai Yinchi inserted the character card and entered the game. 99%, 100% Luanlu sound. Loaded. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The countdown ended, and the two ran towards the ring in the center of the map at the same time. To put it bluntly, this map is a killer map, with no detours for you. So it is deeply loved by the two teams, Samsara and Tyranny. This season, this map is used the most by Samsara, followed by Tyranny. Yiqian Chuanyun arrived at the ring one step faster than Luanlu Yinchen, and Luanlu Yinchen followed closely behind. The moment Luanlu Yinchen appeared in Yiqian Chuanyun field of vision, the bullet had already been fired at Luanlu Yinchen, who arrived. Dai Yinchi calmly controlled Luanlu Yinchen to hide behind the bullets from Yiqian Chuanyun. And then a lightning halo hit Yiqian Chuanyun, and Yiqian Chuanyun dodged the instant lightning halo with a side flip. Then he activated the sharpshooter's level 30 times state skill rapid fire. Dai Yinchi watched Shozakai operation and was sweating coldly. Although the two had fought in the first round of the team match, Shozakai was limited by the terrain at that time and his purpose was only to limit his output. So Dai Yinchi did not feel particularly suffocating pressure. But now it is different. The two of them are in a 1v1 match without any restrictions in the ring match. And the map is still unobstructed. Facing Shozakai's strong output, Dai Yinchi can't resist it at all. Only when facing the opponent can you know how much pressure there is. Dai Yinchi now feels that her breathing is tight. It's over. Xiao Dai's mentality is wrong. Xiao Shiqin secretly felt bad. No way. Xiao Dai's mentality is so good. Will it be affected? Chung Tai asked. Only after fighting with Shozakai formally can you feel the pressure. Xiao Shiqin said calmly. If Zhou Yichen relied on superb operation and unparalleled reaction to make you feel powerless to resist, then Shozakai had no weaknesses and suppressed you in all aspects, making you feel suffocated. This is what Dai Yinchi is like now. Steady. Steady. Dai Yinchi. Think about what your idol Chu Yunxia would do at this time. Dai Yinchi calmed down. Nervous? Shozakai thought, seeing that the opponent had a flaw. Zhou Zikai would not give up such a good opportunity, and shot at Wanlu Yinshan. Wanlu Yinshan shot an ice line at Yiqiang Chuanyun. Yiqiang Chuanyun slid to avoid the ice line, and then charged at Wanlu Yinshan with a knee strike. Although Dai Yinchi mentality was fluctuating, she did not stop the operation. Seeing the shot coming, Wanlu Yinshan used the elemental mage's only displacement skill. Instant move. Without hesitation. If it was Senior Chu Yunxiu at this time, he should use Thunder Purgatory and then Fire Storm. Dai Yinchi, you can do it. Dai Yinchi kept cheering herself up in her heart. Wanlu Yinshan moved away from the shot, and then chanted on the spot to release the elemental mage's level 35 skill Thunder Purgatory towards the shot. 6 lightning bolts fell from the sky and struck the shot. The shot stopped shooting and kept dodging the lightning. Although Thunder Purgatory was not a high damage skill, the imprisonment after being struck was the powerful part of this skill. Therefore, Zhou Zikai also made a very rational choice to stop the output and operate Yiqiang Chuanyun to dodge the 6 lightning summoned by Wanlu Yinshan by moving. Wanlu Yinshan looked at Yiqiang Chuanyun swaying left and right to dodge the lightning, and decided to use the elemental mage level 60 skill Flame Storm. Wanlu Yinshan chanted the magic circle on the spot, and a sea of fire was set off near Yiqiang Chuanyun. When Yiqiang Chuanyun was about to escape the magic circle, Wanlu Yinshan turned on his full concentration and shot an instantaneous dark night flying shadow at Yiqiang Chuanyun. Yiqiang Chuanyun was successfully shot, forced to turn 180 degrees, and was blinded for 4 seconds. Oh! Zhou Zikai eyelids twitched. This combo was interesting. The forced turn prevented Yiqiang Chuanyun from escaping the range of Flame Storm in time. But despite being blinded, Zhou Zikai still relied on his super memory to forcibly escape from the range of Flame Storm. What a pervert! Xiao Shiqin couldn't help but sigh at Zhou Zikai's terrifying power when he saw this. You know, Dai Yinchi combo was already released perfectly, but Zhou Zikai responded too quickly. Although the shot through the clouds was damaged by the edge of the fiery storm, it was not burned. If he was a second late in getting out of it, Cloud Piercer might even enter the burning state. TSK. If it were me, I would lose a lot of blood with this set, Zhou Yichen said. This combo is indeed very effective. If you concentrate on it with Dark Night Flying Shadow, it will be hard to defend against. Jiang Buitao nodded and said, although Dai Yanchi was a little shocked. She had no time to think. Looking at Cloud Piercer, who was still blinded, Dai Yanchi operated Wanlu Yinshan to chant the spell on the spot. And then an elemental magic circle appeared under Cloud Piercer's feet. Elemental power. However, just when the magic circle was about to take shape, Cloud Piercer, who was blinded, seemed to have sensed it, and slid out of the range of the elemental magic circle to avoid floating in the air. Ah! The whole place was in uproar. Thunder fans in the away area were silent. Wasn't Yiqian Chuanyun blinded? There's a cheat! Captain, look at him! Wang Xiaoyan shouted directly in the Blue Rain meeting room. And the director also gave Yiqian Chuanyun perspective in the lower left corner, which was pitch black. Then Yiqian Chuanyun vision was restored, and he shot at Wanlu Yinshan, who was accumulating power. Wanlu Yinshan summoned an ice wall in front of him, but Yiqian Chuanyun activated the sharpshooter's level 45 times state skill. Furious shooting. He broke through the ice wall erected by Wanlu Yinshan. At the moment when the ice wall was pierced, Wanlu Yinshan threw a frost snowball at Yiqian Chuanyun. Yiqian Chuanyun shot down the tracking frost snowball with one shot, and Wanlu Yinshan did not wait for the next move. Yiqiang Chuanyun approached Wanlu Yinshan, pulled out his revolver, and kept shooting at Wanlu Yinshan in front of him. Every bullet with a critical hit effect hit Wanlu Yinshan accurately. Full-level random shooting. Xiao Shiqin shouted. Wanlu Yinshan was shot full by Yiqiang Chuanyun, and his health was almost gone. Facing Yiqiang Chuanyun approaching him, Wanlu Yinshan used the Elemental Mage's level 65 ultimate move Absolute Zero at his feet. But Yiqiang Chuanyun did not stop attacking. He forced Wanlu Yinshan to float in the air with a knee strike, and then relied on the hegemony effect during the knee strike to avoid the freezing effect of Absolute Zero. After the knee strike, Yiqiang Chuanyun quickly left the range of Absolute Zero's magic circle. Although he was in a dominant position, he could not avoid the damage. Facing the floating Wanlu Yinshan, Yiqiang Chuanyun shot left and right. Before the duration of Absolute Zero disappeared, Wanlu Yinshan left first. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Zikai for winning this game. He successfully defeated 2, and his health was relatively healthy. Ichiang Chuanyun still had 74% of his health. For Josukai, he could still defeat 3. Beige said. What about 5? Jianbin joked. Well, it's a bit difficult. In this game, the newcomer Dai Yanqi performed very well, although she was a little nervous at the beginning. After all, she was facing Josukai, the top player in the league. But Dai Yanqi performed very well in the subsequent performance. I think players who play elemental mages can remember that combo. Jianbin was very satisfied with Dai Yanqi performance. If players who have not watched this game see that only 20% of the opponent's health is taken away, how can it be called an excellent performance? But after watching it, you will find that Dai Yanqi performance is already good enough. It's just that the opponent is more abnormal. Wow. What a pity. I can do better. The opponent is too scary. After the game, Dai Yanqi wiped the cold sweat from her head with her hand. Josukai put too much pressure on me. I don't know why. There is an invisible pressure affecting me when he stands there. But I also proved with my actual actions that Josukai is not a robot. Facing the instantaneous Night Shadow, Josukai couldn't react. It's not shameful to lose to the Gun King. And I also took away 20% of his health. I am proud enough. Beautiful play. Xiao Shiqin cheered to Dai Yanqi, who came back. You know, when he first saw Dai Yanqi operation, Xiao Shiqin's eyes went dark, and he was too nervous. Just when he thought Dai Yanqi was going to be speed passed by Josukai, Dai Yanqi gave him a surprise. And her subsequent performance was perfect. Xiao Shiqin was very relieved to see the growth of Dai Yanqi. In this way, even if he left Thunder, Thunder would not fall into the relegation zone. If his departure caused Thunder to be relegated, Xiao Shiqin would regret it for the rest of his life. Captain, you won't break my record of 1-on-5. Zhou Yichen said. It's difficult. The mana consumed a lot in this game. 1-on-5 is not difficult in terms of health. But mana, Jiang Buotao explained. Indeed, the game I played against Thunder was like that. I didn't have mana in the subsequent game, so I relied on low-level skills and general attacks to deal damage. It was painful. Zhou Yichen nodded and said. And the captain didn't seem to have the intention of 1-on-5. He played quite unrestrainedly in the subsequent game. Lu Boyuan said. There's nothing I can do. There's another pervert in the team who is always in the starting lineup. And the captain often ends before he even plays. Du Ming spread his hands and said. Hey. Who are you being sarcastic about? It's okay. Just play with confidence. I'm here. I won't let him win 5 games in a row. Xiao Shiqin said to Wang Junjie, who was about to play. This is my last promise to the Thunder. Chapter 215, Josukai is unstoppable. And Thunder becomes a background board. The third player to appear on Thunder's side is Wang Junjie. He has been the main player of Thunder since his debut in the 5th season. In the past 2 seasons, he has been in the 6th position due to Xiao Shiqin's tactical arrangement. Xiao Wei introduced. Wang Junjie's performance this season is still good, and he is getting more and more adapted to the 6th position. Jianbin said. I hope he will perform well in this game, although the opponent is strong. Even if the road ahead is full of thorns, we must persist. Xiao Wei poured some spiritual chicken soup. Yes, both sides are ready. Let's enter the new round of battle. At present, Samsara leads Thunder 2-0. Jianbin said. Thunder, Wang Junjie. ID, Jianwu Qingda. Professional swordsman. 99%, 100% Jianwu Qingda. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! Both sides started the game the same as before, running towards the ring in the center of the map. After all, there is only one road on this map, and the only way to win is to defeat the opponent from the front. It is almost impossible to sneak attack on this killer map. The two climbed the stairs almost at the same time, but Jianwu Qingda used the 3-stage slash to move to the ring first. Seeing the coming Ichiang Chuanyun, Jianwu Qingda jumped into the air and shot a silver blade, and the sword energy slashed at Ichiang Chuanyun. So anxious. Huang Xiaotian was surprised to see Wang Junjie's operation. If he wanted to get on the ring first, there was no need to use the 3-stage slash. The swordsman's jumping ability is very high. When climbing the stairs, he grasped the jumping rhythm, and the speed was very fast. Ichiang Chuanyun turned sideways to avoid the silver blade, and shot a shuttle at Jianwu Qingda with left and right bows. Jianwu Qingda used resistance to parry the bullets of Ichiang Chuanyun, but it was obvious that his blocking speed was not fast enough, and some bullets still hit his body. Jianwu Qingda swayed left and right to dodge the bullets of Yiqiang Chuanyun, and stabbed Yiqiang Chuanyun with a continuous thrust. Yiqiang Chuanyun stepped back to dodge, and kicked Jianwu Qingda with a roundhouse kick. Jianwu Qingda stepped back to dodge, then took a bow step, and slashed at Yiqiang Chuanyun in front of her with a falling phoenix slash. Yiqiang Chuanyun directly met Jianwu Qingda's falling phoenix slash, and while dodging the falling phoenix slash sideways, a knee strike successfully forced Jianwu Qingda to float in the air. What a fast hand speed! Yiqiang Chuanyun dodged this falling phoenix slash, and the knee strike successfully hit. Jianwu Qingda is in trouble, Xiao Wei was passionately explaining. At this time, Wang Junjie also broke out in cold sweat. Why didn't the opponent play according to the routine? After he made a move, shouldn't he retreat? How did he easily dodge his moves and then reward him with a floating? The gap is too big. Wang Xiaotian made a comment after seeing this. Then do you think he can defeat 5 people at once? Yu Wenzhou asked. If he can defeat 5 people at once, I will eat okra for a month. Wang Xiaotian raised his flag. Xiao Huang is so cruel. Yu Feng looked at Huang Xiaotian with some surprise. You should know that Huang Xiaotian hates okra the most now. He wants to vomit when he sees okra now. Haha. Because there will not be enough mana in the end. And as long as Xiao Shiqin has no problem with his brain, he will not be the fourth to appear. But wait at the end. Wang Xiaotian added. After enjoying the floating massage, Jianwu Qingda's health is lower than that of the opponent. The good news is that the opponent's mana is getting less and less. And the bad news is that the opponent's health has not dropped a drop. Jianwu Qingda looked at Yiqiang Chuanyun, who was still pulling at her in the distance, and chose to abandon reason. Since she couldn't win, she might as well live for death. Jianwu Qingda took advantage of the opportunity of Yiqiang Chuanyun to change bullets and approached Yiqiang Chuanyun. Then Jian Dingtian started to try to stiffen Yiqiang Chuanyun. But Zhou Zikai's reaction was too fast. At the moment Jianwu Qingda started to attack, he stepped on Jianwu Qingda's shoulder and then dodged the sword energy with a beautiful slide. Then he half-crouched to activate the level 45 time state skill. Burst shot. The bullet did not stop Jianwu Qingda's steps. He stabbed against the wind and took over the wind and grass. The sword blade swept towards Yiqiang Chuanyun. But the sword circle formed by the sword blade did not scrape Yiqiang Chuanyun. It turned out that Yiqiang Chuanyun activated dual control to remove the skill CT of sliding, and slid again to avoid Jianwu Qingda's fierce attack while moving to Jianwu Qingda's side, and then activated the sharpshooter's unique attack skill, Gun Cannon Martial Arts. I saw Yiqiang Chuanyun put his 2 guns back into the holsters, and punched and kicked Jianwu Qingda in front of him. During this period, Jianwu Qingda's long air sword attack was flexibly avoided by Yiqiang Chuanyun. After kicking Jianwu Qingda away, Yiqiang Chuanyun quickly drew his gun, and bullets flew out of the gun, pouring down on Jianwu Qingda. Wow! Very gorgeous gun martial arts. I haven't seen Zhou Zikai use this move for a long time. It's so cool. Xiao Wei clapped his hands. I feel like Zhou Zikai playing time has been reduced this season. After all, he doesn't need to play in many cases. And this skill can only be used in a specific solo environment in team games. Jianbin analyzed. It's really gorgeous. Yi Xiu couldn't help but sigh. Zhou Zikai used this skill unique to the sharpshooter so beautifully, without any unnecessary movements. After the set, Jianwu Qingda's health was directly hit the bottom, while Zhou Zikai's health was still maintained at 70%. But his mana was less than 30%. It would be great if there was a demon at this time, and it would directly consume blood and restore mana. Zhou Yichen said. Why? You want to switch to the priest system? Fang Minghua smiled. No. I'm not interested in those professions, especially the exorcist. Zhou Yichen waved his hand and said. While chatting and laughing, Jianwu Qingda was once again tagged by Yiqiang Chuanyun. As Yiqiang Chuanyun started to shoot, the bullets finally shot Jianwu Qingda into a hornet's nest. But Jianwu Qingda also achieved her goal, which was to successfully stab Yiqiang Chuanyun. In the end, Yiqiang Chuanyun only consumed 6% of her health to defeat Jianwu Qingda, who was full of health. But Zhou Zikai sighed after seeing his mana, and seemed to have played a little too wildly. Let us congratulate Zhou Zikai for his success in defeating 3 people. Currently, Yiqiang Chuanyun still has 68% of his health, which feels more than enough. Xiao Wei said. The health is enough, but the mana seems to be a little insufficient. I think if he can change skills across professions, Zhou Zikai will definitely choose to transform into a demon without hesitation. Jianbin laughed. Oh my god. My head is full of sweat. Wang Junjie sighed after the fight. And twisted his hair, which was wet. It's okay. I do my best. The next player on Thunder's side is Chung Tai. Although Judo is a melee character, it's not easy to get close to Cloud Piercer. But Cloud Piercer's mana is not enough at this time. So Chung Tai still has a chance to catch Cloud Piercer. The fourth player on Thunder's side is Chung Tai, who is a Judo player. It's not easy to play against a sharpshooter, Xiao Wei said. It's not easy to play. But Cloud Piercer's mana is not enough now. If Zhou Zikai wants to kill 5, he has to allocate skills reasonably in this game. Jianbin added. Thunder, Chung Tai. ID, Broken Wind. Professional Judo. 99%, 100% Broken Wind. Loading completed. The same start. The difference is that Broken Wind is obviously much faster than Cloud Piercer, while Cloud Piercer is not so urgent. Zhou Zikai is thinking about the subsequent skill allocation, and his mana is not enough to support him to play a whole set in a row. At this time, Sui Feng was already waiting at the edge of the ring. The moment Yiqiang Chuanyun stepped onto the stage, Sui Feng grabbed him. Yiqiang Chuanyun saw Sui Feng rushing towards him, and subconsciously used a sliding tackle to avoid Sui Feng's one-handed grab. However, after the sliding tackle, Zhou Zikai frowned. It turned out that reacting too quickly was not a good thing. But Zhou Zikai had no time to worry. He fired a burst of bullets at Sui Feng with both guns, and Sui Feng kicked Yiqiang Chuanyun with a high kick. After Yiqiang Chuanyun rolled to avoid it, he fired 2 bullets at Sui Feng. Chung Tai glanced at Yiqiang Chuanyun blue bar, which was almost at the bottom. So Sui Feng shook his body and rushed towards Yiqiang Chuanyun again. Steel bones. Sui Feng did not avoid Yiqiang Chuanyun bullets at all, allowing them to shoot at him. 5 steps. 4 steps. 3 steps. Sui Feng approached Yiqiang Chuanyun. Yiqiang Chuanyun chose to put his 2 guns back into the holsters and fought with Sui Feng. But Yiqiang Chuanyun could not repel Sui Feng, who had opened his steel bones. Yiqiang Chuanyun attacked Sui Feng with a knee strike. Sui Feng resisted Yiqiang Chuanyun's knee strike with both hands, then grabbed Yiqiang Chuanyun's feet with both hands and threw him out. Yiqiang Chuanyun flew backwards and fired with both guns at Sui Feng. Sui Feng ignored Yiqiang Chuanyun's shooting and smashed his fists on the ground. The strong shock wave generated by the punches directly knocked Yiqiang Chuanyun away. Judo level 60 skill landmine shock. Oh my god. When did Chung Tai become more reckless than Han Wenqing? He is not a boxer. Why do I feel that I lost out by exchanging blood? Huang Xiaoyan shouted. Because he doesn't avoid it at all. Yu Wanzhou said. Why not avoid it? Yu Feng asked. Because they are not afraid. Huang Xiaoyan said in a trance. Seriously? Because he knew Zhou Zikai mana was running low. So he wanted to trade his life for his. It would be best if he could kill him. But it would be easier if he couldn't. Yu Wanzhou guessed. TSK. 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 They really trust Xiao Shiqin unconditionally. Huang Xiaoyan smacked his lips and said. Xiao Shiqin and Thunder are like Wang Jianxi and Micrograss. Chapter 216 is 1 point enough? Sui Feng play is too unrestrained. Commentator Xiao Wei was stunned. He completely ignored the bullets hitting him and wanted to exchange blood with Yiqiang Chuanyun. But he didn't gain anything. After the blood exchange just now, Zhou Zikai Yiqiang Chuanyun lost 10% of his health. But Chung Tai's Sui Feng lost 30% of his health. And the blood loss accounted for 1 to 3. Landmine shock. Yiqiang Chuanyun was knocked away. Does Sui Feng have a chance? Jianbin suddenly became excited. However, Zhou Zikai disappointed him. Before Sui Feng could wait, Zhou Zikai activated the 45th level time state skill Fury Shooting, and the powerful recoil directly sent Yiqiang Chuanyun flying backwards. Flying gun. Xiao Wei screamed when he saw Zhou Zikai operation. The atmosphere of the whole venue was also completely ignited by Zhou Zikai operation. Wow! Yiqiang Chuanyun used his clever flying gun to lengthen the distance between himself and Sui Feng. And at the same time, he waited at the edge of the ring to make sure he stopped. And then landed and shot at Sui Feng, who was unwilling to give up. Sui Feng still carried out his tactics to the end. But this time, he didn't foolishly confront the bullets. Although Chung Tai was reckless, he still had his brains. After all, the drop in health was real. Seeing Sui Feng coming, Yiqiang Chuanyun didn't panic at all. slowly changed the bullets, and then started ruthless output to Sui Sui Feng, but didn't choose to use skills this time, and his mana was now too much to even open Barret. Otherwise, at such a long distance, Yiqian Chuanyun would have set up Barret and prepared to headshot Sui Sui Feng. Sui Sui Feng ran in a snake step, and while the speed reached the standard, he could dodge Yiqian Chuanyun bullets to a large extent. After all, Chung Tai knew that Yiqian Chuanyun would not use extra skills now. As a result, the next second, Yiqian Chuanyun shot at Sui Sui Feng, and the arc-shaped bullet shot towards Sui Sui Feng, and Chung Tai was numb. Yiqian Chuanyun mana has reached the bottom, and Sui Sui Feng health has also reached the bottom. Is this really profitable? Xiao Wei asked Jian Bit on the side. Huh? I think Chung Tai didn't think he could beat Josukai at the beginning. He just went for consumption. Now it seems that Chung Tai did a good job. Although Josukai health is still 56%. His mana is completely insufficient, Jian Bit explained. At this time, Yiqian Chuanyun was approached by Sui Sui Feng again, who didn't care about life and death. Josukai was helpless about this. He had never seen such a reckless man who didn't even dodge close-range bullets. Josukai had no choice but to put the double guns in his hands back into the holsters again, and then fought with Sui Sui Feng with his bare hands. But there were too many judo-grabbing skills, and Yiqian Chuanyun was thrown to the ground by Sui Sui Feng. Sui Sui Feng looked at Yiqian Chuanyun, who had fallen to the ground, and wanted to use both hands to grab him from the ground. But Yiqian Chuanyun's reaction was too fast. He fell to the ground and rolled to avoid Sui Sui Feng's flying hands, and at the same time, he swept his leg towards Sui Sui Feng. Then Thomas successfully stood up with both hands on the ground, pulled out his two guns, and shot at Sui Sui Feng in front of him. Ah! So handsome. Husband. This operation. I am wet with tears. The female fans at the scene screamed directly. Fuck. This operation directly blinded Wei Chen's eyes. Is this still a sharpshooter? Sharpshooter. Can you play like this? Tang Rou was also shocked. Before Sui Sui Feng could make another move, Yiqian Chuanyun shot left and right, and took Sui Sui Feng away. Glory. Let us congratulate Josukai for his success in defeating 4 opponents in the 5v5 arena. As the match ended, all the Samsara fans stood up and applauded. And even some Thunder fans in the away area couldn't help but applaud. For Josukai, they could only say, against the will of heaven. Josukai HP is still 45%. But his mana is less than 5%. He was drained of his Cloud Piercer, Xiao Wei said. Ahem. Jianbin reminded Xiao Wei not to use random words, which could easily lead to ambiguity. The Samsara side became a sea of joy, while the Thunder side became a wetland of sadness. In the first round, they were defeated by Zhou Yichen and Yu Xingchen and became a background board. As a result, within a few days, Josukai shot through the clouds tied Zhou Yichen record, giving Lei Ting another 1-on-4 victory. And it was another reincarnation. It's okay. We just have to do our best. After all, the gap in strength between us and them is really too big. Xiao Shiqin looked at the lost teammates around him and said, I'm on. Xiao Shiqin took a deep breath, took off his coat, and slowly walked to the competition stage. Xiao Shiqin is still defending the ring on Lei Ting's side. Last time he scored 2 points for Lei Ting. Can he do it this time? Lei Ting, Xiao Shiqin. ID, Life and Death. Professional Mechanic. 99%, 100% Life and Death. Loading completed. This is my last singles match in Lei Ting. I must win. Xiao Shiqin listened to the countdown and said silently in his heart. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The light curtain disappeared, and Xingling Mi directly turned on the thrusters to accelerate towards the center of the map. Yiqian Chuanyun did the same. Josukai was thinking clearly at this time. He mainly consumed blood. His mana was not enough to support himself to defeat the opponent. Yiqian Chuanyun stepped onto the stage, and Xingling Mi had been waiting for a long time. The magnetic field coil was used, and the magnetic wave range released by the mechanical box just covered the entire stage. Xingling Mi also did not care about his mana. He used the mechanical box to turn on the amplifier, and released a small robot in the direction of Yiqian Chuanyun. Yiqian Chuanyun blew up the small robot, but after being hit by Xingling Mi's jumping mine, the strong airflow blew Yiqian Chuanyun to the wall at the edge of the stage. Due to the amplifier, the damage of the jumping mines doubled instantly. Xiao Shiqin did not relax at all when facing Josukai. whose mana was at the bottom, and directly activated the mechanic's level 70 ultimate move, the self-propelled artillery. Many small robots flew out of the mechanical box and fired shells at Ichiang Chuanyun continuously, while Xinglingmi fired a rocket punch at Ichiang Chuanyun, and Ichiang Chuanyun dodged Xinglingmi's rocket punch sideways. A knee strike successfully floated Xinglingmi in the air, but before he could make a move, the shells fired by the small robot interrupted his attack. But Ichiang Chuanyun still used the last mana to start rapid fire, rolled to avoid the attack of the small robot, and the bullets poured madly on Xinglingmi. He was also hit by the shells dropped from the sky. But Zhou Zikai did not choose to operate Ichiang Chuanyun to avoid the shells from the small robot, because the primary goal now was to deal damage. In the end, Zhou Zikai used his two guns to show his power. His left hand, Broken Thrust, shot down the small robot hovering in the sky, and his right hand, Wildfire, hit Xinglingmi. After Xinglingmi activated the mechanical rotor to stay in the air, he used the mechanical box to summon a mechanical bomber, and then punched Ichiang Chuanyun to prevent him from quickly shooting down the bomber. After Xinglingmi successfully hit Ichiang Chuanyun with a mechanical punch, the shell fell and successfully killed Ichiang Chuanyun. Glory! Let us congratulate Xiao Shiqin for pulling back a level and saving the last face of Thunder. But he seems to have used too many skills. His ultimate skills are all on cooldown, and he has also lost 10% of his health by Zhou Zikai, Xiao Wei explained. Jianbin, do you think Xiao Shiqin can still score 2 points for Thunder like last time? Xiao Wei looked at Jianbin. I think it depends on who will be the second player in the round, Jianbin replied. The Thunder fans in the away area have not yet come to their senses. After seeing the second player in the round, their hearts are completely dead, and many people have even collapsed in the audience. Samsara, Zhou Yichen. ID, He Yuxingchen. Professional Battle Mage. Captain, leave the rest to me. Zhou Yichen raised his hand to Zhou Zikai who had returned. Yeah. Zhou Zikai reached out and slapped Zhou Yichen, and the two hands were handed over. Pa! Now it was Zhou Zikai's turn to rest, and Zhou Yichen was on stage to perform. Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning this 5v5 ring match. The current score is 5-1, and Samsara is temporarily leading. This, Xiao Wei looked at such a big score difference and was a little silent. Samsara is really flawless, Jianbin said with emotion. Captain, Dai Yanqi looked at Xiao Shiqin who had returned with some worry. I'm fine. Come on in the team competition. Enjoy the game. I hope you can play your own style. Xiao Shiqin clapped his hands to encourage. You feel a little relieved, Du Ming said as he looked at Zhou Yichen who was walking back. Fortunately, Senior Xiao seems to be worried, Zhou Yichen said. What's on your mind? Jiang Buotao looked at Zhou Yichen with some doubt. Well, although you played decisively and seemed to let go, I could feel it, Zhou Yichen said affirmatively. What could you be worried about? Are you planning to leave Thunder? What a joke. The number 1 player of Thunder is leaving Thunder and wants to join forces to win the championship? Lu Buiyuan waved his hand and said, Your remarks are too violent. Zhou Yichen directly covered Lu Buiyuan's mouth. It has nothing to do with us. We just need to play well. Understood. Chapter 217 The Impact of Samsara. The Ultimate Goal of Thunder. Welcome back. This is the second round of the first round of the 8th season of the 2023 Glory Professional League Playoffs. The two teams are Samsara, which ranks first in the regular season, and Thunder, which ranks 8th in the regular season. Samsara is at home. The next step is the team competition between the two teams. At present, the small score is 5-1, and Samsara is temporarily leading. The big score is 1-0 ahead of Thunder. The situation of Thunder is very serious. When the big score is behind, the small score is also behind, and it is 5-1. If Thunder wants to reverse and win, then their team loss in this team game cannot exceed 2 people under the premise of winning. Xiao Wei analyzed before the game. Come on, Thunder, Jianbin encouraged. On the court. Come on, Jiang Buotao said to Xiao Shiqin. The two teams also encouraged each other, and there was no friction. Samsara did not want to hit Thunder, and Thunder did not want to provoke Samsara. The team lineups of the two teams were also announced on the holographic projection. Reincarnation, Zhou Zikai. ID, One Shot Through the Clouds. Professional Sharpshooter, Jiang Buotao. ID, No Waves. Professional Magic Swordsman, Zhou Yichen. ID, He Yuxingchen. Professional Combat Mage. Fong Minghua. ID, Xiaoga Ziru. Professional Priest. LV Buyuan. ID, Yunshanwan. Professional Judo. The 6-person Wu Qi. ID, Cruel Silence. Professional Assassin. Thunder, Xiao Shichin. ID, Life and Death. Professional Mechanic. Fong Xuecai. ID, Ghostly Talent. Professional Assassin. Dai Yanqi. ID, Wanlu Yinshan. Professional Elemental Mage. Chung Tai. ID, Suifeng. Professional Judo. Xie Chengfeng. ID, Soul Guardian. Professional Guardian Angel. The 6-person Wang Junjie. ID, Jian Wuqingda. Professional Swordsman. Map, Ruins of the Ancient Roman Colosseum. Samsara really didn't give them any chances. And they rotated the 6th man again, with Wu Qi replacing Du Ming. Xiao Wei explained. Replacing Du Ming with Wu Qi is probably to get rid of the mess faster. Samsara's 6th man is not fixed in this map. And they even used a full DPS lineup against Thunder last season. Jian Bin said. Samsara really doesn't reveal anything new. Huang Xiaoyan said, when he saw Samsara map selection. Samsara has fallen in love with this map, that was only developed in the 5th season since last season. The number of times Samsara has used this map is almost equal to the total number of other teams. This map does not have complex terrain. In terms of tactics, it can be used for fast breaks and high-low attacks around the spectator seats above the arena. For Samsara, this map is very suitable for them. So they like to use it very much. Especially when facing teams ranked later. This map is simply too suitable. And one hit is silent. I just don't know if Wei Chao or Tyranny can force out their secrets. The skill points are enough to make us suffer. Yu Wanzhou said. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loaded. Yi Chang Chuanyun. Loaded. Wan Lu Yinshin. Loaded. Cruel Silence. Loaded. Map, Ancient Roman Colosseum Ruins. Loaded. As 12 beams of light were injected into the map displayed by the holographic projection. The north and south ends were still refreshed as usual, with Samsara in the waiting area in the north and Thunder in the waiting area in the south. The feature of this map is the substitution area. There are only 3 or 4 refresh points in the entire map. 2 in the waiting area and 2 in the spectator seats. So the speed of the 6th person arriving on this map is even faster than that of the War Prairie. 3, 2, 1, fight! As the light curtain disappeared, the 5 members of the Samsara team rushed out instantly and lined up in a row. When they were about to enter the arena, their positions changed. Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanluan rushed to the front. Ichian Chuanyan was on the side. Wulong and Xiaoda Ziru were in the back. This was also a common start for Samsara. On the other hand, Lei Ting relied on the mechanics accelerator and the high speed of Demaikai. So Lei Ting arrived at the arena earlier than Samsara. Dai Yinchi Luanlu Yinshin chose to go to the audience from the waiting area and provide fire support for Lei Ting from above. Chung Tai's Sui Feng and Xie Chengfeng Guardian followed closely to the arena. The first to launch the attack was Ichian Chuanyan, who shot at Sui Feng in the front. Just when Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanluan arrived at the center of the arena, Wanlu Yinshin chanted the flame impact on the spot in the spectator seat. And the magic circle was quickly generated under the feet of Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanluan, facing the rocket punch from Xinglingmi. Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanluan chose to retreat temporarily, to avoid being thrown into a disadvantageous situation by Wanlu Yinshin flaming impact. Just when Wanlu Yinshin was about to chant the flaming storm again, Wulong made a move, and a swift light-wave sword flew towards Wanlu Yinshin above. Wanlu Yinshin could only cancel the release of the flaming storm, and dodge the wave sword by turning sideways. The 2 teams below officially fought together. Yun Shanluan caught Suisifeng of the same profession, while Yu Xingchen found Xinglingmi and the Guardian. Ichian Chuanyan did not choose to find Wanlu Yinshin, but chose to cooperate with Yun Shanluan to take Suisifeng away first. Chung Tai, be careful. Their target is you. Xuecai is preparing to assassinate the priest. Wanlu Yinshin provides long-range support. Xiao Shichin calmly commanded in the team voice channel. Received. Suisifeng avoided Yunshanwan one-handed capture and moved towards the team. But Ichian Chuanyan would not give him this opportunity, and fired with both guns to block Suifeng's retreat, in order to cover Guimeitai's surprise attack. Wanlu Yinshin released Thunder Purgatory on the front battlefield with Wulong Wave's sword. Gemaikai rushed out from the side and stabbed Xiaoda Zirua with a piercing stab. But all this was within the expectations of Luan Hui. Wu Lang blocked in front of Xiao Guziru and used the broken wind wave sword to not only interrupt Gue Meikai's surprise attack, but also blew Gue Meikai away with its own blowing effect. Gue Meikai's first surprise attack was successfully resolved by Wu Lang. Xiao Guziru did not stop the operation and chanted a sacred fire to throw it to the front battlefield. At this time, Sheng Lingye and the Guardian of the Soul could only choose to retreat in order to avoid Xiao Guziru's sacred fire. However, this retreat gave Yu Xingchen an opportunity. Yu Xingchen turned around and stabbed Sui Feng with a dragon tooth. Sui Feng was stabbed and froze in place. Yun Shanluan grabbed it and threw it to the ground, and shot through the clouds to make up for the output. Sheng Lingye saw Sui Feng in danger and quickly set up a crack in the space of the other world, summoning a huge mechanical fist from it, and blasted the three people of Samsara with a mechanical fist, successfully helping Sui Feng, who fell to the ground, to get out of trouble. However, Samsara launched a new round of offensive against Sui Feng. Yu Xingchen and Yiqiang Chuanyun exchanged positions, with Yiqiang Chuanyun restricting Xinglingmi and the Guardian of Souls, while Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanluan played mixed doubles against Sui Feng. Just when Sui Feng was about to give up, a sea of fire burned in the center of the arena. The three members of Samsara could only choose to suspend their attack on Sui Feng and retreat to the back. Elemental Mage's level 60 ultimate move, Flame Storm. This Flame Storm successfully saved Sui Feng. And then the Guardian of Souls used the recovery spell on the remaining health of Sui Feng. Unfortunately, before Sui Feng's health was restored, the offensive of Samsara came again, this time from both sides. Yiqiang Chuanyun went one way, and Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanluan went another way. Shanglingmi opened the mechanical box to release magnetic waves, increasing the opponent's character's load. But this attack did not have much impact on the current situation. Be careful of Demaikai, Jiang Guotao suddenly reminded in the team voice channel. Understood. He and Shiogaziruo hadn't found Demaikai for a long time, which meant that his target might not be Shiogaziruo. These were all baits deliberately made by Lei Ting. Their real goal might be Yiqiang Chuanyun or Yu Xingchen. After discovering that even if Shiogaziruo was stabbed, it had no effect on the front, Lei Ting went back to review the game and found that dealing with the reincarnation priest was not the primary goal, but double weak was. Xiao Shurqin kept watching several recordings of reincarnation. The games they lost or narrowly won were all because one of the double weeks was restricted. Therefore, today Xiao Shurqin would use Gemaikai as a prelude. Their target has never been Shiogaziruo, but Yu Xingchen. Xuetzai, get ready, Xiao Shurqin commanded. After Shanglingmi defeated Yu Xingchen at close range, he activated the mechanic's level 70 ultimate move, the self-propelled artillery. At the same time, the Guardian of the Soul also activated the Guardian Angel's level 70 ultimate move, Angel's Power. Watching the two people in front of them use their ultimate moves at the same time, Zhou Yichen and Lu Boyuan found something wrong. They both retreated at the same time, but were still affected by the light circle produced by Angel's Power, and were repelled for a distance. Their target should be me, Zhou Yichen calmly communicated in the team voice channel. Can you support? Jiang Guotao asked. Yes, Zhou Zikai replied, and then released Sui Feng and rushed towards Yu Xingchen. Just as Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanluan retreated, Wanlu Yinshan drew a wall of fire towards the two, and the magic barrier with flames directly separated the two. Seeing the wall of fire standing between the two of them, Zhou Yichen seemed to understand something, and controlled Yu Xingchen to quickly move away from the wall of fire. Sure enough, when Yu Xingchen retreated, a figure rushed out from the wall of fire. Chapter 218, the first team to advance to the semifinals. Gue Meikai has taken action, and his target is Yu Xingchen. Can you replicate Ji Lung? The whole audience held their breath. And Fang Xuetzai's Gue Meikai rushed out of the fire wall and stabbed Yu Xingchen with a desperate blow. This blow pierced through the stars. Bullshit! Zhou Yichen had expected this. After all, after experiencing Ji Lung assassination, he now pays more attention to assassins. The moment Wanlu Yinshan fire wall was erected to separate the two, Zhou Yichen knew that the other party's target was him. If the opponent chooses to assassinate Yu Shanluan, then he has nothing to say. Yu Xingchen turned around and stabbed the attacking Gue Meikai with a round dance stick, then grabbed him and threw him to the ground. To be on the safe side, Yu Xingchen even added a falling flower palm to slap the falling Gue Meikai away. This round dance stick combined with the falling flower palm directly extinguished the flames of hope in the hearts of the Thunder fans. Shanglingmi and the Guardian still wanted to attack Yu Xingchen. However, Yiqian Chuanyun had already arrived at his side, firing 2 bullets from both sides. The Guardian took a step forward and used the Holy Shield technique, using himself as the center to offset most of the damage from Yiqian Chuanyun. But Yun Shanluan rushed out from the other side of the firewall, grabbed the Guardian who was still preparing to activate the Firm Will, and then directly activated the Judo level 70 big move Spiral Whirlwind Kill. Shanglingmi activated the mechanical rotor and wanted to take off to save the Guardian. But Yu Xingchen did not give Shanglingmi a chance to take off. He charged a Fulong Xiangtian on the spot and hit Shanglingmi. Shanglingmi had to roll to the side to avoid Yu Xingchen Fulong Xiangtian, and the powerful shock wave generated by the landing Guardian successfully affected Sui Feng, who came in order to prevent Samsara from focusing fire on the fallen Guardian. Wanlu Yinshin in the audience far away activated Absolute Zero to block Samsara attack route. However, this Absolute Zero also gave Wulong an opportunity. He slashed at Wanlu Yinshin with a gust of wind wave sword. Dai Yanqi was hit by Wulong Wave's sword before she could react, and fell into a state of paralysis. Full-level Swift Light Wave sword. Commentator Xiao Wei was a little shocked, although he knew that the skill points of all members of Samsara had increased a lot. For the magic swordsman, the most important means were still the Flame Wave sword, Array, and the Frost Wave sword, Array. Full-level Gust of Wind Wave sword is still relatively rare, but it is also possible that the other 2 skills have been maxed out. Willful. Although Wanlu Yinshin Absolute Zero restricted Samsara attack, the bullet of a shot through the clouds could not restrict it. Wanlu Yinshin doesn't need to worry, Jian Buitao said in the team voice channel. Got it. Yiqian Chuanyun directly laid down and activated the sharpshooter's level 70 ultimate move. Barrett Sniper. Sheng Lingmia and Gue Mei Kai were stuck by Yu Xingchen. Sui Feng was thrown out by Yun Shanluan, and Wanlu Yinshin was paralyzed again. Now there was no one to stop Yiqian Chuanyun from assassinating the Guardian. Bang! The gunshot killed people. Zhou Zikai did not make any mistakes. He successfully took away the Guardian with a Barrett Sniper, and then put away his 2 guns and rushed toward Sheng Lingmia and Gue Mei Kai. Yu Xingchen swept the ankles of the 2 with a broken sniper, and Sheng Lingmia was swept to the ground. Gue Mei Kai used the disease control step to successfully avoid Yu Xingchen broken sniper, and kicked Yu Xingchen with both feet alternately. Yiqian Chuanyun rushed to the roundhouse kick and successfully stopped Gue Mei Kai, and then a knee strike successfully floated Gue Mei Kai in the air. Gue Mei Kai used an air jump to get out of the floating state in the air, and stabbed Yiqian Chuanyun with an instant body stab. The attack speed was very fast, but Yiqian Chuanyun still dodged it with a sliding tackle. The unlucky Sheng Lingmia finally relied on the mechanical fist to repel Yu Xingchen. He was about to stand up, but Yiqian Chuanyun slid and knocked Sheng Lingmia to the ground again, and then activated the sharpshooter's level 60 full-level ultimate move. Shooting randomly, the bullets with critical hit effect shot at the fallen Sheng Lingmia and the supporting Gue Mei Kai. Yiqian Chuanyun and Yu Xingchen looked at each other and decided to take away Gue Mei Kai. The uneasy factor. First, Yu Xingchen successfully stiffened Gue Mei Kai with a dragon tooth, and Yiqian Chuanyun stepped out and stepped on Gue Mei Kai's shoulder. Gue Mei Kai staggered forward, but what was waiting for him was Yu Xingchen angry dragon piercing the heart, accompanied by dragon-like fighting spirit to attack Gue Mei Kai. Gue Mei Kai, who was in a state of stiffness, was successfully knocked away by Nu Long Chuan Xian. And then, with the violent shooting of Yiqian Chuanyun, Gue Mei Kai became the second character to be eliminated in this game. Thunder 6-man Jian Wu Qingge had already arrived at the battlefield. His primary goal was to help Sui Feng escape from Yun Shanluan clutches. But what he didn't expect was that Lu Buiyuan didn't retreat at all. After activating the steel and iron bones, he took the damage of Jian Wu Qingge and wanted to kill Sui Feng alone. With the elimination of the Soul Protector and Gue Mei Kai, Sheng Lingmia was alone. Just when Yu Xingchen and Yiqian Chuanyun were about to kill Sheng Lingmia, Wanlu Yinshin took action. The Elemental Mage's level 70 ultimate move, Thunder and Fire. It turned out that after seeing Gue Mei was eliminated, Wanlu Yinshin knew that he would not be able to hold on and would be defeated. So he used instant movement to avoid Wulong Wave's sword and moved to the bottom of the arena. Wulong saw Wanlu Yinshin disappear in the audience, and immediately notified his teammates in the front to be careful of Wanlu Yinshin remote support. Shiga Zirua had already activated Angel Wings to stay in the air, and used the Light of Holy Commandment on Shinglingmi. At the same time, He activated spiritual enlightenment on Yunshan Wan to enhance his resistance to abnormal states. But due to the interference of Jian Wuqingge and the desperate resistance of Sui Suifeng, Yunshan Wan still failed to kill Sui Suifeng alone. But Yunshan Wan had successfully delayed Jian Wuqingge, resulting in only Xinglingmi and Wan Luyinshin in the distance in front of Lei Ting. Xinglingmi was also affected by Shiga Zeruo Light of Holy Commandment, and was finally taken away by Yu Xingchen and Yiqian Chuanyun. Couple. Mixed doubles. Focus on Yunshan Wan. This was Xiao Shiqin's last words. Wan Luyinshin activated concentration and followed Dark Knight Flying Shadow, successfully hitting Yunshan Wan from behind, as Steel Bone was still on cooldown. Yunshan Wan was hit by Dark Knight Flying Shadow and fell into a 4-second blinding state. Suifeng took the opportunity to use the spinning leg to knock Yunshan Wan to the ground. Jian Wuqingge activated the swordsman level 50 awakening skill Sword Ding Qianxia and followed the Blade Storm to successfully take Yunshan Wan away. However, the frontal army of the subsequent Samsara arrived, and the three Lei Tings were completely unable to stop it. Suifeng was already in a red blood state, while Jian Wuqingge and Wan Luyinshin had relatively healthy blood. When Cruel Silence activated the swiftness and rushed to the front battlefield, there was no suspense in this team match. In fact, after Xiao Shiqin's life and death was taken away, the commentator had already announced the news that the Samsara team successfully advanced to the semifinals. The gap in strength is still too big. Yu Wanzhou shook his head and said, in the face of absolute strength, Xiao Shiqin tactics are too difficult to implement. Yishio commented, Thunder has fallen to Samsara again. Will Xiao Shiqin still be able to win the game? Wei Chen asked. Xiao Shiqin should not leave Thunder, Qinhua said. That's not necessarily the case. Never underestimate a heart that wants to win the championship, Yishio replied, as Yu Xingchen used a Haolong Pejuan to take away Wan Luyinshin. The team game finally came to an end. Glory. Let us congratulate the Samsara team for winning this team game. They defeated the Thunder team again, with a score of 11-2, and advanced to the semifinals of the 8th season of the Glory Professional League, with a score of 2-0. Xiao Wei congratulated. All the Samsara fans stood up one after another, and warm applause resounded throughout the venue. However, for the Thunder fans in the away area, their hearts were not filled with loss, but relief and sadness. All the members of Samsara had no expression fluctuations. After all, they had already experienced it last season. This time, they were no longer challengers, but defenders. Their goal was to defend the Glory Championship and become the second team to win consecutive championships after excellent era. Congratulations on entering the semifinals again. Xiao Shiqin shook hands with Jiang Buotao after the game. Keep going. Jiang Buotao smiled and hugged Xiao Shiqin. And then everyone in Samsara did the same. They respected Xiao Shiqin. Xiao Shiqin played an indispensable role in bringing Thunder to the playoffs. Without Xiao Shiqin, Thunder might still be a relegation team. Looking at the silent teammates around him, Xiao Shiqin didn't know how to speak. It's okay, Captain. We all know. We support you unconditionally. All the members of Thunder looked at Xiao Shiqin. They had learned from the manager that Xiao Shiqin might leave Thunder. They were neither surprised nor disappointed, because the Thunder could give Xiao Shiqin too little now. He wanted to win the championship, but the Thunder's configuration could not support him to break through the strong enemy. Thank you. Chapter 219, A Champion's Heart. The runaway Xiao Shiqin. At the press conference after the game, the captain Zhou Zikai, the vice-captain Jiang Buotao, and the group favorite Zhou Yichen attended the press conference. The first question was raised by a reporter from City S, who mentioned that Samsara had met the Thunder in the first round for 2 consecutive seasons. After defeating the Thunder in the first round last season, Samsara won the final championship. This time, they defeated the Thunder as well. Does this mean that Samsara will defend the championship? Yeah, that's a good idea. We are indeed predestined with the Thunder. The Thunder's tactics are still very good and have caused us a lot of trouble. But whether defeating the Thunder means the championship, I think it's too early. I don't think there is a direct connection between the two. Samsara will defeat all the enemies in front of it. Whether it's the Thunder, or Wei Chao and Tyranny, we are bound to win the consecutive championships of Samsara. Of course, some reporters also asked the key question, what level has Samsara reached in terms of skill points? Zhou Zikai chose to remain silent. Jiang Buotao and Zhou Yichen looked at each other. The two exchanged glances. The general content is as follows. Zhou Yichen, You or I will reply. If I reply, I will start to talk nonsense. Jiang Buitao, then I will reply. We have indeed improved our skill points. Of course, some outrageous rumors on the internet, such as our entire team has 5,000 skill points, are not credible. We have signed a confidentiality agreement to tell you how much we have improved. Sorry, everyone, Jiang Buitao said very tactfully, after the winning reception of Samsara. The next thing was the press conference of Thunder. All members of Thunder attended the press conference. First, Captain Xiao Shichin expressed his regret that Thunder was eliminated again after failing to break through the first round. The reporter talked about the fate of Thunder and Samsara. Xiao Shichin said that this was a bad fate. No team wanted to meet a strong team like Samsara in the first round of the playoffs. In Xiao Shichin's view, Samsara is still the biggest favorite to win the championship, and they are very likely to defend the championship. When asked about Thunder's subsequent plans, Xiao Shichin was silent, and then talked about his career. He became famous at a young age, and the Golden Generation served as the captain of Thunder when he debuted, coordinating the overall situation. Xiao Shichin has never been famous for his skills. Thunder positioned him as an absolute team player from the beginning. He is one of the best in the league in terms of his ability to judge and control the overall situation. Xiao Shichin led the Thunder, which was not outstanding in strength, to defeat various strong teams repeatedly, and defeated the strong with the weak, thus being dubbed the title of Tactical Master. But now 5 years have passed. Yi Qiu, Zhang Xinjia and Yu Wenzhou, who are as famous as himself, have all won the championship, and Yi Qiu has 3 championship trophies. But what about himself? Nothing. No one in the outside world has ever questioned Xiao Shichin, especially Thunder fans, who have unconditional trust in their captain. People are all lamenting that Xiao Shichin is a good card player, but unfortunately, he doesn't have a good hand. The Thunder team is not a wealthy family. In addition to Xiao Shichin and his life and death, Thunder does not have more energy and money to create an all-star player and character. Samsara was the same at the beginning, but with Zhou Yichen's sudden appearance in the 7th season, his reckless style of play, invincible single-player record and cute appearance made Zhou Yichen traffic explode. Zhou Yichen's appearance can be said to have gathered the right time, right place and right people. The new champion made Samsara jump from a small and medium-sized team to a big team. Although it cannot match the old big team's excellent era and tyranny, it has the strength to challenge Blue Rain and Tiny Herb. Now I don't know how many team owners envy and hate Samsara. The 2 kings of traffic in the league, Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen, are both in Samsara. Whether it is sponsorship or commercial activities, Samsara has been fed in the past 2 years. It's time to go out and make a living. After talking about his career, Xiao Shichin said firmly. This sentence is already very obvious. Xiao Shichin wants to leave Thunder. Without waiting for the reporter to ask questions, Xiao Shichin said, "This is my last game in the Thunder. Thank you for the support from the club, teammates and fans over the years. Xiao Shichin paused for a moment. I know this decision will be difficult, but I still choose to leave home and make a living. I'm sorry that I won't fight with you in the future. But no matter where the future is, the Thunder will always be my home." Xiao Shichin only home. The press conference was boiling. They were still very shocked that a team ace like Xiao Shichin wanted to transfer. Xiao Shichin's role in the Thunder does not need to be elaborated too much. The reporters wanted to take pictures of the Thunder players' surprised expressions. But from the reactions on the scene, the Thunder players seemed to have known that the captain was going to leave the Thunder. There was no surprise or shock on their faces. Only blessings and reluctance. Come on, captain. No matter where he is, he will always be the captain in our hearts. The captain needs a championship. I'm sorry we can't help him realize this wish. We are the ones who drag him down. The Thunder players expressed their sincere blessings for the departure of Captain Xiao Shichin. No one would think that Xiao Shichin's departure was a betrayal. Whether it was the players or the fans, they all hoped that their captain could win the championship. He really needed a championship. Just like Zhang Jiala. Hearing the blessings from the players, this strongman couldn't hold back anymore at this moment, and tears burst out of his eyes. He couldn't bear to leave the Thunder family, the lovely teammates around him, and the Thunder fans who had been silently supporting him. But he was too eager for the championship, especially when he saw all the members of the reincarnation team holding the trophy in the main hall of the reincarnation team. He didn't want to look back on his career when he retired without leaving a single word. Reporters will not feel sad for the Thunder. They always want topics. And at this time, they are more concerned about Xiao Shiqin next team. But Xiao Shiqin chose to leave the press conference directly because of sadness. And the other Thunder players did not reveal any news about Xiao Shiqin. Damn. Xiao Shiqin is really going to transfer. Yeah, Yishio said. For what? Bozy asked. For the championship. Yishio's eyes were firmer when he said this. Then where will his next team be? Blue Rain? Tyranny? These two are unlikely. The positioning will overlap with Yu Wenzhou and Zhang Xinjie. And the two commanders may even conflict. As for Tiny Herb, it is also unlikely. Tiny Herb is Wang Jieshi one-man show. Unless Tiny Herb wants to let the magician bloom again. Wei Chen lowered his head and thought about Xiao Shiqin's possible next team. Do you think reincarnation is possible? Wei Chen looked at Yishio. No way. Because Xiao Shiqin's tactics are totally incompatible with Samsara. Which will not be a good result for both sides. And Samsara has already been supplemented for the next season. Yishio said. Supplement? What do you mean? Qinhua asked. Nothing. You mentioned Samsara. And I thought of a team that needs him more. Yishio said. Which one? Wei Chen searched for the major teams in his mind. Mainly those that are qualified to compete for the championship. Misty Rain? Void? Excellent Era, Yishio said with some seriousness. Fuck. The moment he heard Excellent Era, Wei Chen immediately understood that Excellent Era was too suitable for Xiao Shiqin to play. Excellent Era must be centered around Sun Xiang to make tactical arrangements. But his brain is not enough. And it is too difficult to let him integrate into the team. It is better to tailor a set of tactics for him. Just like the split tactics of Samsara, which require Xiao Shiqin to complete. Yishio analyzed. Damn it! Excellent Era is about to go bankrupt. And he's still going over to join in the fun. What should we do? Wei Chen yelled. It would be interesting to defeat Excellent Era like this. Wouldn't it? Yishio laughed. Damn it! I don't have much time to play with you. What are you afraid of when I'm here? He's a tactical master. But I'm not. That makes sense. Chapter 220. 3 of the top 4 teams. 2 teams tied. The first game of the second round of the first round of the playoffs officially ended. Samsara lived up to expectations and successfully entered the next round. Their opponents will be between Vici Gaming and Tyranny. Since Xiao Shiqin decided to leave Thunder after the game. This news has been the #1 hot search. And netizens have given their own suggestions for Xiao Shiqin next team. Don't want Vici Gaming. But want crazy grass. I suggest Xiao Shiqin come to our Vici Gaming. Let us return to the top of glory. Samsara handsome guys. Why not come to our Samsara? Let's monopolize the championship together. Hee. At this time, Yi Zheng was looking at an analysis post about Xiao Shiqin's possibility of going to Excellent Era. This person's analysis is quite reliable. Excellent Era now needs a tactical master like Xiao Shiqin to rectify the messy tactical coordination in the team. Xiao Shiqin might sacrifice a year of time to join Excellent Era. But as long as they can get used to each other, Excellent Era will definitely be a first-class champion team. As long as Sun Xiang and Su Macheng are assigned the right positions, they may be able to match the current Samsara and Blue Rain. At the same time, the professional group on QQ was also discussing Xiao Shiqin transfer. But it was obvious that they were all players from teams that did not enter the playoffs and had already taken a vacation. The teams that advanced to the playoffs are now preparing intensively. Especially Wenzhou, Void and Tyranny. After all, they are at the opponent's home court and will go home if they lose one game. Who has the energy to chat about gossip? As for the issue of Samsara's skill points, only Blue Rain is paying attention to it now. Because they believe that they can enter the finals from the lower half. While the upper half of the Weichao and Tyranny have no time to take care of Samsara. What's the point of studying him when they can't even see him? The second game to be held the next day is Blue Rain's match against Wenzhou. Currently, Blue Rain leads Wenzhou 1-0. At 8 p.m., the second match officially started at the Blue Rain home court in G City. As the favorite to win the championship after Samsara, Blue Rain defeated Wenzhou in the first match with a crushing momentum. The extremely high team cooperation and Yu Wenzhou clear command made this Blue Rain even more terrifying. Let's welcome the Wenzhou team, which ranked 7th in the regular season. Wenzhou! 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 The Wenzhou fans in the away area responded fiercely to the waves of their own players. But before they stopped shouting, they were drowned out by the voices of the Blue Rain fans in the stadium. Let's welcome the Blue Rain team, the champion of the 6th season of the Glory Professional League. Blue Rain. Blue Rain. Blue Rain. The momentum was so loud that it could be heard clearly even outside the stadium. Hello everyone. I'm today's commentator. Bebe. Hello everyone. I'm today's commentator. Li Ju. You are watching the second round of the first round of the 8th season of the 2023 Glory Professional League playoffs. The two teams are Blue Rain and Howling. Blue Rain is at home. The current score is 1-0. And Blue Rain is temporarily in the lead. Both sides are ready. The 5v5 arena is about to begin. Please look at the big screen for the starting lineups of the two teams. Blue Rain, Yu Feng. ID Fengmong Huijian. Professional Mad Swordsman. Howling, Zhao Yujie. ID Shaguangwen. Professional Elemental Mage. Map, Arena. Blue Rain's map is Arena. It seems that we won't see Yu Wenzhou appear in the 5v5 arena today, Bebe said with some regret. Yu Wenzhou's single-player events are only seen a few times a season, and the audience misses him very much. Oh, the best newcomer battle is right at the beginning. Li Ju smiled. Yes, Yu Feng is the best newcomer of the 6th season and won the championship with the team, while Zhao Yujie is the best newcomer of this season and a stable firepower point for the team. The cup introduced the two. Please give me more advice, Yu Feng said to Zhao Yujie in front of him. Please give me more advice. The two turned and walked towards the competition stage. The holographic projection showed the map of this 5v5 ring match. Everyone was familiar with it. Before the game, many people thought that Blue Rain would make a fuss in the ring match. But the selection of this map meant that Blue Rain would not reveal anything new. This time, I will not lose again, Zhao Yujie said firmly. 3, 2, 1. Fight! The two rushed out from the north and south ends at the same time and rushed towards the ring in the center of the map. Blue Rain's purpose of letting Yu Feng start was also very simple. This simple and rough map is very suitable for the reckless profession of Berserker. Xiao Guanghuan arrived on the stage before Fengmong Huijian. Seeing Fengmong Huijian stepping onto the stage, Xiao Guanghuan raised his staff and shot an ice line at the opponent. Starting with an ice line? All the members of Samsara were watching the game in the conference room. The ice line suddenly turned when it was about to hit Fengmong Huijian. A second later, the ice line formed a magic barrier, successfully blocking the advance of Fengmong Huijian. Then he used Blizzard on Fengmong Huijian on the other side of the barrier, causing ice magic damage to it. Fengmong Huijian certainly would not sit still and wait for death. With a shake of his arms, blood filled the air around him. The Berserker's level 25 status skill, Berserker, was violent. During the period of violent, the Berserker's strength, attack speed, movement speed and resistance to abnormal status were improved. But his intelligence and double defense would drop significantly. Relying on the violent effect, Fengmong Huijian successfully crossed the magic barrier formed by the ice line with the help of the dominant state during the release of the Collapse Mountain Strike, and slashed at Shaguangwen with a knife. In order to avoid being knocked down by the shock wave generated by Fengmong Huijian Collapse Mountain Strike, Shaguangwen chose to use instant movement to avoid the Collapse Mountain Strike. Then he erected an ice wall in front of him, raised his staff, and began to chant Absolute Zero. But Fengmong Huijian did not give him a chance and directly used the Berserker's level 65 ultimate move, Whirlwind Slash. The sword energy, like a whirlwind, directly broke the ice wall. And then Fengmong Huijian faced the Absolute Zero used by Shaguangwen and slashed it backwards, knocking Shaguangwen into the air. I'm not seeing wrong. This guy is fighting against the Berserker. Zhou Yichen's eyes widened. He couldn't understand why he didn't run away after the wall was broken. The cup was also at a loss for words. He also couldn't understand why he didn't choose to retreat, because he had already used instant movement. So why didn't he retreat? Although Absolute Zero froze the sharp sword the moment Xiao Guanghuan floated in the air. The sharp sword immediately activated the Berserker's level 50 awakening skill Bloodthirsty Fight. The whole person was filled with murderous aura and entered the domineering state. Then the sharp sword continued to hit the floating Xiao Guanghuan with combos. Blood Sword, Destruction Slash, Demon Slash, Destruction Slash followed by Demon Slash. Xiao Guanghuan's defense was directly reduced to 0 in the next 5 seconds. As Xiao Guanghuan was about to land, Fengmong Huijian directly charged the 70th level move of the Mad Swordsman, Raging Blood Raging Wave. Zhao Yujie was sweating profusely at this time, and kept moving the mouse and keyboard, trying to make Xiao Guanghuan move. But the result was the opposite. As Feng Mang Huijian's raging wave finished charging, a blood blade slashed toward Xiao Guanghuan. Glory! Let us congratulate you Feng for winning the first game. Zhao Yujie did not meet the standard of the best newcomer in this game. The cup said. Is Zhao Yujie only good at bullying weak players? He is so soft when facing strong players. He is not reliable at all. The radical howling fans off the court directly sprayed. Zhao Yujie's performance in the playoffs disappointed them so much that they even wanted to take back Zhao Yujie's best newcomer title. He didn't deserve it. Tang Hao looked at Zhao Yujie, who walked back with his head down and said nothing. But he was still a little unhappy. Although Tang Hao didn't expect Zhao Yujie to be as good as Zhou Yichen. He didn't expect that he didn't even touch Yu Fengfer. But he still gave himself up. After Zhao Yujie was eliminated, the second player to appear was Wang Bai. His single-handed cover was unable to stop Yu Feng 1-on-2 pace. Fortunately, Fan Rui, who came on the field in third place, stopped Blue Rain's momentum and successfully killed Yu Feng on the stage. At the same time, he defeated Song Xiao, the second player to appear on the Blue Rain side. With 9% of his health, Fan Rui is in good shape today. Originally, the stage should not be suitable for thieves to perform. But Fan Rui traps are really beautiful. And it is worth learning for us glory players who play thieves. The cup exclaimed. The two sides tied 2-2. But Zheng Xian, who came on the field later, quickly took away Fan Rui, who was in red blood. And Li Rui, who came on the field later, was unable to stop Zheng Xian. It feels like in this playoffs, except for Tang Hao and Fan Rui, the others don't know what to do. Li Ju said. It is understandable that the newcomer Zhao Yujie may not be able to adapt to the rhythm of the playoffs. But Li Rui and Wang Bai have played in the playoffs before. But their performance is still quite bad. Bei added. In the end, the 5v5 ring match between the two teams ended. And the score was the same as the first round, with Blue Rain temporarily leading 5-3. From the 5v5 ring match, Wen Hao is a certain threat to Blue Rain. The new criminal combination Fan Rui and Tang Hao still performed very well. But Zhao Yujie, who performed well in the regular season, was silent in the playoffs. In the team match, Blue Rain selected Green Wind Trace, which Wen Hao selected in the first round. The extremely tacit team cooperation directly swollen Wen Hao's face. The problem of Wen Hao was once again put on the table. That is, the collision between the two styles of vulgarity and combat. In the end, Blue Rain won 11-5, and advanced to the semi-finals with a score of 2-0. Blue Rain's victory was within everyone's expectations. After watching the match between Blue Rain and Wen Hao, all the members of Samsara were silent. Blue Rain did not show anything new. Wen Hao said, "It's all my fault. I couldn't let you enjoy it." At the press conference after the game, Tang Hao was very calm. Because in his opinion, they did not have the strength to compete with Blue Rain. It was good enough to enter the playoffs this season. The most important thing now is the next season. We are still in the exploratory stage this season. Next season we will prove that Wen Hao is not a fake strong team. Tang Hao made a bold statement that he would lead Wen Hao into the semifinals next season. The press conference on Blue Rain's side was quite calm. However, when talking about the opponents in the semifinals, Yu Wenzhou expressed that he was more optimistic about Misty Rain, whether in terms of lineup or individual strength. Misty Rain is slightly stronger than Void. Many reporters also mentioned the improvement of Samsara. In their opinion, Samsara originally retained the championship lineup, and after the skill points were upgraded, the strength increased greatly. For Blue Rain, is Samsara the biggest obstacle on the road to winning the championship? Yu Wenzhou smiled and said, Samsara has always been the biggest favorite to win the championship. We are also concerned about the issue of skill points. But it is too early to say these now. Our two teams have not yet entered the finals. I think my friends in the journalist circle know a lot more about the results of opening champagne before the game than I do. Yu Wenzhou's answer was flawless. And the reporters were also very helpless. But they still found the key points from it. Such as Blue Rain captain Yu Wenzhou is optimistic that Misty Rain will defeat Void and enter the semifinals. And whether it is Wei Chao or Tyranny, he believes that both teams cannot stop Samsara from entering the finals. On the third day, in the second match between Misty Rain and Void, Yu Wenzhou did not give bad news, but fresh news. After returning to the home court, all the members of Misty Rain still performed very well. Qiu Fei once again achieved a 1-on-2 achievement in the second round of the 5v5 ring match. Following, Chu Yunqiu played steadily and successfully defeated Li Xian Fengshan Devil Cry. Misty Rain temporarily led Void 5-2. In the team match, Yanyu once again chose the Parrytown market that they used in the regular season against Samsara. This team match surprised Blue Rain. Yanyu overall coordination was perfect. Qiu Fei and Sun Liang's frontal coordination was a bit like Zhou Yichen and Lu Buiyuan. But only a bit. Of course, Blue Rain is still most concerned about Chu Yunqiu performance. Chu Yunqiu performance from the regular season to the playoffs this season was very eye-catching. If Zhou Yichen regular season data was not too exaggerated, and Samsara was the first in the regular season. Otherwise, the regular season MVP this season might have fallen to Huang Xiaoyan or Chu Yunqiu. At the moment the team match ended, all the Yanyu fans cheered. They have always been called a pseudo-strong team. Even though they rushed to the third place in the regular season this season, there are still many people who question them because they have never made it past the first round of the playoffs like Thunder. But this season, they broke their inner demons and successfully entered the semifinals. As the captain, Chu Yunqiu did not show a very surprised expression, but a look of relief. This time, they finally led Yanyu to the semifinals. They saw the scenery they had never seen before. After the match between Yanyu and Void, 3 of the semifinalists of the 8th season of the Glory Professional League have been released. Samsara in the upper half, Blue Rain and Yanyu in the lower half. At the press conference after the game, reporters also mentioned Yanyu opponent in the semifinals. Blue Rain. Chu Yunqiu was very bold and said that Blue Rain should come over. They have created the history of Yanyu team. And now every step forward is a success. The barefoot are not afraid of wearing shoes. We are not afraid of them, Chu Yunqiu said loudly. So far, there is only one spot left in the semifinals of the Glory Professional League, which will be between Tiny Herb and Tyranny. In the first round of the playoffs, Tiny Herb successfully defeated Tyranny by using head points in an away game. In the second round, more people were optimistic that Wei Chao would take down Tyranny 2-0. The trend of the game was the same. In the 5v5 arena, Wei Chao temporarily led Tyranny 5-3. However, in the team competition, the Sky Arena that Wei Chao chose was ruthlessly crushed by Damo Guyan Iron Fist. Han Wenqing again. Damo Guyan again. Really amazing. Wei Chen sighed. It's the 8th season, and Han Wenqing is still as good as ever. The playoffs will be interesting now. Chapter 221 Decisive Round. Let's fight together. Batu once again showed their near-perfect teamwork. Han Wenqing Iron Fist pierced through the defense of Tiny Herb. Let us congratulate Batu for winning 9-8 against Tiny Herb and successfully winning a round. The two sides tied 1-1. Batu is really tenacious, Zhou Yichen said after watching the second round of the match between Tiny Herb and Batu. They are going to play in the final round. And it seems that Tiny Herb will still play in the final round. Du Ming asked. Well, it's a good thing for us. Jiang Buitao nodded and said. Indeed. The more intense their fight, the more we can reap the benefits. The day after the match between Misty Rain and Void ended, Tiny Herb and Batu's third battle was non-stop at Tiny Herb's home court in City B. The winner advances to the semifinals, and the loser is eliminated. At 8 p.m., the Tiny Herb home stadium was packed. This game was crucial for both teams. Tiny Herb was the runner-up last season. If it failed to reach the quarterfinals this season, it would inevitably be criticized. Tyranny has been silent for too long since winning the championship in the 4th season. With the fall of Excellent Era this season, many people said that as the two giants at the beginning of the league, Excellent Era and Tyranny, now that Excellent Era has collapsed, it is Tyranny turn next. So they need to use results to prove that they are still the iron-blooded team before. First of all, let us welcome the away team, the champion of the 4th season of the Glory Professional League. Tyranny! 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 The Tyranny fans in the away area did not bring out any strange things this time. After all, this is Tiny Herb's home stadium. Some Tyranny fans wanted to pretend to be confused and bring them in, but they were stopped on the spot. Next, let's welcome the home team, the champion of the 5th season of the Honor Professional League, the Wei Chao team. Wei Chao. Wei Chao. Wei Chao. The Wei Chao fans in the audience were also holding back their energy. They were seriously injured because they failed to end the game in the second round and dragged it into the final round. You know, if they win this game, They will be greeted by a full-state reincarnation in a few days. The victory will eventually belong to tyranny, Han Wenqing said to Wang Jieshi. Then wait and see, Wang Jieshi said calmly. With a fist bump of the captains of both sides, the final round between Wei Chao and tyranny officially kicked off. Hello everyone. I am Pan Lin, the commentator today. And the one sitting next to me is Coach Li. Hello everyone. I am Li Bo, the commentator today. What does Coach Li think of today's life and death battle between the two teams? You know, this is the first time that the game has been dragged into the final round since the new competition system. Pan Lin looked at Li Bo. Well, I think this shows that the strength of the two teams is relatively close. Everyone has a chance to win. I think the key to winning lies in who can stand up and be the hero who saves the team. In the first game, it was Wang Jieshi. And in the second game, it was Han Wenqing. Li Ba analyzed carefully. You know, he was attacked last time because he was too partial to tyranny. Although he has often emphasized that his old club is tyranny. It seems that no one has noticed this. What they care about is whether your commentary is fair. Who do you think will win this game? Tiny Herb? Or tyranny? Wei Chen looked at Yi Xiu. These two teams are hard to predict. Tiny Herb has a little home advantage. But you also saw in the last game that Han Wenqing Iron Fist shattered Tiny Herb's defense. If I have to choose one, I will still choose Tiny Herb, Yi Xiu replied after a little thought. No personal feelings involved? Wei Chen said. What personal feelings can there be? Yi Xiu rolled his eyes at Wei Chen, making it seem like he and tyranny had a grudge. Okay. Both sides are ready. Please see the holographic projection for the starting lineups of both teams. Wei Chao, Lu Shibya, ID Fideogen, Professional Swordsman. Batu, Lin Jingyan, ID Ling Anlei, Professional Rogue. Map, Arena. Loading completed. Wow. The starting lineup of both sides is a wonderful game. Lu Shibya, the king of singles this season, is against Lin Jingyan, who joined Batu in the middle of the game. Please give me more advice. Former number 1 rogue. Lu Shibya deliberately provoked Lin Jingyan, wanting to make him unbalanced. But he underestimated Lin Jingyan too much. Please give me more advice. The great swordsman with only hand speed. Lin Jingyan smiled and hit back. And Lu Shibya also smiled. Lin Jingyan words hit him in the heart a little. Because in the eyes of outsiders, Lu Shibya is most noticed for his hand speed. Some people even think that Lu Shibya should not choose to play Honor of Kings, but should play music games. With his hand speed, he should be able to play music games like a fish in water. 99%, 100% flying sword. Loaded. Lung Anlei. Loaded. Map, Arena. Loaded. Wei Chao did not choose the fancy arena map, but chose the simplest arena, with the intention of consuming Han Wenqing's stamina. After the last game, Wang Jieshi noticed Han Wenqing's stamina problem. Although Han Wenqing works out every day, he is still affected by his age. Not only Han Wenqing, but also Lin Jingyan. Although tyranny relied on Han Wenqing to turn the tide in the last game, his physical strength was almost exhausted. Therefore, the way that Wei Chao chose to fight tyranny today is to wait for the old man. 3, 2, 1. Fight. Entering the game, both sides approached the ring at the same time. Fideogen relied on his professional mobility to rush to the ring one step ahead of Lung Anlei. After Lung Anlei climbed up, Fideogen slashed at Lung Anlei with a silver blade, while Lung Anlei rolled to avoid it. A poison needle stabbed at Fideogen. Fideogen used the sword to knock away the flying poison needle, and then slashed at Lung Anlei with a 3-stage slash. Horizontal slash. Vertical slash. And the third upward strike returned to the original position. Hey, has Lu Shibya fighting style changed? Joey Chen asked. This upward strike actually retreated, which doesn't match his personality. Du Ming also noticed it. I may know his purpose, or the purpose of Tiny Herb choosing this map. Jiang Buotao laughed. What? Lu Buiyuan looked at Jiang Buotao with clear eyes. To keep the old man alive. Senior Lin is too old, and he was obviously a little tired after a fatal battle yesterday. Jiang Buotao replied. No wonder Lu Shibya restrained himself so much today. It's really despicable. Du Ming shouted. The overall age of tyranny is indeed a bit older. Zhou Yichen nodded and said. Not only the Samsara team, but also Lin Jingyan on the field found this problem. Lu Shibya restrained himself a lot more than before, and it was obvious that he was stalling for time. But there was no support from teammates in the single-player event. So Lu Shibia did this for only one purpose, to consume his own physical strength. In fact, Zhang Xinjia mentioned before the game that Tiny Herb might use such a tactic. So he chose to let the two oldest people in the team, Lin Jingyan, start, and Han Wenqing appear last. In Zhang Xinjia's opinion, the starting player of Wei Chao is likely to be Lu Shibia, a master of hand speed. So Lin Jingyan was asked to stimulate Lu Shibia before the game and let him defeat himself at the fastest speed, so that he could have enough time to rest after the game. But Lu Shibia was not affected by Lin Jingyan's voice stimulation. Tyranny was a little helpless. Who can they blame? Blame the organizer. What kind of arrangement is it? After a death match on the first day, the second day will play the decisive game. Such a time arrangement is equivalent to a debuff for Tyranny, which has the oldest average player age. In the end, the first game of the 5v5 arena lasted 15 minutes. Lu Shibia wore Lin Jingyan to death. In the final stage, the audience clearly saw that Lin Jingyan made many mistakes. After the game, the contrast between the two states was more obvious. Lu Shibia was still unsatisfied, while Lin Jingyan was sweating profusely and his face was full of fatigue. Are you okay, Lao Lin? Zhang Xinjia stepped forward and handed a towel to Lin Jingyan, who had returned. Lin Jingyan sat down and wiped his sweat. Then the usually gentle gentleman rarely swore. This little bastard is so mean. I'm so tired. I drink some water. Wei Chao is very clear about our weaknesses. Zhang Xinjia said calmly. Old Lin, can you adjust in the team competition? Bai Yanfei looked at Lin Jingyan. No problem. I just take a break. Don't worry about me. Lu Xiaobia won the first game. Although he lost a lot of blood, I feel that he won. Lin Jingyan's physical strength was obviously exhausted. Pan Lin said after the game. Let's watch the second game. Li Ba thought in his heart that Wei Chao tactics were really mean, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Once he said it, he would be directly booked as the #1 hot search, and the Wei Chao army would drown him with a spit. In the second match, Tyranny sent out Wang Qixuan. In this match, Lu Shibia did not endure the opponent like in the last match. He showed super fast hand speed at the beginning. He used the 3-stage slash to move to the ring first, and then attacked Wang Qixuan 09 degrees. In the end, Lu Shibia narrowly defeated Wang Qixuan with 8% health. The third player to play, Bai Yanfei, directly solved the red-blooded flying knife sword. The current score is 2-1, and Tiny Herb is temporarily in the lead. Tyranny must win this 5v5 ring match. Tiny Herb's tactics have been put on the table, which is to consume the physical strength of Lin Jingyan and Han Wenqing. Now that Lin Jingyan's physical strength has been exhausted, Tiny Herb should speed up. Yishio analyzed. As expected, the second player to play Tiny Herb was Wang Jieshi. What? The second player to play Tiny Herb was actually the captain Wang Jieshi. He did not stay in the position of defending the ring, but chose to play the second one. Pan Lin was shocked. On the holographic projection, Wei Chao, Wang Jieshi, ID Wang Buliexing, professional mage scholar. Is it a mistake? Li Ba was also very surprised. And then he had a bad premonition in his heart. Wei Chao target is Han Wenqing. TSK. As long as Wang Jieshi plays normally, there will be no problem in defeating two opponents. Then Han Wenqing, who is defending the ring, will have to face the next 4 players of Tiny Herb. Even if he defeats 4 opponents and successfully reverses Tiny Herb, he will only earn 1 kill point. But all of Han Wenqing's physical strength will be consumed. Zhou Chen said slowly. Wang Jieshi move is really wonderful. Jiang Buotao couldn't help but applaud. Awesome, Zhou Zikai said. Wang Jieshi is really amazing, with first-class operation and a good brain. Wei Chen said. If Han Wenqing is really in the defending position, then Wang Jieshi will be the general, Yishio said. However, after Wang Jieshi took Bai Yanfei away, the holographic projection gave the list of the 4th player of Tyranny. Tyranny, Zhou Guangyi, IDG Lung, professional assassin, general. Tiny Herb was full of joy, raising his hands as if the victory had been won and ready to advance to the semifinals. The atmosphere on Tyranny's side was obviously much colder. The strategy of Wei Chao was really Sima Zhao intention, and everyone knew it. Go ahead. Find an opportunity to take Wang Jieshi away with a life-threatening blow. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses and said to Zhou Guangyi, who was about to go on stage. Yes. However, dreams are beautiful, And reality is cruel. Ji-Lun life-threatening blow missed Wang Bulixing. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xinjie closed his eyes in despair. Let us congratulate Wang Jieshi for successfully defeating 2 opponents. The next person to face is Han Wenqing, who is defending the ring. Team Han. Zhang Xinjie wanted Han Wenqing to score at most 2 points. They could accept a situation of 5-3. Wang Jieshi health and mana were not enough at this time, and Han Wenqing had a high probability of winning. The next one was Deng Fusheng as expected. After playing with Deng Fusheng, Zhang Xinjie suggested that Han Wenqing slowed down the game rhythm, and slowed down in the middle of the game to prepare for the subsequent team competition. But it was obvious that Han Wenqing would not do so. Han Wenqing doesn't want to lose. Nor does he admit defeat. He will use his iron fist to prove that he is still at the top. It is not feasible to deal with him by consuming physical strength. Tyranny, Han Wenqing. ID Damogayan. A professional boxer. Good tactics. Han Wenqing typed in the public channel after entering the game. Captain Han is too modest. Tyranny is so powerful. This is just for the final victory. Wang Jieshi typed. Victory belongs to Tyranny. The 2 sides met. Wang Bulixing sprinkled ice powder on the broom, and then swept it towards Damogayan. Damogayan swung left and right to avoid Wang Bulixing's swing, and successfully hit Wang Bulixing's shoulder with a punch. Wang Bulixing was repelled. Damogayan took the opportunity to kick Wang Bulixing in the air. Wang Jieshi reacted very quickly and rolled to avoid Damogayan's high kick. Then he raised the broom to summon lightning, and the light chain fell and hit Damogayan. Damogayan used high kicks to move, avoiding the light chain while successfully knocking Wang Bulixing away. Wang Bulixing threw a lava flask at Damogayan in the air. Damogayan opened his steel bones and smashed the lava flask with 1 punch. Before Wang Bulixing fell, Damogayan swung his left hand forward and clenched his right fist. After charging, he threw a fierce punch at Wang Bulixing. The boxer's level 70 high damage ultimate move. The tiger dances wildly. This punch directly took away Wang Jieshi Wang Bulixing. Glory. Let us congratulate Han Wenqing for winning this game. The current score is 4-2. And Wei Chao is temporarily leading. Strange. Why does it feel like Wang Jieshi has stopped? Wei Chen said with some confusion. Because there is no need to go head-to-head with Han Wenqing. After the new competition system reform, the team competition is the key. Wang Jieshi is not the reckless man like Han Wenqing. Chapter 222 Han Wenqing Persistence. The final victory belongs to Senior Han. Looks like a macho man, and his playing style is also like a macho man. Zhou Yichen complained. Don't let the people of Tyranny hear you. Otherwise we can't save you. Fang Minghua smiled. After sending Wang Jieshi away, the third player to play in Vichy Gaming was, as expected, Vichy Gaming Vice Captain Deng Fusheng. Vichy Gaming, Deng Fusheng. ID, Duwa. Professional Knight. Captain. Come on! The Tyranny fans in the away area did their best to support their captain. Vichy Gaming intentions were already exposed. Anyone who was not a fool should know that they wanted to consume Han Wenqing's physical strength. Although they could not share their physical strength with Han Wenqing, they wanted to let the captain know that he had the support of countless Tyranny fans behind him. 99%, 100% Duhua. Loading completed. Entering the game. Both sides rushed to the ring in the center of the map at the same time. Damogayan's speed was obviously faster than Duhua's. But Damogayan did not choose to intercept the opponent at the entrance of the ring. Instead, after entering the ring, he stopped and waited for Duhua's arrival. And Han Wenqing also took the opportunity to rest for a while. Han Wenqing didn't choose to attack. Wei Chen said. Although he didn't say it, he knew it in his heart. And the opponent was a paladin, so there was not much point in intercepting him. Yishio nodded. Then Duhua slowly entered the ring. Damogayan kicked his back foot and punched Duhua. Duhua put up a shield to block Damogayan's punch, and hit Damogayan with a star-dropping hammer. Damogayan dodged it with a cloud body to avoid being hit and causing a knockback effect. Watching Damogayan retreating, Duhua raised his shield and charged at Damogayan. Damogayan used Eagle Step to dodge Duhua's charge, and then jumped into the air and kicked Duhua under his feet. The continuous kicks directly knocked Duhua away. Damogayan landed, turned around and slapped Duhua with his palm. And under the light and shadow effect, he looked like a tiger. Boxer's level 35 skill double tiger palm. Unfortunately, this palm was blocked by Duhua's shield wall. Duhua looked at the attacking Damogayan and directly activated the knight's level 40 status skill unmovable. Duhua put on the shield and stopped moving, allowing Damo Guyan to attack. In one word, turtle. Seeing Duhua, who activated unmovable, Damo Guyan kicked the shield with a heart-piercing kick, then used the force to perform a flying kick, and jumped directly behind Duhua in midair. Before the clumsy Duhua turned around, Damo Guyan used the boxer's level 40 skill Tombe fist. Although it is called a fist, it is actually a palm. This palm with a penetrating effect directly hit Duhua's back, and Duhua staggered forward. Fortunately, Duhua inserted the sword into the ground for support, which prevented the whole person from tilting to the ground. Damo Guyan attack did not stop. He used the boxer's level 60 explosive skill, Fu Hu Tung Xiang, raised his feet, and leaped towards Duhua. Duhua quickly stood up and raised his shield to summon the Dawn Knight level 60 skill Storm counterattack. Damo Guyan Fu Hu Tung Xiang all hit Duhua's Storm counterattack. Deng Fusheng operation was very smart. He used the Storm counterattack while half-crouching, which resulted in Damo Guyan's subsequent stomping failing to force Duhua to fall to the ground. At the moment when Damo Guyan retreated, Duhua took action, and the holy sword that absorbed full damage slashed at Damo Guyan. Damo Guyan used his bare hands to catch the white blade with both hands to resist the Storm counterattack from Duhua. Duhua's holy sword was successfully clamped by Damo Guyan hands, and then Damo Guyan counterattacked and punched Duhua. Duhua blocked Damo Guyan punch with his shield, and used his shield to hit Damo Guyan. Duhua's Storm counterattack was blocked by the barehanded attack, and Deng Fusheng is a bit uncomfortable now, Li Ba explained. This shield strike did successfully hit Damo Guyan, but Damo Guyan immediately shook his body and activated the steel bone to enter the domineering state to offset the stun effect of the shield strike. Duhua saw Damo Guyan activate the steel bone, knowing that the opponent was going to fight him to the death. So he directly activated the Knight's level 50 awakening skill Chivalry. With the blessing of Chivalry, Duhua's overall skills will be strengthened, and the skill damage and effect will be improved. The most important thing is, of course, that after it is activated, all skills except this skill will be reset. Before Damo Guyan launched an attack, Duhua took the lead in raising the holy sword and charging at the opponent, and he was in an accelerated state, and then continued to slash at Damo Guyan. Knight's level 70 ultimate move Crusader's Judgment. Damo Guyan did not choose to fight Duhua, who activated the Knight's Spirit and Crusader's Judgment. He kept shaking his body left and right, avoiding Duhua's slashes while looking for the opponent's flaws. Finally, Damo Guyan seized the gap when Duhua used the last slash. After contracting his right fist and charging, he hit Duhua in front of him with the Overlord Fist. Duhua was completely unable to react to this Overlord Fist, and this punch directly knocked Duhua away. Damo Guyan followed up, punched down with a heavy punch, and pressed Duhua to the ground. Then he kept waving his fist at the fallen Duhua, and finally took Duhua away with a punch. Glory! Let us congratulate Han Wenqing for successfully defeating 2 enemies. Damo Guyan health is still relatively healthy. Han Wenqing needs to consider how to allocate mana next. Li Ba shouted. You are really strong even at old age. Deng Fusheng wiped the sweat from his head and said, Fusheng, you are still in good condition, right? Wang Jieshi said to Deng Fusheng. Not bad. Deng Fusheng took a deep breath and said, That's good. Ingjia, it's your turn to play next. Don't be nervous. The opponent is very strong. Don't seek victory. Just play at your best level. Wang Jieshi smiled and said to Gao Yingjia, who was still a little restrained beside him. Yes, Captain. I won't let you down. Gao Yingjia straightened his chest, pulled in his stomach, and raised his head, then walked towards the stage. Seeing Gao Yingjia walking a little nervously, Wang Jieshi couldn't help but shook his head. Wei Chao, Gao Yingjia. ID, Muin. Professional Magic Scholar. 99%, 100% Muin. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. As the countdown ended, Gao Yingjia Muin chose to fly directly into the air, and his speed was obviously much faster than that of Damo Guyan on the ground. He came to the top of the ring and looked at Damo Guyan, who was rushing over. Muin took the lead in using exorcism powder and sprinkled it towards Damo Guyan. Damo Guyan rolled to the left to avoid the exorcism powder sprinkled by Muin. But before Damo Guyan could make any move, Muin threw out the lava flask again, and Damo Guyan dodged Muin lava flask again. Looking at Muin in the air, Damo Guyan had to think of a way to knock him down from the air. Before Han Wenqing could think of a solution, Muin summoned a magic ray to shoot at Damo Guyan, and the shooting speed was very fast. Demo Guyan had no time to dodge and was successfully hit. Muin took advantage of the victory and summoned lightning in the air. The light chain fell and attacked Demo Guyan. Demo Guyan was successfully hit and fell into a state of paralysis and dizziness. Wow! A full-level lightning chain. This kid is interesting. Yishio was surprised. After all, the lightning chain of the magic scholar is very effective. But it is extremely easy for the opponent to dodge. After seeing the lightning chain hit, Muin did not choose to chant acid rain dry ice, but used magic to increase gravity and speed, rushing towards Demo Guyan on the ground. When he was about to hit, he turned around and hit Demo Guyan with a broom. Demo Guyan was hit and flew away. Muin landed and attached ice powder to the broom to attack Demo Guyan. Seeing Gao Jia abandon his aerial advantage and choose to land and fight with Demo Guyan in close combat, Wang Jieshi couldn't help but frown. This was not a good choice. The most correct choice was to use high to fight low. The kid is still a little impulsive. Yishio shook his head and said, at the moment when the broom was swung at Demo Guyan shook his body and dodged Muin's swing, and then kicked Muin with a front kick. Muin was kicked in the chest and retreated backwards. Demo Guyan took this opportunity to kick Muin with a high-flying kick, and Muin was forced to float in the air. The young man has some skills, but he still has too little experience. Jiang Buto commented. Now that Senior Han is caught up with this, the situation is different. Zhou Yichen shook his head and said that Gao Yingjia's situation was very good just now. He only needed to use high to fight low to wear down the opponent. But he chose to land and confront the opponent head-on, which was a bit irrational. It was also due to the lack of experience. In fact, as early as the moment when Demo Guyan was knocked out, the paralysis and stun effects on his body had ended. Demo Guyan pretended to be a trick, and Muin took the bait directly. Muin, who was suspended in the air, had no power to fight back against Demo Guyan combo. But he was not without a chance. He only needed to delay for a while, and Demo Guyan mana would be completely insufficient. Gao Yingjia was of course aware of this. He wanted to get out of Demo Guyan attack range, fly into the air, and attack from high to low. But Demo Guyan did not give him a chance to take off. He finally got rid of Demo Guyan close entanglement with the help of magic folding line and flew into the air. However, Demo Guyan leaped into the air with an eagle step, stepped on Muin several times in a row, and then knocked Muin down to the ground with a heavy weight. The strong shock wave even caused secondary damage to Muin. Demo Guyan trapped Muin with his feet, then put his left hand on Muin's shoulder and clenched his right fist to accumulate power. Boxer's level 70 ultimate move, Fierce Tiger Dance. As Demo Guyan finished charging, he punched Muin fiercely. The light and shadow effect was like a roaring tiger. The holographic projection zoomed in and found that each punch of Demo Guyan hit Muin heart accurately. These punches directly drained Muin blood. Demo Guyan was not feeling well either. This Fierce Tiger Dance directly consumed his mana to less than 10%. Later, Demo Guyan kept using normal attacks to attack Muin without releasing any low-level skills. Gao Yingjia did not give up. He controlled Muin to uncover the black cloak behind him and cover Demo Guyan. Demo Guyan was caught and caused dark magic damage while falling into a 4-second blinding state. Mage Scholar's level 15 range and grabbing skills Dark Night Cloak. Muin successfully stood up with the help of these 4 seconds, and then chanted on the spot, and used the Mage Scholar's level 60 big move Acid Rain Dry Ice, forming dark clouds mixed with acid rain in the air, causing damage to Demo Guyan within the range while reducing its physical attack and defense and spell attack and defense. The skill was released too late. Yishio and Wang Jieshi shook their heads and said at the same time and in different places. Sure enough, when the acid rain fell, Demo Guyan had already escaped from the blinding state and punched Muin. Muin had no time to dodge and was frozen in place. Then Demo Guyan made up for the damage and successfully took Muin away. But Demo Guyan was also hit by the acid rain and his blood was red. Glory! Let us congratulate Demo Guyan for completing a 1-on-3 match in the 5v5 arena, tying the score to 4-4. Li Ba couldn't help but get excited. This is their old captain of Tyranny. Before the Tyranny fans in the away area had time to cheer, Li Hui, the last player to play in Vichy Gaming, took away Han Wenqing, who was at red health. There was nothing he could do about it. Han Wenqing Demo Guyan health and mana were both at the bottom, while Li Hui Zhan Yi Luan Fei was at full health and mana. In order to avoid accidents, Johnny Luan Fei even started steel and iron bones at the beginning to forcefully approach Damagayan, and then caught him with a throw to successfully take away Han winching Damagayan. The 5v5 arena between the two sides ended, and the current score was 5-4, with Vici Gaming temporarily leading by a small point. After the game, Han Winching shook hands with Li Hui quickly and left the stage first, returning to the Tyranny player seat. He wanted to fight for every minute and every second to recover his physical strength. Captain Han, is there no problem with the team match? Zhang Xinjie said. No problem. You decide how to play. Han Winching wiped the sweat off his head with a towel and said, Everyone, the score is very close. Although we have consumed the physical strength of Han Winching, the captain of Tyranny, the power he can burst out in the King of Fighters is enough to destroy our efforts. Wang Jieshi started his pre-match speech again. Therefore, I hope everyone will do their best to deal with this game. If Tyranny can't make it, what glory championship can we talk about? Yes. After a short break, the team match rosters of the two teams were also announced in advance on the holographic projection. Wei Chao, Wang Jieshi. ID, Wang Buliuxing. Professional Mage Scholar. Deng Fusheng. ID, Duwa. Professional Knight. Yuan Baiqing. ID, Fan Feng. Professional Guardian Angel. Lu Shubia. ID, Fideojin. Professional Swordsman. Gaoingjie. ID, Mian. Professional Mage Scholar. The sixth player. Li Hui. ID, John E. Luan Fei. Professional Judoka. Tyranny, Han Winching. ID, De Mo Gu Hian. Professional Boxer. Zhang Xinjie. ID, Shi Bujuan. Professional Priest. Lin Jingyan. ID, Lung Yan Lei. Professional Rogue. Bai Yanfei. ID, Luo Ta. Professional Elemental Mage. Zhou Guangyi. ID, Ji Lung. Professional Assassin. The sixth player. Wang Qi ID, 09 Degrees. Professional Sharpshooter. Map, War Grassland. Wei Chao promoted Gao Yingjie to the starting lineup, but Li Hui was the sixth player. This lineup of Wei Chao is a double Mage Scholar, Pan Lin said with some surprise when he saw the lineup of Wei Chao. Wei Chao also used the double Mage Scholar lineup before, but the effect was actually quite average. It was a question whether Gao Yingjie could withstand the life or death game. Li Ba questioned the starting lineup of Wei Chao. This lineup of Vici Gaming has something to say. Yi Xiu eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Vici Gaming starting 5. Oh! Yi Buxiu. What do you think? Wei Chen said. War Grassland. A typical fast attack map. Although Vici Gaming is a little weak in the front after Gao Yingjie is brought up, the firepower is too strong. And what about Ji Lung? Yi Xiu asked a fatal question. Yes. This time Vici Gaming uses Guardian Angel to prevent the wind. Who will Ji Lung kill? Wei Chen also discovered this problem. Battle map. It's uncomfortable. Chapter 223 Wang Buliuxing's successor is not a mediocre person. It's within your expectation. Wei Chao really chose War Grassland. Han Winching suddenly looked at Zhang Xinjie beside him. Although War Grassland is our strong team, Wei Chao is also not weak. However, I didn't expect that two magic scholars would start. After all, Gao Yingjie temper needs to be tempered. Zhang Xinjie made a signature move and adjusted his glasses. Then go ahead and leave no regrets. Han Winching took the lead and walked at the front of the team, and Zhang Xinjie and others followed behind him. Both sides came to the stage and shook hands before the game. Both sides did not make any harsh words before the game. Tyranny is not that style. Wei Chao is afraid that after making harsh words, it will stimulate the beastliness of the opponent and the situation will be difficult to control. Captain Han, please give me more advice. Wang Jieshi said to Han Winching. Captain Wang, please give me more advice. Han Winching said coldly. Whether Tyranny will overcome last season's performance and return to the top 4 again after a 1-2 comeback, or whether Vici Gaming will enter the top 4 for 5 consecutive seasons. Let's wait and see. 99%, 100% the lone smoke in the desert. Loading completed. The king does not stay. Loading completed. The clothes are flying. Loading completed. The stone does not turn. Loading completed. Map, War Grassland. Loading completed. When entering the loading page, commentators Pan Lin and Li Ba also briefly introduced this map, mainly to the new fans of Honor of Kings. Old fans of Honor of Kings will not be unfamiliar with this map. A map suitable for fast attacks. This map not only appears very frequently this season, but also has a high discussion rate in online games and on the internet, as red and green light are injected into the war grassland displayed by the holographic projection. Both sides are ready. Vici Gaming refreshes in the northeast corner, and Tyranny refreshes in the southwest corner. 3, 2, 1. Fight! We play a fast break. Wang Jieshi gave orders in the team voice channel after the countdown ended. Received. The other members of Tiny Herb responded. Wang Bulixing and Muin took off at the same time and headed for the second floor area below the refresh point. Beyond the second floor area was a grassland at the bottom. Wang Jieshi's purpose in choosing this map was also very simple, which was to disrupt Tyranny rhythm. This was also the reason why Gao Yingjie was promoted to the starting lineup to enhance the team's output. Occupy the position first and play a defensive counterattack. Zhang Xinjie also gave orders in the team voice of Tyranny. Although Tiny Herb had transferred Li Hui to the sixth man, they had Duhua in front, so it was not easy for them to attack. A defensive counterattack was the best way to deal with it. Although both teams were heading towards the grassland at the bottom of the second floor. From the formation point of view, Wang Bulixing and Mu In on the Tiny Herb side flew at the front of the team, and Duhua, Bai Daojin, and Fa Feng were in a straight line below. On the Tyranny side, Damo Guyan rushed to the front of the team, with Ji Lung and Lung Anlei at his side, and Luo Ta and Shi Bujuan hugged each other tightly, in a very obvious 122 formation. On the Weichao side, relying on the high-altitude advantage of Wang Bulixing and Mu In, the two had already flown above the grassland at the bottom when Tyranny went down to the second-level platform. The two used magic zigzags to slow down the march of Tyranny. All the members of Tyranny scattered and dodged two magic zigzags, and then continued to run towards the grassland at the bottom. Due to the influence of Wang Bulixing and Mu In, Tyranny had slowed down a lot. By the time they adjusted their formation and came to the grassland below, Weichao had occupied the central area. Attack! At Wang Jieshi command, all the members of Weichao rushed towards Tyranny. Wang Bulixing took the lead in launching an attack and threw a lava flask at Tyranny. Bai Yanfei reacted quickly and controlled Luo Ta to knock down the lava flask in the air. But Mu In lava flask followed closely. Rhoda didn't have time to release the second shot, so Tyranny had to disperse again to avoid the exploding lava flask. Looking at the scattered Tyranny, the flying knife sword slashed at Lung Anlei in front of him with a silver blade, and then moved directly to Rhoda's side with 3 slashes. Damo Guyan kicked at the flying knife sword, but was stopped by Duhua in the middle. Duhua started to provoke and made a contemptuous gesture to Damo Guyan. Damo Guyan was hit by the provocation and could only attack Duhua for the next 3 seconds. Damo Guyan did not activate the steel bone to offset the provocation, because Lung Anlei shot a poison needle at the flying knife sword after dodging the sword energy of the silver blade. The flying knife sword had to give up assassinating Rhoda and block the flying poison needle with the sword. At this time, the lineup of Weichao fully played its advantage. That is, Rhoda and Shi Bujuan were paralyzed by the aerial operation duo, and Rhoda could only summon an ice wall in front of him to block the attack from the flying knife sword. Then a fire bomb hit Wang Bulixing and Mu In the air. But the two were too agile, and they easily avoided Rhoda's fire bomb by controlling the movement of their brooms. Wang Bulixing took out the dispelling powder on his body and sprinkled it on Shi Bujuan and Luo Ta, while Mu In summoned lightning in the air, and the light chain fell and struck Shi Bujuan. Shi Bujuan had no choice but to dodge Mu In lightning chain and was sprinkled with Wang Bulixing dispelling powder. Shi Bujuan attack skill release speed and movement speed were both reduced. Fortunately, Luo raised his staff and chanted, and a fast and accurate thunder penetrated and struck Mu In, causing Mu In to fall into a paralyzed state and unable to attack further. Shi Bujuan chanted and focused to remove his negative state. Deal with the 3 people on the ground first. These 2 flies are too difficult to deal with, Zhang Xinjie commanded. Bai Yanfei heard the deputy captain's command, and controlled Luo Ta to turn around and chant to use the elemental mage's level 60 range skill Flame Storm. Fa Feng looked at the magic circle rising under his feet and activated the extreme survival to strengthen himself. During the period, he could increase his physical defense and magic defense while using the Holy Shield technique centered on himself to offset most of the damage from the Flame Storm. Seeing Duhua in a burning state, Fa Feng used the Guardian Angel's level 40 skill purification. The spell removed the burning effect on Duhua. But Damo Guyan did not stop attacking Duhua. He took a half step back and retracted his right fist. After charging, he punched Du Ming with a tyrant fist. Dua held up a shield and activated shield counter. This punch pierced through the stars. Damo Gaian Tyrant Fist knocked Dua back. And he also flew backwards. Full level shield counter. Yishio reacted when he saw Damo Gaian flying backwards. In theory. Although shield counter is mandatory for knights. Holding a shield to counter the enemy's attack. Both the skill damage and the effect will be rebounded at a certain ratio. But Damo Gaian, who hit himself flying, should be full level. Flying Knife Sword and Ling Onlei happened to be in front of Damo Gaian, who flew backwards. Damo Gaian used inertia to kick the Flying Knife Sword. The Flying Knife Sword wanted to retreat to avoid it, but was caught by Ling Onlei in the attack. Before Ling Onlei could raise his knee to strike hard, Damo Gaian kicked the Flying Sword away with one foot. This is a wave of cooperation from Damo Gaian and Ling Onlei, Li Ba shouted. However, this wave could not alleviate tyranny adversity. Luo Ta and Shi Bujuan in the back were constantly harassed by Wang Bulixing and Mu In, causing Luo Ta to have no time to take care of the remote support of the front battlefield, and could only think of a way to knock down the two in the air first. Can you resist it head-on? Fuxing. Xibia. Baiqing? Wang Jieshi harassed tyranny from the back, while also thinking about the front. I'm fine. Xibia. I'm here to help you. Deng Fuxing said. Be careful of Ji Lung. He's in the bushes on your far right. The shy Gaoingjia also spoke at this time. And he spoke with key information. Good observation. Ingjia, Yuan Baiqing said. Because the bushes were closest to him. It seems that tyranny target is still the healer. Baiqing, you should be careful. Wang Jieshi said. Okay. Captain. Duhui used a falling phoenix hammer to block the continuous output of Damo Gaian to the flying sword. And then started to defend, raising the shield to protect teammates, which could resist most physical attacks. Fa Feng is alone. Focus on him first. Zhang Xinjie noticed that Fa Feng was alone in the back, and then said in the team voice, Go! Han Wenqing gave an order. Tyranny directly turned to Fa Feng, and Ji Lung, who was hiding in the bushes, rushed out and stabbed Fa Feng with a piercing stab. However, Fa Feng had expected it. Looking at Ji Lung, who was stabbing, Fa Feng directly used the Guardian Angel 70 level ultimate move Angel's Prestige. A 360-degree halo appeared in the sky and unfolded from it. The halo directly repelled Ji Lung, who rushed out, as well as Damo Gaian and Ling Onlei, who wanted to rush to the direction of Fa Feng. The high-altitude duo has too much restrictions on tyranny. Not only the output limit, but also the field of view limit. Ji Lung is no different from a clear card in the eyes of Wei Chao. Zhou Yichen shook his head and said, If Wei Chao makes it to the semi-finals, it seems we need to pay attention to this duo. Jiang Buotao nodded and said, We should feel better with the captain. Vice-captains, you and Fang Ma need to think about how to deal with these two. Look at the two behind tyranny. They are completely restricted. Zhou Yichen added, Indeed. We need to think of a way to target them. Fang Minghua said, pinching his chin. On the court, the most uncomfortable person should be Zhang Xinjie. He couldn't use the angel wings to stay in the air to help command the front, because once he was in the air, he would be a living target in the eyes of Wang Bulixing and Mu In. Ingjia, you keep pressing in the air. I'm going down. Wang Jieshi suddenly said. Okay. Captain, Gaoingjia shouted. Wang Bulixing flew towards Rhoda and Shi Bujuan in the air, holding a strengthened broom. Rhoda wanted to attack Wang Bulixing, but was interrupted by a magic cannonball from Mu In. Wang Bulixing turned around and hit Rhoda and Shi Bujuan with a heavy blow. Rhoda was in an even worse situation and fell into a cursed state. Seeing Wang Bulixing falling to the ground, Shi Bujuan threw a sacred fire at him and then cast a spell to hypnotize Wang Bulixing. But Mu In move was just right. Mu In landed and chanted the skill to use the Magic Scholar's level 60 ultimate skill Acid Rain Dry Ice. Zhang Xinjie did not choose to terminate the hypnosis, but chose to carry Mu In Acid Rain, successfully hypnotizing Wang Bulixing. But he was also hit by the Acid Rain. At the same time, the Acid Rain damage attribute will become ice damage, and the Dark Cloud will cast lightning to attack the enemy, causing light magic damage. It's a bit of a loss, Wei Chen said when he saw Zhang Xinjie's choice. No. This is tyranny only chance. Only by getting rid of Wang Jieshi can tyranny have a chance of winning. Yishio said. Switch the fire. Wang Bulixing. Ji Lung will risk his life. Zhang Xinjie hurriedly commanded in the team channel. Zhang Xinjie, who was always calm, was now a little anxious because he knew this might be their only chance in this game. Hearing the deputy captain's call, Ji Lung started to run and switch fire, speeding to the direction where Wang Bulixing was. But Gao Yingjie's next move shocked the whole audience. Muin took off the black cloak behind him and covered the enemy, using the dark night flying shadow to catch Luo Ta and Shi Bujuan at the same time, and then took off successfully with the recoil, throwing the two from high school to Ji Lung direction, and then used the Magic Scholar's level 70 big move Broom Whirlwind. Muin rode the broom straight down in the air, and rotated the broom to cause multiple attributeless magic attacks to Ji Lung, Luo Ta and Shi Bujuan within the range. Gao Yingjie hand speed sword at this time. His left hand continuously pressed the skill key to accelerate the rotation, and his right hand operated the mouse to control the direction. Muin rotation speed became faster and faster, and the broom landed on the ground to produce a huge shock wave that directly blew away the three people of tyranny. But at this time, Muin himself was in a state of confusion, and the whole person fell directly to the ground. If you look at Gao Yingjie's perspective, you will find it very dizzy. This, Pan Lin and Li Yibao were both shocked by Gao Yingjie's performance. After a moment of silence, Pan Lin excitedly said, "This is Wang Bulixing's successor." Then the atmosphere on the scene was completely ignited. You should know that Gao Yingjie was given the title of Wang Bulixing's successor when he debuted, with a large flow of traffic. The pressure is also very high. Wang Jieshi also gave Gao Yingjie many opportunities to play this season. But to be honest, Gao Yingjie's performance was mediocre, and sometimes there were even some unnecessary small mistakes, which is unavoidable for newcomers. But in the eyes of others, as the future successor of Wang Bulixing, Gao Yingjie should be flawless. Those who used to mock Tiny Herb and Gao Yingjie shut their mouths at this moment. Gao Yingjie completed his redemption. Gao Yingjie. Gao Yingjie. Gao Yingjie. Wow! This was the first time that the fans of Wei Chao shouted Gao Yingjie's name so loudly. Although Gao Yingjie was their own child, in their hearts, Wang Jieshi was the only user of Wang Bulixing, and Gao Yingjie was not qualified. As fans, they naturally knew that Gao Yingjie was a little shy and reserved, so they encouraged Gao Yingjie more. When they saw someone criticizing Gao Yingjie, they would even choose to fight back. Their own child could say it, but others were not worthy. Today, with this attack, they saw Gao Yingjie's growth, and he began to unleash his talent. Awesome! Yi Xiu couldn't help but applaud when he saw Gao Yingjie's operation. Gao Yingjie perfectly resolved tyranny offensive, and at the same time, this broom whirlwind directly beat Rhoda and Shi Bujuan to residual health. And Wang Bulixing also woke up from hypnosis. Duhua was the first to activate the chivalry spirit to reset the skill CD, and at the same time, he used the sacrifice roar towards the tyranny people, with a very large range, directly taunting the five people of tyranny. Damo Guyan and Ling Anlei directly activated the steel bones to avoid Duhua's roar, and then punched Wang Bulixing, who was flying. But the flying sword beside him was attacked. Sword decides the world. The sword energy successfully hit the fallen Shi Bujuan and Luo Ta, and as Wang Bulixing chanted acid rain and dry ice, the work of closing the net of Wei Chao began. Chapter 224, the final winner. The final showdown of the top four. The acid rain has caused considerable damage to the three members of tyranny again, and the flying swords beside them have also come. Tyranny is not doing well, Li Yibao shouted, and it can be heard that Li Yibao is very panicked. He is panicked, but there are people who are more panicked than him. That is, the tyranny fans in the audience. At this time, the tyranny fans have shut their mouths and are nervously watching the situation on the field, hoping that their team can have a hero stand out, just like Han Wenqing in the last game. But without Han Wenqing, Damo Guyan was restrained by Du Hua and Fang Feng. Ji Lung, Luo Ta and Shi Bujuan could not protect themselves. Now Lung and Lei, the only one who can save the team, was also entangled by Muin, who came. Sacrifice your life to stab Wang Bulixing. Zhang Xinji identified Wang Bulixing. He believed that as long as Wang Jieshi was solved, the defense line of Wei Chao would be broken. However, Wang Jieshi had noticed that tyranny's primary target was him, so he flew into the air early and attacked from both sides with a flying knife sword. I can't hit it, Deputy Captain, Zhou Guangyi shouted. Switch to the flying knife sword. Captain Han and Lao Lin hold on. Zhang Xinjie commanded the team to switch targets after seeing Wang Bulixing flying into the sky. Han Wenqing responded to Zhang Xinjie with his operation, sweeping a whirlwind kick towards Fa Feng and Duhua. Lung Onlay was a little uncomfortable being pulled by Muin. But fortunately, with the poison needle and the Molotov cocktail, Muin did not dare to fight him in close. After the flying knife sword released the sword to decide the world, taking advantage of the greatly increased attack power and attack speed during the opening period, combined with its own hand speed that had soared to 600. The body quickly swayed, and 6 afterimages surrounded the 3 people. Wang Bulixing in the sky used lighting chains to help distract the flying knife sword on the ground. Jiling dodged the lightning that struck him from the air, and the mother and child stab was used. The tip of the sword faded a layer, and the faded part flew quickly towards the flying knife sword in an arc trajectory. The second one on the right is the real body. Zhang Xinjie captured the real body of the flying knife sword. After hearing the deputy captain's reminder, Ji Lung and Luo Ta attacked the flying knife sword at the same time without any hesitation. The flying knife sword saw that it had been discovered, so it had to jump up and slash the 3 tyranny members with a silver blade. The 3 members of tyranny dispersed to avoid the silver blade of the flying knife sword. Rhoda summoned a magic barrier with flames in front of him to block the flying knife sword's path, and then released the elemental mage's level 70 ultimate move, Thunder and Fire, in the direction of Dong Mao Gaiyan. Through manual operation, the lightning struck Duhua and Fan Feng within the range, but Duhua immediately activated Silent as still water, which directly immune to negative states during the period, while Fan Feng activated the Guardian Angel's level 60 skill, Life Activation. Itself obtains a continuous acceleration state and recovers 7% of health per second. The goal of the 2 people is very clear. That is, to hold Dong Mao Gaiyan and prevent tyranny from huddling together. Looking at the 2 people who wanted to hold him by force, Han Wenqing was also annoyed, which reminded him of Zhu Xiaoping's Windemo in the playoffs last season. So Dong Mao Gaiyan turned around and kicked Duhua's shield with a side kick, and then avoided Fan Feng's holy light attack. He swung his left hand forward and drew his right hand back to his waist, clenching his fist to charge his strength. Oh no! It's Tiger Dance! Yuan Baiqing saw Han Wenqing moves, so he started to strengthen himself and started extreme survival again. Duhua started to upgrade to Honest Storm counterattack under the blessing of the Night Spirit. Damo Gaiyan finished charging his strength and swung the fully charged Tiger Dance at the 2 people in front of him. His fists kept hitting Duhua's shield and Feng Feng. The last punch blew the 2 people away directly, and he saw that the holy sword was already full of holy light. Duhua stood firm and used the Knight's level 70 ultimate move Crusader Judgment directly at Damo Gaiyan. Facing Duhua's charge, Damo Gaiyan retreated directly behind the cloud. The Crusader Judgment with Honest Storm counterattack was fatal, and Duhua's holy sword absorbed all the damage of Tiger Dance, which Damo Gaiyan could not bear at this time. After Feng Feng flew backwards, he did not choose to kill Damo Gaiyan with Duhua, but chose to surround the 3 people of tyranny from the back. Come here, Baiqing. You don't have to worry about Damo Gaiyan, Wang Jieshi commanded. Got it. The 3 people of tyranny in another battlefield could no longer hold on. Ji Lung's life-threatening attack had already been launched. His target was Fei Daojian. But during the assassination, Wang Bulixing in the sky grabbed him from behind with the Dark Knight cloak, and then threw him to the ground. Fei Daojian followed Wang Bulixing's pace and used the swordsman level 70 ultimate move, Phantom Invisible Sword. The sword energy would turn into a phantom and attack Ji Lung who had landed. Lu Xiubia's hand speed was very fast, and the number of combos increased. Finally, he played the Phantom 14 swords. The last sword directly blew Ji Lung away, but he also fell into a 1-second stiff state. Ji Lung, who flew backwards, was taken away by Wang Bulixing in the air with a precise magic ray, becoming the first character to be eliminated in this game. After seeing Zhou Guangyi being eliminated, the fans of tyranny, who were sitting upright, collapsed in their seats in the audience. They understood the role of Ji Lung too well. Without Ji Lung, Wei Chao would be even more unscrupulous. General attack. It's time to close the net. The moment he saw Ji Lung disappear, Wang Jieshi directly ordered the team to launch a general attack on tyranny. This game should be over. Understood. Fan Feng took the lead with a holy light attack, and chopped Rhoda, who was receiving treatment from Sherbujuan, with an axe. Rhoda turned around and shot a dark night flying shadow at Fan Feng. Fan Feng was hit by a black arc-shaped spell ray, causing Fan Feng to be forced to rotate 180 degrees, causing a blinding effect that lasted for 2 seconds. This holy light attack also hit the air. Seeing Fan Feng coming alone, Sherbujuan chanted on the spot and summoned a holy halo from the sky. While Fa Feng was bathed in the halo, he exposed his vision, and the damage he received during the period would be increased by an additional 30%. Priest level 40 skill, Light of the Holy Commandment. Captain Han. Now is the time, Zhang Xinjie said in the team channel. Damo Guyan appeared in front of Fa Feng, raised his feet from a distance, leaped towards Fa Feng, and after stepping on him, he stepped on him twice in the air, directly stepping Fa Feng to the ground. Following this tombe palm, he directly hit Fa Feng under him. Looking at the remaining blood of Fa Feng, Damo Guyan wanted to take him away, but was directly knocked away by Duhua's charge. Batu's 6 man, 09 degrees, also rushed to the front battlefield. Under the command of Zhang Xinjie, 09 degrees decided to help Lung Anlei get rid of Mu In first. But Rhoda on the front battlefield could no longer hold on, and was burned to death by Wang Bulixing's lava flask. Shi Bujuan, who was alone, could only open the angel wings to stay in the air, and then restore the blood volume for Damo Guyan, but was immediately taken away from the air by Wang Bulixing. Tyranny lost 2 people in an instant. The good news is that Lang Anlei cooperated with Ling Xiaojudu to kill Mu In, and Damo Guyan used steel bones to kill Fang Feng, who was illuminated by the light of Holy Commandment. At this time, the situation became 3v3, and tyranny chance came. They needed to reduce the number of Wei Chao in advance before the 6th player of Wei Chao, John E. Luan Fei, arrived. Otherwise, when John E. Luan Fei arrived, tyranny would have no chance. The current situation on the field was a 3v3 balance before John E. Luan Fei arrived. Although Damo Guyan and Ling Anlei health on tyranny's side was not healthy, Ling Xiaojudu was almost full of health, and the health of the 3 players on Wei Chao was relatively average. Li Ba explained passionately. He saw hope. At present, Wei Chao has lost 2 people, and tyranny has lost 3 people. The score is 8-6, and Wei Chao is temporarily leading. Pan Lin reported the points of both sides at this time. Tyranny was 2 head points behind Wei Chao. Duhua. The 3 of Damo Guyan gathered and chose Duhua as their first target. Ling Xiaojudu slid towards Duhua. Duhua bravely jumped to avoid Ling Xiaojudu's sliding slid and slashed directly at Lung Anlei. Lung Anlei rolled to avoid Duhua's jump slash. However, Wang Bulixing successfully hit the rolling Lung Anlei with a gravity acceleration shot, knocking him to the ground. The flying knife sword made a 3-stage slash to move close to Lung Anlei, and Lung Anlei threw a gasoline bottle at the flying knife sword. But the flying knife sword hit the gasoline bottle and the person together with the wind. The gasoline bottle exploded directly between the 2 people. The flying knife sword retreated to avoid the exploded gasoline bottle, and then slashed against Lung Anlei again with a knife in the wind. With Wang Bulixing output, Lung Anlei became the first character to be eliminated in 3v3, and Damo Guyan and Ling Xiaojudu finally solved the most resistant Duhua at this time. But Johnny Luan Fei also rushed to the front battlefield. Although Damo Guyan and Ling Xiaojudu forcibly eliminated Fei Daojin, they were powerless to save the situation in the face of Zhang Luanfei, who was almost full of health, and Wang Bulixing, who was attacking from the air. As Zhang Luanfei caught Ling Xiaojudu, Wang Bulixing eliminated Damo Guyan, and the team game finally came to an end. Glory! Let us congratulate Wei Chao for defeating Tyranny 11-8 and advancing to the next round. At the same time, they have entered the top 4 of the Glory Professional League for 5 consecutive times since the 4th season. Pan Lin announced the results. Congratulations to Wei Chao. The lineup of 2 Magic Scholars gave us a big shock today. The young player Gao Yingjie played very well. Li Ba said brilliantly. Gao Yingjie may really change after today. Jiang Guotao said. So what? Don't be afraid of the newcomers, Zhou Yichen said domineeringly. At the press conference after the game, facing the reporter's question, does Tyranny have a generational gap now? Zhang Xinjie said that the Korean team can still play, and he will not consider this issue for the time being. But can the Korean team really still play? You know, after winning the championship in the 4th season, Tyranny seemed to have reached its peak. But in fact it was not. Because after winning the championship in the 4th season, the original group of teammates who won the championship retired one after another, and only the captain Han Wenqing and the vice-captain Zhang Xinjie were left from the original team. Nowadays, as Han Wenqing, the ace player of Tyranny, is getting older, and more new generation of excellent players are emerging in the league. The Golden Generation, 2-week combination. The 2 major giants of the league, Tyranny and Excellent Era. are in a period of decline in people's eyes. With Ichio retirement, Han Wenqing has become the only professional player who has fought from the first season to the present, and his age is also the oldest in the league. Next question. Zhang Xinjie said calmly. Will Tyranny change next year? Of course. There are many excellent newcomers in the Tyranny training camp, and we will give priority to the first team. Zhang Xinjie replied. Can you be more specific? The reporters wanted more detailed information, but Zhang Xinjie just smiled and stopped talking. In the end, all the members of Tyranny expressed regret for the loss, and the captain Han Wenqing said lightly, we will come again next year, and we will return to that position. In response, the media's post-match report extended this topic to the complete end of an era. Two great players who were at the top of the league in the past. One is retired and is said to be preparing for the challengers, and the other is still sticking to Tyranny. The press conference of the winning team of Vici Gaming was not very exciting. Wang Jieshi praised the performance of the young player Gao Yingjie. Yingjie played very well today. Without him, it would be difficult for us to win the final victory. The future belongs to him. When mentioning the opponent of the next round, Samsara, Wang Jieshi said, although Samsara is currently advancing rapidly, I think Vici Gaming has the strength to fight. We will try our best to win the final victory and enter the Glory Finals for the fourth time in a row. But before the start of the playoffs, Samsara and Blue Rain seem to have agreed to meet in the finals. What do you think of this, Captain Wang? Some reporters had a little idea. It is impossible to mention Vici Gaming without mentioning their mortal enemy Blue Rain. Of course, this is from the outside world's point of view. In Wang Jieshi's view, the loss in the 6th season was partly due to Huang Xiaotian trash talk. But more importantly, his tactical arrangement was not as good as Yu Wenzhou, which led to the final loss. Then we, Vici Gaming, must come out to stop the two teams from meeting. We are looking forward to a finals match with Yinyu. Wang Jieshi hit back. Vici Gaming can be the original. Wang Jieshi words were also reported as the headline after the game. With the end of the 3 battles between Vici Gaming and Tyranny, Vici Gaming defeated Tyranny and advanced to the next round. The top 4 of the 8th season of the Glory Professional League were also announced. Upper half, Samsara vs Vici Gaming. Lower half, Blue Rain vs Yinyu. These two games have a connection. In the upper half, Samsara vs Vici Gaming is a replay of last year's finals. Last year should have been the most desperate year for Vici Gaming fans. In the first round of the single-player competition, they were beaten bloodily. In the team competition, Zhou Zakai and Zhou Yichen performance beat Vici Gaming without any temper. In the second round, Wang Jieshi position was successfully guessed by Samsara. They didn't even make it to the ring game. Samsara defeated Vici Gaming and became the new champion. Samsara has become the nightmare of Tiny Herb. Tiny Herb must defeat Samsara if it wants to achieve Nirvana. The match between Blue Rain and Misty Rain in the lower half is a repeat of the first round of last year's playoffs. But now is different. Both Blue Rain and Misty Rain are stronger than last season, and this time is destined to be exciting. Of course, the 4 teams also have time to rest. After 2 days of rest, the first match of the top 4 will be between Samsara, which ranks first in the regular season, and Tiny Herb, which ranks 4th in the regular season. For Tiny Herb, the adjustment time left for them is very short. At that time, they will face Samsara in full condition. Chapter 225 The Demon King will eat all the heroes who come to rescue the princess. After the final battle between Tiny Herb and Tyranny, the semi-finals will start again on the 3rd day, with Samsara versus Tiny Herb. Tiny Herb at home. The two teams can be regarded as old rivals. They won the championship and runner-up last season, and met in the semi-finals this season. In the Samsara Club, although the Samsara team had personally watched the 3 games between Tiny Herb and Tyranny, they did not review them. Today, after the training analyst sorted out the data of the 2 teams, all the Samsara members gathered in the conference room, opened the recordings of the 3 games, and officially started the review work. At this time, the projection in the conference room was playing Tiny Herb's first and third team games over and over again, especially the 3rd game. Samsara had to admit that Tiny Herb's pre-war deployment was too beautiful. The 2 magic scholars gave Tyranny, or Zhang Xinjie, a big surprise. But it is unrealistic to use it on us, Zhou Yichen said. The mistake Tyranny made was that they failed to anticipate that Tiny Herb would boldly choose a starting lineup of 2 magic scholars at a critical moment, since there was only one long-range output point in the starting lineup. Rhoda, Tiny Herb's high-altitude duo put pressure on Tyranny back row with almost no pressure. Jiang Buitao stood in front of the projection screen and analyzed for everyone. Others rushed to speak and express their opinions. Even Zhou Zikai, who was not very talkative, would interrupt and say a few words. After watching Tiny Herb's video, Jiang Buitao drew a red circle on Wang Bulixing avatar. Wang Jieshi. Jiang Buitao pointed at Wang Bulixing avatar with a marker and said, "The victory or failure of Tiny Herb has a lot to do with Wang Jieshi. It can even be understood that as long as Wang Jieshi is strangled, Tiny Herb will collapse without attack," Jiang Buitao said firmly. "Isn't that the same as the excellent era where Yi Qiu was before?" Duming raised his hand and asked. "That's right. Tiny Herb relies heavily on Wang Jieshi, especially after Wang Jieshi changed his style. That's why Wang Jieshi no longer chooses the magician. He is not a warrior, but a marshal." Zhou Yichen nodded and said, "Then this task will be handed over to our most trusted captain." Jiang Buitao looked at Zhou Zikai on the side. "Yeah," Zhou Zikai responded lightly. Although Zhou Zikai is not the kind of person who is flamboyant, he is not afraid of anyone in a 1v1 single-player solo. Not only Wang Jieshi, but also other people in Tiny Herb were observed. Li Hui, who is currently considered the top judo player, is probably dead in name only. Li Hui's performance in these 3 games is not bad, but a bit mediocre. I think Wang Jieshi moved Li Hui to the 6th man. In addition to letting the aerial work duo play, there is another point, that is Li Hui's condition. It is obviously not as good as before. I even think that Wang Jieshi will turn the double Magic Scholar lineup into a regular lineup next year. Jiang Buitao guessed. But didn't I hear that Senior Deng is going to retire after the season? Who will take over his job? It won't be Su Bin. Zhou Yichen's face changed several expressions. Will 301 let him go? Lu Buiyuan asked. That's not something we should care about. Fang Minghua waved his hand and said, "It's time for Wang Jieshi to have a headache again for the Tiny Herb Club. Like Zhang Jiala of Baiwa last season. The most exposed thing in the first round of the playoffs was the improvement of all their skill points. There was nothing else. Whether it was the map or the tactics. The reincarnation was the same as before. Using personal strength to tear open the front. And then split the terrain to start the melee mode. Relying on unparalleled tacit understanding. Switching back and forth between the 2 battlefields. But the backbone remains unchanged. One side is Zhou Zikai shot through the clouds. And the other side is Zhou Yichen Yushinchen. This style of play is also called Tai Chi style by netizens. Samsara tactics are not actually that superb. On the contrary, they are simple and unpretentious. There are many research and analysis videos on Samsara tactics on the internet. Without exception, they all say that Samsara tactical reserves are actually relatively scarce, compared with Blue Rain and Tyranny. But they rely on this trick to eat everything. It is very simple to crack Samsara tactical structure. That is, to find a player with similar strength to the double Zhou combination to forcefully break through one of the battlefields. But the problem is that Samsara personnel allocation is too unsolvable. Although Yi Qian Chuanyun and Yi Xingchen were separated into 2 sides, they could support each other at any time, integrating the 2 battlefields into one battlefield. Lu Buiyu and Yunshan Wan jumped back and forth between the 2 battlefields. He was like a brick, moving wherever he was needed. Jiang Buitao Wu Lang in the back not only protected Xiao Guzi Rule, but also provided long-range output, which simply developed the functionality of the magic swordsman profession to the extreme. After watching the video of the reincarnation, Wang Jieshi keenly found a breakthrough point. Lu Buiyuan. Lu Buiyuan condition has been up and down this season, especially in the last half, when Lu Buiyuan condition was surprisingly bad. In the 2 games against the Thunder in the playoffs, Lu Buiyuan performed well, and still had a good understanding with his teammates. Lu Buiyuan is probably the weakest point of this Tai Chi. And this is the only way for us to win. Wang Jieshi marked it with a marker. Fusheng, your goal is still to entangle Zhou Yichen. Ending Jia, and I will deal with Zhou Zikai. Shibia will observe the situation in the middle, and find an opportunity to get close to Xia Dezirua. Captain, what about me? Li Hui raised his hand and said, Yi Hui, you are still the 6th man. After all, we need a front row in the endgame. Okay, Captain. Not only Samsara and Tiny Herb, but also Blue Rain and Misty Rain in the lower half are actively reviewing their opponents' games. Blue Rain lost to its old rival Tiny Herb in the semifinals last year, and this year it is bound to return to the finals. Although Misty Rain has already created team history, Who doesn't want to go further? After the semifinals, one more step. That is the highest hall of the Glory Professional League. The Glory Finals. One more step. That is the glory that all professional players dream of. The Glory Championship. Every year, when the Glory Circle reaches this stage, the atmosphere will become extremely solemn. Just like last year. Whether it is Tiny Herb in the upper half or Misty Rain in the lower half. They all want to avenge last year. 1 day. 2 days in a tense atmosphere. Time passes day by day. The first game of the semifinals finally arrived. The upper half took the lead, with Samsara, ranked first in the regular season, playing against Tiny Herb, ranked fourth in the regular season. The first game of the Bow 3 was held at the home court of Vici Gaming in City B. This game was full of highlights. It was a duel between two champion teams, and it was also a grudge match. Before the game, most people were optimistic about Samsara, and even many second-way commentators predicted that Samsara would be able to defeat Vici Gaming 2-0 and advance to the finals. The game day soon arrived, and a lot of fans had gathered at the venue. They held green cheering signs in their hands, which did not say "come on," but "revenge." This playoff, the league officials also prepared a very interesting pregame activity. That is, the official reporters randomly interviewed the audience on the scene to see how they viewed the game that was about to be held today. "Hello, beautiful lady. I am a reporter from Honor Official. Can I interview you?" The reporter found a lady wearing green cat ears. Sure. Then let me ask first. Which team are you a fan of?" The lady was stunned when she heard this question. After a moment of silence, she pointed to the cat ears on her head, which should be the logo of Vici Gaming. "Okay. This is a fan of Tiny Herb. Does the young lady have anything to say to Tiny Herb?" "Can I say anything?" The young lady looked at the camera with a blush on her face. Sure." The reporter hesitated for a moment and said, "Wang Jieshi, I want to give birth to a baby for you," the young lady said loudly, scaring the reporter to shut up. The audience watching the broadcast were stunned. Although they couldn't hear anything now, they could see that the young lady being interviewed looked like she was about to ascend to heaven. "No. Against the will of heaven." Wei Chen took a deep breath and said, "This young man." Then the reporter also interviewed other people. Among these interviewees, there were those who supported Tiny Herb to defeat the great devil Samsara, and there were also those who were not fans of the two teams, but were there to watch the fun. There were also some crazy male fans who wanted to give birth to a baby for Zhou Yichen. I don't know if Zhou Yichen agrees, but Xu Yunxiu definitely disagrees. "Are all your male fans of Yichen so aghast?" Wei Chen looked at Chen Guo on the side. "I'm not a male fan. How would I know? Besides, I'm a fan of Zhou Yichen's skills and appearance." Chen Guo rolled her eyes at Wei Chen. "Heh. Maybe they are also fans of Zhou Yichen's appearance," Yishio suddenly said. Chen Guo seemed to have thought of something, with a look of disgust on her face. In addition to the interview before the game, the reporters also participated in the prize-winning guessing session, but several people failed to give the correct answer. "Hello. Welcome to our prize-winning guessing session. Can I ask what your ID is?" The reporter asked a very handsome man in front of him. "Genius Jia. Wow. You sound very talented." "Thank you. I think so too." "Okay. Then my question is, what is the character ID of Zhou Yichen?" "I know this, but I was blinded by one leaf. I voted for him at that time," the man said happily. "Congratulations. You got the wrong answer," the reporter said expressionlessly. It's a Yu Xingchen." "Really? When did he change his name?" "As his male fan. I didn't even know. Zhou Yichen is too much. He will be the C sooner or later." "I'm so angry." Dangerous remarks. "Shut up. Shut up." The reporter directly covered the other person's mouth with his hand. At 8 o'clock that evening, the Bird's Nest National Stadium in City B was already full. The holographic projection was playing the promotion road of the two teams and the promotional video of the playoffs. The promotional video has been played to the last scene. The 8 teams in the playoffs are vying to gather. The leader is the Samsara team with the youngest average age in the league. In front of them is the Glory Championship trophy. Then the representatives of each team scramble to speak. And finally, will the Demon King really be defeated by the Brave? No. The Demon King will devour all the brave men and enjoy his beloved princess alone. The promotional video ends here. After this season, the promotional video for the game is so cool. Wei Chen sighed. Why didn't we have this back then? What conditions did we have then? What conditions do we have now? How can we compare? Yishio said with a small bear spreading his hands. Both sides were almost ready. After everyone from Samsara stayed in the training match for a while and ate some fruit. The door was opened by the staff, and the players from both teams were called to prepare for the game. Zhou Zikai led the way out of the away lounge. In the next room, the captain of the Tiny Herb team, Wang Jieshi, also led the team out of the room. Demon King, you are here with bad intentions today, Wang Jieshi said jokingly. And it was obvious that he had also watched the promotional video for the playoffs. Captain Wang is too modest. We dare not be the Demon King, Jiang Buotao said with a smile. But you are indeed the Demon King now, Deng Fuxing said. Senior Deng is overpraising us. In fact, we are all heroes. But only one can finally see the princess. I'm sorry. Tiny Herb heroes, Zhou Yichen said with a smile. Then it depends on whether you have the ability to do it. After Wang Jieshi finished speaking, the staff came over to prepare for the away team Luanhui to appear on the stage. Chapter 226 Your hand speed is not stable enough. Welcome to the 2023 Honor Professional League Season 8 Playoff Semifinals. This is the Bird's Nest National Stadium in City B. Honor players on site and online. How are you? Wow! Wow! The scene was filled with warm applause. And the atmosphere reached a climax at the beginning. First of all, let us welcome the Honor Professional League Season 7 champion Samsara team. Samsara, invincible. Samsara, invincible. Captain, Zhou Zikai. Zhou Zikai. Zhou Zikai. Zhou Zikai. My husband is so handsome. Zhou Zikai kept waving to the audience off the court to express his gratitude. With a sunny smile. Team member, Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Mom is here to see you again. Baby! After the introduction of all the members of Samsara, everyone stepped aside and rehearsed the punctuation position. Next, let's welcome the champion of the 5th season of the Honor Professional League, the Tiny Herb team. Tiny Herb. Born from a tiny seed. A tiny seed can become a plane. Captain, Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi. Magician. Magician. After all the members of Tiny Herb were introduced, the captains of the two teams bumped their fists in the middle of the court, and the airflow on the sidelines was released, which indicated that a big battle was coming. Hello everyone. I am today's commentator, Cup. Hello everyone. I am today's commentator, Li Ju. Long time no see. Today is the first game of the top 4 of the 8th season of the Honor Professional League. It will be played at Tiny Herb's home court. The two teams are also strangers. The last playoff match was the finals of last season. And it was also here. Samsara can be said to have prepared a big gift for Tiny Herb. The Cup exclaimed. Yes. We too also commented on the finals last season. At that time, all the members of Samsara were in good condition and established their advantage with a huge score. In the second round, they returned to their home court and won the final championship. Li Ju nodded. What kind of bloody battle will the two teams bring us this time? Let's wait and see. The two teams separated on the stage and came to their respective player seats to prepare for the game. Judging from Zhou Yichen radio gymnastics, Samsara's starting lineup should be confirmed by him. But from the expressions of everyone on the Wei Chao side, it is unclear who will be the starting lineup. After the staff confirmed it, the holographic projection in the center of the stage also announced the starting list of the two teams' 5v5 ring match. Samsara, Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Professional Battle Mage. Wei Chao, Lu Shibia. ID, Fei Daojin. Professional Swordsman. Map, Ring Field. Such a simple and crude map? Bebe said with some surprise. He thought that Wei Chao would make a fuss about the 5v5 arena before the game. After all, they had defeated Samsara in the regular season. Wang Jieshi actually chose to face Samsara head-on in the 5v5 arena, which was a bit beyond my expectation. Yishio said with his hands in his pockets. But didn't Wei Chao beat Samsara in the regular season arena? Maybe there is a chance to beat Samsara in 5v5. Wei Chen said. There is a chance. But it is not big. Samsara is much stronger than the regular season now, with skill points upgraded. Yishio shook his head and said, Hey, I heard that Samsara won the championship, and will be our sparring partner at that time. Is it true? Wei Chen touched Yishio. And the other people from Happy also looked over. Well, I mentioned this to the manager of Samsara when I was bragging. He said that if Samsara won 2 consecutive championships, helping us practice would be a piece of cake. He also knew how terrible the skill point upgrade would be for them. Yishio said. What if Samsara didn't win the championship? Then there would be nothing. Samsara player seat. Oh, your old rival. Jiang Buitao laughed. You two haven't played against each other this season. Fang Minghua said. It seems so. This season Lu Xubia mainly played in the singles competition. And we just staggered. Zhou Yichen nodded and said. Come on. Get a good start. Jiang Buitao stretched out his hand. Zhou Yichen clapped his hands with his teammates one by one. And then ran to the stage. It's been a long time since I played against you. Zhou Yichen went on stage and shook hands with Lu Xubia. Yes. Let me end your victory today. Lu Xubia said excitedly. Then it depends on whether you have the ability to do it. The two turned and walked to the competition stage at both ends. The holographic projection also showed the whole picture of the arena to the audience. In the preparation stage, the commentator also announced the current winning rate of the two players. When seeing Zhou Yichen data, the whole audience was shocked. Zhou Yichen data is very gorgeous. Whether it is output or endurance, it ranks among the best. And the current single win rate is still 100%, which has not been broken since his debut. The Cup explained. I don't know if Lu Xubia, who debuted in the 7th season today, can break Zhou Yichen undefeated myth. Li Ju said. This is a duel between two singles kings, with Zhou Yichen, the singles king of the 7th season, fighting Lu Xubia, the singles king of the 8th season. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Fei Daojian. Loading completed. Map, arena. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The loading interface is loaded. And it is still relatively conventional to refresh the north and south ends. Fei Daojian is in the north, and Yu Xingchen is in the south. After the light curtain disappears, both sides rush to the arena in the center of the map as soon as possible. Fei Daojian is obviously much faster than Yu Xingchen. When climbing the steps, Yu Xingchen ran up step by step, while Fei Daojian jumped up. Fei Daojian climbed up the arena before Yu Xingchen. And then the moment Yu Xingchen went up, Fei Daojian took the lead in attacking. The 3-stage slash started with a displacement and a close-range upper attack towards Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen shivered in a Z shape to avoid the close-range upper attack of the flying knife sword. Stepped back half a step, and stabbed the flying knife sword in front of him with a dragon tooth. As the flying knife sword jumped up to avoid the dragon tooth, a silver blade fell from the air, and the sword energy swept towards Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen rolled sideways to avoid the sword energy generated by the silver blade, and the flying knife sword landed and stabbed at Yu Xingchen again. Swish. The flying knife sword was as fast as lightning. Lu Xubia's performance in Weichao this season was quite good. Compared with last season, he had made a lot of progress in both hand speed control and operation. This season, he also won the first award in his life, the King of Singles. But he had a regret. That is, he did not face Zhou Yichen head on this season. Only by fighting with masters can he find out what his shortcomings are. Today is the best opportunity to see how much he has improved. Swish. 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 Lu Xubia's hand speed is still soaring. And Zhou Yichen's hand speed is also rising. Yu Xingchen, Dragon Gallbladder, and Fei Jian's Chasing Soul are constantly colliding with each other. Lu Xubia wants to suppress Zhou Yichen by attacking with high hand speed. But Zhou Yichen is also a hand speed monster. Beige explained. Yes. Flying Daojian's sword drawing and slashing move was very fast, but was blocked by Yu Xingchen's horizontal spear. And then a series of thrusts were stabbed at Fei Daojian. And Fei Daojian blocked Yu Xingchen's continuous thrusts with the spear. Crack. Neither of them gave in to the other, and there was no intention of retreating. The battle between two hand speed monsters is really fierce. Yishio said. Can you do whatever you want with fast hand speed? Wei Chen looked at the two people squandering their hand speed on the field. And there was jealousy in his tone. An old man like him couldn't perform such operations. But it's easy to lose balance with such a fast hand speed in an instant, Yishio said. Now the rhythm seems to be in Lu Xubia's hands. But in fact, Zhou Yichen is very easy to deal with the attack of the flying knife sword. Such hand speed is not a burden for him. But the opponent's high frequency of attack makes him unable to take the initiative to attack. And he can only wait for Lu Xubia to make mistakes. Xiaobia, a little anxious, Wang Jieshi commented that although Lu Shubia worked hard to train the stability of his hand speed during the off-season, Lu Shubia hand speed has reached 400 APM at this time, while Zhou Yichen hand speed has been stable at around 300 APM. Seeing that the opponent has been parrying and not in a hurry to attack, Lu Shubia is getting more and more anxious. He retreats half a step back with a flying knife sword and turns around with a falling phoenix slash to slash down at Yuxingshan unexpectedly. However, Yuxingshan charges up and shoots a falling flower palm. The two skills collide with each other, and the flying knife sword is directly slapped away. Yuxingshan swung his weapon towards the landing point of the flying knife sword, charging the war spear in advance. When the magic fighting spirit gradually condensed on the tip of the war spear, as the flying knife sword fell, Yuxingshan swung the dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit to attack the flying knife sword. Battle Mage level 40 skill Strong Dragon Pressure. Seeing Yuxingshan's strong dragon pressure stabbing, the flying knife sword did not retreat, and directly used the swordsman level 50 awakening skill sword to rule the world. Yuxingshan was swept by the sword and fell into a short state of stiffness. But the flying knife sword was also stabbed by the strong dragon pressure and flew backwards again. This time, the flying knife sword simply hit the wall at the edge of the ring. The flying knife sword inserted the sword into the wall and landed steadily. Then the flying knife sword began to move quickly, and then produced 6 afterimages without health points to kill Yuxingshan. Sword Shadow Step. Yuxingshan got out of the stiff state brought by the Sword of Heaven, and watched the 6 sword shadows coming towards him. Yuxingshan did not choose to retreat, and swung a tyrant smash at 3 of the sword shadows, and the real body of the flying knife sword appeared behind Yuxingshan. However, Yuxingshan sensed the location of the flying knife sword, turned around and hit the flying knife sword that used the sky sword strike with a precise sky strike. Wow! What a precise back-to-back sky strike. Zhou Yichen reaction speed is too fast, the cup exclaimed. What a young man's reaction. Wei Chen said. You're envious. I'm so envious. Yuxingshan looked at the flying sword that was suspended in the air, and then he started the shadow step to hit a combo. Zhou Yichen hand speed also reached 400 APM. The flying sword that was suspended in the air could only see Yuxingshan's shadow, and he couldn't catch Yuxingshan's movements at all. But his own health was constantly decreasing, as Yuxingshan used 100 Dragon Meteor to hit Halong Pijuan. The flying sword was directly knocked out, and his health dropped to less than a quarter. The time for the sword to rule the world is about to end. Shubia has to speed up, otherwise he will be exhausted by Zhou Yichen. Wang Jieshi saw the situation on the field clearly. Lu Shubia winning rate is now almost 0. What he wants to think about is to knock down as much health as possible from Yuxingshan. So the flying knife sword stabilized its body in the air, with both feet firmly on the wall of the ring, and then exerted its strength together, stabbing Yuxingshan with a reverse wind stab. The sword circle drawn by the flying knife sword's reverse wind stab covered a large area. Even though Yuxingshan retreated fast enough, he was still affected by the damage of the outer circle. Seeing Yuxingshan retreat, the flying knife sword swung the blade to slash at the enemy, and the sword energy would turn into a phantom to attack Yuxingshan. And the sword light had a light and shadow effect. The swordsman level 70 big move, the phantom invisible sword. In the end, the flying knife sword played the phantom 14 swords, and Yuxingshan showed the flying knife sword what a top-level body movement is. Although a few swords in the middle stabbed Yuxingshan, the last move failed to hit Yuxingshan. Oh my god! What kind of devilish hand speed and heaven-defying body movement is Zhou Yichen? The second channel commentator jumped up from his seat when he saw Zhou Yichen body movement. The audience was stunned. I can't learn this skill and hand speed. Give me 20,000 years. I can't learn it. Zhou Yichen grasped the timing very accurately. He controlled Yuxingshan to catch the 1-second stiffness of Fideogen retraction. He rotated his spear with both hands and stabbed Fideogen hard with a round dance stick. After grabbing and throwing him to the ground, Yuxingshan charged his spear on the spot and directly used the Battle Mage's level 70 move Fulong Xiangtian. Although your hand speed is fast, it is not stable enough. You still need to practice. Shubia. When the dragon attacked Fideogen, Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel. After that, before Lu Shubia could counterattack, the blue dragon opened its bloody mouth and bit off the fallen Fideogen. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning the first 5v5 ring match. Yuxingshan's own health volume also remained at about 75%. Lu Shubia was still a little anxious, the cup explained. Yes, It seems that Liu Shibya is a little eager to attack quickly and drag the opponent into his own offensive rhythm. But Liu Shibya pressure on Zhou Yichen is not very great. On the contrary, Liu Shibya made more and more mistakes later. But Zhou Yichen was still very stable. Li Ju said, "You still need to practice." Liu Shibya took out the character card and shook his head. Zhou Yichen's words were fine. Although his hand speed was very fast, it was not stable enough. It seems that this problem needs to be solved in the off-season. Don't rely too much on your hand speed. Shibya, I think you can really play music games in the off-season to find a sense of rhythm. Maybe it will help you in the future. Wang Jieshi said to Liu Shibya, who came back. I know. Captain. I will solve this problem in the off-season. Liu Shibya shouted. Zhou Yichen is really fierce. Wei Chen sighed. He thought Zhou Yichen would win before the game. But he didn't expect the process to be so smooth. Samsara is unstoppable. Who will play next on the Wei Chao's side? Wang Jieshi? Wei Chen guessed. How is that possible? It's probably Gao Yingjie. Yi Xiu said after a moment of thought. Gao Yingjie? Is he good enough? Better than you. Chapter 227, An Inch Longer. An Inch Stronger. The second player to appear on the Wei Chao side is Li Hui, who debuted in the 4th season and is known as the Golden Generation. Li Hui regular season data this season is actually quite average, especially when facing stronger opponents. Li Hui's state will fluctuate, but Li Hui's state has recovered a little in the playoffs. Li Ju said, holding Li Hui data for this season in his hand. Isn't it Gao Yingjie? Wei Chen looked at Yi Xiu. I just said that it is likely that Gao Yingjie will play, so that he can use the advantage of high hitting load to consume Zhou Yichen as much as possible. Yi Xiu rolled his eyes at Wei Chen. I'm not the author. I can't predict the future of Lao Wei. 99%, 100% the clothes flew around, and the loading was completed. Come on, Li Hui. You have to prove to the world that you are still the #1 judoka in glory. Li Hui inserted the account card and silently cheered himself up. There were many voices that criticized him this season, and he urgently needed to prove himself. 3, 2, 1, fight! After loading, Johnny Luan Fei alternately swung his hands forward, leaned forward and quickly rushed to the ring in the center of the map, and arrived at the center of the ring one step ahead. At this time, Yu Xingchen also rushed to the ring. Johnny Luan Fei rushed to the direction of Yu Xingchen first, stretched out his left hand to try to grab Yu Xingchen, and Yu Xingchen stabbed Johnny Luan Fei with a gun. Johnny Luan Fei leaned to the right to avoid Yu Xingchen's stab, then grabbed with one hand, stretched out his arm to grab Yu Xingchen in front of him. Yu Xingchen expected Johnny Luan Fei one-handed grab, so the forward stab turned into an upward thrust, and Tianji made a move, successfully floating Johnny Luan Fei. Another hurry. Wang Jieshi sighed. Li Hui seemed to have settled in the opposite direction in the past few years. The calm judgment when he debuted was now only full of blood in his head. Now watching Li Hui game, one word stands out: hurry. Li Hui wanted to improve too much. He didn't want to be eliminated. But once a person gets impatient, his weaknesses will be exposed. Yu Xingchen activated the shadow step, and then extended his hands to hit the floating Johnny Luan Fei with a combo. Swish. Next is the falling flower palm. Li Hui thought. Johnny Luan Fei shook his body, activated the steel bones, and then landed on the ground and threw it to grab Yu Xingchen. However, Yu Xingchen suddenly retracted the falling flower palm, turned around and rotated the war spear with both hands, and then rushed forward with the spear to stab the ground Johnny Luan Fei. Battle Mage level 20 skill round dance stick. An inch longer. An inch stronger. Johnny Luan Fei still failed to catch Yu Xingchen, but was stabbed by Yu Xingchen Dragon Gull, and then threw him to the ground, breaking the domineering effect of Johnny Luan Fei's steel bones. The mouth of the cup was very fast, trying to explain the detailed information to the audience at the scene and watching the broadcast in the shortest words. The counterattack of Johnny Luan Fei was suppressed by Yu Xingchen round dance stick. Looking at Johnny Luan Fei, who fell to the ground, Yu Xingchen activated the fire attribute dazzling pattern and directly used the 100 Dragon Meteor to attack Johnny Luan Fei on the ground at a very fast speed. Johnny Luan Fei stabbed directly and continuously, triggering the bleeding effect. What's more, during the steel and iron bones, Johnny Luan Fei physical defense was greatly improved. But Yu Xingchen 100 Dragon Meteor caused magic damage. After Yu Xingchen finished his move, he stabbed Johnny Luan Fei bleeding shoulder again with a continuous thrust. Zhang Yiluanfei grabbed Yu Xingchen Dragon Gallbladder with both hands, and successfully resisted Yu Xingchen attack with bare hands, and then slapped Yu Xingchen with a palm. Zhang Yiluanfei took the opportunity to stand up, and then punched the ground with both fists, and the punches would produce a strong shock wave when they landed. Judo level 60 skill landmine shock. The retreating Yu Xingchen was knocked away by the powerful shock wave generated by the landmine shock. Before Yu Xingchen landed, Zhang Yiluanfei grabbed him with both hands and threw him into the air. Zhang Yiluanfei jumped up, caught Yu Xingchen in the air, and then slammed him to the ground like a slam dunk. Judo level 65 high damage big move air slam dunk. Li Hui cleverly used the direction keys to change the direction of the slam, and controlled Zhang Yiluanfei to slam Yu Xingchen hard against the wall at the edge of the ring. The force was so great that it directly smashed a hole in the wall. When Yu Xingchen landed, Zhang Yiluanfei came to him again, elbowed him, and tried to sweep the unstable Yu Xingchen to the ground. Yu Xingchen took a step back to avoid the elbow, and at the same time, he gathered his right hand behind his back to charge the spear. When the magic fighting spirit gradually condensed on the tip of the spear, he took advantage of Zhang Yiluanfei's rush and swung a spear, and the dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit hit Zhang Yiluanfei. Zhang Yiluanfei didn't react and was blown away. Yu Xingchen followed and launched a strengthened straight stab towards Zhang Yiluanfei, accompanied by the dragon-shaped fighting spirit attacking Zhang Yiluanfei hard. Battle Mage's level 60 high damage ultimate move, Angry Dragon piercing the heart break. This attack pierces the stars. Zhang Yiluanfei was pierced by the piercing heart of the Angry Dragon. Before he could stop, he was knocked out again. The continuous attacks made Zhang Yiluanfei completely unable to resist. More importantly, without the iron bones and the long-range attack of the mine, he could no longer get close to Yu Xingchen. But Zhang Yiluanfei obviously didn't want to be eliminated. So after stopping, he kicked his back foot and rushed directly to Yu Xingchen. Zhang Yiluanfei used a high-flying kick and kicked Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen's Sky Strike attacked again, and Zhang Yiluanfei's foot collided with the tip of the spear of Dragon Gallbladder. But the effect was determined to be the effect of Sky Strike first, and Zhang Yiluanfei was floated again. Huh? Why is Hui floated? Deng Fusheng asked in confusion. Because it is a full-level Sky Strike. Wang Jieshi said calmly that the improvement of Samsara's skill points is no longer a secret. The higher the level of the Battle Mage's Sky Strike skill, the higher the floating effect. It is obvious that the floating effect of the Sky Strike is better than the high-flying kick of Zhang Yiluanfei. And to put it another way, this high-flying kick did not hit Yu Xingchen. Zhang Yiluanfei was once again suspended in the air, and there was no steel and iron to save his life. Yu Xingchen directly used the strongest physical high-level skill of the Battle Mage, How Long Pajun. Yu Xingchen waved his war spear and charged into a dragon-like fighting spirit, and launched an attack on Zhang Yiluanfei above. This How Long Pajun directly pierced the bleeding shoulder of Zhang Yiluanfei before. The skill was retracted very quickly. Yu Xingchen added an instant Luohua Palm before Zhang Yiluanfei was knocked away. Zhang Yiluanfei's shoulder was directly pierced by How Long Pajun, and with a Luohua Palm, this set of moves directly drained Zhang Yiluanfei's blood. Such high damage. Wei Chen was a little surprised. This didn't look like a full-level How Long Pajun. The hit part was the shoulder, bleeding. Also, Yu Xingchen fighter will was stacked up without him noticing. I think Li Hui may not have noticed it at all. He is now completely dazed. Yishio analyzed. Yes. Before he knew it, Yu Xingchen had already hit 30 combos, and fighter will had been stacked to level 3, adding 1.5% attack speed, 6% movement speed, and 70 points of strength. When did fighter will stack up? Li Hui finally woke up. He said that the opponent was getting more and more excited as they fought. It's over. Wang Jieshi stood up from his seat, with the dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit hitting the clothes flying. Yu Xingchen ended the game with the last strong dragon pressure. Glory. Let's congratulate Zhou Yichen for completing a 1-on-2 again. I can't remember how many times. Yu Xingchen current health has dropped a lot. Only 50%. Beige explained. No way. The mind shock followed by the aerial dunk of Zhang Yiluanfei was too painful. Yu Xingchen took all the damage of the 2 stages. Zhang Yiluanfei didn't touch Yu Xingchen at other times. Li Ju added. Wow. Li Hui seems to be optimized. Wei Chen said. Maybe. Li Hui's strength is indeed not as good as before. Yishio nodded and said, Wei Chao has lost 2 points in a row. Who will be sit next? Gaoing Jie? Wei Chen guessed. I can guess this. When the second player was not Gaoing Jie, but Li Hui. I knew who the third player of Wei Chao was. I know him too well. Yishio smiled. Who? Someone is going to play in person. Chapter 228 Dragon raises its head? Dragon turns back. With Zhou Yichen 1-on-2. The current score is 2-0. And Samsara is temporarily in the lead. The cup reported the scores of the two teams. I think Tiny Herb needs to be more stable in the third place. And it is necessary to curb Zhou Yichen hot momentum. Although Zhou Yichen Yuxingchen only has 50% of his health, it is not enough for others. But for Zhou Yichen, I think it is enough. Li Ju interrupted. Seeing the camera turn to Tiny Herb, Wang Jieshi is talking to Li Hui, who has returned. Adjust your mentality. Li Hui is a little impatient. Wang Jieshi said to Li Hui. It's the captain. Captain. Come on. At this time, the holographic projection also announced the third player to appear in the Wei Chao. Wei Chao, Wang Jieshi. ID, Wang Buliuxing. Professional magic scholar. What? The third player to appear in Wei Chao is actually the magician Wang Jieshi. Beige said in surprise. In his opinion, the most important thing in the 5v5 ring match is to defend the ring. So the ace players of each major team will basically stay in the position of defending the ring. How do you know that Wang Jieshi will appear in the third place? Qin Guo looked at Yishio in confusion. Because Wang Jieshi knows very well that the first two players are unlikely to be able to withstand Zhou Yichen. And he needs to do the finishing work. Yishio replied. In this way, the last two players of Wei Chao should be Gaoing Jie and Deng Fushan. Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi. After seeing that it was Wang Jieshi who appeared, the originally silent atmosphere of all the Wei Chao fans was immediately ignited. They can trust the captain Wang Jieshi unconditionally, because whenever the team is in trouble, he will always stand up to save the team from dire straits. Magician. 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 99%, 100% Wang Buliuxing. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight. Loading completed. Wang Buliuxing rushed out from the refresh point in the south, then jumped up and sat on the broom, and flew directly into the air, moving very fast. Before Yuxingchen climbed up the steps, Wang Buliuxing had already flown to the center of the ring. Before Yuxingchen climbed up the ring, Wang Buliuxing fired a magic cannonball at Yuxingchen, who was on his way, and then used the direction keys to adjust the flying direction of the magic cannonball. Yuxingchen had to stop climbing the steps and dodge the magic cannonball fired by Wang Buliuxing with a handsome backflip. Wang Buliuxing. Liuxing then threw a lava flask in the direction of Yuxingchen and continued to press the skill key to increase the frequency of the lava blocks. Yuxingchen looked at the flying lava flask and chose to retreat. The lava flask broke and sprayed out lava blocks, generating an explosion effect, causing non-attribute magic damage to the retreating Yuxingchen. The flask burned on the steps, blocking Yuxingchen way forward. Due to Wang Buliuxing's obstruction, Yuxingchen was unable to enter the arena. And Wang Buliuxing. Lu Xing can attack Yuxingchen on the ground without any pressure. Seeing Zhou Yichen's expression, he feels a little uncomfortable. The cup said. High attack, low attack. What a fool. Wei Chen directly said the classic quote. There are no large obstacles on this map. It is normal for professions without long-range attack skills to be crushed when facing the magic scholar. After all, you can't even reach him. So how can you fight? Yishio analyzed. Only Fu Long Xiang Tian can reach the battle mage. But he is too easy to dodge. Yishio continued. On the field, Yuxingchen was chased and beaten by Wang Buliuxing in the sky. Exorcism powder was sprinkled on Yuxingchen, causing his attack power, skill release speed, and movement speed to be reduced. At this time, Wang Buliuxing used magic to increase gravity and speed and rushed down from the air. He slapped Yuxingchen, who was slowed down, with a broom. Yuxingchen turned around and hit Wang Buliuxing with a sky strike. Just when the sky strike was about to hit Wang Buliuxing in front of him, Wang Jieshi quickly moved the mouse with his right hand. Wang Buliuxing flew directly to Yuxingchen's head to avoid the sky strike, drew a circle in the air, and then slapped Yuxingchen again. After Yuxingchen's sky strike, he wanted to follow up with the strong dragon pressure. But before he finished charging, he was hit by Wang Buliuxing broom. Slap him, and he flew away. Magician. Yishio jumped up from his seat when he saw this. This action was too arbitrary. If it was anyone else, Zhou Yichen's back-to-back attack would have been a sure hit. But Wang Jiexi's reaction ability and hand speed were too fast. He subconsciously took off and dodged this fatal attack. Wow! As expected of the magician Wang Jiexi, Zhou Yichen's attack was already very beautiful. But Wang Jiexi still dodged it. This is the god of Tiny Herb. The cup shouted directly. Oh. Seeing Wang Jiexi's operation, Tiny Herb fan shouted loudly after a moment of silence. How long have they not seen their captain act as a magician as he pleases? The fighting method. Yu Xingchen was accelerated by gravity and flew out. Wang Buelixing summoned magic rays in the air to attack Yu Xingchen. The shooting speed was very fast, and Yu Xingchen could not dodge it at all. Yu Xingchen landed and inserted the gun upside down on the ground, half squatting to stabilize his body. However, Wang Buelixing did not stop the continuous output to Yu Xingchen. He threw the acid rain flask at Yu Xingchen, and then used the magic zigzag line in another direction. When Yu Xingchen was about to retreat to avoid the acid rain flask, the magic zigzag line flashed in front of Yu Xingchen like a bright star. The target of this ray was not Yu Xingchen, but the acid rain flask. The ray shattered the acid rain flask, and the flask broke and exploded. Yu Xingchen was directly affected by the bursting acid rain, causing non-attribute damage. And Yu Xingchen double defense and attack power were also reduced. A very beautiful set of cooperation. Using the zigzag line to shatter the acid rain flask. Li Ju's eyes lit up when he looked at Wang Jiexi's operation. It's too uncomfortable. Jiang Guodao shook his head and said, I can't touch him at all. Du Ming said anxiously. You play so freely. Is this a magician? Lu Buiyuan said with his hands behind his head. Wang Buelixing sprinkled ice powder on the broom and waved it towards Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen moved left and right to dodge Wang Buelixing's sweep. Then, at the moment when he held Wang Buelixing's broom with a gun, Yu Xingchen charged and attacked. Battle Mage level 15 skill Falling Flower Palm. Wang Buelixing took the opportunity to slap Yu Xingchen's shoulder with a broom. And he was also slapped away by the Falling Flower Palm. Seeing that Yu Xingchen was not frozen, Wang Jiexi shook his head. What a pity. Before Wang Buelixing landed, Yu Xingchen stabbed Wang Buelixing with a dragon tooth. Wang Buelixing did not choose to fly, but moved forward to block the dragon tooth shot by Yu Xingchen, and then used the dark night cloak, relying on the black cloak behind him to grab Yu Xingchen in front of him. Yu Xingchen was successfully caught, causing dark magic damage, while Yu Xingchen fell into a 4-second blinding effect. And Wang Buelixing was also knocked out by the powerful recoil. But before he hit the steps, Wang Jiexi quickly swung and stabilized his body, and successfully flew into the air. Then he chanted in the air to use the Magic Scholar's level 60 ultimate move Acid Rain Dry Ice. But Yu Xingchen had already escaped from the blinding state, and then quickly escaped from the range of the dark cloud before the acid rain fell. Seeing that Yu Xingchen had left, Wang Buelixing chose to stop chanting Acid Rain Dry Ice. Running towards Yu Xingchen, looking at Wang Buelixing flying in the air, Yu Xingchen stopped, pointed his spear at the ground, charged the spear to combine the magic fighting spirit and the wave into one, forming a blue dragon to attack Wang Buelixing in the air. Battle Mage level 70 ultimate move Fu Long Xiang Tian. The blue dragon flew towards Wang Buelixing in the air, opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow him. But Wang Buelixing made an S-shaped move and passed by the dragon. Just when the audience who supported the reincarnation were regretting that Fu Long Xiang Tian failed to hit, the dragon suddenly turned around and bit Wang Buelixing. This Fu Long Xiang Tian will miss. After all, I am Chao. The dragon raised his head. Before the cup finished speaking, he saw the dragon turn back and bit Wang Buelixing in the air. This is not the dragon raising its head, but the dragon looking back. Li Ju roared. Wang Jiexi did not expect that the dragon would suddenly turn around and bite him. But Wang Jiexi was not panicked at all. The moment Wang Buelixing was hit by Fu Long Xiangtian, Wang Jiexi took back the broom under his body. Because Wang Jiexi turned his perspective and found that the direction he flew out was just right to get close to Yu Xingchen. I'm so angry! Zhou Yichen shouted directly. Don't come over. Seeing Fu Long Xiangtian knock Wang Buelixing over, Zhou Yichen panicked, because his health was already at the bottom at this time. And this Fu Long Xiangtian could not take Wang Buelixing away. Zhou Yichen tried to fix the flying Wang Buelixing with his eyes, but what responded to him was Wang Buelixing's sweep. As the skill with the worst floating effect in the entire glory profession, the sweep hit Yu Xingchen, who was trapped in Fu Long Xiangtian retraction and stiffened, and briefly floated him. Then Wang Bulixing used the lightning chain to summon lightning. The light chain fell and successfully took Yu Xingchen away. Glory. Did we lose this time? It seems like we did. But it also seems like we didn't. Zhou Yichen looked at the word glory on the computer screen and muttered. Zhou Yichen played a very cool dragon turning back. But Wang Jieshi caught the backswing of Fu Long Xiang Tian. And finally a sweep with lightning chain took away the remaining health of Yu Xingchen. The cup commented. This dragon turning back is so cool. Although the game is over. Commentator Li Ju is still thinking about the Fu Long Xiang Tian just now. Yes. Let us congratulate Wang Jieshi for winning this game and getting the first point for Wei Chao. The current score is 2-1. And Samsara is temporarily leading. The cup said. Xingxin Internet Cafe. It's so cool. Boss. How did you do this operation? Bao Rongxing shouted. Ro's sister. Can you do it? Tang Ro thought for a while. Not now. But in the future. It's cool. But I lost. Wei Chen shook his head and said. Just tell me if it's cool or not. Qin Guo retorted with her hands on her hips. It's really cool. And there's no problem with the dragon turning back. Yishio nodded and said. But this Fulong Xiangtian sent Wang Bulixing to his eyes. Which is similar to the one you did at the beginning. Wei Chen thought for a while and said. This is different from my last time. He was showing off his skills that time. And the difference between our health points was not big. So I stole a monkey. Yishio said. But this time is different. He is completely at a disadvantage. So what he needs to do is to consume as much health as possible from Wang Bulixing. Samsara player seat. So cool. Chun. Are you going to become my god? Du Ming said exaggeratedly. Go to the side. Wang Jieshi is worthy of being the god of Tiny Herb. The pressure is too much. Zhou Yichen wiped the sweat from his hands with a towel. As early as the beginning of the game, he was rushing to consume Wang Bulixing health. Because whether from the terrain, occupation, or user, Zhou Yichen was absolutely at a disadvantage. This was really a high-level attack. A bad one. If it worked for a few opportunities, Yu Xingchen couldn't even touch the corner of Wang Bulixing clothes. Although Wang Jieshi had played in the third position before, we didn't expect that he would dare to play in the third position even against us. Jiang Guotao said. Whether it was outsiders or Samsara himself, they all believed that their 5v5 lineup was one of the best in the league. So other teams would choose to defend the ring to get the guaranteed points when facing Samsara. Thunder was a typical example. Du Ming. How are you preparing? It's your turn to perform. Fang Minghua patted Du Ming on the shoulder and said. Du Ming's face was red now. He was very excited because his opponent was Wang Jieshi. The last time he played against Wang Jieshi was in last year's finals. Du Ming was hung up and hammered by Wang Jieshi. The mad swordsman met the free-spirited magician and had no power to fight back. That game almost broke Du Ming's heart. Although they won the final championship, Du Ming thought that his performance in last year's finals was not good. But today Du Ming felt that he was in very good shape. He could not defeat Wang Jieshi. But at least the situation would not be as one-sided as last year. Huh? Relax. 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 Du Ming began to pant before he even went on stage. Don't be so tight. Zhou Yichen rubbed Du Ming's shoulders, trying to relieve his pressure before going on stage. Believe me, although I can't guarantee to defeat him, I won't let him have an easy time. Du Ming subconsciously pounded his chest again. Come on. Zhou Zikai encouraged with passion. I'm on. Du Ming drank a sip of water and rushed to the stage. At this time, the holographic projection also gave the information of the second player in the Samsara team. Samsara, Du Ming. ID, Wu Xuangoyu. Professional swordsman. The second player to play on the Samsara side is Du Ming. He has solid basic skills and a bold style of play. He is known as the Crazy Swordsman. The last time he played against Wang Jieshi was in the second round of the finals of the 7th season last year. The two directly faced each other in the singles match. Beige said, looking at the information in his hand. Yes, Du Ming was suppressed in all aspects in that match. There was nothing he could do, because the result of that match was already determined. Wang Jieshi also played freely. So it was understandable that Du Ming couldn't hold on. Li Ju said, I hope Du Ming can play his style this time. Chapter 229 Shadows in the Dark Night. 99%, 100% Wu Xuangoyu. Loading completed. Swish. 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 3, 2, 1. Fight. The light curtain disappeared. And the two rushed out of the refresh area at the same time. Wang Bulixing used the same strategy as in the previous game. After a run-up, he put the broom under his body and took off into the air, accelerating to fly to the duel arena in the center of the map. Wu Xuangoyu did the same. After rushing out of the refresh point, he used the 3-stage slash to move quickly towards the arena above the map. He didn't want to be completely restricted outside the arena by Wang Bulixing like Yi Yuxingchen. Both sides rushed to the arena in the center of the map. Wu Xuangoyu was climbing the steps, but Wang Bulixing flew directly into the sky. This is the advantage of high altitude, Beige explained. Wang Bulixing flew to the top of the ring and fired a magic cannonball at Wu Xuangoyu, who was on the ring. Wu Xuangoyu dodged the magic cannonball sideways and jumped up with a silver blade to chop at Wang Bulixing in the air. When he landed, his figure quickly swayed and 6 sword shadows appeared in the audience's field of vision. Wang Bulixing moved right in the air to avoid the sword energy of the silver blade. He looked at the 6 sword shadows on the ground and saw 6 figures jumping up from different directions at the same time and stabbing at Wang Bulixing in the air. Wang Bulixing waved his right hand and used the 15th level grabbing skill of the magic scholar, the Dark Knight Cloak. He lifted the black cloak behind him and turned around, directly covering all 6 sword shadows. Wu Xuangoyu was caught by Wang Bulixing cloak, causing dark attribute magic damage and falling into a 4-second blinding effect. Wow! This Dark Knight cloak is very crucial. It directly resolved Du Ming attack. Then he swept the 6 Wu Xuangoyu down from the sky with a broom. At this time, the skill effect of sword shadow step ended, and Wu Xuangoyu true body appeared in Wang Bulixing vision. Wang Bulixing moved his left hand slightly, and the dispersing powder appeared in his hand, and sprinkled it towards Wu Xuangoyu, who fell to the ground. Along with the dispersing powder, Wang Bulixing lava flask also fell. Wu Xuangoyu was affected by the dispersing powder, and her movement speed was reduced. Fortunately, Wu Xuangoyu was out of the blinding state at this time. Looking at the flying lava flask, Wu Xuangoyu used the long air sword attack, and a sword energy slashed at the lava flask. The lava flask was damaged and shattered in the air, and then spewed out molten blocks, which exploded between Wu Xuangoyu and Wang Bulixing. The impact force of the explosion blew the two away. A beautiful long air sword strike. Once hit by the lava flask, Du Ming will be out of luck, Zhou Yichen said with a fist. Indeed, the magma zone generated by the lava flask will greatly limit Du Ming's range of movement. Jiang Buotao nodded and said. Wu Xuangoyu was blown to the ground, and Wang Bulixing was also affected. His body kept shaking in the air. Wang Jieshi had to stop flying and landed on the ground, then sprinkled ice powder on the broom and attacked Wu Xuangoyu. Wu Xuangoyu stood up with a carp, looking at Wang Bulixing, who was waving a broom to attack. Wu Xuangoyu blocked with a sword, and then launched a continuous stab attack on Wang Bulixing in front of him. Wang Bulixing held the broom with one hand to block the continuous stab, and used the lightning chain to chop Wu Xuangoyu. Wu Xuangoyu used the falling phoenix slash, and cleverly avoided the lightning chain with a half-body spin. At the same time, Wu Xuangoyu attacked downwards with a sword, knocking down Wang Bulixing unexpectedly. Opportunity! Du Ming's eyes lit up. Operating Wu Xuangoyu, he directly activated the swordsman level 50 awakening skill. Sword decides the world. The sword energy surged out and chopped at the fallen Wang Bulixing. Wang Bulixing was swept down by the sword energy and fell into a short state of stiffness. Then Wu Xuangoyu directly used the swordsman level 65 high damage ultimate move, Blade Storm, on the stiff Wang Bulixing. Just when the sword blade was about to pierce Wang Bulixing like a storm, Wang Bulixing used a skill that no one expected. Flying Shadow in the Dark Night. The situation is not good for Wang Jieshi. He was swept into stiffness by the sword energy of Sword Decides the World. Although the time was short, he had no time to avoid Wu Xuangoyu Blade Storm. The cup said, yes, this Blade Storm is a good opportunity for Du Ming. How should Wang Jieshi deal with it? Wow! What is this? Dark Night Flying Shadow. Li Ju was stunned. Dark Night Flying Shadow is a necessary skill for elemental mages and combat mages who use magic wands as weapons. It is also a common low-level skill in the magic system. It needs to be released with a magic wand. For example, some summoners will also equip Dark Night Flying Shadow to counter the enemy's close combat. Battle mages who use war spears such as Yi Yuxingchen and Yi Jiqiu cannot use the magic skill of Dark Night Flying Shadow. I didn't expect that Wang Bulixing Extinction Stardust could also use Dark Night Flying Shadow. Du Ming was completely unable to react to this dark night flying shadow. The black arc-shaped spell ray directly hit Wu Shuang Goyue, who used the Blade Storm, causing Wu Shuang Goyue to be forced to turn 180 degrees and fall into a 2-second blinding effect. The most important thing is that Wu Shuang Goyue Blade Storm was completely empty. Wow! Wang Dian's dark night flying shadow is so good. Why haven't I seen him use it before? Yi Xiao was also a little surprised. It's because of the extinction of the Stardust, Wei Chen explained. The technical department of Micro Herb is interesting. After Wang Bulixing quickly stood up, he began to chant to summon a frost to attack Wu Shuangguyu in the range. Wu Shuangguyu was blinded and couldn't dodge at all. He was hit by the ice rain and was slowed down while receiving ice attribute damage. Mage Scholar level 55 skill Ice Rain. Wu Shuangguyu wanted to get rid of the attack range of the ice rain, but Wang Bulixing had taken off again and shot a magic ray at Wu Shuangguyu, who was slowed down by the ice rain in the air. Wu Shuangguyu forced himself out of the range of the ice rain despite the damage of the magic ray, but the slowing effect on his body did not disappear. Wang Bulixing took the opportunity to throw out the acid rain flask. Wu Shuangguyu turned around and used the Immortal's Guidance, swinging his sword to release the sword energy. At this time, Wang Bulixing and the acid rain flask happened to be on the same horizontal line. After the sword energy smashed the acid rain flask, it had a strong knockback effect, directly affecting Wang Bulixing behind him. The acid rain fell to the ground like flowers scattered by a goddess. Wu Shuangguyu attacked from the edge of the ring, dodged the acid rain and kicked the wall, jumped up, and Wu Shuangguyu's body was parallel in the air, raised the sword blade and drew a few sword circles to attack Wang Bulixing, who was knocked away. The swordsman level 45 skill, the reverse wind stab. This reverse wind stab successfully hit Wang Bulixing. Just when Wu Shuangguyu was about to land and attack again, Wang Bulixing fired a magic bullet and directly shot Wu Shuangguyu, who had not yet landed. This magic bullet directly caused Wu Shuangguyu's body to be unstable, and the whole person fell down, still lying on the ground. It's over. I was careless and didn't dodge. Du Ming's heart tightened. Such a good counterattack opportunity was gone. And he was also going to be gone. Sure enough, Wang Bulixing began to chant in the air, and then dark clouds mixed with acid rain formed in the air. Wu Shuangguyu, who fell to the ground, failed to stop Wang Bulixing. Acid rain dry eyes. Wang Bulixing successfully released his skill. Acid rain fell, and the non-attribute magic damage was converted into ice attribute magic damage. And the dark clouds would cast lightning to attack the enemy, causing light attribute magic damage. The two magic damages mixed together and directly took away Wu Shuangguyu. Glory! Let us congratulate Wang Jieshi for winning this game, and at the same time tying the score to 2-2. This game is very exciting, Cup said after the game. Yes, Du Ming performed very well in this game, especially the falling phoenix slash. If Wang Jieshi hadn't hidden a hand of dark night flying shadow later, Du Ming would probably have become a great killer. Li Ju smiled. What a pity. Du Ming did not feel disappointed because of the failure. He had suffered enough from the failure. Besides, the opponent was the magician Wang Jieshi. Du Ming just felt a little pity. If the Blade Storm had hit, combined with the attack power and attack speed bonus brought by Jian Ding Tianxia, it could have knocked off a large amount of Wang Bulixing blood. You performed well today. Jiang Buitao encouraged Du Ming. Du Ming played well in this game, but Wang Jieshi was better. Xingxin Internet Cafe. Wang Jieshi is really amazing. Wei Chen couldn't help but sigh. This player who made a big splash in the league in the third season is still so strong now. In the Magic Scholar, Wang Dian is undoubtedly number one. Yi Xiao nodded and said, Wang Jieshi has already defeated 2 people. Who will be the third player on the Samsara side? According to the previous deployment. Lu Buiyuan? Qingdue asked. No. Lu Buiyuan will not play in this 5v5. Yi Xiao said affirmatively. No way. Although Lu Buiyuan did play a bit badly in the latter part of the regular season, I think he adjusted his condition well when he played against Thunder. The newly promoted all-star player should not be absent. Wei Chen retorted. Of course not for this reason. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes at Old Wei. Wang Jieshi played the third player because he thought that Samsara would send Lu Buiyuan to play the third player. The Magic Scholar itself is very restrained by Judo, which relies on grabbing to play the effect. In addition, Judo itself is not good against long-range output professions in this map. So I don't think Samsara will send Lu Buiyuan to play. Yi Xiu finished his analysis. Then who do you think will be sent? Asked everyone from Happy. Wu Qi. Samsara player seat. Wu Qi. Get ready. It's your turn to play. Jiang Buitao looked at Wu Qi lying on the chair. Yeah. Chapter 230 Blind Spot. Reincarnation, Wu Qi. ID, Cruel Silence. Professional Assassin. The information of the third player from Reincarnation has been published on the holographic projection. It is Wu Qi. Wu Qi performance this season is still quite outstanding. Whether in the single game or the team game where the sixth player appears. Li Ju said. From this point of view, player LV Buyuan should not appear in this 5v5 ring match. Beige said while flipping through the information in his hand. After all, it is still difficult for Judo to face the magic scholar in the ring. Li Ju nodded and said, 99%, 100% Cruel Silence. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight. The moment the light screen disappeared, Wu Qi controlled Cruel Silence to start running directly. The speed increased significantly, and he leaned forward to rush to the ring in the center of the map. Wang Buelixing took off as usual. But this time it was obviously Cruel Silence that was faster. Cruel Silence came to the ring first, then hid at the edge of the ring, trying to use the blind spot of the view to attack Wang Buelixing first, while Wang Buelixing was still flying. However, Wang Buelixing knew very well, and entered the ring directly from the top, without choosing to enter from the main gate. Cruel Silence was exposed in Wang Buelixing view from above. Cruel Silence also noticed Wang Buelixing above, and the two looked at each other in this way. Wang Buelixing took the lead in breaking the situation and launched 6 consecutive enhanced general attacks. Cruel Silence chose to avoid his edge, moving left and right on the ring, constantly dodging the attacks from Wang Buelixing. After Wang Buelixing released a magic bullet at Cruel Silence, who was running around, he used magic to increase gravity and speed, and rushed towards Cruel Silence with a strengthened broom, and then turned around and slapped Cruel Silence with a broom. After rolling to avoid the magic shells, Cruel Silence took steps to move backwards against the wind to avoid Wang Buelixing's slap. Wang Buelixing landed and sprinkled ice powder on the broom, then rushed towards Cruel Jingma. Doesn't he want the advantage in the air? Tang Rou saw Wang Jieshi choose to land for close combat, and asked in confusion, because he doesn't have much mana. Although he is in the air and Cruel Jingma can't hit him, Cruel Jingma can dodge Wang Buelixing's skills with his high speed. It's not good for Wang Jieshi to continue the stalemate. Yi Xiu explained to Tang Rou. I see. The broom with ice powder swept towards Cruel Jingma. Cruel Jingma stepped back to avoid Wang Buelixing's swing, and then directly activated the assassin's level 50 awakening skill vital attack. Wu Qi thought very clearly that the reason why Wang Buelixing chose to fight him in close combat was that he didn't have much mana. The most important thing at the moment was to consume his blood and try to seize the opportunity to kill with one blow. After the vital attack was activated, a red vital point would appear in Cruel Jingma field of vision, just behind Wang Buelixing. Seeing Wang Buelixing swinging at him again with the extinction stardust, Cruel Silence used his jumping knife, jumped back to avoid the sweep, and slashed at Wang Buelixing with his knife. Wang Buelixing retreated to avoid Cruel Silence's jumping knife to avoid being lifted into the air. But Wu Qi's target was not the lift, but the vital point behind him. Cruel Silence cut his throat and rushed to the back of Wang Buelixing. But Wang Jieshi reacted very quickly and turned around and hit Cruel Silence with a broom. Cruel Silence was hit by the extinction stardust with ice powder, and was directly frozen while receiving ice magic damage. Cruel Silence's target is the vital point behind him. Can he stab it? Wang Jieshi reacted and hit Cruel Silence with a broom, but was frozen? Wu Qi is too unlucky, Cup explained. Damn it! Wu Qi was numb. The knife was about to hit the vital point, but he was frozen by a sweep. Wang Buelixing then flew into the air and threw a lava flask at Cruel Silence, who was frozen on the ground. Then Wang Jieshi frantically pressed the skill key of the lava flask to increase the frequency of the molten blocks. The moment Cruel Silence was freed from the freeze, the lava flask hit Cruel Silence, and the molten blocks in the bottle burst out immediately. The explosion effect directly blew Cruel Silence away, and then the place where the lava flask exploded produced a molten zone with fire attribute magic damage. This lava flask hurts a bit, said the Cup. Cruel Silence was directly knocked away and hit the wall at the edge of the ring. Wang Buelixing started crazy output at Cruel Silence, who fell to the ground. Wang Buelixing was riding a broom and approached Cruel Silence, who fell to the ground. Then a magic ray was shot out, and a huge smoke and dust completely covered Cruel Silence. Due to the smoke and dust, Wang Bulixing could not see Cruel Silence at all. As the smoke and dust dissipated, Cruel Silence disappeared on the spot. Wang Jieshi frowned. Where did he go? Wang Jieshi kept shaking the mouse left and right, but he didn't see Cruel Silence. However, the whole audience was shocked because Cruel Silence was right below Wang Bulixing. Due to the sunlight, Wang Bulixing bottom was completely blocked, and Cruel Silence was hiding in it. This position was Wang Bulixing blind spot. At this time, the whole audience held their breath because Cruel Silence moved. Cruel Silence is going to attack. This is a life-threatening attack. Beige didn't expect that Wuqi would choose to attack Wang Jieshi, whose health was less than 50%. Will this life-threatening attack hit? Li Ju's commentary voice was much lower, and Wang Jieshi finally found something wrong. Looking at the sunlight, Wang Jieshi reacted. But Cruel Silence successfully jumped in the air and got close to Wang Bulixing in the air. Life-threatening attack. Wuqi attacked. Beige shouted. Wang Jieshi suddenly felt an ominous breath. It was under his feet. Wang Jieshi hurriedly controlled Wang Bulixing to take off. But Wuqi's life-threatening attack had already been launched, and the blade was shining with the light of burning life. Under the sunlight, Cruel Jingma, who was originally in the dark, was now illuminated all over, like a holy light. What was more fatal to Wang Jieshi was that he was blinded, and the strong light made Wang Jieshi subconsciously close his eyes. Hit! The life-threatening attack hit. Wang Bulixing was hit by Cruel Jingma life-threatening attack. Beige stood up directly from the seat in the commentary booth. This is a high-level life-threatening attack. Li Ju noticed that Wang Bulixing's health was dropping wildly. Damn it! The Glory fans who were watching this game in Xingxin Internet Cafe all exclaimed. But then their expressions froze directly, because the word Glory jumped out on the screen. Glory. Where are the people? It's over. Wei Chen was stunned. Wang Bulixing was gone. Ah! Beige found that the game was over, and the people were stunned. Not the sequel? Looking at the word Glory on the holographic projection, the audience was also stunned. They saw a light and a burning dagger. And then, the game was over? Wuqi. It's a bit beyond my expectation, Yishio said slowly. In his opinion, Wuqi was an assassin from Yangsong School, focusing on continuous output. Their life-threatening attack would not be upgraded. The high-level skills are usually the two high-damage skills of Flash Stab and Blade Storm. Although the life-threatening attack is the most terrifying skill in all Glory professions, after maxing it out, there is a chance to achieve full blood to exchange life. This was also seen in the previous team competition between Samsara and Tyranny. The power of the full-level life-threatening attack. Stabbing only left a trace of blood. You should know that the league has officially announced that in the next season, during the Honor Anniversary celebration, they will raise the Honor level cap from level 70 to level 75. When new ultimate skills are added, the levels of various skills will also be upgraded. This means that at that time, the full-level life-sacrificing attack will be able to achieve life for life under the condition of full health. I'm so awesome! Wuqi is awesome! He defeated Wang Jieshi. Zhou Yichen also reacted from his dazed state. They did not plan to use high-level life-sacrificing attack to deal with Wang Jieshi before the game, because they know that Wuqi's style is not the kind of style that relies on life-sacrificing attack to fight a wave. His style is more like Yang Tsung's style of continuous output, so he will appear in the 6th position in the team game. Wuqi! 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 After being shocked, the Samsara fans in the away area shouted directly, shouting Wuqi's name crazily. Fuck! Is he the protagonist or am I the protagonist? Zhou Yichen smiled foolishly. This is an unexpected surprise. Jiang Guotao also laughed, and even Zhou Zikai smiled. Wuqi gave them a big surprise. Ah! Hit? Wuqi didn't expect that he hadn't told his teammates before the game that he would choose to use a high-level life-threatening attack. The opponent was not a small soldier, but Wang Jieshi, who has been at the top of the league for many years, and has a personal title. I won. Wuqi stared at the computer screen blankly. Wang Jieshi put down his headphones, his face full of seriousness. What he cared about was not that he lost this game and failed to win 3 games, but whether Wuqi's choice of a high-level life-threatening attack was intentional or accidental. If Wuqi took a risk again in the team game and used a full-level life-threatening attack like Ji Lung, how should he deal with it at that time? Captain Wang, thank you for your hard work. Seeing Wang Jieshi walk back to the player seat, Deng Fusheng stepped forward and handed the towel to Wang Jieshi. Thank you, Fusheng. It's up to you and Jia next, Wang Jieshi said to Deng Fusheng. Yes. In addition, we have to increase the priority of Wu Qi in the team match. We previously thought that Wu Qi would not choose Shouguang's style. But now it seems that we were wrong, Wang Jieshi said to all members of Wei Chao. Do we need to change the lineup in the team match? Deng Fusheng looked at Wang Jieshi. It has to be changed. Bai Qing. Use Fan Feng in the team match. Wang Jieshi chose to temporarily change the team match lineup. Before the game, they were going to choose to use Cordyceps to play a fast break rhythm. But Wu Qi's life-threatening attack today reminded him of the change in the finals last year. Unexpected change of lineup. Chapter 231. A blind cat meets a dead mouse. At this time, the 5v5 ring match has entered the final stage. Deng Fusheng, the fourth player to appear in the game of Tiny Herb, eliminated the low-health Cruel Silence without consuming much blood. But Wu Qi was smiling after the game. This game dragged on for a long time. After reviewing the first round of the playoffs, when Tiny Herb used the Il Lao 2 tactic against Tyranny, Samsara also used it on Tiny Herb. Wu Qi's goal in this game was to consume Deng Fusheng's physical strength. Wang Jieshi, who debuted in the third season, was at the peak of both operation and awareness. But Deng Fusheng was not doing well. His hand speed could not keep up, especially in the tight schedule of the playoffs. There was not much time for him to rest, and he often had hand cramps in the second half. He knew that if he continued to play, he would hinder the team's progress. So he talked with Wang Jieshi as early as the eve of the playoffs. He was ready to retire after this season, and then go to Fang Shiqian to enjoy life. Of course, before leaving, he personally invited someone to join, and his joining would not bring shame to the first night character Duhua. After taking Wu Qi away, in the next vice-captain battle, Deng Fusheng Duhua played very aggressively, because he knew that if he continued to waste time, his energy would be insufficient, and he would become a flaw in the next team game. So Duhua rushed towards Wulong at the beginning. But Jiang Buotao was not in a hurry. How did Wei Chao beat Tyranny at that time? And now Samsara beat Wei Chao in the same way. It can only be said that the boomerang came too fast. And the Tyranny fans who watched the broadcast were directly excited. Tyranny now has a new title, called Old People's Home, for the loss to Wei Chao in the first round. Tyranny fans were dissatisfied, thinking that if their team was obviously a few years younger, they could easily beat Wei Chao. But they seem to have forgotten that Wei Chao entered the finals in the 5th season by stepping on Tyranny. Finally, Deng Fusheng couldn't stand it anymore and chose to fight Jiang Buotao head-on. As a result, he was calculated by Jiang Buotao. A Frost Wave Array and a Flame Wave Array gave Deng Fusheng Duhua a double-edged sword. At this time, Gaoing Jie and Jiang Buotao were fighting on the field. The side with the advantage on the field was not Gaoing Jie, who was fighting at high altitude, but Jiang Buotao. Gaoing Jie was very passive because of Jiang Buotao killing Intention Wave. Beige explained. Killing Intention Wave, the active skill of the Magic Swordsman job transfer, during which the Magic Swordsman general attack or skill wave will be full of killing intention, and the enemy will be subject to continuous magic damage and knockback effect that ignores defense. After Gaoing Jie was caught by Jiang Buotao wave breaking slash, the game was likely to lose suspense. As Wu Lang raised his hand to the floating Mu-In, a wave barrier formed on the ground directly imprisoned him, and Mu-In flying advantage disappeared. Then he used the strongest single target output skill of the Magic Swordsman, the Flaming Waves Sword. Jie is still too immature. Wang Jieshi shook his head and said, after all, this is his first season since his debut. It is normal to lack experience. Moreover, Jie's temperament is a bit soft and needs to be polished. Deng Fusheng said on the side. These few years are enough for him to grow. I am a little impatient. Wang Jieshi sighed and said, I think your state is still as hot as before. It doesn't look like you will retire in the next few years. At that time, I had some doubts why Jie was promoted so early. Deng Fusheng expressed his doubts. Our lineup needs a new output point. Jie is very suitable to fill this position. Now the single core has retired. Whether it is Samsara or Blue Rain, even Misty Rain, there are shadows of dual cores. Wang Jieshi explained. We can't fall behind in the version. If we fall behind, we will be beaten. This is the truth provided by our ancestors. And it also applies to esports. Swish. Glory. Let us congratulate Jiang Buotao for winning this game. The current score is 5-3. And Samsara is temporarily in the lead. the Cup said. I think Gao Yingjie is still a little inexperienced in this game. When the situation was beyond his psychological expectations, Gao Yingjie didn't know how to get out of the predicament, and the rhythm was firmly in Jiang Buitao's hands. Jianbin analyzed after the game. Of course, this is also related to Gao Yingjie mentality. Newcomers still need more experience. Wei Chao player seat. I'm sorry, Captain. I still can't do it. Gao Yingjie was like a child who made a mistake, standing in front of Wang Jieshi with his head down, ready to accept Wang's criticism. You played well, Yingjie. Wang Jieshi smiled. Ah? Gao Yingjie raised his head and looked at the captain in surprise. You didn't lose in terms of skills, but in terms of experience. I hope you can study more videos of other excellent players, such as Zhou Yichen, which will be of great help to your awareness and overall view. Yes, Captain, Gao Yingjie shouted. Next, let's show our ultimate moves to Samsara. Wang Jieshi looked in the direction of the Samsara player seat and smiled slightly. By the way, Bai Qing, I thought about it and decided to use cordyceps to improve the initiative. Windproof is still not suitable, Wang Jieshi added later. Wang Jieshi just talked with Deng Fusheng about the deployment of the team game for a while, and found that Guardian Angel was not suitable for the attack of the two magic scholars on this map, and finally chose to let Yuan Baiqing use cordyceps. Samsara player seat. What a wonderful start. Zhou Yichen handed the towel to the deputy team leader Jiang Buitao, who returned to the player seat. Is it wonderful now? Jiang Buitao smiled. The team game is still the same as the deployment before the game. The map selected by Tiny Herb is likely to be War Grassland or Sky Arena. They should be very confident in these two maps. Fang Minghua pinched his chin and said, from what we saw last time, Tiny Herb is going to continue using the double Mage Scholar lineup. There is also a lot of room for the Mage Scholars to play in these two maps. Zhou Yichen added immediately. After the intermission, the audience returned to the scene one after another. At this time, the intermission music had ended, and the holographic projection also announced the names of the two teams in the team competition, as well as Tiny Herb's map selection. Samsara, Zhouzikai. ID, Yiqiang Chuanyan. Professional Sharpshooter. Jiang Buitao. ID, Wulong. Professional Magic Swordsman. Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Professional Combat Mage. Fang Minghua. ID, Xiaoge Ziru. Professional Priest. LV Buyuan. ID, Yun Shanluan. Professional Judo. The Sixth Man Wuqi. ID, Cruel Silence. Professional Assassin. Tiny Herb, Wang Jieshi. ID, Wangbiu Yuxing. Professional Mage Scholar. Deng Fusheng. ID, Duwa. Professional Knight. Yuan Baiqing. ID, Cordyceps. Professional Priest. Lu Shubia. ID, Flying Sword. Professional Swordsman. Gao Yingjie. ID, Muin. Professional Magic Scholar. The Sixth Player. Li Hui. ID, Flying Clothes. Professional Judo. Map, Strong Grass in the Wind. I'm Chua. Zhou Yichen shouted directly when he saw this map, and then looked at his teammates in shock. Du Ming opened his mouth wide, as if he wanted to eat a pig in 3 bites. Even Zhou Zikai was a little surprised, because this map is the ultimate move they prepared for the finals. For the tired Wei Chao who just experienced the grand strategy, Samsara is very confident that they can take the opponent away with a big score. In the lower half, Blue Rain played against Yanyu. Although Zhou Yichen had a selfish preference for Chu Yunxiu, Blue Rain's chance of winning was still much greater than Yanyu. Yanyu couldn't deal with Yuan Zhou, not to mention Zhou Yichen friend Huang Xiaoyan. Why did Wei Chao choose this map? LV Buyuan asked. This map is indeed suitable for the two magic scholars to play. Zhou Yichen thought about the lineup of Wei Chao, brought it in, and found that Wei Chao was more suitable for playing this map than them. Wind in the Grass is a grass map of Tian Yuan Fengguang. Although there are many terrain conditions for cover, but things like haystacks can block the line of sight. But they have no protective effect to block attacks, which makes the attack of the two magic scholars of Wei Chao almost stress-free. When the enemy comes, the general will stop it, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it, Jiang Buitao said. This is the first time that Wei Chao has chosen Wind in the Grass at home this season. It seems that this is the ultimate move that Wei Chao has prepared for Samsara. This map is blah blah. The Cup also quickly introduced this map to the audience before the game. On the stage, the two teams shook hands before the game. Is this the ultimate move that Captain Wang prepared for us? It's really surprising. Jiang Buotao and Wang Jieshi shook hands together. Samsara has come from afar. So of course we have to do our best to be the host. Wang Jieshi smiled. Then as guests, we should bring some gifts. Otherwise it would be impolite. Zhou Yichen said to Lu Xiubia with a smile. Just come on. Lu Xiubia said confidently. 99%, 100% one shot through the clouds. Loading completed. Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Wang Buliuxing. Loading completed. Xiao Guziru. Loading completed. Map, strong grass in the wind. Loading completed. Wei Chao. Come on. Wei Chao. Come on. Reincarnation. Win. Reincarnation. Win. Before the loading page entered, the fans of Wei Chao and Reincarnation cheered and shouted. And the director also gave some close-ups to several audience members. For example, a male fan of Reincarnation had a sign that read, "Come on, Zhou Yichen. If you play well, I will reward you tonight." Zhou Yichen male fans have become popular. Almost every time there is a Reincarnation match, the director will capture the shots of Zhou Yichen male fans. Chu Yunxiu once said privately that her biggest rival in love was not Zhou Yichen's huge female fans, but his overwhelming male fans. As the characters of both sides were ready, the holographic projection showed the full picture of the strong grass in the wind to the audience, and light spots were injected into it. 3, 2, 1. Fight! The two teams in each corner of the map quickly took action. I don't know how many times this map of Wei Chao has been run before the game. It is very familiar. The 5 people gathered and moved towards the opponent's refresh point. Wang Buliuxing and Mu En took off into the air with a run-up. Wei Chao's intention to take the initiative to attack was already in front of people, and Samsara was obviously also familiar with this map. Yu Xingchen and Yunshan ran in the front, followed by Ichiang Chuanyan. Wulong and Xiuge Ziruo hugged together. Yo! I seem to have found something. Chapter 232 Zhou Yichen, who likes to be the 6th. Reincarnation is good at hiding. At the Happy Internet Cafe, Yi Xiu took advantage of the halftime break between the two teams and felt itchy. So he went to the first floor to smoke a cigarette. Wei Chen saw Yi Xiu going downstairs with a cigarette and a lighter. So he said he was going to accompany him. There was no other way. Ever since Qingguo transformed the second floor into a training room, she had expressly prohibited Yi Xiu and Wei Chen, 2 old smokers, from smoking in the second floor training room. As a result, every time the two of them felt itchy during a dungeon, they had to wait until the game was over, and then go to the smoking area downstairs or smoke at the door. Sometimes they watched the game broadcast on the big screen on the first floor, and sometimes they looked at the sky and thought about life. There was also a big screen on the second floor for broadcasting, but Yi Xiu couldn't smoke, and he always felt uncomfortable. So he went downstairs with Lao Wei and smoked by the door. When they saw the team competition started, Yi Xiu watched the two teams' openings and found that the members of Samsara didn't look like they were new to this map. They looked very familiar with it. The ultimate move prepared by Tiny Herb is not the ultimate move of Samsara. Right? This thought suddenly popped up in Yi Xiu's mind. The director pulled the camera up and took a bird's-eye view of the whole field. Wang Buliuxing and Mu En from Tiny Herb flew in the wind, and the 3 people on the ground followed closely. The 5 people on Samsara's side huddled together, and Tiny Herb's aerial duo was the first to discover the figures of the Samsara people. How can Samsara move so fast? Have they practiced this map? Wang Jieshi thought to himself. Wang Jieshi didn't hesitate and controlled Wang Buliuxing to fire a magic cannonball at Samsara. All the members of Samsara scattered, and Wu Lang and Xiao Guziruo hid behind a boulder. Wang Buliuxing and Mu En are here, and the others from Tiny Herb should be nearby. Be careful, Jiang Buotao said. Captain, throw a grenade. Lao Lu and I will move forward. Zhou Yichen controlled Yu Xingchen to rush towards Wang Buliuxing and Mu En. Zhou Zikai did not reply. He threw a grenade into the haystack in front of him, and then fired with both guns, shooting at Wang Buliuxing and Mu En in the sky. After dodging the cloud-piercing bullet, the two simultaneously used lava flasks. 2 lava flasks were thrown directly at Yu Xingchen and Yunshan. The cloud-piercing bullet reacted very quickly and activated the sharpshooter's level 30 times state skill rapid fire. The bullet firing rate was enhanced. The cloud-piercing bullet was loaded and aimed. The lava flasks thrown by Wang Buliuxing and Mu En were blown up in the air. Yu Xingchen on the ground also saw the figures of the other 3 members of Wei Chao. Dua took the lead and charged towards Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen rolled sideways to avoid Dua's charge. And Fei Daojin followed up and stabbed Yu Xingchen, who had just stood up. Yu Xingchen shivered in a Z shape to avoid Fei Daojin's continuous stabs. And Longya stabbed at the Fei Daojin in front of him. Fei Daojin blocked Yu Xingchen Longya with his sword. Just as Fei Daojin was about to draw his sword and slash, Yun Shanluan rushed over from the haystack on the other side. Yun Shanluan grabbed Fei Daojin with one hand, and then pressed it down to the ground. Just as Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanluan were about to fight a mixed doubles against the fallen Fei Daojin, Dongkong Xiakeo in the back took action. Chanting on the spot, a ball of holy fire was thrown at Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanluan. Then the angel wings were activated to stay in the air, and the cross in his hand was shaken forward. A holy halo fell from the sky, shining on the competition field. In the green grass, this white light shone on a certain character. Bathed in the halo, Yu Xingchen figure appeared in the vision of all members of Tiny Herb. Priest level 40 skill holy commandment light. Retreat. Seeing his whole body exposed, Zhou Yichen quickly retreated. Yun Shanluan protected him and provided long-range fire support with a shot through the clouds. Even Wulong drilled out from behind the boulder and hit everyone in Tiny Herb with a flaming wave sword. Dua raised his shield and opened a shield wall to block the front of the team. Wulong flaming wave sword directly repelled Dua, and Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanluan were able to escape the encirclement of Tiny Herb. At this time, after discovering Shiga Zirua figure, Wang Bulixing accelerated and rushed towards him. Shadow Cloak tried to catch Wulong and Shiga Zirua, but a shot through the clouds and a stiff bullet successfully restricted Wang Bulixing. After the influence of the Holy Commandment light was eliminated, Yu Xingchen disappeared directly in front of everyone in Wei Chao. And Wei Chao had to focus on Yun Shanluan. Fei Daojin had stood up from the ground, jumped up and chopped Yun Shanluan with a silver blade. And Duhua even made a heroic leap, raised the holy sword and chopped at Yun Shanluan. Yun Shanluan's body shook, and while opening the steel bones to resist the silver blade of Fei Daojin, he used the demolition throw to block Duhua's attack with both hands, and then grabbed Duhua and threw him towards Fei Daojin. The flying sword that fell to the ground came into close contact with Duhua, and Yun Shanluan immediately rushed towards the position of Ichiang Chuanyun, who was still madly attacking Mu En and Dongkong Xiakeo in the sky. And sometimes he would take action to restrict Wang Bulixing. Zhou Zikai did everything he could. In Zhou Zikai's eyes, the high-altitude advantage of Micro Herb disappeared. At this time, Micro Herb was actually a little out of touch. Fei Daojian and Duhua were huddled together on the ground. Mu En was protecting the suspended cordyceps sinensis, and Wang Bulixing went deep behind the enemy and fought alone. The battle line is a bit wide, Yishio said when he saw this. If it is too wide, there will be a crisis. What? Someone asked. Someone is trying to steal. Such as Zhou Yichen. Did anyone notice Zhou Yichen's position? It seems not. Being involuntarily nervous when he saw Yu Xingchen's position, Yu Xingchen had sneaked under Cordyceps sinensis with the help of the haystack and the cover. Cordyceps sinensis's attention was all on Ichian Chuanyun in front of him. After Wang Jieshi controlled Wang Bulixing to dodge Wulong Wave's sword, he seemed to remember something and looked back. What responded to him was a burst of bullets from Ichiang Chuanyun. Wang Bulixing moved left and right in the air to dodge the bullets from Zhou Zikai. Why is there another Zhou missing? Did you see Yu Xingchen? Wang Jieshi said in the team voice. Yu Xingchen? Fei Daojin slashed at Yun Shanluan with a sword, and then turned his view to look around. But the vision was blocked, and he could not see Yu Xingchen at all. At this time, Ichiang Chuanyun suddenly rushed towards Dongkong Xiakeo, and Wulong Wave's sword also slashed at Dongkong Xiakeo, which was a signal for concentrated fire. After Dongkong Xiakeo saw that the target of the reincarnation was himself, he decisively cancelled the angel wings and fell from the sky. No. Bai Qingbia. Wang Jieshi instantly guessed the intention of the reincarnation, which was to force Dongkong Xiakeo to land. Yuan Baiqing also thought of something, but it was too late. The cordyceps had already fallen to the ground. At this time, a strong wind whistled past, and with the sound of the wind, there came the dragon teeth of Yu Xingchen. Finally I caught it. Hee hee. Zhou Yichen smiled excitedly. Yu Xingchen suddenly jumped out of the haystack, holding a spear to strengthen the stab of cordyceps. Yuan Baiqing didn't react at all. The cordyceps was stabbed, and suffered magic damage and knockback effects, and fell into a short stiffness. Yu Xingchen put away the gun, and then raised the cordyceps. The Sky Strike successfully floated the cordyceps in a stiff state. This Sky Strike was not right in terms of the floating effect or magic damage. It's a full-level Sky Strike, Yuan Baiqing said in surprise. Are you ready to receive your brother's full-body massage? It's very comfortable, Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel. Yuan Baiqing sent a question mark, indicating that Nong's brain was out of control. The only response to Yuan Baiqing was a Yuxingchen shadow step. Xubia, Fusheng, go save Baiqing. Don't worry about Yun Shanluan for now. Ingjia, you attack from high altitude and surround Yuxingchen tightly. Wang Jieshi quickly issued an order. Seeing Fideogen and Duhua coming, Yuxingchen activated the fire attribute dazzling pattern, increasing his own strength, and charged a falling flower palm to slap the cordyceps sinensis. And the direction in which the cordyceps sinensis flew backwards was exactly the direction in which Fideogen and Duhua came. Just as Fideogen and Duhua were about to reach out and grab the flying cordyceps sinensis, Yun Shanluan suddenly rushed out from behind, jumped up, and stepped on Duhua's shoulder. After grabbing the cordyceps sinensis with both hands, he threw it into the sky. Yun Shanluan made a second leap, grabbed the cordyceps sinensis in the air, and smashed it to the ground like a slam dunk. The shock wave generated by the cordyceps after landing directly affected the flying sword and Duhua around him. Oh my god! What a handsome slam dunk! I seem to have seen a great man. The slam dunk by Yun Shanluan in the air directly excited the fans of the Samsara team off the court. Mu In wanted to support the falling cordyceps, but Yi Qian Chuan Yun shot again, and the firepower line directly blocked Mu In. Wang Jieshi saw that the situation was not good, and after a gravity acceleration, he slapped Wu Lang away and rushed towards the direction of cordyceps. The situation on the court became Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanluan flanking the three people of Micro Herb. Yu Xingchen saw that Wang Bulixing was already rushing towards the side, and chose to charge on the spot, and directly released the Battle Mage's level 70 ultimate move Fu Long Xiang Tian. Is it directly opened up now? Yu Xingchen. Isn't it a bit hasty? Beige asked. No, because if it's not opened, it will be too late. Wang Bulixing is already rushing here, Li Ju explained. The blue Halong raised his head and rushed towards the three people of Wei Chao. The flying knife sword was the first to react, and the three-stage slash moved away from Fu Long Xiang Tian attack range. As for the remaining Duhua and the falling cordyceps sinensis, they were going to suffer. Fu Long Xiangqian repelled Duhua and bit the falling cordyceps sinensis. Before cordyceps sinensis could stand up, he was picked up by Fu Long Xiangtian. Then the second stage of the magic wave explosion blew cordyceps sinensis away, and the closest Duhua was also affected by the explosion. This Fu Long Xiangqian hit the full damage. Wang Bulixing finally arrived. After catching cordyceps sinensis in the air, he shot a magic ray at Yuxingchen. Yuxingchen was unable to dodge the magic ray due to the stiffness caused by Fu Long Xiangtian withdrawal. The flying knife sword retreated to the side and attacked Yuxingchen with a reverse stab. Yuxingchen collected his gun and swept towards the flying knife sword. The flying knife sword canceled the reverse stab and then rolled in the air to avoid Yuxingchen's sweep. Samsara is going to forcefully kill Dong Kong Xiekeo, Yi Xiu said when he saw this. Yuxingchen and Yun Shanluan can't be killed, right? Wei Chen asked in confusion. Who said these two people were killed? Yi Xiu smiled and said. After Wang Jieshi came back, the formation shrank, and that shot couldn't be stopped. Chapter 233 The Magician reappears. Yuxingchen with stacked buffs. Force kill. At Jiang Butao command, Yuxingchen and Yun Shanluan rushed directly to the cordyceps. Swish. The flying knife sword attacked again, and the falling phoenix slashed towards Yun Shanluan. Yun Shanluan opened his steel bones and resisted the falling phoenix slash, and then continued to rush towards the cordyceps. Mu In and Wang Bulixing accelerated from the air and fell, attacking Yuxingchen from the front and back. Yuxingchen swung his spear vigorously, and swung it in a circle. This tyrant crushing directly stopped the two. After Wang Bulixing stopped suddenly to avoid Yuxingchen tyrant crushing, he sprinkled a dispersing powder on Yuxingchen. Yuxingchen was sprinkled with powder, and his attack power, skill release speed, and movement speed were all reduced. Attack! At this time, a white light appeared on Yuxingchen's body. Focusing. After seeing Wang Bulixing supporting the front, Shioga Zirua behind him chose to activate the angel wings to stay in the air. Then, after Wang Bulixing released the dispersing powder to Yuxingchen, Shioga Zirua shook the cross in his hand forward. A holy light hit Yu Xingchen, removing the negative state of Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen held a gun to block Wang Bulixing, who was coming in front of him. Mu In behind him was ready to sneak attack Yu Xingchen. But Wulong had already arrived at the front battlefield and slashed at Mu In with a fast lightwave sword. Mu In had to fly up to avoid Wulong's fast lightwave sword. At this time, he saw Shiga Zirua staying in the air. What should I do? Should I help the captain or kill the other party's priest? Gao Yingjie had difficulty making choices and didn't know what to do next for a while. Yingjie, go help Bai Qing. Wang Jieshi saw Gao Yingjie hesitation. So he reminded him? Yes, Captain. Gao Yingjie immediately had a target and flew towards the direction of cordyceps. But Wulong had no intention of stopping him. Just let Gao Yingjie go like this. The cup was a little confused about Jiang Buotao's intention. Jiang Buotao's target should be Duwa. But if Muin is allowed to leave like this, cordyceps will be hard to kill, Li Ju said. The person closest to cordyceps at this time was Yunshan Wan of Luoyuan. Just now, Yunshan Wan directly dismantled the attack of the flying sword with a barehanded attack, grabbed it, and threw it in the opposite direction of cordyceps, and then continued to run towards cordyceps. Cordyceps threw a sacred fire at his feet, and then a hypnotic shot successfully hit Yunshan Wan, who was out of the domineering state, and Yunshan Wan fell into a sleeping state. Mu En arrived and successfully knocked Yunshan Wan to the ground with a gravity acceleration shot in the air. Just when all the Wei Chao fans breathed a sigh of relief, the wind died down. The gun also fired. Bang! Mu En had just knocked Yunshan Wan to the ground, and the two of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Mu En chanted and used lightning chains towards the fallen Yunshan Wan. And Dong Chong Xiaochao was also preparing to chant to heal himself. At this time, Yuan Baiqing was at his lowest alert, and he didn't notice that the breath of death had spread to him. Barret! Baiqing! Be careful of Zhou Zikai. Wang Jieshi slapped Yu Xingchen away with a broom, and quickly reminded him in the team voice. However, Yuan Baiqing could no longer respond to Wang Jieshi reminder. Dong Chong Xiaochao. Out! The Barret sniper. The highest overall damage high-level skill of the sharpshooter at level 70. This Barret sniper directly pierced Dong Chong Xiaochao's head, and he couldn't die anymore. In fact, from the moment Wang Bulixing and Mu En went back to support, Zhou Zikai came to the boulder with a shot through the clouds, set up the Barret and prepared to snipe. But because the wind was too strong, Zhou Zikai had no good chance to shoot. But now, the wind is weak, and the little head of Cordyceps sinensis is exposed. If Zhou Zikai doesn't shoot him, he will be sorry for the Barret in his hand. It's Zhou Zikai. Zhou Zikai Barret shot successfully killed Cordyceps sinensis from a distance, and the priest was the first to be eliminated. This is not good news for Tiny Herb, Cup explained. Yes, they did all this to protect the low-blooded Cordyceps sinensis from being killed by Samsara. But now it seems that Zhou Zikai's snipe has wasted all Tiny Herb's efforts. Li Ju said. Captain, what should we do next? Lu Shibia asked. Yu and Yingjie will deal with the chaos in Yunshan. Fuxing will stop Wulong and Yu Xingchen, and I will find a chance to assassinate Xia Zirua. Wang Jieshi brainstormed. And the moment Dong Kong Xiakeo was eliminated, Wang Jieshi pointed out the next direction. After Hui arrives, you guys stay together, and don't worry about me. Wang Jieshi added. What? After Wang Bulixing said that, Xia Zirua, who was flying in the air, saw Wang Bulixing attacking, and Xia Zirua directly cancelled the angel wings and fell to the ground. And next to him was a gun piercing the clouds. Yiqiang Chuanyun started rapid fire again, firing both guns at Wang Bulixing in the air. Wang Bulixing swayed left and right to avoid Yiqiang Chuanyun accelerated bullets, and then threw an acid rain flask, which exploded with the magic line. The acid rain fell on Yiqiang Chuanyun and Xia Zirua, causing non-attribute magic damage while reducing their physical attack and defense and spell attack and defense. Magician? Yisho suddenly frowned and said, Wang Dian is crazy. This is a team game. Not a single game. This is. Beibei was silent directly. He was very familiar with Wang Jieshi play. He and Li Ju explained Wang Jieshi god-killing battle in the 3rd season. Magician. Li Ju widened his eyes. He was not shocked by Wang Jieshi play. He had explained it many times when Wang Jieshi debuted. He was surprised that Wang Jieshi actually unblocked the magician in the team game. Since Wang Jieshi decided to adjust his playing style and integrate into the team to win the championship of the 5th season, He has never unblocked the magician playing style in team competitions. Magician. It's the magician. We have hope. The new fans of Wei Chao have already started cheering. But the old fans are silent at this moment. The new fans who are cheering now are so much like them in the past. If it's true, they understand it too well. The magician playing style is weird and changeable. Unpredictable. Not only the enemy is unpredictable, but also the teammates. As of now. Except Fang Shiqian. No one in Wei Chao can keep up with the pace of the magician. Magic Ray. A bright star shot at Xiao Dezirua. Then used magic to accelerate and rush towards the two. And Ichiang Chuanyun stood in front of Xiao Dezirua. Opened a curved shot. And the arc-shaped bullet attacked Wang Bulixing. Wang Bulixing flew low and swayed left and right to dodge bullets, while summoning lightning. A lightning chain struck Ichiang Chuanyun. Ichiang Chuanyun rolled to avoid the light chain. Wang Bulixing landed and attached ice powder to the broom. Then swept it towards Ichiang Chuanyun. Ichiang Chuanyun threw a grenade in front of him and blew it at Wang Bulixing. Then changed the magazines of his two guns. Wang Bulixing rushed out from the explosion and hit Ichiang Chuanyun with a broom. Ichiang Chuanyun the attack offset the slowing effect of the ice powder. Wang Bulixing retreated to avoid Ichiang Chuanyun the attack. Turned around and fired a magic shell at Ichiang Chuanyun. Ichiang Chuanyun put his two guns back into the holsters. Moved quickly to avoid the magic bullet. And then kicked Wang Bulixing with a roundhouse kick. Shozakai gun and body skills are really shocking every time I see them. Beige explained. Shioga in the back attacked with ease. And a holy commandment light hit Wang Bulixing. Wang Bulixing was bathed in the holy light. And his vision was exposed. The damage he received during this period would be increased by an additional 30%. Just as Wang Bulixing and Ichiang Chuanyun were facing each other head-on. Another battlefield was also in a fierce struggle. After Li Huizhani Luanfei rushed to the battlefield. He cooperated with Mu En and Fei Daojin to kill Yun Shanluan. But Wulan hit Yun Shanluan feet with a long-range frost wave array, helping him to successfully break the fire. Dua activated the chivalry and rushed towards Wulong, but was blocked by Yu Xingchen halfway, and then continued to attack Dua with a combo. Captain, go support Lao Lu. Let me do Dua. Let me take over for a while. Zhou Yichen said. Okay. Yu Xingchen stabbed Dua with a continuous thrust. Dua put up a shield to block the continuous thrust, and hit Yu Xingchen with a shield. But unfortunately Yu Xingchen put away his gun and stepped back to avoid it. Then Dua made a fair and heroic leap and slashed at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen turned around and dodged the leap and slashed half a step. At the same time, he charged the war spear. Before Dua could retreat, a dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit was swung from the tip of the spear and attacked Dua. Battle Mage level 40 skill strong dragon pressure. Come and help me put out the fire. This kid's fighting will is going to stack up. Deng Fuxing said anxiously. He knew Zhou Yichen mind too well. Last time, he was fooled by this little fox and let his fighting will stack up. Hearing the words of the deputy captain, Mu En took off from the spot and rushed towards Dua after dodging Wu Lang Wave's sword. This time, Wu Lang did not let Mu En leave. He used the wave slash and grabbed Mu En who was taking off from the spot with the wave force. Then he raised his sword and successfully floated Mu En. The wave barrier formed afterwards directly imprisoned him. After the flying sword used the wind can grass all to force Yun Shanluan back. It used the sword to settle the world to slash at Wu Lang. Wu Lang rolled back immediately, but was still swept by the sword energy of the flying sword, and fell into a short state of stiffness. The flying sword naturally would not miss this opportunity. The swordsman level 70 ultimate move, Phantom Invisible Sword, was directly used against the stiff Wu Lang. Chasing Soul. The sword energy generated turned into a phantom and attacked Wu Lang. A total of 14 swords. And the last blow directly blew Wu Lang away. As expected of Lu Shibia, the master of hand speed, the 14 phantom swords directly forced Jiang Buotao Wu Lang back. The cup could not help but admire. Mu En broke free from the restraint of the wave breaker and rushed towards Dua. At this time, Deng Fuxing was already a little overwhelmed. The young man on the opposite side had no martial ethics and played fiercely. His purpose was written on his face. To stack bus on him. Yu Xingchen has already hit 36 times in a row. In Yu Xingchen eyes, Dua is just a tool of the will of the stacker. Li Ju shouted. Respect the old and love the young. Kid. Deng Fuxing suddenly typed on the public channel. Yes, Senior Deng. You have to take care of me. Zhou Yichen hit back. Just when Deng Fuxing was about to give up, Mu In finally arrived and shot a magic ray at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen chose to take the magic ray because his gun had already been swung out. If this attack did not hit Du Hua, then all the buffs he had previously stacked would disappear. Yu Xingchen has hit 60 times in a row. The upper right corner of the holographic projection also shows the number of Yu Xingchen combos. Damn. Level 6 fighter will. 3.5% increased attack speed. 12% movement speed. 130 points of strength. He won't keep stacking. Will he? Wei Chen said with eyes wide open. It's impossible to stop him. Chapter 234 Clever Substitution. Wei Chao Ultimate Fire Change. Senior. Your reinforcements are here. Yu Xingchen charged up and slapped Du Hua with a falling flower palm. Du Hua flew backwards with the falling cherry blossom petals. Mu In flew at a low altitude and shot a magic cannonball at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen shivered in AZ shape to avoid it. And a dragon fang stabbed at Mu In. The speed was so fast that Gao Yingjie had no time to react. This dragon fang directly stabbed Mu In chest. This is the 6th stage of the fighter will. With an attack speed of 3.5% and a movement speed bonus of 12%. With the basic attributes of the dragon gull, Gao Yingjie had no time to dodge. The cup could not be seen clearly. The effect of this dragon fang was even comparable to the phantom dragon fang. Seeing Mu In a state of paralysis, Yu Xingchen used the 100 Dragons Meteor attack to pierce Mu In at high speed. Just as Yu Xingchen was preparing to launch the next attack, Du Hua rushed out from the haystack beside him and charged at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen rotated his spear with both hands and used the round dance stick at the charging Du Hua. The round dance stick collided with Du Hua's shield, and Yu Xingchen and Du Hua took a few steps back at the same time. Fortunately, it was not a heroic charge. Otherwise I would have to fly out. Zhou Yichen thought. Du Hua's charge did help Mu In to remove the fire. Mu In chanted on the spot to use acid rain and dry ice. But he ignored Wu Lang, who was entangled with a flying knife and sword, and could provide remote support. Wu Lang first activated the killing wave, and fired an arc-shaped circular wave sword at the approaching flying knife sword. After repelling it, he used an ice wave sword towards Mu In, who was chanting acid rain and dry ice, directly interrupting Mu In chanting. The release of acid rain and dry ice failed, and only caused weak magic damage to Yu Xingchen, and did not reduce his double defense and attack power. Deputy Captain did a great job. I love this ice wave sword. Zhou Yichen was overjoyed. Jiang Buitao ice wave sword was still quite critical. After all, if the release of acid rain and dry ice was successful, combined with Du Hua's provocation, acid rain fell, and the mixed 2 kinds of magic damage were enough for him to eat his fill. Yu Xingchen Halong Pajun attacked, and the dragon-shaped fighting spirit stabbed at Mu In. Mu In was slowed down by Wu Lang ice wave sword, and could not dodge Halong Pajun, who activated the 6th level fighter will. This attack pierced Mu In hard directly, and the speed of the attack was very fast. Before Mu In was knocked out, Yu Xingchen added an angry dragon piercing the heart. These 2 high damage moves directly left Mu In with a serious injury. On the other side, the solo between Wang Bulixing and Yi Qian Chuanyan also entered a white-hot stage. Yi Qian Chuanyan still had the upper hand in terms of health. After all, there was Xiao Guzirua behind Yi Qian Chuanyan, who could provide treatment. Captain, we can't hold on here, Deng Fuxing said, seeing Yu Xingchen chasing 2 people and hammering. Wang Jieshi had no choice but to control Wang Bulixing to summon a frost to land on Yi Qian Chuanyan and Xiao Guzirua within the attack range. He took off and rushed to the front battlefield of Wei Chao. Seeing Wang Bulixing leaving, Yi Qian Chuanyan and Xiao Guzirua looked at each other. Yi Qian Chuanyan ran forward, while Xiao Guzirua retreated. Wang Bulixing rushed over and grabbed Yu Xingchen with a shadow cloak. Yu Xingchen retreated to avoid Wang Bulixing grab. Wang Bulixing took advantage of the strong recoil of the Dark Knight flying shadow, and flew low to Wulong and Yun Shanluan. It turned out that from the beginning, Wang Jieshi's target was not Yu Xingchen, but Wulong and Yun Shanluan on the other side. Wang Bulixing's speed was too fast. Wulong and Yun Shanluan were parrying the flying swords and the flying clothes at the first time, and they did not expect Wang Bulixing's surprise attack at all. Wang Bulixing directly used the 70th level move of the Magic Scholar, the Broom Whirlwind. Through high-speed rotation, a whirlwind was formed in the air, and then the whirlwind enveloped Wulong and Yun Shanluan, giving them multiple magic attacks without attributes. Then the broom generated a shock wave when it landed and blew them away. Ihue, protect me, Wang Jieshi said in the team voice. Okay, Captain. After Wang Bulixing landed, he fell into a state of confusion. Zhang Yuanfei quickly came to Wang Bulixing's side, protecting him like a bodyguard, preventing the people of the Samsara from taking the opportunity to assassinate their captain. Fei Daojian started the sword shadow step and killed Wu Lang and Yun Shanwan. But Yi Qian Chuanyun successfully blocked Fei Daojian and shot a bullet in an arc path with a sound, successfully finding its true body, and then slid to Fei Daojian. Fei Daojian jumped up to avoid the sliding shovel, and the silver light fell to Yi Qian Chuanyun. Yi Qian Chuanyun stood up to avoid the silver light, opened his bows left and right, and fired with both guns. Bullets poured on Fei Daojian. Fei Daojian kept blocking the bullets with the sword. Although his hand speed was fast enough, he was still shot in the shoulder continuously and bled. Wulong and Yun Shanluan just stood up when Wang Bulixing's gravity acceleration slap knocked them to the ground again. The lightning chain directly hit Yun Shanluan, and Yun Shanluan fell into a state of paralysis and dizziness. Although Yun Shanluan had already used the steel and iron body to offset the paralysis and dizziness, Yun Shanluan finally fell down with Wang Bulixing's 6 enhanced general attacks with magic damage in the air. Wang Bulixing solved Yun Shanluan, and then his target is Wulong. Will Wei Chao usher in a turnaround? The cup became excited, just as Muin was about to cooperate with Zhang Luanfei to attack Yu Xingchen. Cruel Silence made a move. An unexpected arc flash successfully hit Muin, and a bright light suddenly appeared in front of Muin, directly blinding Gao Yingjie. Arc flash. When did Cruel Silence appear? Li Ju shouted. He had not noticed that Cruel Silence had come to the front battlefield. Although Yi Qian Chuanyun and Xiao Guziru parted, Li Ju said that it was time to change players. Cruel Silence's attack directly disrupted the rhythm of Wei Chao. After seeing Muin was blinded, Cruel Silence took the initiative to awaken the vital attack. A vital point appeared behind Muin. Cruel Silence used the Thunder Step and moved to Muin front. Instant stab. Cruel Silence rushed behind Muin, and the dagger was aimed at the vital point behind Muin. Zhang Luanfei tried to catch Cruel Silence with one hand, but Yu Xingchen swept Zhang Luanfei's ankle with a tyrant smash. Li Yihui only wanted to save Muin, and he had no time to dodge the tyrant smash. As a result, he failed to catch Cruel Silence with one hand, and was swept to the ground by Yu Xingchen tyrant smash. As Cruel Silence stabbed at the vital point, the vital attack had a 200% physical damage bonus, which was a guaranteed critical hit, combined with the damage of the instant stab. Muin, who was at low health, was directly killed. Muin, out. It rains on a rainy night. Wang Jieshi just took away Lu Buiyuan, and Gao Yingjie here was also eliminated by Wu Qi, who suddenly appeared. The current score is 7-4, and Samsara is leading. The cup reported the real-time score. The opponent's priest is not on the front battlefield, so kill Wu Lang. After Wang Jieshi confirmed that Xia Zirua was not on the front battlefield, he decided to implement the strong kill tactic, playing fast, and not giving the opponent's priest a chance to come to the scene for treatment. After hearing the captain's command, Zhang Luanfei and Fei Daojian rushed towards Wu Lang. Yu Xingchen was blocked by Du Huo alone, and Cruel Silence wanted to stop Zhang Luanfei. Flash Stab moved in front of Zhang Luanfei. Zhang Luanfei activated Iron Bone to take Flash Stab, and at the same time, he grabbed Cruel Jingmo with a throw and threw him backwards. Cruel Jingmo activated the speed control step in the air, adjusted his position, and killed Zhang Luanfei again. Zhang Luanfei ignored Cruel Jingmo and strode forward towards Wu Lang. Wu Lang's health was already at the bottom, but with the protection of Yi Qian Chuanyun, Wang Bulixing did not dare to kill Wu Lang alone. After all, his health was not healthy. In order to delay time, Du Huo raised the holy sword and charged towards Yu Xingchen. Knight's level 70 ultimate skill Crusader Judgment. Ding Fuxing did not choose to use Crusader Judgment as a skill for Storm Counterattack, because after he activated Storm Counterattack, Yu Xingchen high damage might directly kill him. So Ding Fuxing chose to use Crusader Judgment first to delay Yu Xingchen's support. Yu Xingchen dodged Du Huo's slash and moved towards Wu Lang. When Du Huo performed the last attack, Yu Xingchen Falling Flower Palm was charged and slapped out, and the knockback effects collided, and Yu Xingchen was knocked out. And the landing point was exactly where Yi Qian Chuanyun was. Thank you, Senior. Zhou Yichen typed to thank him in the public channel. It turned out that Zhou Yichen had already calculated Duhua's last attack, using the falling flower palm to collide with his last attack. Due to the level judgment, the Crusader judgment took precedence over the falling flower palm, so that he could take off. Damn it! Deng Fuxing shouted regretfully. I was careless. The flying knife sword cooperated with Wang Bulixing to kill Wulong with one high and one low. Jiang Buitao was also very clear-headed. After knowing that the opponent's target was him, he controlled Wulong to chant on the spot, and released an electric light wave array under his feet. If he wanted to get close, he would have to suffer the indiscriminate attack of the electric ball in the wave array, and he might even be paralyzed. This was Jiang Buitao conspiracy. After seeing Wulong protective electric wave array, Wang Bulixing threw a lava flask in the direction of Yiqiang Chuanyun and Wulong before landing, and then chanted acid rain and dry ice on the spot, watching the dark clouds mix with acid rain gradually forming in the sky. Yiqiang Chuanyun fired a stiff bullet in the direction where Wang Bulixing landed, trying to interrupt his chanting. But Fideojin 3-stage slash successfully moved close to Yiqiang Chuanyun, and Yiqiang Chuanyun retreated to avoid Fideojin upward strike. Then he kicked Fideojin with a roundhouse kick, and then started to shoot bullets at Fideojin crazily, leaving the range of the dark clouds. And Wulong also wanted to leave the range of acid rain and dry ice, but was knocked to the ground by a jump elbow from Johnny Luanfei, who was chasing him. At this time, acid rain fell and hit Wulong, causing ice damage, and at the same time, the dark clouds above his head released lightning to strike Wulong. Just when everyone thought Wulong was about to be eliminated, a holy light bathed Wulong. Chapter 235 Perfect Tacit Understanding. Harvest the battle situation. It's Xiaodaziruo. Xiaodaziruo arrived. Wulong was not taken away. Priest level 45 instant healing skill Holy Word Healing. Xiaodaziruo big breaths directly healed Wulong, who was half a step into the elimination zone. Flying knife sword wanted to kill Wulong, and stabbed Wulong against the wind, but was knocked down by Yu Xingchen's strong dragon pressure halfway during the flight. Yiqiang Chuanyun saw Feido's sword being knocked to the ground, and after firing a burst of bullets, he put his double guns back into the holsters and accelerated to charge at Feido's sword. Before Feido's sword stood up, Yiqiang Chuanyun raised his knees and hit Feido's sword. Knee strike. Seeing Feido's sword being floated in the air, Yiqiang Chuanyun drew out his double guns, and after changing the magazine, he fired at the floating Feido's sword with both guns, and the first 3 bullets directly hit the physical critical hit. Burst shooting. The flying knife sword can't hold on any longer, and Duhua has also arrived at the battlefield. Now the situation is still in the upper hand for Samsara. The cup explained. Just when Yiqiang Chuanyun was about to start double control to refresh and shoot away the flying knife sword, Wang Bulixing made a move. The powder was scattered at Yu Xingchen, and then a dark night flying shadow was shot at Yiqiang Chuanyun. Yiqiang Chuanyun slid to avoid Wang Bulixing dark night flying shadow, and stepped on Duhua's shoulder. Duhua put up a shield to block the bullets shot by Yiqiang Chuanyun, but Yu Xingchen attacked from behind, and the angry dragon pierced the heart and broke the heart, successfully stabbing Duhua in the back. Dragon gallbladder directly pierced Duhua's body. As Yu Xingchen put away the gun, Duhua flew forward, causing secondary damage and bleeding effect at the moment when the war spear left the body. The flying knife sword also left the floating state at this time. Wang Bulixing wanted to turn back and attack Xiaodaziruo, but Wulong thrust wave array on the spot completely dispelled his idea. Wang Jieshi had no choice but to choose to save Duhua before making plans. Johnny Luanfei had already entangled with Yu Xingchen. Wang Bulixing made a big turn with a magic cannonball and hit Yiqiang Chuanyun, and then rushed towards the direction where Duhua flew backwards. But there was someone who was faster than him. Cruel and silent. What was waiting for Duhua was not Wang Bulixing, but the cruel and silent Thorn Storm. Duhua. Out. Wang Bulixing still failed to save Duhua in the end. Wang Jieshi didn't have time to feel sad for Deng Fuxing elimination, because there were more desperate ones behind. Yiqiang Chuanyun cooperated with Wulong and Xiaodaziruo to get rid of the remaining blood of the flying knife sword. Flying knife sword. Out. In an instant, both of the 2 players of Wei Chao were eliminated, and Wei Chao was defeated. At this time, in the Tyranny Club, Samsara Team Tacit Understanding is so beautiful. Before the start of the playoffs, some people thought that the opening of the team voice chat would cause some trouble to Samsara. But now it seems that Samsara has adapted perfectly. Zhang Xinjie said while watching the game in the Tyranny meeting room. although Tyranny has been on vacation. Han Wenqing, Zhang Xinjie, and Lin Jingyan still stayed in the club. They did not choose to watch the game on site, because they did not want to be photographed making nonsense articles. Samsara is going to win, Lin Jingyan said lightly. Has the captain asked him about his situation? Although we are in the quarterfinals this season. Next season, with the opening of the level and the addition of the technical department, we have the strength to compete for the championship. Zhang Xinjie looked at Han Wenqing with an expressionless face. I asked? Han Wenqing responded. Rejected? It shouldn't be, Lin Jingyan thought. He already has a next home. Han Wenqing snorted coldly. Where can he go? Zhang Xinjie began to think. Seeing Han Wenqing staring at Samsara, Zhang Xinjie had a bad feeling. No way. At the scene, Duo was taken away by Cruel Silence's blade storm, and Fideojin could not hold on. Affected by the holy fire, Fideojin could not get rid of Ichiang Chuanyan gun and body entanglement at all, and was finally taken away by Ichiang Chuanyan bullet headshot. Li Ju said. With the elimination of the two, the current score is 9-4, and there is no hope for Wei Chao to turn the tables. The premise for dragging it into overtime is that the two surviving on the Wei Chao field can eliminate the opponent's 5 players without losing one person. And the opponent still has a priest on the field, the Cup explained. I think the fans of Samsara can open the champagne in advance. With Duhua and Fideojin out, the remaining Zhang Yi Luan Fei could not resist the frontal offensive of Samsara at all, even if Wang Bulixing 1v1 single broke Cruel Silence. But after Zhang Yi Luan Fei was eliminated, Wang Jieshi was powerless to save the situation. Zhang Yi Luan Fei can't hold on any longer. Wang Bulixing on the other side has already dealt with Cruel Silence. But it's no use. With Zhang Yi Luan Fei out, Samsara points have reached 10 points. The Cup shouted. We can congratulate Samsara in advance for winning the first round of the semifinals. Samsara? 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 The game has not yet ended. Samsara fans in the away area have already cheered loudly. As for the Tiny Herb fans, they have already lowered their proud heads. Now they are most concerned not about the home team's defeat, but whether Yen Yu can defeat their old enemy Blue Rain at home tomorrow. This way they have the right to breathe online. If they lose together. If they die together. In the end, Wang Jieshi also fell under the siege of the 4 Samsara players. Glory! Let us congratulate Samsara for winning this team game, and at the same time defeating Tiny Herb 11-5 away, leading 1-0. The Cup announced the final result. This defeat has a great impact on Tiny Herb. You know, no team has ever conquered Samsara devilish home court. If Tiny Herb can't hold on, it is very likely to be taken away 2-0 and miss the finals. Li Ju analyzed. Yes, it depends on whether Tiny Herb can adjust. The Cup nodded and said, Samsara? Invincible. Samsara? Invincible. It was obviously the home court of Vici Gaming. But at this moment, the cheers of Samsara resounded throughout the stadium. Although the Vici Gaming fans did not admit it, they knew in their hearts that after losing this game, it was basically a bad situation. Congratulations, Wang Jieshi said to Zhou Zikai after the game. Thank you. Zhou Zikai smiled and shook hands with Wang Jieshi. Have you practiced this map? Wang Jieshi asked the question in his heart. But neither Zhou Zikai nor Jiang Butao answered, but just smiled and looked at him. Wang Jieshi immediately understood that this was the ultimate move left for Blue Rain. But he ate it out of hunger. Come on, Zhou Yichen said to Lu Shibia. Well, we will win the second round, Lu Shibia said firmly. Oh, then wait and see. At the losing team's press conference after the game, Wang Jieshi responded to the unblocking of Magician. He said that he had this idea before the game, and the situation at that time was more suitable because he did not need his teammates to cover for him. When Wang Jieshi was asked whether the subsequent playing style would return to the original, Wang Jieshi just smiled faintly and said, Magician Wang Jieshi did not bring anything to Vici Gaming, but the changed Wang Jieshi brought Vici Gaming the first championship in team history. Captain Wang, in the second round, you will lead the team to the Devil's home court of Samsara. So far this season, no team has been able to capture the home court of Samsara. Do you have confidence? Samsara is a very strong team. Both individual strength and team cooperation are top in the league. The next game is still quite stressful for Vici Gaming. After all, we have lost a big point, Wang Jieshi said after a moment of silence. We will do our best to win this game. Vice Captain Deng Fuxing added. Thank you for the interview. And see you in the next game. Waiting press conference. Captain Zhou Zikai. What is the key to the away victory of Samsara today? The reporter stood up and asked. Well, we played well. Zhou Zikai said after thinking for a moment. Ah? What did you play well? Everyone. Then what do you think of the performance of Vici Gaming? Another reporter stood up and asked. Very good. Zhou Zikai said lightly. But they lost this game. And by a big score. It's good to lose. Ah? Zhou Zikai's words directly burned the CPU of the reporters. Seeing the reporter standing there in a daze, Jiang Butao quickly said, Captain Zhou means that Vici Gaming performance today is still good. Especially the performance of Captain Wang caused us a lot of trouble. But we can resist Captain Wang attack. While Vici Gaming can't resist our Samsara front. We can only say that our response in this game was better than Vici Gaming. So we can win this game. Jiang Buitao's speech was almost perfect. He not only affirmed the performance of Wei Chao Captain Wang Jieshi, but also pointed out that the key to their victory in this game was that they broke through Wei Chao head-on. But Wang Jieshi did not break through their back row. Listen to this speech. This is called professionalism. When everyone in Happy listened to Jiang Buitao interview, they were always modest. And they did not belittle others because of their own strength. This is why Samsara has a very good reputation among the public. After the match between Samsara and Tiny Herb ended, the next day was the semi-final match between Blue Rain and Misty Rain. The two teams were not unfamiliar with each other, with one win and one loss in the regular season. After the voice chat in the team was opened, Blue Rain's thinking was obviously much clearer than in the regular season. And more importantly, Yu Wenzhou could split his hands to operate. You should know that once Yu Wenzhou was approached, Blue Rain would be very uncomfortable, because Yu Wenzhou could not command the overall situation, and other people in Blue Rain did not have the ability to coordinate the overall situation. As for Misty Rain, this season did not start high and end low like before, especially after the acquisition of Qiufei, the treasure in the winter transfer period. Misty Rain greatly supplemented its frontal combat power this season, while achieving the best regular season results in team history. It also broke the curse and entered the semifinals. Miss Rain versus Blue Rain is not without the ability to fight. And this game is also called the Double Rain Battle by people, just to see which team has more rain. Chapter 236 Whom Love Meets at the Corner. After the first semi-final match between Samsara and Tiny Herb in the upper half ended, the first match between Blue Rain and Misty Rain in the lower half also started the next day. Before the game started, the speeches at the press conferences of the two teams before the game were also bland, without any grandiose words. Both Yu Wenzhou and Chu Yunqiu just said that they would try their best to play well in every game to come. Blue Rain wanted to take every step well. This season was the season they had the best chance to win the championship after the 6th season. The opening of the team voice was indeed the greatest help to them. So they didn't want to open champagne halfway and cause a crash. And the most imposing person in Misty Rain was Chu Yunqiu, the captain and the #1 female player in the league. The other players were all soft-tempered. Qiufei was a newcomer, needless to say, and had no right to speak harshly. Although the two teams did not show any gunpowder, in the eyes of the outside world, they were all humble. The culprit of all this was Samsara. Sometimes after the game, looking at the expressions of the players, those who didn't know would think that Samsara had lost. Samsara couldn't do anything. Ever since losing to Tyranny in the last regular season, there was a lot of abuse online. Some radical netizens took screenshots of all Zhou Yichen's harsh words and blasted him under his personal account, exploding his private messages. Since that time, Zhou Yichen has said less trash talk in both the ring and team competitions. Although he is still sunny and cheerful, he is obviously much calmer. After the start of the playoffs, the players of each team that entered the playoffs chose to hand in their mobile phones, which were kept by the team manager. Even the usual express delivery was picked up by the team logistics. All of this was a bloody lesson. At 8 p.m., the first match of the top 4 in the lower half officially started at the home court of Yinyuan City. Although the players of the two teams had not yet entered the stadium, the audience seats were already filled with Glory fans who came to watch. The whole stadium was a sea of green, which is also the support color of Yinyu. There was also blue mixed in it, which was the Glory fans who came to support Blue Rain in the away area. As the music stopped, the lights in the venue came on, and the second battle of the top 4 began. Welcome to the 2023 Glory Professional League Season 8 Playoff Semifinals. Hello. Dear audience members and Glory fans watching the broadcast, the audience responded enthusiastically to the host's interaction. First of all, let us welcome the away team. The Glory Professional League Season 6 champion Blue Rain. Blue Rain. Blue Rain. Blue Rain. Captain. You won, Joe. ID, Soxer. Literature rises from all over the world. To metaphor the 9 states. Literature rises from all over the world. To metaphor the 9 states. Literature rises from all over the world. To metaphor the 9 states. You won, Joe waved to the Blue Rain fans in the away area. And then took the lead to go on stage. Vice Captain. Huang Xiaoyan. ID, Night Rain. Title, Sword Saint. Night Rain. Sword decides the world. Night Rain. Sword decides the world. Night Rain. Sword decides the world. Wow. Although it's not our home court, our fans are still very powerful. Huang Xiaoyan jumped onto the stage. Next, let's welcome home team. Regulars in the playoffs. Team Yenyu. Yenyu? 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 Seeing their own players appear, Yenyu fans in the audience gave them strong support. Captain. Chu Yunqiu. ID, Fengcheng Yenyu. The Fengcheng is indestructible. Yenyu is not defeated. Although the shoulders are soft, the heart is strong. Vice Captain. Li Hua. ID, Lin Nko Jing. The first ninja. The first ninja. The first ninja. Both sides are ready. Let's hand over the screen to the commentary seat. After the two teams met, the captains of both sides led their teams back to the players' seats off the court. Hello everyone. I am Xiaowei, the commentator today. And the person sitting next to me is an old friend of the audience. But he is my temporary partner today. He is Li Ba. Coach Li. Hello everyone. I am today's guest and commentator Li Ba. Originally, Xiaowei and Jianbin were scheduled to comment on this game. But Jianbin suddenly had a high fever before the game and was unable to come to the stage to do the commentary work. So the league quickly found Li Ba to save the day. Today is the second half of the playoffs. A double rain battle. Blue Rain versus Misty Rain. What does Coach Li think of this game? Xiaowei looked at Li Ba, who was standing beside him. Both teams performed very well this season. Blue Rain ranked second in the regular season, and Misty Rain ranked third in the regular season. But in comparison, Misty Rain's progress is greater, and the addition of the newcomer Qiu Fei seems to have activated Misty Rain. Li Ba spoke slowly. So Coach Li is more optimistic about Misty Rain in this game? Well, after all, this is Misty Rain's home court, and I think they have done enough homework to face the powerful Blue Rain. Li Ba said affirmatively. However, after hearing Li Ba analysis, all the Yenyu fans in the audience became nervous, because Li Ba's mouth is notoriously poisonous. Currently, only the Samsara team can withstand Li Ba's poisonous mouth. Both sides are ready. Let's enter the 5v5 ring match between the two teams. Please see the holographic projection screen for the starting list. Yenyu, Li Hua. ID, Lin Nko Jing. Professional Ninja. Blue Rain, Lin Feng. ID, Shadow Fanja. Professional Thief. Map, Wufang Bianhao. Oh! Yenyu 5v5 ring match map selection is very interesting. The last time this map appeared was when Thunder played against Samsara at home in the first round of the playoffs. The map was selected by Thunder. Xiaowei was still a little surprised to see Yenyu choose this map. Wufang Bianhao. A map with gullies as the main terrain is very suitable for players who act secretly, such as Li Hua. It seems that Yenyu has done enough homework. Li Ba analyzed. Please advise me. Please advise me. Li Hua and Lin Feng did not say any pre-match trash talk. After a simple greeting, they walked towards the competition stage at both ends. The holographic projection unfolded, showing the entire terrain of the five-sided trench in front of the audience. 99%, 100% Lin Nko Jing. Loading completed. Fan Fanja. Loading completed. Map, five-sided trench. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The map was loaded, and as the light curtain disappeared, the two rushed out of the refresh point at the same time and rushed to the center of the map. Lin Nko Jing entered the gully first, followed by Fanja. Lin Nko Jing arrived at the gully in the center of the map one step faster than Fanja, and then hid behind the stone wall, waiting for the opponent to come. Li Hua was very confident that he could ambush the opponent. After all, Lin Feng's style was completely different from Feng Rui. He was a combat thief, and would not follow Feng Rui's dirty style. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Nko Jing heard a burst of hurried footsteps. And then he formed a seal on the spot, releasing a residual image to kill the fan from another direction. The fan saw Lin Nko Jing coming, and without any hesitation, he jumped and chopped at Lin Nko Jing's residual image, and his real body teleported behind the fan. The shuriken was launched, and Lin Feng failed to react. The shuriken hit him, and caused a strong stiffness effect. Lin Nko Jing followed, formed a seal on the spot, drew out the scabbard, and cast a wave of flames at the fan. Ninjutsu, Flame Slash. This attack directly chopped the fan back. Lin Nko Jing wanted to continue to output the fan, but suddenly his feet shook. Lin Nko Jing looked down, and found that he had stepped on the trap buckle set by the fan. This trap buckle successfully interrupted Lin Nko Jing's attack. Lin Nko Jing broke the trap buckle, formed a seal on the spot, and used a knife to cast a stream of water with waves to attack the fan. Ninja technique, 100 flow slash. Just when the falling water flow would split into streams and condense into a water prison, and was about to control the fan came out of the stiff state, threw a blade tool, smoke jade at his feet, and then escaped before the water prison was formed. After the ninja tool touched the ground, it would explode and emit a cloud of purple smoke. Lin Nko Jing's vision was disturbed, and he could not predict whether the water prison formed by the 100 flow slash had trapped the fan. Li Hua was not in a hurry, and let the fan leave. After the purple smoke dissipated, Li Hua controlled Lin Nko Jing to move quietly to another short gully in the center of the map. At this time, the fan was in the short gully, watching the two people who were about to meet, and the audience held their breath. Who would be the first to discover the other party and attack first? At this time, Lin Feng was not moving outside, so he controlled the fan to lower his head at the corner and began to set up a shadow trap. But Lin Nko Jing just walked out from the corner at this time. This can't help but remind people of a line sung by a famous athlete saying, "Who do you meet at the corner of love?" Ah? Huang Xiaotian was dumbfounded below. What kind of top timing is this? Lin Nko Jing turned his view and found the fan, who was still setting traps with his head down. The fan also found something wrong and looked up and saw Lin Nko Jing in front of him. "I'm so angry." Lin Feng was shocked. Before he could come to his senses, Li Hua had already taken action. And ninja technique, double kill. After Lin Nko Jing formed a seal on the spot, he attacked the fan with the ninja sword and scabbard. The cross attack made the defenseless fan take 2 stages of physical damage. The fan then went out of stealth and disappeared in front of Lin Nko Jing. Lin Nko Jing left the short ditch and returned to the center of the map. The fan also saw Lin Nko Jing leave, and then came to the center of the map. But he was invisible. While the stealth was not over, the fan lowered his head and quickly set traps. Even in the invisible state, the fan still looked up while setting the trap. It was obvious that Lin and Chao's sudden appearance just now had given Lin Feng PTSD. After several traps were set up, the fan successfully found Lin Nko Jing by relying on the invisible state, and then hit Lin Nko Jing with a club. Li Hua reacted quickly, and controlled Lin Nko Jing to retreat to avoid the fan club, and then held the ninja sword and used the ninjutsu severance to try to float the fan. The fan was suspended in the air, but before Lin Nko Jing could make the next move, the fan successfully escaped from the floating state by using the air jump. But before the fan landed safely, Lin Nko Jing used the ninjutsu Swift Wind Shuriken to hit the fan directly in the air. Wow! A very beautiful shuriken. The fan fell to the ground stiffly. And it seems that this game is about to end. Shall we explain? Lin Nko Jing first used the ninjutsu Chaotic Body Rush, and came to the fan back at the speed of a meteor, holding the long rope attached to the handle of the ninja sword to close to the fan. Then Lin Nko Jing forced the fan to move to his side, and then threw him to the ground. Ninja technique, back-to-back head binding technique. Before the fan struggled, Lin Nko grabbed him from the ground and used the low-level skill of the Dark Knight to cut his throat. He used it with his back to the front, ignoring the defense and the 20% physical bonus of the back attack to directly take the fan away. Glory! Let us congratulate Li Hua for winning the first 5v5 arena match. Currently, Yin is temporarily leading 1-0. Li Hua! Li Hua! Li Hua! This map is indeed a bit troublesome. Yuan Zhou frowned and said, Li Hua is in very good condition today. We have to be careful. Sure enough, Song Xiao, the second player to play in Blue Rain, was also killed by Li Hua. Li Hua is in great condition today. After taking Lin Feng away, he defeated Mr. Playoff Song Xiao with a narrow victory. Song Xiao also tried his best in this game. Xiao Wei was a little surprised by Li Hua's performance. Although this map is indeed conducive to Li Hua's ninja performance, it cannot be ignored that Li Hua's condition is indeed very good. Li Ban nodded and said, "This map is not fun at all." Song Xiao returned to the Blue Rain player seat angrily. This map was originally a bit restrictive for Qigong masters, and he ended up playing against ninjas. If he hadn't successfully found an opportunity to catch Li Hua in the later stage, he would have been dragged and numbed by the opponent. Substitution technique. Disgusting. This was the first thought that came to Song Xiao's mind after the game. It's okay. Let me do it next. I've almost figured out the terrain of the gully. Yu Feng stood up and said confidently. Old Yu is very confident today. Huang Xiaoyan patted Yu Feng on the shoulder and said, "Just kidding. I'm super confident." "Okay. Wait for my good news." Huang Xiao. "I'm the captain." Yu Feng then turned and walked towards the competition stage. The result was not unexpected to everyone. Yu Feng's sharp sword took away the low health Lin and KO'd Jing steadily. At the beginning, Li Hua intended to slow down the pace of the game. But after a few moves with the opponent, he found that the opponent had been waiting for him to take the initiative to attack, and his own condition was not good. So Li Hua finally chose to attack quickly. It was a win if he could knock out a little more status. So Li Hua's choice accelerated his defeat. However, Li Hua had no choice. After defeating Song Xiao, he had no more health or mana. He was a ninja without mana. Let us congratulate Yu Feng of Blue Rain Team for defeating Li Hua of Misty Rain Team and winning the first point for Blue Rain. The current score is 2-1, and Misty Rain is temporarily in the lead. Misty Rain player seat. The deputy captain played beautifully. Good performance. Xu Yunqiu looked at Li Hua with a smile. It's okay. The map is suitable for performance. Li Hua took the water handed by Qiu Fei and drank it in big gulps. Xiao Qiu, are you ready? Xu Yunqiu looked at Qiu Fei. Guaranteed to win. Captain. Qiu Fei pounded his chest and said. Qiu Fei was the successor of One Autumn Leaf at the beginning, but was suppressed later. He couldn't even make the first team when he debuted. Finally, he came to Misty Rain and released his talent to the fullest. After wandering for half a lifetime, Qiu Fei found that he was still a teenager. Chapter 237. A strange team with a familiar map. Let us congratulate Yu Feng for winning this ring match and tying the score to 2-2. Young player Qiu Fei is still too young. How could he choose to fight the mad swordsman head-on in the end? It's too unwise. Li Ba shook his head and said, it's a guaranteed loss. Yu Feng started to sell blood for Qiu Fei as soon as he came on the court. Qiu Fei was originally very vigilant, but as Yu Feng's sharp sword's blood volume became lower and lower, Qiu Fei fought more and more anxiously, as if the goddess of victory was waving at him. He even forced the sharp sword into the short ditch, but he didn't know that it was a trap. As the sharp sword started to fight bloodthirstily, the counterattack began, and the narrow short ditch was completely unfavorable for the use of the war spear. Qiu Fei looked at the opponent's blood volume that was about to bottom out, but he was reluctant to give up. However, under the influence of the awakening of blood, the lower the blood volume of the sharp sword, the higher the physical attack power, and the strong dragon pressure was blocked by the hegemony of the angry blood wave. In the end, Yu Feng reversed the situation. But of course, he only had a little blood left. What am I doing? Qiu Fei said in annoyance after the fight. The Meng Huijian blood-selling tactic was so successful that in the end, Qiu Fei thought that he could end the game by using a high-level ultimate to stab Meng Huijian. It's still inexperienced. Yishio sighed and said, although the score was tied to 2-2, the Yinyu players did not show panic on their faces, because choosing this map was not only convenient for Li Hua to play, but more importantly, it was convenient for the captain Xu Yunqiu to play, as long as the opponent is forced into the gully in the center of the map. Due to the narrow terrain, the elemental mage's ranged skills are very easy to hit the opponent. However, there is one thing that Yinyu did not expect. That is, Blue Rain's map adaptability is so strong. It can be seen that Lin Feng, the starting player, is not very familiar with this map, which also proves that Blue Rain has not studied this map. But Song Xiao later, and Yu Feng in this game, They adapt very quickly. Especially Yu Feng, who has already figured out many of the long gullies in the center of the map. Otherwise, he would not have used the terrain to force Qiu Fei into a desperate situation. The third player on Yin Yu's side should be Chu Yunxiu. Yi Xiu thought for a while and said, "Is it popular for ace players to stand in the midfield now?" Wei Chen wondered. Han Wenqing and Wang Jieshi were like this before. Because the third midfielder must be a powerful player. After all, it will affect the subsequent trend. Yi Xiu said after a little thought. Sure enough, as expected, the third player to appear in Yin Yu was Chu Yunxiu, the star of Yin Yu. Yin Yu, Chu Yunxiu. ID, Fengcheng Yin Yu. Professional elemental mage. Sister Chu actually appeared in the third place. Huang Xiaoyan said with his hands on his face. Zheng Xian adjusted and prepared to go on the court. Old Yu should not be able to hold on for long. His health is too low. It won't take long for Chu Yunxiu to finish this game. Yu Wanzhou said to Zheng Xian. It's very stressful. Zheng Xian sighed secretly. Why are all the opponents he is fighting against masters? It's very stressful. 99%, 100% Fengcheng Yin Yu. Loading completed. Entering the game. Fengcheng Yin Yu went straight to the center of the map. And Fengmang Huijian did the same. With little blood left. Now he can only think of a way to sneak up on the opponent. Otherwise when they meet, they may not even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. And be taken away by the opponent's elemental fluctuation. The two entered the ravine at the same time. And then Chu Yunxiu controlled Fengcheng Yin Yu to summon a magic barrier with flames. Fengmang Huijian came to the center of the map, looking at the fire wall in front of him, and fell into deep thought. He didn't dare to cross it. First, if he touched the fire wall, he would be damaged by fire magic, and there was a chance of being burned. Second, he didn't know whether the opponent was waiting for him behind the fire wall. Fengmang Huijian finally chose to play it safe and did not cross the fire wall, but quietly waited for it to disappear. However, he did not know that Chu Yunxiu Fengcheng Yin Yu had already entered the short ditch on the other side. And the end was exactly the entrance for Yu Feng to retreat. As the fire wall disappeared, Fengmang Huijian hid behind the stone wall and looked up carefully. At this time, Fengcheng Yin Yu also walked out of the short ditch. Just behind Fengmang Huijian, Chu Yunxiu did not choose to attack, but stared closely at Fengmang Huijian, who was afraid to look out from behind the stone wall. Looking from Fengcheng Yin Yu perspective, Fengmang Huijian at this time looked like a clown in the eyes of the audience. Strange. Where are the people? Could it be that they took the other side of the road? If so, this fire wall would not be placed like this. Yu Feng thought about it, and he seemed to have missed something. Chu Yunxiu lost her patience and threw Dark Night Flying Shadow at the sharp sword in front of her. The sharp sword had no idea that a black arc of magic ray would be shot out from behind. The sharp sword was hit and blinded for 4 seconds. And Yu Feng was stunned as he saw the darkness in front of his eyes. Damn it! Why is the screen black? The skill is still there. Yu Feng stared at the computer screen with wide eyes. Oh no! It's the Dark Night Flying Shadow. Fengmang Huijian wanted to activate the violent effect to gain the dominance effect. But Fengcheng Yin Yu Flame Bomb had already been charged. And then smashed towards the blinded Fengmang Huijian. Bang! Glory! Let us congratulate Chu Yunxiu for winning this game very easily. I'm afraid Yu Feng didn't expect Fengcheng Yin Yu to attack from behind at the end. Xiao Wei laughed. I think so. Li Ba also laughed. Just now. With the help of Fengcheng Yin Yu perspective. It was so interesting to see Fengmang Huijian looking forward cautiously. Chu Yunxiu was too much. He had to watch for a while before taking action. TSK. 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 Both of them are treacherous. Yi Xiu took a puff of cigarette and said. Great. Wei Chen leaned against the door and took a puff. As if he had ascended to heaven. He didn't notice what Yi Xiu meant by the couple. Otherwise, given Old Wei's personality, he would have to investigate it. Where are I? Yu Feng pressed the violent skill button, and the glory came out. Puff. The director gave Yu Feng player camera, and the audience laughed at Yu Feng, who was a little dazed. Ha ha ha. Old Yu expression made me laugh to death. I want to capture it and put it on my homepage. Huang Xiaoyan quickly took out his mobile phone to take a photo. He took a group photo and took himself in the photo. Huang Xiaotian laughter, and Yu Feng days formed a perfect picture. You are so happy. Yu Wanzhou looked at Huang Xiaotian. Captain, last time I was hit by a tree. This guy watched the video and laughed for a whole day. Now I finally caught him. Ha ha ha. Yu Feng left the competition stage in a daze. And then he realized it when he saw the replay. Xiao. I forgot there was a road. Damn. I must have made a fool of myself this time. Yu Feng patted his head. Looking at Yu Feng who came back. Huang Xiaoyan laughed mercilessly. Ha ha ha. Old Yu. Your expression is so interesting. Do you want to see it? I show it to you. Come and see it. Come and see it. Huang Xiaoyan grabbed Yu Feng directly and forced him to look at the photo he had just taken. Okay, Xiaoyan. Don't make it difficult for old Yu. Zheng Xian is ready to go on stage. Yu Wenzhou laughed. It's very stressful. Zheng Xian walked towards the competition stage with his head shaking. In the end, Zheng Xian, who was full of health, still couldn't resist Chu Yunxiu's attack. And it could even be said that it was one-sided. Chu Yunxiu's state this season is a bit explosive. After watching this duel, Yi Xiu commented that the timing of each chant was very good. Zheng Xian played very awkwardly in this game. The terrain was too small, so there was no place to hide some ranged skills. Especially the Elemental Mage's level 70 ultimate skill. Thunder and Fire. That is, if you get hit once, the follow-up will be a continuous bombardment. Huang Xiaoyan, the last defender of Blue Rain, did defend this home and prevented Chu Yunxiu from successfully penetrating 3. But Huang Xiaotian's own state was not healthy enough. Oh my god! Did Chu's sister eat gunpowder today? She was so fierce and almost penetrated me. Could it be that came? It's too scary. Can Zhou Yichen, a fool, withstand it? Huang Xiaoyan muttered after the game. Finally, this 5v5 ring match came to an end. Chu Yunxiu had a huge advantage. Huang Xiaoyan had spent a lot of energy to deal with Chu Yunxiu. Even though Huang Xiaoyan successfully defeated Sun Liang, the 4th player in Yinyu. Sun Liang's blood for blood tactic caused Huang Xiaotian a lot of trouble. That is, he didn't have enough mana. If possible, Huang Xiaotian wanted to drink a bottle of mana potion. The last player in Yinyu to defend the ring was Lu Yining, the best 6th player of this season. Huang Xiaotian, who had no blood and no mana, finally fell down in anger under the random shooting that made things worse. Let us congratulate Lu Yining for winning the final victory of this 5v5 arena. The final score is 5-4. And Yinyu is temporarily in the lead. Yinyu? 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 Seeing their own players win the 5v5 arena, all Yinyu fans cheered loudly. You know, the opponent is not a weak team. That is Blue Rain. And the depth of the arena is comparable to Samsara. This map is disgusting. The crisscrossing gullies. It makes my head hurt. This map is not suitable for me. Huang Xiaotian complained after the game. Okay, Xiaotian. Stop complaining. The next team game is the key. Although it is an away game, we can't lose. Yu Wenzhou clapped his hands and said, if nothing unexpected happens, the next door will be directly carried away 2-0. If we lose a game first, then even if we make it to the finals after a 1-2 comeback, it will be disadvantageous to us in terms of energy and other aspects. We have to win this game, so that we can face Samsara more calmly in the finals. Huang Xiaotian clenched his fists and said, then let's do it. Brothers? Yu Feng shouted. What's the matter with the sudden excitement? As the intermission ended, the two teams came to the stage in groups. And the holographic projection also announced the names of the two teams for the team competition. Blue Rain, Yu Wenzhou. ID, Soxar. Professional Warlock. Huang Xiaotian. ID, Night Rain. Professional Swordsman. Yu Feng. ID, Sharp Sword. Professional Crazy Swordsman. Zheng Xian. ID, Guns and Bullets. Professional Ammunition Expert. Su Jingxi. ID, Soul Speaker. Professional Guardian Angel. The 6th person is Song Xiao. ID, Tao Luoximing. Professional Qigong Master. Misty Rain, Chu Yunxiu. ID, Feng Chung Misty Rain. Professional Elemental Mage. Li Hua. ID, Lin Nkao Jing. Professional Ninja. Xiao Fei. ID, Battle Format. Professional Battle Mage. Feng Xiangming. ID, Xinghan Kemon. Professional Priest. Sun Liang. ID, Ling Zhou. Professional Boxer. The 6th player Lu Yining. ID, Yu Gai Yi Zheng. Professional Sharpshooter. Map, War Grassland. Wait, am I seeing right? Yinyu chose War Grassland? Where is the market in my Perry town? Chapter 238 Fast Attack. Who can be faster than you? Yenyu didn't choose the market in Perry town. That's their strong map. Yenyu third place in the regular season is largely due to this map. Although they lost to Samsara on this map, it doesn't mean that they played badly on this map. Xiaowei analyzed. Maybe it's because they are afraid of being studied. After all, they have used it many times in the regular season. And the opponent is the powerful Blue Rain. So they can only use surprise tactics. Li Bo responded after thinking for a moment. Oh, you didn't choose the market in Perry town. We have prepared a big move for them. Wang Xiaotian said with some surprise. I'm not stupid. I can definitely guess that we have studied it. Yu Wenzhou smiled. Then the two teams shook hands before the game. Why didn't Team Chu choose the market in Perry town? That's your strong map. Yu Wenzhou asked with a smile. Won't you fall into Team Yu trap if you choose it? Chu Yunxiu responded with a smile. This map is the first time for Yenyu to play. Right? You're taking such a risk? Chu's sister. You're taking too much risk. Wang Xiaotian started to talk again. Too noisy. You can shut up now. Newcomers. Keep up the good work. Yi Xiao is very optimistic about you. Wang Xiaotian, who was asking for trouble, ran to the back to talk to Qiu Fei. Thank you, senior. I will. Qiu Fei nodded and said. Afterwards, at the signal of the staff, the two teams ended the pre-match communication session and turned to the competition stage. 99%, 100% Fengcheng Yenyu. Loaded. Soxar. Loaded. Night Rain. Loaded. Sharp Sword. Loaded. Battle Format. Loaded. Map, War Grassland. Loaded. Go according to the original plan. We will play a fast break tactic. Chu Yunxiu said before putting on the headphones. Yes. Captain. As the map was loaded, the starting players of both sides appeared in the refresh area and were ready. As the countdown began, the battle was about to begin. 3, 2, 1. Fight. As the countdown fell, both sides rushed towards the large grassland under the second level area at the same time. Neither side had accelerated magic scholars or assassins. In order to ensure that they were not out of touch, the speed of the two teams was roughly the same. When crossing the second level area, both sides could already see each other's personnel. Neither Yenyu nor Lanyu chose to actively attack the other side. One was that the distance was a little far, and the other was that they did not want to slow down their speed. If they went down to the grassland, they would be in a passive position. Both sides arrived at the grassland underground at almost the same time. Fengcheng Yenyu took the lead, and a horizontal wall of fire was drawn in front of Lanyu. The purpose of this wall of fire was very simple, temporarily slowing down Lanyu's speed, and their side took the lead in occupying the center of the grassland. However, Yenyu obviously underestimated Blue Rain's determination. Soxer raised his staff and chanted the magic circle behind the fire wall. Suddenly, the sky turned dark purple, and a purple-black chaotic light ball appeared in the sky. Cursed arrow. As Soxer finished chanting, the light ball quickly fired more than 10 arrows and kept falling, trying to attack the enemies within the range. Soxer's cursed arrow was not intended to deal damage, but to limit Yenyu from seizing the center point. Old Yu, Xiaotian and Jingxi are ready to cross the fire wall to seize the center point. Zheng Xian and I will provide fire support in the rear. Yu Wenzhou quickly commanded. Received. Captain. With Yu Wenzhou order, Fengmon Huijian, Yeyu Shanfan and Soul Speaker. The three of them crossed the fire wall at the same time, while suffering fire damage. Only Soul Speaker was a little unlucky and suffered the burning effect. Soul Speaker did not use purification. After all, the burning effect of the fire wall was not particularly ideal. The blood volume that continued to drop could be healed with recovery later. The Yenyu team didn't expect Blue Rain to be so resolute, and chose to cross the fire wall to compete with them for the center point. Go. The curse arrow has disappeared. Chu Yunxiu gave an order, and all the Yenyu team members gathered, and then rushed towards the three people from Blue Rain. Fengcheng Yenyu took the initiative, chanting on the spot, and a flame array was ignited under the feet of Fengmon Huijian and Soul Speaker. Yeyu Shenfan left the front. After all, staying on the side would be more conducive to Wang Xiaotian finding opportunities. This is also Blue Rain's signature play. Soul Speaker then activated the Holy Shield, radiating the surrounding teammates with himself as the center, offsetting most of the damage from the flame shock. But he was also lifted into the air by the flame shock. Yin stepped forward to kill the floating soul speaker, and Zhang Wujiejai and Ling Zhou rushed to the front. Fengmang Huijian successfully blocked Zhang Wujiejai with a cross slash, and caused a repulsive effect on him. A collapsed mountain strike jumped up and slashed towards Ling Zhou. Ling Zhou stepped back to avoid the collapsed mountain strike to avoid being hit and falling into the floating state. The sharp and wise sword helped the soul speaker to put out the fire successfully. But before the two of them could relax, a person had quietly come to the soul speaker's feet. "Be careful of Lin and Ko Jing," Yuan Zhou said in a team voice. He observed for a long time and did not find Lin and Ko Jing. However, when he passed the second floor area, he saw Lin and Ko Jing and Yin Yu team, which means Yin Yu did not change people. Based on Lin and Ko Jing's profession, it can be concluded that he is lurking underground at this time. Sure enough, before the soul speaker got out of the floating state, Lin and Ko Jing drilled out from underground and used the ninjutsu, shrinking the earth. Lin and Ko Jing started to lurk underground from the moment he stepped into the grassland, but his perspective was on Xinghan Qianlan at the beginning, to prevent his own priest from being stolen by the other party without anyone to protect him. From the moment Fengcheng Yanyu flames hit the floating soul speaker, Lin and Ko Jing drove towards the soul speaker. When he approached the sharp sword, he accelerated and rushed directly to the feet of the soul speaker. Since Fengmang Huijian was completely focused on the battle format and Ling Zhou, he failed to notice the movement at his feet. But Yuan Zhou behind him did. "Jingxi, watch your step," Yuan Zhou shouted. Lin and Ko Jing used a ninjutsu, Severance, to slash at the soul speaker. Just as the ninja sword was about to hit the soul speaker, Yi Yushanfan suddenly appeared and slashed at Lin and Ko Jing from the side with a sword slash. Li Hua had never expected Yi Yushanfan move. The sword slash was very fast. At this time, it was too late for Lin and Ko Jing to retract his sword. Yi Yushanfan's sword slash hit and blew Lin and Ko Jing away directly, saving the soul speaker. It has to be the opportunist Huang Xiaotian. This sword slash was released just right, Xiao Wei exclaimed. Huang Xiaotian timing was too good. Li Hua couldn't avoid the sword drawing attack at all, because Lin and Ko Jing ninja sword had already been swung out. At this time, he had no time to seal and escape, and could only choose to take the damage of this sword drawing attack. Seeing Yi Yushanfan show up, Chu Yunxia was relieved, no longer worried about being attacked by Yi Yushanfan from the side. As Xinghan Qianlan opened the angel wings and threw a sacred fire at Fengmang Huijian, Swoksar and Gun Lindanyu behind Lan Yu joined the large force in front, and the team was ready to go. Fengmang Huijian turned on the fury, strengthened its own skills, and slashed at the battle format with a mounting collapse. The domineering state during the release directly avoided the sealing effect caused by the burning of the sacred fire. Battle format retreated to avoid Fengmang Huijian mountain collapse, then swung the weapon, holding the spear with both hands, and stabbed Fengmang Huijian with a round dance stick. Fengmang Huijian blocked it with a horizontal spear, but Ling Zhou rushed out from the side and kicked Fengmang Huijian, who was squatting. With a high-flying kick, Swoksar dismantled the fire, and after chanting on the spot, a black light appeared. The evil black light directly hit Ling Zhou's soul. Ling Zhou's high-flying leg had already kicked Fengmang Huijian, and he was also hit by Swoksar's soul-striking technique. Fengmang Huijian was lifted into the air by the high-flying leg, and the battle format naturally would not give up this opportunity. He opened the shadow step and wanted to play a pseudo-combo, but Yi Yushanfan once again rushed out to stop the battle format, and the leaping silver light falling blade directly forced the battle format back. Huang Xiaotian. It's Huang Xiaotian again. He saved his teammates again. This is a star player, Li Bei exclaimed. Then Yi Yushanfan turned his eyes to Ling Zhou, who had been hit by the soul-striking technique, and stabbed Ling Zhou with the wind reverse thorn. Ling Zhou saw that the situation was not good and directly opened the steel and iron bones, and then used the cloud body to avoid the attack range of the wind reverse thorn. Then he looked at the soul speaker, who was providing treatment for Fengmang Huijian. Seeing Ling Zhou trying to turn his gaze towards him, the soul speaker did not hesitate and directly started the Guardian Angel level 70 Battle Angel power. The aura unfolded and directly ignored the hegemony, and repelled Ling Zhou, who wanted to get close to the soul speaker. Seeing that there was no chance, Ling Zhou decisively activated Eagle Step to escape the scene. But this was not his hometown. He could come and go as he pleased. Soxer began to chant, and 6 spell patterns fell from the sky. Glory's first imprisonment skill 6-star light prison. Looking at the barrier that was about to form, Ling Zhou wanted to retreat, but a gun rained and a shrinking grenade was thrown out, successfully hitting Ling Zhou. The impact force generated by the explosion directly broke the hegemony effect of Ling Zhou's steel bones, knocking him to the ground. Then the 6-star light prison was formed and directly trapped Ling Zhou, who fell to the ground. Seeing that Blue Rain wanted to take action against Ling Zhou in the light prison, Feng Chengyan chanted the magic circle and directly used the fiery storm. As the magic circle was formed, a sea of fire was set off on the battlefield, and Ling Zhou in the light prison was also included in the sea of fire. Ling Zhou is a little out of touch. Fortunately, Feng Chengyan added a fiery storm as a cover for him. After 4 seconds, Ling Zhou should be able to escape, Li Ba explained. However, after 4 seconds, the 6-star light prison still did not dissipate. It should be a full-level 6-star light prison, Yi Xiu said. Full level? It really looks like this kid's style. Wei Chen nodded and said, planting in the tent, winning thousands of miles away. Oh, Lao Wei. I didn't expect you to have some cultural level. Yi Xiu looked at Lao Wei in surprise. Get out. I'm not illiterate. Wei Chen rolled his eyes at Yi Buxiu. A full-level 6-star light prison. Yu Wanzhou is too bold. Xu Yunxiu was obviously shocked by Yu Wanzhou's boldness. If the 6-star light prison failed to hit, how many skill points would be wasted for the full level? Yin Yu did not stop attacking because Ling Zhou was trapped. After the battle format used a strong dragon pressure to repel the sharp wisdom sword. The black dragon charged the spear and sword into the air, biting towards the sharp wisdom sword. The sharp wisdom sword rolled to avoid the crouching dragon flying in the sky. But Feng Chengyan was fully focused on the dark night flying shadow, and hit the sharp wisdom sword directly. The sharp wisdom sword fell into a blinding state. Before Feng started the bloodthirsty fight, Fu Longxiang Tian grabbed the sharp sword and knocked it out. The second explosion damage also affected the soul speaker, who activated the guardian virtue. This Fu Longxiang Tian is beautiful. Qinghua came over from the front desk at this time, and happened to see Qiu Fei Fu Longxiang Tian. Qinghua knew something about Qiu Fei. The successor of One Leaf Autumn was Yi Xiu apprentice. No! Yi Xiu suddenly frowned. It's a trap. What do you mean? Others looked at Yi Xiu in confusion. The damage of this Fu Longxiang Tian was full. If it was a trap, then the price Blue Rain paid was too high. Night Rain Troubles. Chapter 239 Huang Xiaoyan again. When the battle format Fu Longxiang Tian was launched, he was completely unaware that danger had already arrived. Qiu Fei. Be careful of Yi Yu Sheng Fan. Chu Yunqiu reacted immediately, then raised his staff and drew a line in front of the battle format. And then magic waves emerged on the line, forming a spell barrier. Elemental Mage level 50 space skill ice line. However, since Feng Chengyan was a little far away from the battle format, Yi Yu Shengfan had already made a move when the ice line passed. Sword sets the world. Huang Xiaotian began to screen the swordsman moves on the public channel. Swish. The sword energy of sword sets the world suddenly surged out, successfully slashing the battle format that was stuck in the stiffness of Fu Longxiang Tian move. And the battle format swept by the sword energy suffered a short stiffness again. The moment Jian Ding Tian Xia was played, Feng Chengyan ice line followed closely. Huang Xiaotian reacted very quickly. He used the 3-stage slash to move to avoid Feng Chengyan ice line and move to the side of the fighting format. Blade Storm. Huang Xiaotian operated Yi Yu Shengfan without any hesitation to directly use the swordsman level 65 high damage swordsman ultimate move Blade Storm. As long as he got rid of the fighting format first, the previous efforts would be rewarded. At this time, the only one who could stop Yi Yu Shengfan was Li Hua's Lin and Chao Jing. So under Chu Yunqiu command, Lin and Chao Jing escaped underground and rushed towards Yi Yu Shengfan at a very fast speed. Ninjutsu escape technique. Lin and Chao Jing came to Yi Yu Shengfan feet silently, then drilled out from the ground, and quickly formed seals with both hands. And then multiple shadow clones would be generated. Ninja level 70 ultimate move Ninjutsu Shadow Dance. Several shadow clones attacked Yi Yu Shengfan, and Yi Yu Shengfan stepped back to avoid Lin and Chao Jing's piercing attack. Come on! Huang Xiaotian shouted. Phantom Sword. Yi Yu Shengfan swung his sword and slashed at Lin and Chao Jing's multiple shadow clones, and the battle format at a very fast speed. Huang Xiaotian's hand speed was still soaring. At this time, Huang Xiaotian seemed to have turned into Lu Shibia, a master of hand speed. The Phantom Sword 14 directly blew away Lin and Chao Jing, and the battle format in front of him. Xiao Wei said. No. It was not Lin and Chao Jing's real body that was blown away, but the clone he controlled. The real body was behind Yu Shengfan. Li Ba shouted. Li Hua was very smart. At the moment when Huang Xiaotian played the phantom sword, he deliberately controlled the other clones to move around one of the clones, making Huang Xiaotian think that it was Lin and Chao Jing's real body. Afterwards, several clones attacked Yu Shengfan together. Yu Shengfan phantom sword directly killed Lin and Chao Jing's shadow clone. But the real body quietly came behind Yu Shengfan. He was waiting for Yu Shengfan to finish using the phantom sword and fall into a 1-second stiffness. That would be his chance. Captain, behind me, Huang Xiaotian shouted in a team voice. Li Hua was on the 5th floor, while Huang Xiaotian was on the atmosphere. In fact, he had already discovered something was wrong. That is, the movement speed of the shadow clone was faster than the real body. And Huang Xiaotian successfully captured this. Just as Yu Shengfan was in a stiff state, Lin and Chao Jing attacked from behind, formed a seal on the spot, and used a ninjutsu, Kong Chan, to double-kill Yu Shengfan. And Soxer attacked. Binding technique, Soxer chanted on the spot, summoning a curved black light to hit Lin and Chao Jing, who jumped up. Lin and Chao Jing's whole body was focused on Yu Shengfan in front of him. As long as this Kong Chan double-kill hit, the direction of the situation would be in the hands of Yan Yu. However, this binding spell successfully hit Lin and Chao Jing. And then the black light directly entangled Lin and Chao Jing. And this Kong Chan double kill finally failed to cut Yu Shengfan. Yu Shengfan finished his move, shook his body, and started the sword shadow step to rush towards the battle format. While Lin and Chao Jing, who was imprisoned by the binding spell, was not touched by anyone. The Meng Huijian and Soul Speaker resisted the firepower output of Fengcheng Yanyu head-on, while delaying Ling Zhou, who had already come out of the 6-star light prison to prevent him from going to support the battle format. And Swoxar hid behind the two to provide long-range output for them. Old Yu opened the Blood Fury, Yu Wanzhou commanded. Understood. The Meng Huijian blood volume was already the lowest in the field. Looking at Ling Zhou, who was coming to kill him, the Meng Huijian started a bloodthirsty fight. His blood and energy rolled all over his body, and entered the domineering state. Then a reverse slash was made towards Ling Zhou. Ling Zhou dodged the reverse slash of the sharp sword and dodged to Soxer's side. He hit Soxer with a double tiger palm. The Soul Speaker released the virtue of protection to Soxer to increase his defense. Soxer did not dodge Ling Zhou's double tiger palm, but chanted and released the corrosion spell on the spot. A magic circle appeared under his feet. Enemies who stepped into the magic circle would not only suffer dark magic damage, but also suffer bleeding effects due to the corrosiveness of the magic circle. Ling Zhou hit Soxer with a palm, and then wanted to follow up with a high kick. But looking at the magic circle generated under his feet, the Soul Speaker had already arrived. Ling Zhou, who had no way to kill Soxer, had to choose Eagle Step, kicking the Soul Speaker on the head, and then fled the scene. Ling Zhou could run, but the battle format on the other side could not escape, and he had been stuck by Yu Shengfan. Swish. Draw the sword and cut. Huang Xiaotian was typing on the public channel, but his mouth was tightly closed, and only a buzzing sound could be heard. It can be seen that Huang Xiaotian is holding back a lot of energy now. But there is no way, because the captain is now commanding from the front. If he dares to make a sound to disturb, the consequence will be a month of okra, and he will be criticized when reviewing the game, even if there is a next time. Yu Wanzhou doesn't mind using tape to stick Huang Xiaotian mouth. Qiu Fei was already sweating profusely at this time, and he couldn't resist Yu Shengfan attack at all. Qiu Fei is a bit confused by Huang Xiaotian now, but Yan Yu has no one to help him now. He opened his bloody sword and rushed towards Fengcheng Yanyu and Xinghan Qianlan. Chu Yunxiu had no time to help Qiu Fei. Xiao Wei quickly explained the situation on the field. Yes, Lin and Caojing, who was originally able to help the battle format to break the fire, was now blocked by the rain of bullets. Yan Yu formation was completely broken up by blue rain. Li Ba added. Yan Yu made a fatal mistake, Yishio said when he saw this. That is, no one of them can fight Huang Xiaotian head-on. Yes. Everyone in Happy nodded in agreement. Therefore, Yan Yu should not break up their formation. They should fight in a group. Samsara dared to break up because no matter whether it was Zhou Yichen or Zhou Zikai, facing Huang Xiaotian on the side, one of them could stop him. But Yan Yu couldn't do it. Qiu Fei still needs to practice more. When Yi Xiao said this, he actually leaned towards Blue Rain winning this game. Xiao Fei was still too young. Yi Xiao regretted that he didn't teach him more before leaving. Xiao Fei finally couldn't resist Huang Xiaotian's attack and became the first character to be eliminated in this game. Little friend, you are very strong. But I am better. Yi Shanfan last falling phoenix / ended the battle format. However, before the Blue Rain fans in the away area could be happy, the frontal Fengmong Huijian also died under the thunder and fire of Fengcheng Yanyu. And the two sides were equivalent to a 1-for-1 exchange. Is it a loss? Yes. Yu Feng took off his headphones and said, Yi Shangfan next target seems to be Fengcheng Yanyu. Sword Shadow Step activated. 8 Sword Shadow Steps. Worthy of being a sword master. Li Ba sighs every time he sees Huang Xiaotian use 8 Sword Shadow Steps. Although Huang Xiaotian said in an interview that it doesn't really matter how many Sword Shadow Steps there are. More is not only tiring to operate, but also useless. So Huang Xiaotian generally likes to use 6 to 7 Sword Shadow Steps. This time, he used 8 Sword Shadow Steps, because Huang Xiaotian's hand speed has increased. So there is no need to slow it down. And secondly, Yi Shangfan is far away from Fengcheng Yanyu. And 8 Sword Shadow Steps can also delay time for him to get close. After all, Fengcheng Yanyu has to guess which one is his real body. Seeing the 8 Sword Shadow Steps surrounding him, Fengcheng Yanyu did not hesitate at all, chanting on the spot to summon 6 lightnings to strike Yi Shangfan. Although the lightning could not split Yi Shangfan clone, there were pixels that disappeared at the moment of hitting. This is also a common method to judge the swordsman's Sword Shadow Steps. Fengcheng Yanyu raised his staff again and summoned lightning from the sky. This time the lightning was more intensive. Elemental Mage level 30 range skill Thunder Doom. The lightning struck Yi Shangfan directly and paralyzed him. Damn! How unlucky I am! Huang Xiaotian shouted, seeing the flash of lightning on Yi Shangfan's body. Chu Yunxiu knew that he was paralyzed. So Chu Yunxiu directly controlled Fengcheng Yanyu to chant the Elemental Mage level 65 Space Ice Magic Ultimate Skill Absolute Zero. However, just when the magic circle was about to take shape, Fengcheng Yanyu chanting was interrupted. Shadow Flame. Soxer took action, summoning a ball of purple fire that slowly rose, and then threw the flame at Fengcheng Yanyu who was chanting, causing mixed magic damage to him, and interrupting Fengcheng Yanyu's skill chanting. This is Blue Rain's dual core, the sword and the curse, complementing each other. Xiao Wei saw Soxer helping Yi Shangfan out of trouble, and shouted excitedly, Damn it! Chu Yunxiu said in annoyance. To make matters worse, Ling Zhou couldn't stand it anymore. The gun rain and the fire came unexpectedly. At the moment when the explosive bomb hit Lin and KO Jing, Yu Wenzhou issued an order to switch fire. Gun rain and the fire turned around and rolled to avoid Lin and KO Jing's shuriken, and ran towards Ling Zhou. Li Hua also realized that the opponent was going to switch fire, so he quickly notified Ling Zhou to evacuate. However, Ling Zhou had been driven to the front battlefield by Tao Luoshiming, who successfully floated in the air with a countercurrent move. Guns and bullets rained down on Ling Zhou, and he threw the ammunition expert 70 level high damage skill, Chaos Thunder. Tao Luoshiming was not polite either, and activated the Qigong Master's 50 level awakening skill, Qiguan Chanhong. The Chaos Thunder of guns and bullets rained down on Ling Zhou with Tao Luoshiming Qiguan Chanhong, and the 2 frontline players of Yanyu were all eliminated. Yanyu's 6th player also arrived at the scene. Fengcheng Yanyu successfully floated the Soul Speaker, who wanted to treat Yi Shangfan with a flaming impact, and then cooperated with Yu Gaimi Zhang who was lying on the ground. Sharpshooter's 70 level skill, Barrett Sniper. This powerful bullet directly pierced the Soul Speaker's head. What? Fengcheng Yanyu cooperated with Yu Gaimi Zhang to take away Blue Rain's healer Soul Speaker. Yanyu still has a chance. And now both sides have eliminated 2 people. At this time, the score is 7-6. And Yanyu is leading by a small point. Xiao Wei reported the real-time score. The front characters on both sides were dead, and the remaining ones were all fragile characters. Attack! Chu Yunxiu and Yu Wenzhou issued the order to attack at the same time. Xinghan Qianlan opened the angel wings and flew into the air, throwing the holy fire in front of Fengcheng Yanyu to prevent Yi Shangfan from getting close to his captain. Swoksar also opened the Warlock level 70 Big Move Death Gate. A black revolving door appeared in front of Swoksar, and black light emerged from the door. After gathering into a line, It quickly grabbed towards Yinyu. Feng Chung Yinyu flame bomb, followed by frost snowballs directly knocked down the crawling black line. Now the field has entered a white-hot stage. Lin Nko Jing has taken action. Lin Nko Jing, who opened the ninja technique Earth Core beheading technique, sneaked into the ground, and then came to Swoksar's feet, and suddenly drilled out, hanging upside down and slashing Swoksar. Swoksar failed to react, and was directly hit by Lin Nko Jing's ninja sword, and fell into a floating state. The Earth Core beheading technique hit you one Joe. Is this your new chance? Li Ba was also excited to explain. Force kill. Chu Yunqiu gave the order to forcefully kill Swoksar. Yu Gai Mi Zhang rushed towards Swoksar, but a flash bomb hit Yu Gai Mi Zhang, who was rushing towards him. Yu Gai Mi Zhang was blinded, and could only choose to slide away from the rain of bullets. Lin Nko Jing didn't want to give up this opportunity, so he drew his scabbard and used the ninja technique flame slash towards Swoksar, who was floating in the air. However, this knife was blocked. Huang Xiaotian. It's Huang Xiaotian again. He saved this family. Yu Shengfan appeared in time with a sword to block Lin Nko Jing's attack. And then Xian Renji Lu made a move and stabbed Lin Nko Jing's shoulder, with a powerful blow that directly knocked Lin Nko Jing out. Seeing this scene, the Blue Rain fans' throbbing hearts gradually slowed down. But the hearts of the Yinyu fans and the whole audience were still throbbing, especially when they saw that Lin Nko Jing's attack was blocked by Yu Shengfan. The fans' hearts were directly raised to their throats. Seeing Lin Nko Jing flying out, Tao Lu Xiaoming condensed the energy in his palm and waved the breath towards the flying Lin Nko Jing. Mind Chi wave. Seeing the breath coming towards him, Lin Nko Jing formed a seal in the air and performed the substitute technique. The breath directly hit the substitute straw man, and the real body was randomly teleported to a certain location by the system. Lin Nko Jing's teleportation location could not be said to be good or bad. He was teleported to the Airzeng area by the system. Seeing Lin Nko Jing disappear, the Blue Rain people realized that it was the substitute technique. After that, after finding no trace of him on the front battlefield, they launched a general attack on Yinyu. Huang Xiaotian should not have to eat okra today. Yishio smiled. If Blue Rain wins this game, Huang Xiaotian will be the first to contribute. He has saved the team from dire straits many times. But you should not ask why the team is in dire straits. Does Yinyu have no chance? Qinguo looked at Yishio. It depends on whether the remaining people can hold up Blue Rain's offensive before Lin Nko Jing arrives. Yishio thought for a while and said, if they hold up, there is still a chance. If they can't, they will be pushed down by Blue Rain in one wave. Blue Rain already has a hero standing up. Yinyu also needs a hero to stand up at this time. Is there such a hero? Chapter 240. The situation is gradually clearing. The situation is not good for Yinyu. Chu Yunqiu output environment is also restricted by Gunlin Bullet Rain and Tao Luoximing. And Yu Gai Yi Zhang is also stuck by Yu Shengfan. The previous battle format. Now Yu Gai Yi Zhang. The same as that they are all stuck by Yu Shengfan. The difference is that Qiu Fei War Spear can still restrict Yu Shengfan at close range. And Yu Gai Yi Zhang's gun body technique is not a threat in Huang Xiaotian's eyes. Xinghan Qianlong chose to help the captain Feng Chung Yinyu solve the two troubles in front of him first. He hypnotized Tao Luoximing, who was rubbing his breath in the air, and then chanted to summon a holy halo from the sky, bathing Tao Luoximing's body. However, before Feng Chung Yinyu chanted to release the blizzard, Tao Luoximing activated the Qigong Master's level 40 state skill. Calm and relaxed. Directly removed the negative status of himself and his teammates, and then rubbed out an entangled air wave, and hit Feng Chung Yinyu in front. Spiral air rush. Feng Chung Yin, you looked at the incoming air wave and chose to summon an ice wall in front of him, successfully blocking the attacks of Tao Luoximing and Gunlin Bullet Rain. This also gave Feng Chung Yinyu a short time to help Yu Gai Mi Zhang out of siege, and Lin and Chao Jing also rushed over from the second floor area. Feng Chung Yinyu chanted and released a dark night flying shadow to Yu Shengfan. But unfortunately, Yu Shengfan jumped up to avoid it. At the same time, Yingguang Luo Blade attacked, and the shockwave brought by the sword energy directly knocked Yu Gai Mi Zhang away. Yu Shengfan followed up. The wind is gone, and the grass is gone. Huang Xiaotian typed in the public channel to request interaction. Yu Shengfan's sword fell into the sky and attacked, and the sword was unsheathed like a star falling from the sky, slashing at Yu Gai Mi Zhang, who was flying backwards. And the landing action was like the falling of the Milky Way. This sword directly knocked Yugai Zhang down. And Swoksar cooperated remotely, chanting on the spot. And a huge dark claw suddenly appeared in the chaos and nothingness, directly grabbing Yugai Zhang. With the falling of Feng Kanchao by Yi Yushengfan, Yugai Zhang was out. Yugai Zhang was eliminated. Yin Yu was doomed. Feng Chengyan, you still failed to save Yugai Zhang, Xiao Wei said. After Yugai Zhang was eliminated, Yin Yu output was completely insufficient, and it could not withstand the strong firepower of Blue Rain. Yi Yushengfan and Swoksar attacked from the side, and Gunlin Dan Yu and Tao Luo Xiaoming attacked from the front. Tao Luo Xiaoming waved his palm into the ground to transmit his breath, and directly knocked Lin and Chao Jing away. All members of Blue Rain followed up and successfully pushed Yin Yu away in one wave, even though Chu Yunqiu tried his best to take away the remaining blood Tao Luo Xiaoming. The cooperation between Yi Yushengfan and Swoksar, one close and one far away, made Feng Chengyan Yu helpless. In the end, as Xinghan Qianlong fell under Gunlin Dan Yu gun, Feng Chengyan Yu also fell under Yi Yushengfan's sword. The miracle did not come, and the hero was not born. Glory! Let us congratulate Blue Rain for turning defeat into victory, reversing the defeat of Misty Rain 10-8, and winning the first round of the semifinals of the 8th season of the Glory Professional League. Xiao Wei announced the final result, and it was an away victory, which is a boost for Blue Rain. Li Ba added. Yes. All the members of Misty Rain looked regretful. They were clearly in the advantage in this team match, but they were beaten back by the opponent. This taste was really bad, and the home advantage was ruined just like that. And Blue Rain looked relaxed. This game of Misty Rain put a lot of pressure on them. If it weren't for Huang Xiaotian's several waves of fire removal and Yu Wenzhou clear command, Blue Rain might have suffered today. Sword Saint! Sword Saint! Sword Saint! At this time, the Blue Rain fans in the away area had already started to shout the name of Sword Saint loudly. Huang Xiaotian played flawlessly in this match. If I have to find fault, it's that he swiped the screen a few times in the middle. Yi Xiu looked at Huang Xiaotian with a bright face and said, I may be punished by Wenzhou for Okra when I go back. In the war room on the competition stage. Captain, I played flawlessly today. Didn't I? Huang Xiaotian looked at Yu Wenzhou with a smile. No problem. I reward you with your favorite okra when I go back. Yu Wenzhou replied with a smile. Why? No. Huang Xiaotian held his head with both hands and shouted. After both sides sorted out their peripherals, they walked out of the competition stage and came to the stage. Team Yu is still powerful. Chu Yunqiu took the initiative to talk to Yu Wenzhou. Team Chu is not bad either. We almost lost? Yu Wenzhou replied with a smile. Sister Chu, now you have seen how powerful I am. Huang Xiaotian raised his proud head and showed his cute tiger teeth. Heh. Not as good as my little Chin Chin. Chu Yunqiu snorted. TSK. I beat him to death in the finals. Huang Xiaotian clenched his fists and said, Huang Xiao, we haven't lost yet. Li Hua stepped forward and shook hands with him. You have ambition. I like it. Blue Rain welcomes you to the home court. The first round of the double rain battle in the lower half officially came to an end, with Blue Rain, who played away, taking the lead and scoring a point. As in the upper half, Samsara also successfully defeated Tiny Herb in an away game. Now the situation has gradually become clear, and the script seems to be heading towards the version of double weak combination versus sword and curse that people expected before the playoffs. Facing Samsara devilish home court in the upper half, no one is optimistic that Tiny Herb can beat Samsara, which ranked first in the regular season. In the second round, from the skill points displayed by Samsara against Thunder in the first round of the playoffs, and the speech of Samsara manager before the game, it can be seen that Samsara is aiming for a second consecutive championship. If the league did not choose to open the team voice in the playoffs, almost everyone would be optimistic about Samsara winning the second championship in team history. And the opening of the team voice has given Blue Rain the ability to compete with Samsara. At present, in terms of the support rate for winning the championship, Samsara is the leader with a support rate of 60%, followed by Blue Rain with 30%. And Tiny Herb and Misty Rain have a combined support rate of only 10%. Who do you think will win? Shin Guo asked Yi Xiu. Didn't I say that a long time ago? Samsara? Yi Xiu said as he leveled up. I was optimistic about them winning the second consecutive championship before the strategy was traded. Not to mention that they have the strategy now. At this time, In the Samsara Club, everyone was running maps. This was also the map they would choose when they played against Tiny Herb tomorrow. It was their favorite map and also Samsara King map, the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum. Should we choose this map for the finals? Joey-chan asked. Not only him, but all the members of Samsara were confident that they could beat Tiny Herb directly in the second round and enter the finals first with a score of 2-0. No, this is a smoke screen for Blue Rain, Jiang Guotao said. In the morning, everyone in Samsara had sat together and roughly watched the video of Misty Rain versus Blue Rain. Although Misty Rain lost in the end, Samsara still discovered a lot of things. Huang Xiaotian doesn't seem to like playing in the five-sided trench. Fong Minghua pointed it out at the time. Although Huang Xiaotian defeated 2 opponents in the 5v5 arena, he was defeated in the end due to insufficient health and mana. But from the process, it seemed that something restricted Huang Xiaotian's performance. He doesn't like the roundabout maps. Joey-chan said it. He knew Huang Xiaotian too well. In the off-season, in addition to accompanying Chu Yunxiu, he was piking with Huang Xiaotian. Every time he chose a more roundabout map, he was in a state of complaining from the beginning to the end. We can consider this point after we beat Tiny Herb. Jiang Guotao nodded and said, let's discuss it after defeating Tiny Herb first. Joey-chan said, let's not open the champagne. At 8 p.m. the next day, the second match between Samsara and Tiny Herb officially started at the Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center in S City, which is Samsara home court. This game is about the life and death of Wei Chao. If they win, they still have a chance to advance to the finals. If they lose, they will have a holiday. The last time Wei Chao advanced to the finals was last year, and their opponent was Samsara. As the lights went out, the audience quieted down and waited for the battle. Welcome to the second round of the 2023 Glory Professional League Season 8 Playoff Semifinals. This is Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center. The two teams are Samsara, which ranked first in the regular season, and Wei Chao, which ranked fourth in the regular season. The current score is 1-0, and Samsara is temporarily leading. First of all, let us welcome the away team, the champion of the 5th season of the Glory Professional League, Wei Chao. Wei Chao. Wei Chao. Wei Chao. Even though they knew that their team had little hope of advancing to the finals, many fans still rushed to Samsara home court to support Wei Chao. Next, let's welcome the home team, the champion of the 7th season of the Glory Professional League, the Samsara team. Samsara, Samsara, Samsara. The cheers of the Samsara fans resounded throughout the venue like a 4D surround. Samsara Devilish home court is not only reflected in their map layout, but also in the scene. Whenever the Samsara players make wonderful moves, the Samsara fans in the audience will cheer, and the emotional effect is full. After the captains of the two teams fist bumped each other, they led the team to the player seats below the stage, and the holographic projection on the field also unfolded. The game is about to start. Let's hand over the screen to the commentary booth. Hello everyone. I am today's commentator Bebe. Hello everyone. I am today's commentator Li Ju. This game is a very crucial game for both Samsara and Tiny Herb. If Samsara wins, they will become the first team to enter the finals. If Tiny Herb wins, the game will be dragged into the final decisive game. Yes, will Samsara defeat its old rival Tiny Herb 2-0? Or will Tiny Herb tie the score 1-1? Let's wait and see. Both players are ready. Please look at the big screen for the starting lineup of the 5v5 arena. Samsara, Joey-chan. ID, Yushin-chan. Professional Battle Mage. Tiny Herb, Wang Jieshi. ID, Wang Buliexing. Professional Mage. Map, Shizhonglindong. What did I see? The starting lineup of Tiny Herb is Wang Jieshi. Chapter 241 Captain Wang First Dedication to Joey-chan. Am I dazzled? Many audience members rubbed their eyes vigorously after seeing the starting lineup on the holographic projection. The starting lineup of Vici Gaming is actually Wang Jieshi? The cup was dumbfounded. Did Vici Gaming give up on itself? The most common deployment of the 5v5 arena is the two strongest players in the team at the front and back, except for the special layout that puts the ace player in the middle. But it is rare for Vici Gaming to directly promote the strongest player in the team to the starting lineup. Shozakai played in the second round of the Samsara vs Thunder because Thunder's overall personal strength was weak. It was more reassuring to have Joey-chan defend the ring later. But who else does Vici Gaming have? Lu Shibya? Or Gaoing Jia? Wang Jieshi is the starting lineup. Yi Xiao also found it a bit incredible. Since Wang Jieshi debuted, he has been staying in the arena, and he was the last to appear, securing the key 2 points for the team. Even when facing a weaker team, Wang Jieshi would not change his formation, such as playing in a singles match or starting in a ring match. From the beginning to the end, Wang Jieshi was in the position of defending the ring. But starting from the first round against Tyranny, Wang Jieshi made some adjustments, such as moving himself to the third position to gain an advantage. After all, this was the first time that the league reformed the competition system, and everyone was in the process of exploring. However, Wang Jieshi started the game, and today was the first time. Captain Wang's first time was dedicated to Samsara. Are you under pressure? Jiang Buitao looked at Zhou Yichen worriedly. What's the pressure? I wish Wang Jieshi would be the first to go, so that you will have less pressure in the future. Especially the captain. Zhou Yichen waved his hand. Well, don't be nervous. Fang Minghua patted Zhou Yichen on the shoulder. Come on. So what if you are a magician? You are no worse than him. Du Ming cheered. Thank you for the encouragement. Brothers, I'm going. Zhou Yichen high-fived his teammates one by one. Come on. Aiken. Zhou Zikai held Zhou Yichen's hand. Don't worry. Captain. Zhou Yichen took a deep breath and then walked towards the stage. Captain Wang actually gave me his precious first time. I'm so lucky. Zhou Yichen smiled and shook hands with Wang Jieshi, who came on stage. Speak nicely. Others will misunderstand. Wang Jieshi smiled. I want to see how strong the strongest tactics in the contemporary league are, and how they compare to Yi Xiao. Captain Wang, I won't let you down. Zhou Yichen responded. After that, the two walked to the two ends of the competition stage. This game is full of highlights. Wang Jieshi appeared in the first place for the first time, and he faced Zhou Yichen, who has a 100% winning rate in a single game since his debut. Of course, this does not include the All-Star game. The Cup said, as he looked at the data of the two. What do you think of this game? Yuan Zhou looked at Huang Xiaotian. Tonight, Blue Rain rarely ran around the map, but watched the match between Samsara and Tiny Herd together. If it was before, Wang Jieshi would have a high probability of winning. But it's hard to say now. Huang Xiaotian said after thinking for a moment. Because of the skill points? Yufeng asked. Yes. Now Yu Xingchen's skill points have been analyzed. 5,000 points. Samsara really has a lot of hidden hands. Yuan Zhou smiled. After the attribute balance of Dragon Gallbladder, you will find that Zhou Yichen is obviously more comfortable to play, and the playing style is more scientific. Although the damage of ordinary attacks is lower than before, the damage of skills is much higher than before. After all, some can only be maxed out. There is another point that is very beneficial to Zhou Yichen. Yuan Zhou said. This map is not conducive to the magic scholar to play the advantage of high altitude. In close combat, Zhou Yichen is not inferior to Wang Jieshi. Indeed, is the technical department of Samsara so strong? Or is it some bastard who helped Samsara? Huang Xiaotian said angrily. Ah, someone is scolding me. Yi Xiao leaned against the door of Xingxin Internet Cafe, lit a cigarette, and smoked it slowly. This map is still very interesting. When entering the loading interface, the commentator Li Ju introduced the characteristics of this map to everyone. The Stone Belt Forest Cave is a scene in the cave, which is a fully enclosed space. The whole picture is circular, and stalactites can be seen everywhere on the ground and on the top. This map is actually very suitable for the gun class. The reason why Samsara chose this map is very simple. Since the top of the Stone Belt Forest Cave is full of upside-down stalactites, it is very difficult for the magic scholar to play. And Wei Chao even has 2 magic scholars. The Cup also pointed out the intention of Samsara to choose this map. I remember that Samsara and Vici Gaming played against each other in this map. I think it was in the regular season last season. Li Ju suddenly thought. Yes, if I remember correctly, Samsara won that time. Cup nodded and said. Both sides have finished loading. Let's enter the first match of the day. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loaded. Wang Biuyixing. Loaded. Map, Shizhong Landong. Loaded. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The countdown ended, and the two rushed out of the refresh point without hesitation. The two seemed to have telepathy and rushed to the middle road. Both sides chose to go straight to the middle road, and the two are about to meet. Cup couldn't help but get nervous when he said this. Both sides chose to go straight to the middle road at the beginning. Zhou Yichen's skill was quite normal. After all, this was the map chosen by Samsara himself. And he must have prepared before the game. I didn't expect Wang Jieshi to be familiar with this map. The last time Tiny Herb played this map was against Samsara. After so long, Captain Wang still remembers it? Cup was surprised. The two are about to meet. Li Ju shouted. And the audience held their breath. Even if Wang Bulixing was flying at low altitude, he was much faster than Yu Xingchen. Hearing a burst of hurried footsteps, Wang Bulixing quickened his pace. The moment Yu Xingchen saw Wang Bulixing appear in his field of vision, the magic cannonball had already been launched. Wang Jieshi perfectly controlled the flight direction of the magic bullet, twisted the upside-down stalactite, and shot it at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen rolled to the right and hid behind the stalactite to avoid the magic bullet. Wang Bulixing threw the lava flask at the stalactite. The lava flask hit the stalactite, shattered and sprayed out lava blocks. Yu Xingchen rolled to the other side of the stalactite again and avoided the explosion and burning caused by the lava flask. Zhou Yichen only knows how to hide. Wei Chao player Shi Xiaoyan said. The combat tactics have no air superiority. Using stalactites as cover and then looking for opportunities to get close is the most reasonable way to fight. You are also a combat mage. Don't you understand this? Lu Shubia looked at Xiao Yun in confusion, thinking, this newcomer is a cloud combat mage. Right? Moreover, they are both combat mages. Why is there such a big difference? Xiao Yun was choked and speechless. 5 steps. 4 steps. 3 steps. Hearing the sound getting closer, Yu Xingchen climbed up the stalactite and then stabbed Wang Bulixing in the air. Wang Bulixing wanted to fly up to avoid the stab, but there was an upside-down stalactite above him. Because the distance was too close, it was too late to retreat now. Zhou Yichen has calculated the attack distance. What will Wang Jieshi choose? The cup said. This distance control has that taste. Wei Chen smacked his lips and said, the purpose of this attack was to force Wang Bulixing to land and fight him in close combat. As expected, Wang Bulixing chose to land in order to avoid the thrust, and then threw the dispersing powder at Yu Xingchen. The dispersing powder hit, and Yu Xingchen attack power, skill release speed, and movement speed were all reduced. At the same time, Wang Bulixing sprinkled ice powder on the broom and waved it towards Yu Xingchen in front of him. The green cloak swayed behind him. Yu Xingchen movement speed was affected, and he could only hold his gun horizontally to parry Wang Bulixing's swing and survive the 10-second duration of the dispersing powder. Wang Bulixing hit Yu Xingchen on the shoulder with a broom, stepped back and struck Yu Xingchen with a lightning chain. Yu Xingchen survived 10 seconds and shivered in AZ shape to avoid the lightning. Oh my god. I'm lucky I didn't get frozen. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble. Every time the broom with ice powder hit Yu Xingchen, Zhou Yichen was nervous to death. I hit him at least 3 or 4 times just now, but the 50% chance of freezing didn't trigger at all. Deng Fuxing was surprised. He didn't know whether his captain was too unlucky or Zhou Yichen was too lucky. The combination of the dispel powder and the ice powder didn't freeze him. Wang Jieshi is unlucky, Yishio commented. Wang Jieshi looked at the skill display below the character. The ice powder still had a duration of 10 seconds, so he wanted to use the lightning chain to freeze him once. But this lightning chain was dodged by Yu Xingchen's Z-shaped shaking. Captain Wang, your attack is over. Now it's my turn. Zhou Yichen quickly typed in the public channel. Yu Xingchen Dragon Fang stabbed Wang Bulixing first. Wang Bulixing dodged the Dragon Fangs and unveiled the green cloak behind him. Shadow Cloak. Wang Bulixing wanted to catch Yu Xingchen, and with the powerful recoil of the Shadow Cloak, he could pull away from him even if he didn't catch him. However, Yu Xingchen thrust with one hand and hid the other hand behind his waist. At the moment when the cloak grabbed him, Yu Xingchen put away his gun and pushed forward with the other hand. Falling Flower Palm. This very hidden Falling Flower Palm collided with Wang Bulixing Dark Night Flying Shadow. As the cherry blossom petals fell to the ground, Wang Bulixing was blown away. Full-level Falling Flower Palm. Wang Jieshi thought of Yu Xingchen 5,000 skill points. It's really a headache. Wang Bulixing hit the upside-down stalactite directly. Before Wang Bulixing fell, Yu Xingchen arrived and tried to float Wang Bulixing in the air with a Sky Strike, and then launched a combo. However, before Yu Xingchen's Sky Attack could hit Wang Bulixing, Yu Xingchen's perspective was plunged into darkness. Dark Night Flying Shadow. Oh! Wang Jieshi Dark Night Flying Shadow is even better than the Elemental Mage. Why don't he just switch to Elemental Mage? Wang Xiaoyan said. It's really good to switch to Elemental Mage. After all, there is already a Magic Scholar in the Tiny Herb team. Wang Jieshi switch to Magic Scholar can just make up for the problem of insufficient output. Wow, I'm really a genius. The more Huang Xiaoyan thought about it, the more he felt that there was no problem. Why don't you go to Tiny Herb to be a coach? Yu Wenzhou looked at Huang Xiaoyan meaningfully. I'm kidding. Captain. Fortunately, this Dark Night Flying Shadow is not full level, and the blinding effect is only 2 seconds. But these 2 seconds are enough for Wang Bulixing to escape from Yu Xingchen attack range. Wang Bulixing landed on a huge stalactite, and a magic ray shot at the stalactite above Yu Xingchen. The stalactite was pierced by the magic ray and fell towards Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen shot away the stalactite above, and then rushed towards Wang Bulixing, constantly shaking his body to avoid Wang Bulixing enhanced general attack. He rotated the war spear with both hands and stabbed Wang Bulixing with a round dance stick. Wang Bulixing jumped up and stepped on Yu Xingchen's shoulder, came behind him, and hit Yu Xingchen with a broom. Yu Xingchen put his left foot in front, then twisted his body, forced the direction of the war spear to change, and turned it clockwise. What? Back-to-back round dance stick. The cup was directly stunned. What kind of operation is this? The round dance stick directly stabbed Wang Bulixing, and then grabbed him and threw him to the ground. Opportunity! Zhou Yichen and the people in the reincarnation under the stage had their eyes lit up at the same time. Chapter 242A Flying Shadow in the Dark Night, making wedding dresses for others. Wang Bulixing was knocked to the ground. Is this Zhou Yichen chance? The cup was excited, seeing Yu Xingchen knock Wang Bulixing to the ground. The atmosphere that had been quiet for a long time was ignited at this moment, and the fans of the reincarnation shouted loudly. Yu Xingchen's skirt fluttered, and she successfully stabbed the fallen Wang Bulixing with a single thrust. Wang Bulixing shot a magic bullet at Yu Xingchen, trying to stand up while Yu Xingchen was dodging. But what Wang Jieshi didn't expect was that Yu Xingchen took the damage of Wang Bulixing's magic bullet directly, and Long Ye's shot directly stabbed Wang Bulixing, causing him to be in a state of stiffness. Full-level Dragon Fang. You are really rich and inhumane. Wang Jieshi shook his head and laughed. Yu Xingchen then activated the light attribute dazzling pattern, increasing the attack speed while launching a rapid thrust attack on Wang Bulixing, who was in a state of stiffness. 100 Dragon Meteors. When releasing 100 Dragon Meteors, it will increase its own speed. And now with the blessing of the light attribute dazzling pattern, the thrust of Dragon Gallbladder is faster, even so fast that afterimages appear. This attack also proves that as long as the scraping is fast, the damage is also off the charts. When the Dragon Fang stiffness effect ends, Yu Xingchen puts away his gun, and Hao Long Pajun uses his dragon-shaped fighting spirit to hit Wang Bulixing directly. This attack directly pierces Wang Bulixing's left shoulder. If Wang Jieshi hadn't reacted quickly and shook his body, this Hao Long Pajun pierced his heart. It has been verified before that Hao Long Pajun piercing the heart has the highest damage and the best effect. This Hao Long Pajun directly knocked Wang Bulixing out, and Yu Xingchen put away his gun and rushed in the direction where Wang Bulixing flew backwards. Wang Bulixing looked at Yu Xingchen, who was chasing him, at the same time as the acid rain flask was thrown. A magic zigzag hit the upside-down stalactite, and then the refracted acid rain flask just broke. The flask shattered, and the acid rain fell directly in front of Yu Xingchen. And this magic zigzag also hit the fragile stalactite. Wang Jieshi's zigzag is really unique. He can hit the target every time he sees it. It's a waste of his talent to play in glory. Wang Xiaoyan started to nag again. Xiaoyan is very active today. Usually when you watch other teams play, you just drink milk and don't say a word. Yu Wenzhou smiled and looked at Huang Xiaoyan. I shut up. Huang Xiaoyan made a gesture to seal his mouth, looking at the acid rain falling all over the sky. Zhou Yichen did not hesitate at all, and operated Yu Xingchen to step directly into it. The acid rain hit Yu Xingchen, causing non-attribute damage while weakening his double defense and attack power. It seems that Zhou Yichen is still the young man who can stand alone against thousands of enemies. When Zhou Yichen debuted, his reckless style attracted many fans. At that time, his style was completely different from Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu was extremely rational, while Zhou Yichen was extremely reckless. If you replace the battle mage with a boxer, it will be another Han Wenqing. Now that the team cooperation of Samsara is better utilized, Zhou Yichen and Lu Buiyuan serve as the double front row of Samsara. It can be said that not many people studied them last season. But this season, it is obviously more difficult to use the style of last season. Therefore, Zhou Yichen's style of play has changed. He has integrated his style of play with the traditional battle mage style created by Yichio. Now it has become more scientific and more difficult to be targeted. But the change in style does not mean that Zhou Yichen has lost his previous bloodiness. Yu Xingchen forced his way through the ground corroded by acid rain, swinging his weapon towards Wang Bulixing. Wang Bulixing looked at Yu Xingchen coming at him without panic, and used a strengthened general attack to hit the stalactite corroded by acid rain above. The stalactite was damaged and broke, and it smashed towards Yu Xingchen below. Yu Xingchen dodged the falling stalactite sideways, and then Wang Bulixing took action. Wang Bulixing flew towards Yu Xingchen with a strengthened broom, and used magic to increase gravity and speed to hit Yu Xingchen, who dodged to the side to avoid the stalactite. The huge power directly knocked Yu Xingchen away, and Wang Bulixing followed up with a strengthened general attack and kept hitting Yu Xingchen. What's more fatal is that Yu Xingchen hit the huge stalactite when he landed, and suffered secondary damage. Wang Bulixing landed and summoned a burst of frost to attack Yu Xingchen. The frost hit him and suffered ice attribute magic damage, and at the same time, it suffered a deceleration effect. Wang Bulixing attack had not yet stopped. After the chanting of the ice rain was finished, Wang Bulixing began to chant the Mage Scholar's level 65 ultimate skill, Acid Rain and Dry Ice. Taking advantage of the deceleration effect, Yu Xingchen looked at the dark clouds that were about to form above his head, and with the deceleration effect brought by the ice rain, he stabbed Wang Bulixing with an angry dragon piercing the heart, intending to interrupt Wang Bulixing chanting. However, what Zhou Yichen did not expect was that Wang Jieshi actually chose to take the damage of the angry dragon piercing the heart, and completed the release of Acid Rain and Dry Ice. The angry dragon piercing the heart with dragon-like fighting spirit successfully knocked Wang Bulixing away. But before Yu Xingchen could move, Acid Rain fell and hit him. The Acid Rain damage also changed from non-attribute damage to ice attribute damage, and mixed with lightning to attack Yu Xingchen. But fortunately Yu Xingchen did not fall into paralysis. The two are back to the same starting line. Jiang Buitao clenched his fists and said, as expected of the magician Wang Jieshi, he turned the disadvantage into a balance. Yu Xingchen escaped from the attack range of Acid Rain and Dry Ice, and a lot of dust was already on her white skirt. Neither of them chose to deter. In fact, this map is not just the middle road. There are 2 layers of areas inside the Stone Bell Forest Cave, and the middle road is only the first layer. But whether it is Zhou Yichen or Wang Jieshi, it seems that they want to fight to death in the first layer. The two fought again. This time Wang Bulixing did not choose to fly at low altitude, but fought close to Yu Xingchen, and Long Dan and Extinction Stardust collided with each other. Crack! The two took a step back at the same time. Yu Xingchen charged his spear, and the dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit hit Wang Bulixing again. Strong dragon pressure. Wang Bulixing took off to avoid the strong dragon pressure from Yu Xingchen, and scattered the dispersing powder to Yu Xingchen again. Yu Xingchen retreated behind the stalactites to avoid the scattered dispersing powder. Wang Bulixing took off and threw a blast of ice powder at Yu Xingchen. This time Wang Bulixing did not choose to attach it to the Extinction Stardust, but chose to attack directly. A lava flask was thrown at Yu Xingchen retreat, and then landed and killed Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen needed to make a choice, whether to bet that he would not be frozen by the 50% chance of ice powder, or retreat to the back road. Fight forward. Once frozen by the scattered ice powder, then Wang Bulixing violent attack will follow. Although retreating backwards can avoid the ice powder and Wang Bulixing swing, he will also be hit by the lava flask and suffer from its explosion damage, which may cause him to fall into a burning state. Most people would hesitate in such a dilemma. However, Zhou Yichen manipulated Yu Xingchen to face the challenge and chose Longya to stab Wang Bulixing. This was the best choice Zhou Yichen made in a short period of time. As long as Longya stabbed Wang Bulixing, even if he was frozen, there was room for error. Yu Xingchen, who was moving forward, was sprinkled with ice powder. The audience held their breath, and the Glory fans who were watching the broadcast on TV stopped discussing at this moment. In the end, Yu Xingchen was frozen. But before he was frozen, Longya had already stabbed Wang Bulixing. Both sides stopped attacking and stood there in a daze. One was frozen, and the other was stiff. The whole audience was silent, whether off the court or on the court. And the only ones who were still talking at this time were the two commentators in the commentary booth. Yu Xingchen was frozen by the ice powder. But Wang Bulixing was also in a bad state. Stabbed by the dragon tooth and fell into a state of stiffness. The cup explained in real time. Both sides stopped. This scene is too weird, Li Ju said. After a moment, Wang Bulixing was the first to move. Wang Bulixing slashed at Yu Xingchen with a lightning chain. Yu Xingchen broke free from the frozen state and rolled to the left to avoid the lightning. Wang Bulixing shot a dark night flying shadow at Yu Xingchen. But at this time Yu Xingchen seemed to have expected it and turned forward to use the sky attack. Affected by the dark night flying shadow, Yu Xingchen was forced to turn 180 degrees. And this early turning sky attack successfully stabbed Wang Bulixing. What? The cup saw this scene and shouted directly. Zhou Yichen is too bold. Li Ju swallowed a mouthful of phlegm and said, Young people are so bold. Han Wenqing nodded and affirmed Zhou Yichen operation. Not good. Wang Jieshi heart tightened. He didn't expect that Zhou Yichen had anticipated this dark night flying shadow in advance. He thought that this dark night flying shadow would be the key to his victory. Now it seems that he has made wedding clothes for the opponent. How did Zhou Yichen know that Wang Bulixing would use shadow flying shadow? Not only Wei Chen, but everyone in the Wei Chao team off the court also became confused. Is there a cheat? I don't know. Yishio shook his head and said. Could it be that the skill display effect made Zhou Yichen guess? Yu Xingchen looked at Wang Bulixing floating in the air and used the angry dragon piercing heartbreaking. But Wang Bulixing, who was already in the floating state at this time, could not avoid this high damage level 60 ultimate move of the battle mage at all. What was even more heartbreaking was that Wang Bulixing was lying face down. And Wang Jieshi stared at him with his eyes wide open. Watching Yu Xingchen angry dragon piercing heart and hole piercing Wang Bulixing chest. And then the fighting spirit surged out. And Wang Bulixing was knocked into the sky. Maybe Wang Jieshi didn't expect what went wrong at this time. After all, when Ah Chen proposed it, we were all shocked. Everyone laughed on the Samsara side. Before the game, Zhou Yichen carefully observed the situation when Wang Bulixing used Dark Night Flying Shadow, and finally found the details and told his teammates about the discovery. That is, although the Dark Night Flying Shadow is still white light when it is released due to the silver weapon of Extinction Stardust. If you look closely, you will find that there is a faint black light around the white light. That is the light that the elemental mage shines when using Dark Night Flying Shadow. Zhou Yichen is too meticulous. Chapter 243 The Falling Flower Palm That Killed the Competition. Wang Bulixing was knocked to the second floor of the Stone Bell Forest Cave. Is it a blessing or a curse? Yu Xingchen didn't move. This is... Li Ju watched Yu Xingchen standing still. And blue magic fighting spirit appeared on his spear. Fu Long Xiang Tian. After the angry dragon pierced the heart and pierced out, Yu Xingchen accumulated power on the spot. And blue ripples surged out from the tip of the spear of Dragon Gallbladder. Yu Xingchen stretched out his hand and waved. And the blue magic fighting spirit turned into a dragon and rushed out. A blue Haolong appeared on the holographic projection. The Haolong rushed towards Wang Bulixing. Wang Jieshi didn't panic. He put the broom under him and flew into the air. Looking at the Haolong attack, Wang Bulixing used magic to speed up the broom and turned sideways to twist Haolong away. Wang Bulixing turned his head to look at Haolong. And Haolong just looked at Wang Bulixing with wide eyes. This second of eye contact was also recorded in the history of glory. Dragon raises its head? Wang Jieshi thought to himself. Since Zhou Yichen had used Dragon raise its head several times, Wang Jieshi was still warned. However, Haolong did not raise his head, but rushed straight to the ceiling. Bang! Boom! Oh my god! What's going on? The audience was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. A giant dragon crashed into the ceiling of the Stone Bell Forest Cave without looking back. The powerful impact of the first part of Fulong Xiangtian caused the stalactites hanging upside down on the ceiling to shake. And the magic wave explosion of the second part was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Stalactites fell like rain. The first to bear the brunt was Wang Bulixing, who was flying in the air. He was hit by a huge stalactite while dodging and fell directly from the second floor of the Stone Bell Forest Cave to the first floor. Yu Xingchen was also hit by a stalactite because of the 1-second stiffness of Fulong Xiangtian move. Damn. The captain won't be crushed to death like this, Lu Shubia said with his mouth wide open. This Fulong Xiangtian move hurts both sides, Yu Wanzhou thought. But judging from the HP, Wang Jieshi seems to be the one who is more injured. So he hurts the enemy by 1,000 and loses himself by 250. Wang Xiaoyan said. Isn't it 800? Wang Xiao turned out to be a fool. Zheng Xian suddenly realized. Go to hell. I said 250 on purpose. The game on the field has not yet ended. As the stalactite rain ended, Yu Xingchen slowly walked to the center of the map. The ground that was originally unobstructed is now full of large and small stalactites. Zhou Yichen kept turning Yu Xingchen perspective, trying to find the trace of Wang Bulixing. Strange. The page that ends the game didn't pop up. Where is Wang Jieshi? Zhou Yichen thought to himself, and then typed in the public channel, Senior, are you still there? If you are not dead, please say something. Wang Jieshi responded by typing in the public channel. Wang Jieshi really responded. The cup man was stunned. Is this still Wang Jieshi? He won't be possessed by another body. Just when Yu Xingchen took another step forward, a bright star suddenly appeared on the stalactite on the left. Zhou Yichen's reaction was fast enough, but the star was faster and pierced Yu Xingchen's shoulder directly. Magic Ray. Wang Bulixing flew up from behind the stalactite, while shooting magic bullets at Yu Xingchen. He summoned lightning, and the light chain fell to hit Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen shivered in a Z shape to avoid the magic bullet, and backflipped to avoid the lightning. Now is the time to decide the outcome. Yishio's eyes became sharp when he saw this. He knew that the two sides were going to fight to the death, because both Yu Xingchen and Wang Bulixing had insufficient health and mana. Instead of thinking about how to fight later, it is better to take this crucial point first. Wang Bulixing landed, and after adding ice powder to his broom, he sprinkled a scattering powder at Yu Xingchen again. Yu Xingchen was not stupid either, and jumped onto the stalactite beside him to avoid the scattering powder. Then a dragon tooth stabbed at Wang Bulixing, and Wang Bulixing dodged sideways and hit Yu Xingchen with a broom. The green cloak swayed in the air. Wonderful. It was really wonderful. Li Ju was at a loss for words at this moment, and he didn't know how to use the most refined language to describe this close combat. The atmosphere of the whole venue was also pushed to a climax. Zhou Yichen. Come on! Zhou Yichen. Come on! Wang Jieshi. Come on! Captain. Come on! Longdan and Extinction Stardust collided with each other, producing fierce sparks, and the eyes of both characters were also blazing. This game has deviated from the routine. This is no longer the first battle of a 5v5 ring match, but a personal battle. Wang Jieshi, the best player of the older generation since his debut in the 3rd season. Zhou Yichen, the leader of the new generation who debuted in the 7th season and reached the peak. Both sides are already at red blood. Is the winner going to be decided? Beige didn't dare to shout loudly at this time, for fear that he would disturb the wonderful operations of the two players on the field. Even though he couldn't affect them at all, the health is decreasing. Both sides took a step back. Yu Xingchen charged his left hand and swept Wang Bulixing with his spear. Wang Bulixing also swept Yu Xingchen with a broom. Glory. It's over. Who won? The audience was extremely nervous at this time. The health of both sides had reached the bottom. They were now confused. Their hearts were beating faster, and the hormones online were surging. The audience urgently needed to calm down. Otherwise someone would die. Did Achin win? The Samsara team was also very nervous. And the most obvious one was Du Ming. He was sweating on his head, as if he was the one playing the game on the court. The director was also playing with his mentality. He did not release the result completely, but showed the expressions of the two players on the holographic projection. Zhou Yichen was sweating profusely and kept panting. Although Wang Jieshi looked calm, his wide eyes also showed his inner restlessness. The captain won. Gao Yingjie changed his face twice in 1 second. In the end, the director did not say, let's play a commercial first. Instead, he directly played the replay of the last attack. The audience held their breath. Yu Xingchen Dragon Gallbladder and Wang Bulixing Extinction Stardust collided with each other. At this time, both sides chose unexpected moves. Wang Bulixing suddenly took off his green cloak and wanted to use the shadow cloak to catch Yu Xingchen in front of him and blind him. But Yu Xingchen suddenly held a gun in his right hand and slapped Wang Bulixing with his left hand. Full level falling flower palm. Wang Jieshi looked at Yu Xingchen's left hand and slapped Wang Bulixing. I actually forgot. Wang Jieshi fell into deep thought. Is he old? The waves behind the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead, and he was eventually beaten to death on the beach. Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for his first victory in the 5v5 arena. After the King of Fighters, the Sword Saint, and the Fighting God, Zhou Yichen defeated the title again with his Yu Xingchen. Beige said excitedly. Yes. After Zhou Yichen defeated 3 titled characters. Today he defeated Wang Jieshi, who was titled Magician. In such a crucial game, Li Ju shouted. And Zhou Yichen once again stabilized his 100% winning rate in a single game, worthy of the title of the best newcomer in history. There is only one person left for Zhou Yichen to be banned, and that is the Gun King. Who happens to be his teammate. Ha! Beige laughed unconsciously when he said this. I guess Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zikai must have fought each other privately, but I don't know what the result was. Li Ju laughed. Zhou Yichen is now like the god of death knocking on the door. This is a picture that has been wildly rumored on the internet recently. It came from the Next Door event, and is now also borrowed by Honor fans. Zhou Yichen knocked on the doors of Damo Guyan, Ye Yushan Fan, Ye Jiqiu, and Wang Jieshi. In the end, he only had Yiqiang Chuanyan left. When he opened the door, he found that it was his own people. Zhou Yichen, Zhou Yichen, Zhou Yichen, God of War, God of War, God of War. Zhou Yichen fans also shouted out the title he created himself at this moment. The battle mage is a dual god, fighting in front and fighting in the back. Ye Jiqiu can only be the color of Yu Xingchen. Of course, this is Zhou Yichen inner thoughts. If he posts it online, the fans of the God of War can drown him with a mouthful of spit. On the court, seeing that his falling flower palms successfully took away Wang Bulixing, Zhou Yichen first thought was not happiness, but tiredness. He was too tired. The light makeup on Zhou Yichen's face had been smudged. Even though the game was over, his heart was still beating. You know, even when playing the finals at the home court of Vici Gaming last year, Zhou Yichen was not that nervous. Although he always said that a 100% win rate in a single game was irrelevant, and the victory of the team was the most important. But when facing a player who might really break his win rate, he would still be nervous involuntarily. This 100% win rate has become a shackle that restricts Zhou Yichen. Vici Gaming player seat. Captain, are you okay? All the members of Vici Gaming looked at their captain nervously, and Deng Fuxing handed the towel and water bottle to Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi took the towel and wiped the sweat, drank a sip of water, and looked at his own players and smiled. I'm fine. It's up to you next. Enjoy the game. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just play your own style. Wang Jieshi encouraged. It's okay if you lose. I take care of everything. You just keep moving forward. Captain. All the members of Vici Gaming heard Wang Jieshi words, and their eyes were wet unconsciously. Go. Shibye. The Speed Master will leave a strong mark in the history of glory. Wang Jieshi patted Lu Shibye's shoulder, then put a towel on his head, and closed his eyes to rest. Captain. I will. Lu Shibye clenched his fists and turned to the stage. Wei Chao, Lu Shibye. ID, Flying Sword. Professional Swordsman. I want to win this game. Chapter 244. Who controls the rhythm? The second player from Tiny Herb is Lu Shibye, a Speed Master who debuted in the 7th season and the king of singles this season. Li Ju introduced. Lu Shibye data this season is also very good, especially APM. His average speed is still ranked first in the league. The second is another player on the field, Zhou Yichen. These two young people are really fast, Beige said as he looked at Lu Shibye data this season. 99%, 100% flying knife sword. Loaded. Map, Stone Bell Forest Cave. Loaded. 3, 2, 1, fight. The countdown fell, and both sides rushed to the middle of the map. Yi Yuxingchen had less than 3% of his health left, so there was no need to do meaningless actions. Flying Knife Sword wanted to quickly end Yi Yuxingchen. After all, Yi Yuxingchen life was a disaster for Tiny Herb. Its strongest player, Wang Bulixing, had been eliminated, and the opponent still had a Gun King who had not appeared. The situation was very unfavorable for Wei Chao. None of the remaining players could compete with Zhou Zikai, and the map was the Stone Bell Forest Cave, which was suitable for the performance of the gun class. So their first task was to get more points. After all, according to the deployment of the troops in the reincarnation, Zhou Zikai should be the last to appear, so they needed to get enough points before Zhou Zikai appeared, so as not to put themselves under great pressure before the team competition began. The two sides met in the center of the first floor of the Stone Bell Forest Cave. Yi Yuxingchen did not cowardly because of the health disadvantage. He stabbed the Flying Knife Sword with a dragon tooth, and the Flying Knife Sword 3-stage slash was used to move to avoid Yuxingchen Dragon Tooth. Yuxingchen saw that the Dragon Tooth did not hit, and then turned the spear tip from stabbing to picking, and hit the Flying Knife sword with a Sky Strike. The last section of the Flying Knife sword 3-stage slash avoided Yuxingchen's Sky Strike. Then he drew his sword and slashed, and the speed of the move was very fast. With one sword, he took Yuxingchen away directly. Glory! So fast! The audience was reminiscing about the wonderful duel in the previous match. When they finally came to their senses, this match was over. His health is too low. He will die if he is stabbed with a sword. The audience whispered to each other. Who? It's time to leave. Zhou-Yichen took out his character card and walked towards the stage. Seeing Zhou-Yichen walk out of the stage, all the Samsara fans cheered enthusiastically. Zhou-Yichen! 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 Listening to the cheers that resounded throughout the venue, Zhou-Yichen waved to the fans in the audience, then smiled happily and made a big heart in the direction of the pink. Zhou-Yichen's heart made the atmosphere even more exciting. Ah! My little Zhou-Zhou is making a heart shape to me. My sister's heart is melting. I need to go to the bathroom to cheer myself up. Sister, let's go together. Samsara contestant seat. You fight beautifully. That's the magician Wang Jieshi. Du Ming stepped forward and punched Zhou-Yichen. This duel was so exciting that Du Ming was very excited now. Why do you feel more excited than me? Zhou-Yichen looked at Du Ming in surprise. That's Wang Jieshi. That's a magician. You can get excited later. It's your turn. Don't let me down. Zhou-Yichen punched Du Ming. Go. Du Ming. It's a swordsman duel. Lu Boyuan said. I lost to him last time. I won't lose this time. Du Ming clenched his fists and walked towards the stage. Samsara, Du Ming. ID, Wu Xuangoyu. Professional swordsman. The second player to appear on the Samsara side is Du Ming, who debuted in the 6th season. Because of his solid basic skills and unrestrained playing style, he is called the Crazy Swordsman by fans. The cup introduced Du Ming information. Then this is a duel between swordsmen of the same profession. The last time they fought was in the first single match of the 18th round of the regular season, when Lu Shubia defeated Du Ming. It seems that this is still a battle of revenge. Li Ju smiled. That's right. 99%, 100% Wu Xuangoyu. Loading completed. Map, Shizhong Lindong. Loading completed. I won't lose again this time. Du Ming stared at the countdown and thought to himself. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The light curtain disappeared, and the two rushed out of the refresh area at the same time, rushing towards the first level area in the middle road. Neither of them seemed to want to go around. In a duel of the same profession, avoiding battle is a sign of cowardice. Both of them were straightforward, and the stalactites in the second floor were obviously much more than those in the first floor, which was not conducive to the performance of swordsmen. Therefore, both of them would choose to go to the center of the first floor to fight at the first opportunity. From the moment the opponent appeared in their perspective, the duel between the same professions was completely kicked off. Wu Xuangoyu made a 3-stage slash, horizontal slash, vertical slash, and moved to the front of Fei Daojian. The last stage was an upward strike to Fei Daojian. Fei Daojian started to block and press down, successfully blocking Wu Xuangoyu's strike. Swish, swish, swish. Wu Xuangoyu Ice Slag and Fei Daojian's soul-chasing sword collided with each other. The two took a step back and drew their swords at the same time to slash at each other. Draw the sword and slash. Why are the two people's movements exactly the same? Did they have the same master? An audience member asked. And those who didn't know would think they were watching a mirror match. Although the two have the same moves, it is obvious that Lu Shubia is one step faster than Du Ming. Yu Wenzhou saw the difference. Lu Shibia's hand speed is really fast. It's a pity that he doesn't play music games. Wang Xiaoyan muttered. Damn. This kid's hand speed is going to soar. Du Ming was a little speechless. Lu Shubia still used the same old tactics, increasing his average speed, stabbing quickly, and forcibly dragging the enemy into his own rhythm. The way to break it is also very simple. That is, as the opponent, the speed is also high. This is why Lu Shubia was beaten without temper when facing Zhou-Yichen. What you can do, others can do. And what you can't do, others can still do. Moreover, this style of play has a hidden danger. That is, once the opponent is not dragged into the rhythm, Lu Shubia will lose balance. And then he will be a little anxious, and his operation will go downhill. So Lu Shubia is like Ultraman, who is hot for 3 minutes and withers after the fight. What Du Ming needs to do now is to stabilize and drag Lu Shubia through his strong period. And then it will be his turn. Therefore, Du Ming carefully studied Lu Shubia combo routine before the game and found that it was not much different from his own combo. Except that the order of several combos in the middle was different. Everyone has their own familiar combo. And so does Huang Xiaotian. But Huang Xiaotian will use language to interfere with you. None of the moves he swiped on the public channel are credible. Wang Jieshi is different. His style of play, when he debuted, can be summed up in 8 words. Free-spirited and unpredictable. Because of this, other titles are given to characters. Only Magician is given to Wang Jieshi himself. I have studied you carefully, Lu Shubia. I have been waiting for this match for a long time. Is it me who has entered your rhythm? Or you who has entered my rhythm? Du Ming was still led into Lu Shubia rhythm. Jiang Buotao frowned and said, "That's not necessarily true. Du Ming moves have changed. I'm afraid it was Lu Shubia who was led into the rhythm." Zhou Yichen smiled. Does Du Ming have this brain? Fang Minghua was very surprised after hearing Zhou Yichen's words. In his opinion, Du Ming was just a reckless swordsman. If he had this brain, he wouldn't have been caught twice by the phantom invisible sword. He stayed in the dormitory at night and watched Lu Shubia game video for a long time. He should have observed something. Zhou Yichen took out a banana from his backpack and ate it. Du Ming has a fiery personality and is competitive, which means his playing style is also quite explosive. However, today he is competing with Lu Shubia in hand speed and details. He is a master of hand speed. Everyone would think that Du Ming fell into Lu Shubia's unique attack rhythm. But Wang Jieshi, who was sitting in the Wei Chao player's seat, felt something was wrong the more he looked at it. Wu Shuangouyu health dropped faster than Fei Daojian. But Shubia hand speed is getting slower and slower. Is Du Ming deliberately slowing down the pace? Wang Jieshi thought about it. Lu Shubia himself also noticed something was wrong and seemed a little tired. Why is Lu Shubia APM high and low, while Du Ming is always in a stable state? The cup woke him up with a word. It turned out that Du Ming imitated Lu Shubia moves before, just to make Lu Shubia think that he was dragged into his rhythm. So Lu Shubia started to speed up. However, Du Ming slowed down the game, and Lu Shubia hand speed also slowed down. The high and low speed made Lu Shubia much more tired than usual. Wu Shuangouyu successfully knocked the flying knife sword away with a fairy's guidance. And then the figure began to move quickly, and 6 after images appeared, killing the flying knife sword. The flying knife sword slashed at Wu Shuangouyu in the air with a silver blade, and Wu Shuangouyu shrank the after images, and 6 became 3. Before the flying knife sword landed, Wu Shuangouyu landed in advance. The real body appeared behind the flying knife sword, waving the sword blade like a storm and stabbing at the flying knife sword. Swordsman level 65 high damage battle blade storm. Turning around, he wanted to use the rising dragon slash to move away from the attack range of the blade storm. At this time, Lu Shubia APM, which had been reduced, suddenly soared, causing the hand nerves to be unable to keep up. And the sudden pain made Lu Shubia panic. It's over. This was Lu Shubia's first thought. The pain in this second prevented Lu Shubia from escaping the attack range of the blade storm. The high amount of physical damage directly hit Wu Shuangouyu. After releasing the blade storm, Wu Shuangouyu turned halfway, with his left foot in front, and slashed down at the flying knife with his sword. Falling Phoenix Slash. The flying knife had no time to dodge, and was knocked to the ground by the falling Phoenix Slash. Lu Shubia. This victory belongs to me, Du Ming typed in the public channel, looking at the flying knife that was knocked to the ground. Wu Shuangouyu jumped up, and at the same time as a silver blade fell to the flying knife, the sword energy on the ice slag suddenly surged. The sword decides the world. Chapter 245, an unintentional strike that resulted in a shade. Swish. 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 Wu Shuangouyu Jian Ding Tian Xia made a move, and the sword energy hit the flying knife sword, causing it to freeze. Is this match going to be decided? Xiao Bi's rhythm has been interrupted, Lu Fei said with some worry. The rhythm was not in Xiao Bi's hands from beginning to end. Wang Jieshi said lightly. Xiao Bi is likely to lose this match. After Jian Ding Tian Xia swept the flying knife sword, Wu Shuangouyu took advantage of the victory and used the swordsman level 70 ultimate move, Phantom Invisible Sword, on the frozen flying knife sword. With the blessing of Jian Ding Tian Xia, Wu Xuangoyu attack power and attack speed were greatly improved, which also helped Wu Xuangoyu to perform the Phantom 13 swords. And the finishing blow directly blew the flying knife sword away, flying in the air. The flying knife sword looked at Wu Xuangoyu, who was in a small stiffness for 1 second. He stepped on the stalactite hanging upside down, forced himself to stop, and then jumped up and slashed at Wu Xuangoyu with a silver blade. Wu Xuangoyu's stiffness ended, and he dodged the silver blade of the flying knife sword by rolling sideways. The flying knife sword landed, and his body shook quickly. 6 sword shadow steps appeared on the holographic projection, and then surrounded Wu Xuangoyu. "Come on!" Du Ming roared, and then controlled Wu Xuangoyu to meet him directly, and chopped 3 times, slashing horizontally, slashing vertically, and picking up, moving in 3 different directions, and successfully exploring 3 afterimages. The 6 sword shadows swayed and became 3, and jumped up, stabbing Wu Xuangoyu with a sword. As the skill effect ended, the afterimage disappeared, and the real body of the flying knife sword appeared behind Wu Xuangoyu. The wind is gone, and the grass is gone. The flying knife sword drew a sword circle beside him, trying to use the high physical damage of the wind and grass to make up for it. At this time, Wu Xuangoyu put the sword back into the scabbard. At the moment when the sword circle came, Wu Xuangoyu drew his sword. The sword fell into the sky. A ray of starlight appeared in Wu Xuangoyu's scabbard, and the eyes slashed towards the flying knife sword. At the same time that the wind is gone, and the grass hit Wu Xuangoyu, the sword fell into the sky and hit the flying knife sword. Du Ming is going to kill Lu Shibia by force. Zhou Yichen understood why Du Ming took the wind and grass, because he liked to do this before, exchanging injuries for injuries. Lu Shibia was flashed by the starlight, and his eyes dodged to another place unconsciously, which also gave Du Ming the opportunity to end the game. Wu Xuangoyu deflected the flying knife sword's weapon with a sword, then stabilized his body, and made the final slash at the flying knife sword. A slash against the wind. Glory! Let us congratulate Du Ming for winning this game, and successfully avenging Lu Shibia. The score is 2-1, and Samsara is temporarily in the lead. What does Li Ju think of this game? The cup looked at Li Ju. Du Ming was obviously very well prepared for this game. Lu Shibia didn't deserve to lose. The whole rhythm seemed to be in Lu Shibia's hands. But it was not the case. Li Ju concluded after the game. All this was under Du Ming control. Du Ming is amazing. He has a brain, Fang Minghua said with some surprise. I just don't know if Du Ming's brain is a one-time or permanent one. Zhou Yichen joked. I lost? Lu Shibia couldn't believe it. He thought the rhythm was always in his hands, but he didn't expect it to be a trap set by the opponent. Du Ming is this good? Why didn't I see it before? Lu Shibia still couldn't believe it. He could accept being killed by Du Ming recklessly, but he couldn't accept being killed by Du Ming's brain, because in Lu Shibia's opinion, Du Ming's tactical level should be similar to his own, and both of them are the type of people who fight head-on. But the opponent caught him by surprise. Lu Shibia was depressed, walking off the stage and returning to the tiny herb player seat. Lu Shibia was still thinking about the previous game. Du Ming must have been replaced. Lu Shibia muttered. Xiaobia, watch this game carefully later. It will be very helpful for you, Wang Jieshi said to Lu Shibia, who came back. Yes, Captain. Lu Shibia nodded. In fact, even if the captain didn't say it, he would watch this duel repeatedly when he returned. Fusheng, go, Wang Jieshi said to Deng Fusheng beside him. Well, I'm on the stage. Deng Fusheng sorted out his clothes and then walked towards the stage. Tiny Herb, Deng Fusheng. ID, Duwa. Professional Knight. Everyone must be familiar with the third player of Tiny Herb. He is the synonym of hard work, the first Knight of Glory, and the vice-captain of Tiny Herb, Deng Fusheng. The cup introduced the players as usual. The match between Duwa and Wu Xuangoyu did not last long. After all, Wu Xuangoyu's health was very low. In the early stage, her health was lower than that of Fideojin, and she was hit by a whole set of Fenkenkeijin. Facing Duwa, who was in full health, Wu Xuangoyu's strong attack did not have any effect. Instead, after being taunted by Duwa with a provocation, he successfully stunned Wu Xuangoyu with a shield attack. Then he jumped up to catch the falling Phoenix Hammer and successfully took away the low-health Wu Xuangoyu. The next player should be Lu Buiyuan. If we can deal with him, then we still have a chance. Deng Fusheng took off his headphones and lay on the gaming chair with his eyes closed to rest. What? Hearing the whole audience and the commentator screaming, Deng Fusheng opened his eyes, then looked down the stage, and saw the figure coming up. Deng Fusheng was directly numb. Samsara, Josukai. ID, one shot through the clouds. Professional sharpshooter. The third player in Samsara is actually the ace Josukai. Baizi's eyes were as big as copper bells. He was still wondering if the big screen was wrong. Why would Josukai play in the third place? The director said that Samsara list is fine. Li Ju began to think. What was Samsara's intention to put Josukai in the third place? Are we planting flowers with intention, but they don't bloom? But planting willows by accident, and they grow into shade? Zhou Yichen smiled. Everything has been predetermined. Jiang Buotao responded. In fact, before the game, the deployment of the 5v5 ring match of the Samsara team was based on the adjustment of the formation of the tiny herb. They believed that after the first round, Wang Jieshi would not appear in the defending position, but in the third position. Zhou Yichen was very confident that he could defeat the other players of Tiny Herb with a high probability. Then Wang Jieshi third position would be very delicate. On the one hand, he could kill Zhou Yichen, and on the other hand, he could rely on his super personal strength to win more points for Tiny Herb. Therefore, Samsara did the opposite and directly put Josukai in the third position to catch Wang Jieshi. They didn't even think about whether Josukai would lose to Wang Jieshi. They trusted Josukai 100%. Their captain never let them down. Oh my god. Am I right? Josukai appeared so early. Samsara is really brave. Isn't he afraid that Wang Jieshi will give them a big blow in the defending position? Huang Xiaoyan said he couldn't understand. This is the game. Samsara thought that Wang Jieshi would not defend the match. And they guessed it right. Yu Wanzhou said. The reward for guessing right is that Wang Jieshi was taken away directly from the starting lineup. Speaking of this, Yu Wanzhou laughed directly. Without Wang Jieshi, Vici Gaming was simply a mess. Vici Gaming relied too much on Wang Jieshi, which not only affected other people, but also affected Wang Jieshi. Just like Yang Tsung at 301. He was not unable to use a life-threatening attack, but he did not dare to. Josukai appearance completely extinguished the last flame of hope for Vici Gaming. The map is suitable for the performance of gun professions. Coupled with gorgeous operations, Yiqiang Chuanyun became the brightest star as soon as he entered the field. The battle between Yiqiang Chuanyun and Duhua also made the audience understand why the pre-match commentator thought that this map was suitable for the performance of gun professions. Although the Stone Bell Forest Cave is divided into 2 layers. The 2 layers are connected, and there are no obstructions. This also leads to the fact that once the 2 sides are staggered, the remote profession characters can output the other party's melee profession characters without pressure. Duo was having a very frustrating time. He was on the first floor, and Yiqiang Chuanyun was on the second floor. The opponent's bullets could hit him, but he could only look at the muzzle of the gun from a distance. With a gunshot, Duo's shield and holy sword fell out of his hands, and then he knelt on the ground. Barrett Sniper. This game is simply a one-sided crush. Cup said. There is no way. The map and the disadvantages of the profession make it very difficult for Deng Fusheng to play. Josukai has always kept a safe distance from him. If I were Deng Fusheng, I would probably vomit blood after the game. Li Ju spread his hands. I can't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. How can I play this game? Deng Fusheng was speechless after the game. Which genius designed this map? This map is really suitable for Josukai, who is a freak in operation. Huang Xiaoyan pinched his chin and thought. Should we pay attention to this map? Captain? Zheng Xian looked at Yu Wanzhou. We have to run. But we have to wait until we defeat Yanyu. We have to win the home game against Yanyu tomorrow. Yu Wanzhou said firmly. The first game was too thrilling. If Huang Xiaoyan hadn't stepped up, they might have been in trouble at Yanyu home court. Li Hui, the 4th player to appear on the Wei Chao side, also faced the same problem as Deng Fusheng. Judo is a pure melee profession without any long-range output skills. Just when he thought Josukai would stagger with him to fight, Josukai chose to confront him head-on. He threw a grenade and fired at Li Hui Zhan Yi Luan Fei with both guns. Zhan Yi Luan Fei directly activated the steel and iron bones and rushed to Yiqiang Chuanyun, grabbing his hand with one hand and trying to forcibly grab the opponent. However, Yiqiang Chuanyun slid and jumped directly to the stalactite beside him, and then started to shoot violently. And the bullets hit Zhan Yi Luan Fei back crazily. TSK TSK TSK. It's just playing. I want to play sharpshooter after watching this. Zhou Yichen rubbed his hands and said, Hey, I have a good idea. Du Ming looked up and said, Tell me about it. Jiang Buitao wanted to see what amazing words Du Ming could say. How about we try double sharpshooters next season? Du Ming said excitedly. Ah? We can just use double sharpshooters and play full damage. Du Ming thought about it and felt that he was really a genius. Then what should I do? Fang Minghua looked at Du Ming. Fang Ma. You can go to the bench. I can make you a substitute. Believe it or not. Fang Minghua rolled up his sleeves and prepared to beat Du Ming to let him see what an offensive priest is. I was wrong. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. Samsara is happy here. But the sky is falling on Tiny Herb. Let's congratulate Zhou Zikai for winning this game. The current score is 4-2. Wei Chao must get another point. Otherwise the gap in the team competition will be too big. And you have to know that this is Samsara home court. Their team competition is likely to be a fast attack map. And then Wei Chao will have more concerns. Li Ju analyzed for Wei Chao. Wei Chao player seat. Yingjie. Go. This is a level you must go through. Wang Jieshi patted Gao Yingjie's shoulder heavily. Captain. I will win. Chapter 246 Figure 3S City Hongqiao International Airport. Let us congratulate Zhou Zikai for winning the final victory of the 5v5 arena. The two teams finished with a score of 5-2. And Samsara is temporarily in the lead. Wei Chao has been forced into a desperate situation. If they want to win the second round, they must control the loss of personnel to less than 3 people while defeating Samsara in the team competition. Li Ju analyzed. This is too difficult for Wei Chao. Beige couldn't help but shook his head. It was almost impossible to defeat Samsara with a loss of less than 3 people. And it was an away game. Captain. I lost. Hey. It's okay. Yingjie. Even if I play, I may not be able to beat Zhou Zikai. Wang Jieshi comforted him. Gao Yingjie was too introverted and reserved. Wang Jieshi felt a headache when he thought of losing his Wei Chao. Yingjie. You must grow up. The future of Tiny Herb depends on you. However, Tiny Herb's future was already sitting next to Yixiu, watching the game video with Yixiu. Captain. You are still as stable as ever. Zhou Yichen stepped forward and handed the towel and water cup to Zhou Zikai who had returned. Thank you. Zhou Zikai smiled and took the towel and water cup handed by Zhou Yichen. Brothers, we have already stepped half a step into the finals. Keep up the good work. Fang Minghua clapped his hands. Hey, we are going to the finals again. Zhou Yichen mouth corners slightly raised. We haven't entered yet. Be careful of being struck by lightning. Jiang Buitao said. Don't worry. I am so handsome and charming. The thunder god will not want to strike me. Zhou Yichen played with a tuft of gray hair on his head. You make me feel sick. Du understood Zhou Yichen at a glance. Jealousy. But it doesn't matter. Okay. Get ready to play. If you two quarrel on the court and lose the game, I won't be named Fawn unless I beat your butts after the game. Fang Minghua said to the two. You should know that Fang Minghua has been working out during this period. Zhou Yichen is envious of her abdominal muscles. Fang Minghua's wife is also blessed. That would be so cool. Don't worry. Fang Ma. We are still very good. Zhou Yichen swallowed a mouthful of water. Then hugged Du Ming and laughed. Let's go! Seeing the staff coming over, Zhou Zikai also issued an order to play. Come on. Wu Qi lay on the chair and looked at the people in the line. Before the game, it was decided that Du Ming would be the 6th man today. After all, after the first round, the people of Wei Chao should be on guard against Wu Qi. At this time, the holographic projection screen also announced the team match rosters of the two teams and the team match map of the home team Samsara. Samsara, Zhou Zikai. ID, 1 shot through the clouds. Professional sharpshooter. Jiang Buitao. ID, Wulong. Professional magic swordsman. Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Professional battle mage. Fang Minghua. ID, Xiaogeziru. Professional priest. LV Buyuan. ID, Yun Shanluan. Professional judo. The 6th person. Du Ming. ID, Wu Shuanggoyue. Professional swordsman. Wei Chao, Wang Jieshi. ID, Wang Buliuxing. Professional magic scholar. Deng Fuxing. ID, Du Wu. Professional knight. Yuan Baiqing. ID, Fan Feng. Professional guardian angel. Lu Xubia. ID, Fai Daojin. Professional swordsman. Gao Yingjie. ID Muyun. Professional magic scholar. The sixth person. Li Hui. ID Johnny Luanfei. Professional judo. Map: Ancient Roman Colosseum ruins. As expected, the home team of Samsara chose their king map: Ancient Roman Colosseum ruins. Li Ju said complacently, which proved that his guess before the game was not wrong. Samsara wanted to rely on the quick attack of the arena to disperse Wei Chao, and then rely on the head advantage established in the 5v5 arena match to directly push Wei Chao away in one wave. But there was also a hidden danger. That is, there are very few shelters in the arena, which also makes Wei Chao double mage scholars actually better. I haven't seen you choose this map for a long time. I didn't expect it to be used on us today. Wang Jieshi stretched out his hand and shook it with Jiang Buotao. Isn't that to give Captain Wang a surprise? Jiang Buotao smiled. After the two teams chatted casually for a few words, they walked towards the competition stage at both ends. 99%. 100% Yu Xingchen. Loaded. Yichang Chuanyun. Loaded. Wangbu Lu Xing. Loaded. Xiao Guziru. Loaded. Wu Xuandouyu. Loaded. Map: Ancient Roman Colosseum ruins. Loaded. 3, 2, 1. Fight. It was still the usual refresh at the north and south ends. Samsara in the north, and Wei Chao in the south. As the countdown ended and the light curtain disappeared, the two teams rushed out of the entrance of the arena without any hesitation and rushed towards the huge arena in the center of the map. The moment Wang Bulixing and Mu En entered the arena, they immediately used magic to fly into the air, then accelerated to the center of the map, and explored Samsara formation by the way. Above, Zhou Yichen rushed to the front and looked up to see two shadows flying towards him. The Samsara formation automatically changed. Yu Xingchen was at the front alone, and beside him became a gun piercing the clouds. Yu Shanluan retreated to the back and protected Xiade Ziruo with Wulong. The gun piercing the clouds was loaded, and barbecue shot at Wang Bulixing and Mu En in the air. Retreat first, Wang Jieshi said to Gao Yingjie. It's the captain. The two ignored the gun piercing the clouds and turned to retreat. They had already captured the information of the Samsara formation, and there was no need to do risky operations. They left. Should we change the formation back? Lu Buiyuan asked. 212. This is better. After thinking about it, Jiang Buotao chose the most conservative and least likely to be dispersed formation. The two in the front maintained sufficient impact and resistance to prevent the front from being dispersed. The two in the back could stabilize and provide support to the front, and the one in the middle could connect the front and back points. This is the most common 211 defensive formation in team games. Wang Bulixing flew an S-bend and came to the sky above Samsara again, ready to attack Samsara. Because at this time all the members of Samsara had arrived at the center of the arena before Tiny Herb. Wang Bulixing took the lead and fired a magic cannonball at Yu Xingchen and Yichang Chuanyun in the front. Yichang Chuanyun rolled to avoid the magic bullet, and drew out his two guns to shoot at Wang Bulixing in the air. Muad is not here. He should follow the team, Zhou Yichen said. As the footsteps got closer and closer, all the members of Tiny Herb also arrived at the front battlefield. Mu En really followed the team, and was now beside Fan Feng. As long as the captain gave an order, he and Yuan Baiqing would attack Samsara together. Attack! At Wang Jieshi order, Mu En flew into the air and threw a dispersing powder at Samsara. Wang Jieshi above also added a dispersing powder. Fan Feng and Du Hua also rushed to the front, with Fei Daojin waiting for an opportunity to move at their side. Disperse. The people of the Samsara sect dispersed to avoid the two dispersing powders from Wang Bulixing and Mu En. Fei Daojin took the opportunity to use the three-segment slash to move through Yu Xingchen and kill Xiade Ziruo. Xiade Ziruo reacted quickly. The cross in front of him moved, and the holy light shone on his face. A sacred fire was thrown in front of him. Fei Daojin was blocked by the sacred fire, so he had to use the last section of the three-segment slash to move up and return to the original position. However, Yu Xingchen was already waiting for him here. Fei Daojin upward move was blocked by a Yu Xingchen horizontal spear, and then Longya stabbed Fei Daojin. Fei Daojin held a sword to block Yu Xingchen Longya, and Fan Feng jumped out from the side, holding a battle axe, and slashed Yu Xingchen with a holy light. Yu Xingchen swung his weapon, shaking in a Z shape to avoid the holy light of Fan Feng, and stabbed at Fan Feng with a continuous thrust. The flying sword deflected Yu Xingchen weapon with the sword, helping Fa Feng to remove the fire. Then he drew his sword and slashed at Yu Xingchen. But Fa Feng had the help of his teammates. How could Yu Xingchen not have it? Yun Shanluan attacked from the side. And when the flying sword was drawn, he successfully grabbed the flying sword with one hand, and then pressed the flying sword down, forcing it to fall to the ground. One-handed capture. Looking at the knockdown flying sword, Fa Feng activated the virtue of protection. Defend the morality of the world. As the slogan was shouted, holy light emerged from the flying sword, increasing its defense. At the same time, it activated extreme survival, strengthened itself, and increased its physical defense and magic defense. Then, in order to avoid the concentrated fire of the reincarnation, Fa Feng chopped Yu Xingchen with an axe, while Yu Xingchen opened the battle axe with a gun. He charged left and right, and made a falling flower palm, successfully knocking Fa Feng away. Seeing Fa Feng flying backwards, Yu Xingchen did not hesitate at all, turned around and stabbed the flying knife sword that was forcibly dragged up by Yun Shanluan. At this time, Gao Yingjie took action. Gravity acceleration beat back Yun Shanluan and Yu Xingchen, and successfully saved the flying knife sword. Young General Gao Yingjie did a very good job in removing the fire. The flying knife sword has been stuck. If no one removed the fire, it feels like the flying knife sword will die under the siege of the two. Baizi praised that Gao Yingjie was getting better and better. Yingjie did a good job, Lu Shubia said happily. At the moment when Fa Feng was slapped away by Yu Xingchen falling flower palm, Lu Shubia's heart was about to die. Fortunately, Gao Yingjie rescued him in time. Be careful of a shot through the clouds, Wang Jieshi reminded. Before Lu Shubia's flying sword could recover, Yiqiang Chuanyun suddenly changed fire and slid towards the flying sword. Lu Shubia reacted quickly and successfully avoided the sliding shovel with Shenglong Zhan. However, the killer move of the reincarnation was behind. After the flying sword, Shenglong Zhan moved upward. It slashed at Yiqiang Chuanyun, who stood up, but was successfully blocked by Yun Shanluan's bare-handed attack. Then Yun Shanluan reached forward with his left hand and grabbed the collar of the flying sword again. Wang Bulixing rushed down and threw a lava flask at Yun Shanluan. But Yiqiang Chuanyun blew up the lava flask thrown by Wang Bulixing in the air in advance. Wang Bulixing had no choice but to force a breakthrough in the back row of reincarnation. This move is called Wei Wei to save Zhao. However, Vici Gaming seemed to have forgotten one thing. That is, reincarnation was 3 heads ahead of Vici Gaming, which also led to reincarnation's idea of not sticking to winning the final victory of this team game. As long as they get 4 kill points, they will directly advance to the finals of the 8th season of the 2023 Glory Professional League. On the other hand, Tiny Herb is different. They are under too much pressure. So Wang Bulixing's strategy of surrounding Wei to save Zhao cannot change the intention of Samsara to kill Fei Daojian. What's more, Shioga Zirua is not alone. Wulan always stands beside him. Wulan holds the wave array in his hand. It is unrealistic for Wang Bulixing to kill Shioga Zirua alone. Tiny Herb is in chaos again. Chapter 247, The Unstoppable Fighter Will. Reincarnation's intention is very clear. They want to kill Fei Daojian by force. Now Wei Chao is in chaos. This is the rhythm that reincarnation is most familiar with. Wang Bulixing's idea of siege Wei to save Zhao was completely shattered by Wulong electric wave array on the spot. Muan looked at Fei Daojian, who was caught again, while throwing the lava flask at Yun Shanluan. He landed on the broom and attached ice powder. Then he waved the broom to Yun Shanluan and shot through the clouds, shattering frost with his left hand and wildfire with his right hand. A shot blew up Muan lava flask, and then stepped on Fei Daojian, moved behind it, and avoided the falling magma. Yun Shanluan threw Fei Daojian into the air with one hand, and then his body shook, and his steel bones opened. Muan stepped forward and hit Yun Shanluan with a broom. Yun Shanluan grabbed Muan, who was dismantling the fire, with one hand, and Muan stepped back to avoid Yun Shanluan grab. A shot through the cloud started to shoot, and he kept shooting at the flying knife sword in the air. The flying knife sword started to block in the air, and kept hitting the bullets with the sword. Just when he was about to land, a figure appeared at his landing point. Shibya, take off. A message suddenly flashed on the public channel. Yu Xingchen came to the landing point of the flying knife sword first, and then charged the war spear. Before the flying knife sword landed, the dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit directly hit its back. Halong Pajuan launched and directly stabbed the back of the flying knife sword, and the powerful impact force knocked him out again. Now the flying knife sword, in the audience's perspective, was like a badminton, flying around. Yu Xingchen swung his weapon, not rushing towards the flying knife sword, but rushing towards Fan Feng, who was previously slapped away by the falling flower palm. And Long Ye started and stabbed Fan Feng directly. At this time, Duhua jumped out from the side and slashed Yu Xingchen with a falling phoenix hammer. Seeing Duhua jumping out, Yu Xingchen chose to give up assassinating Fan Feng and raised his gun above his head to block Duhua's heavy blow. Seeing that the falling phoenix hammer was blocked, Duhua raised his shield and directly repelled Yu Xingchen. Fan Feng followed and slashed Yu Xingchen with an axe. Yu Xingchen dodged sideways and then swept Fan Feng with a tyrant. Fan Feng held the axe to block, but Yu Xingchen suddenly half-crouched, and this tyrant swept directly to Fan Feng's ankle. Fan Feng had no time to dodge and was swept to the ground. Yu Xingchen Tianji shot successfully floated Fan Feng, and then Liantu successfully stabbed Fan Feng and hit the dazzling pattern. Yu Xingchen then activated the uncommon dark attribute dazzling pattern. The white dragon gull attached black ripples, and the dark attribute dazzling pattern increased Yu Xingchen intelligence. And intelligence can be divided into 3 categories: magic attack power, magic defense, and mana. Therefore, after Yu Xingchen activated the dark attribute dazzling pattern, he directly used Yu Xingchen's favorite battle mage level 30 operational skill, 100 Dragon Meteor Attack, against the floating Feng and Duhua, who rushed over. Swish! Yu Xingchen quickly stabbed at Feng and Duhua in the fan-shaped area. Duhua did not choose to use the shield wall, because the shield wall can only offset the damage and effects of physical skills, while the 100 Dragon Meteor Attack and the dark attribute dazzling pattern launched by Yu Xingchen are magic damage. So Duhua activated the Knight level 25 skill spell Reflection, raising the shield in front of Feng. It can offset most of the magic skill damage and effects, and can also counterattack all these attacks. Yu Xingchen saw the damage rebounding, so he had to cancel the 100 Dragon Meteor Attack, and then charge the War Spear. The dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit appeared again on the tip of the spear. Yu Xingchen swung forward and directly repelled Feng and Duhua. Strong dragon pressure. While Yu Xingchen stopped the 2 players of Weichao alone, Wang Bulixing on the other side finally chose to give up harassing Xiaodazirua, because he found that this behavior was a pure waste of his time. So he turned and flew to Yiqiang Chuanyun. At this time, Yiqiang Chuanyun was still continuously attacking Fideogen, and Lu Shubia felt miserable. Rather than letting him face Zhou Zikai Yiqiang Chuanyun, it would be better to let him face Lu Buyu and Yan Shanluan. Fortunately, Wang Bulixing arrived in time to help Fideogen relieve the pressure, and threw out the acid rain flask. And Yiqiang Chuanyun fired 2 bullets at the same time, knocking down the acid rain flask, and limiting Fideogen's attempt to use the 3-stage slash to get close to him. Then he used a sliding shovel again to avoid the falling acid rain. Zhou Zikai operation is too calm. Seeing this, the cup couldn't help but sigh. Zhou Zikai operation was really flawless. Wang Bulixing fired a magic bullet at Yiqiang Chuanyun in the air, then activated the enhanced normal attack. Yiqiang Chuanyun rolled to avoid Wang Bulixing attack, and the flying knife sword moved forward to strike the falling phoenix. Yiqiang Chuanyun put his 2 guns back into the holsters, and evaded the flying knife sword's falling phoenix with a very flexible sideways dodge. Then he accelerated forward and successfully hit the flying knife sword with a knee strike, causing physical damage and forcing it to float in the air. Yiqiang Chuanyun pulled out his 2 guns and shot left and right. Wang Bulixing began to chant a dark night flying shadow and hit Yiqiang Chuanyun. Yiqiang Chuanyun saw a black arc-shaped spell ray flying towards him, so he had to stop shooting at the flying knife sword, put away his gun and rolled sideways to avoid the dark night flying shadow. Wang Bulixing fire removal helped the flying knife sword escape from the floating state of the knee strike. The flying knife sword landed and jumped up with a silver blade to slash at Yun Shanluan, who was fighting with Muin. Attack Yun Shanluan first. Wang Jieshi issued an order before the flying knife sword landed. It was too difficult to break through the cloud with a gun. Fan Feng and Duhua were also blocked by Yu Xingchen. Now that Wei Chao wanted to break through, they could only find an opportunity from Yu Shanluan. And now Yu Shanluan has no steel bones. This is the best time to attack him. However, Luan Hui had already anticipated Wei Chao's intention. Wulong and Xiaodazirua had already rushed to the back of Yun Shanluan, and Wulong directly repelled Mu In with a flaming wave sword. The captain and the others are grouped together. Do we still need to attack? Lu Shibya asked. Go back and annihilate Yu Xingchen. Wang Jieshi made the most correct choice without any hesitation. Now Wu Lang and Xiao Guzi Ruo have arrived. It is a foolish dream to kill Yunshan Wan under their noses. The last resort is for the three of them to go back and annihilate Yu Xingchen, who is now using the two stupid fighters' wills. If he is allowed to stack the fighter will like last time, then this game will be over. At this time, Zhou Yichen was happily stacking the fighter will. Fang Feng and Du Hu in front of him were even more clumsy than him, one holding a giant axe, and the other holding a holy sword and a shield. Fang Feng could use Angel's prestige to find an opportunity to interrupt Yu Xingchen combo, but he was reluctant to use it. After all, it was a level 70 ultimate move, and it would be too much of a loss to hit one person with range damage. Not to mention Du Hu. Provocation could not interrupt the combo, and the shield attack was blocked by Yu Xingchen. In Yu Xingchen eyes, these two were just living tools to stack the fighter will. Bai Qing uses Angel's power to find a chance to interrupt his combo. Wang Jieshi ordered. Yes, Captain. Yuan Bai Qing responded. Although he was reluctant to exaggerate, the captain's words were correct. All members of Tiny Herb firmly believed in their captain's judgment and would not have any doubts. In Tiny Herb, Wang Jieshi was the only god. Even if Wang Jieshi Fang Feng threw away the battle axe in his hand and held Yu Xingchen thigh tightly to prevent him from leaving, Yuan Bai Qing would do the same. Aiken, you are all close. Don't fight combos. Retreat quickly. Jiang Buitao was afraid that Zhou Yichen would not be willing to leave for the will of the Overlord. Understood. Zhou Yichen shot back Fang Feng and then began to retreat. However, at this time, the three people in front of Tiny Herb had already come to the front of Yu Xingchen. Wang Bulixing and Muin took the lead, throwing two scatter powders at Yu Xingchen. The back row Fang Feng activated the Guardian Angel's ultimate move, Angel's Prestige, and the halo directly repelled Yu Xingchen, causing him to slow down and fail to avoid the scatter powder. The Flying Knife Sword 3-stage slash moved close to Yu Xingchen, and then drew the sword and slashed. Yu Xingchen wanted to block the Flying Knife Sword slash, but was affected by the deceleration of the scatter powder, and the slash hit his shoulder before Yu Xingchen made any move. Yu Xingchen was immediately knocked out. And just when the 5 members of Wei Chao were about to besiege Yu Xingchen, a holy light suddenly appeared on Yu Xingchen's body. Focus! Xiaoga Zero Angel Wings stayed in the air, and then chanted concentration on the spot to remove Yu Xingchen's own negative state, and then chanted again to use spiritual revelation to increase Yu Xingchen's resistance to abnormal states. After landing, Yu Xingchen quickly rolled to avoid Dua's heroic charge. At this time, Dua had already activated the chivalry spirit, and it was obvious that he wanted to cooperate with his teammates to kill Yu Xingchen. Seeing that his heroic charge was avoided, Dua turned his head and heroically jumped to slash at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen stepped back to avoid the jump slash from Dua. The Flying Knife Sword took the opportunity to start from the side and stabbed Yu Xingchen with a reverse wind stab. The Flying Knife Sword wanted to take advantage of Yu Xingchen's unpreparedness and stab him in the waist with a sword. But Yu Xingchen just stopped the combo, and the effect of the fighter will still existed. Therefore, with the blessing of the speed, Yu Xingchen avoided the reverse wind stab. Yu Lu Shibya, you are so insidious, Zhou Yichen said angrily. Before the attack of the Flying Knife Sword stopped, Feng Kankaijin attacked, and the sword circle slashed towards Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen did not choose to retreat this time. He charged the Falling Flower Palm and successfully knocked the Flying Knife Sword away. But he was also partially injured by Feng Kankaijin. Fan Feng and Duhua met again. After a long fight, they still worked together to stop Yu Xingchen. Wang Bulixing had been stopped by Yiqian Chuanyan and Wu Lang at this time. Wang Jieshi did not expect the support of the reincarnation to come so quickly. His acid rain dry ice was interrupted by Wu Lang wave slash, resulting in the subsequent output to Yu Xingchen not being able to keep up. And Muin was also stopped by his old rival Yun Shanluan. Muin obviously wanted to break through Yun Shanluan by force, but Yun Shanluan made a slam dunk in the air, and Muin fell from the air. Captain, he's still stacking. We can't stop him, Deng Fuxing said. The guy in front of him was getting more and more excited. If he keeps stacking like this, there will be no fun. Yu Xingchen can't be stopped, Yishio said when he saw this. He had been counting Yu Xingchen combos from the beginning. Just now, it was a very good opportunity for Wei Chao to interrupt Yu Xingchen combo, but obviously didn't grasp it. Yuan Baiqing's Angel's brilliance was too hasty. It should be used when Yu Xingchen turned around to counterattack, so as to interrupt Yu Xingchen fighter will. Yi Xiu analyzed. Hey, my little Zhou Zhou's fighter will was not broken. Qin Guo was surprised. Guo. The fighter will only be cancelled if the combo fails. If the combo stops, the effect will not disappear. Tang Rou explained to Qin Guo. How can you be a fan? You don't even know the effects of your idol's professional skills. Wei Chen said venomously. Oh, I understand. You are a fan of Zhou Yichen looks. TSK. What do you care? I make up for it later. Qin Guo's face turned red unconsciously when questioned by Wei Chen. I don't know if it was a red of shyness or a red of warmth. Thank you, Senior Ding, for giving me a good experience. While Zhou Yichen used Yu Xingchen to stab Duhua with a round dance stick, he also typed in the public channel to hurt Ding Fuxing. Damn it! Ding Fuxing roared in his heart. Wei Chao. Is this the end of this year? Chapter 248. The sky cleared up. The rain stopped, and it was time for Tiny Herb to go home. Yu Xingchen attacks are getting faster and faster. Tiny Herb can't stop, the cup shouted. Although the current situation was not one-sided, the rhythm was completely in the hands of Samsara. At this moment, Wang Bulixing finally moved. Shadow Cloak grabbed Yiqiang Chuanyan. Yiqiang Chuanyan slid to avoid it. He was about to raise his head and double gun Wang Bulixing, but found that Wang Bulixing used the powerful recoil of Shadow Cloak to fly directly in front of Yu Xingchen. Perfect distance control. Worthy of being a magician. Does Wang Jieshi have a chance to save Tiny Herb on the edge of the cliff? Seeing this, Li Ju's mouth became much more fluent. Yu Xingchen repelled Duhua with a wrathful dragon piercing the heart. And before he could react, Wang Bulixing had already arrived in front of him. Damn! What the hell? Zhou Yichen was startled by the sudden appearance of Wang Bulixing. Zhou Yichen subconsciously manipulated Yu Xingchen to stab Wang Bulixing, who suddenly appeared. But Wang Bulixing dodged Yu Xingchen attack with a flick of his body, flew into the air, then accelerated straight down, and madly spun the broom to create a tornado. Mage Scholar's level 70 ultimate move Broom Whirlwind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wang Jieshi hand speed sword. Wang Bulixing spun faster and faster, and then the broom landed, and the powerful shock wave directly repelled Yu Xingchen and Wulong, who was closest to him. Just when the Wei Chao fans were expecting Wang Jieshi to lead them to reverse the game, Yiqiang Chuanyan took action. Bai Daojin looked at Yu Xingchen, who was knocked out, and then opened the sword to determine the world, wanting to use his remaining blood body to exchange his life with Yu Xingchen. But he ignored Yiqiang Chuanyan behind him. Before the flying knife sword could start the sword shadow step, one gun Chuanyan attacked. The sharpshooter's level 60 ultimate skill. Shooting. One gun Chuanyan pulled out his revolver and shot at the flying knife sword in front of him. Zhou Zikai used his skills to turn shooting from a ranged skill into a powerful single-target attack skill. Full-level shooting. Yi Xiu found something wrong when one gun Chuanyan hit the flying knife sword with the first shot. The damage was much higher than usual. Zhou Zikai extremely charming gun control is too perfect. I strongly recommend that Glory players who play sharpshooter can learn Zhou Zikai gun control. If they learn it, they can also perform such wonderful operations. The cup explained. Wow! This gun control. I can't learn it. Some of the audience in the audience had already been stunned. Shooting has obviously become the strongest single-target attack skill in Zhou Zikai hands. It is too late for the flying knife sword to block it at this time. The bullet with a critical hit effect hits the flying knife sword, combined with the holy aura summoned by Xie de Zirua, Light of the Holy Commandment. The bullet pierced through Fei Daojian's head. Fei Daojian was out. Ah? I'm dead? Lu Shubia looked at the computer screen in confusion. In his mind, he should have activated the sword to decide the world first, then used the shadow step to get close to Yu Xingchen, and finally connected with the phantom invisible sword to take the opponent away handsomely. But the reality was that he didn't even complete the second step and died. Shubia is dead? Not only the audience, but also the other players on the field of Wei Chao were not able to recover. Everything that happened just now was too fast. Their attention was all shifted from Wang Bulixing Broom Whirlwind to Yu Xingchen. As a result, the shot from behind, Chuanyan, and Xia Viziru, who was suspended in the air, came directly with a big wave. The full-level random shooting and the light of the Holy Commandment directly took away the remaining blood of Fei Daojian. The hole torn by Wang Bulixing was ruthlessly repaired by the shot from Chuanyan, and one of his tendons was cut at the same time, due to the sudden elimination of the flying sword. Wang Bulixing was in a state of confusion. Now the only one who could save Tiny Herb was the young player Gao Yingjie. What should I do? What can I do to save the defeat? Gao Yingjie's CPU was about to burn out. And at this moment Gao Yingjie felt that his whole body was wrapped in darkness. Believe in yourself. Yingjie. You are the best. Wang Jieshi said. This is an opportunity. If Yingjie can stand up, then even if he loses, he will gain something this year. And at worst, he can start all over again next year. Captain! Wang Jieshi was like a ray of light that appeared in the darkness and shone on Gao Yingjie. Hearing Wang Father's encouragement, Gao Yingjie was immediately full of strength, controlling Mu En to fly into the air, throwing the lava flask at Yu Xingchen, and then the acid rain flask followed by the magic line to limit Yun Shanwan's support. Young player Gao Yingjie is still in action. Can he save Tiny Herb? Yingjie. Come on! The Tiny Herb fans in the away area cheered Gao Yingjie's name, hoping that he could lead Tiny Herb back to the top. Gao Yingjie is not only the successor of Wang Bulixing favored by Wang Jieshi, but also the future captain favored by Tiny Herb fans. Yingjie. Come on! At this time, Xiao Yifan was already standing in front of the big screen on the first floor of Happy, with his hands clasped together, silently watching the performance of his friend Gao Yingjie. This is Yingjie's stage. Xiao Yifan hopes that he can become the brightest star on the stage, just like the bright star emitted by the magic scholar. Yi Xiu looked at Xiao Yifan's nervous appearance and patted his shoulder with his hand. The lava flask successfully exploded in front of Yu Xingchen's eyes, and then the lava block in the flask exploded, causing secondary damage to Yu Xingchen. At this time, Mu En chose to chant acid rain dry ice in the air, and Yi Qian Chuanyun wanted to interrupt Mu En chanting. But Fang Feng and Du Hua behind Wei Chao rushed over at this time. Fang Feng desperately blocked Yi Qian Chuanyun, while Du Hua stopped Wu Lang. Just when the dark cloud was about to take shape, Gao Yingjie found that his chanting was interrupted. Sacred fire? It's the sacred fire. Fang Minghua took action. This person who silently guarded behind the reincarnation showed his edge this time. The cup said excitedly. This game is really wonderful. Fang Minghua. Fang Minghua. Fang Minghua. The fans of the entire Samsara team were not to be outdone. Fang Minghua, a priest player who debuted in the 4th season, is the most experienced player in the current Samsara team. He has been assisting the team wholeheartedly. He is not like Fang Shiqian, who can fully display his unique healing talent. Nor does he have a clear command like Zhang Xinjie, although his usual style is taken away by the double weak combination. When the crisis comes, Fang Minghua will stand up without hesitation to help his teammates, even at the cost of himself. Fang Minghua is such a patriarch who silently dedicates himself behind the scenes and stands in front of his teammates when there is danger. Whether it is Samsara or Tiny Herb, everyone on the field is contributing their own efforts. Yi Xiu smiled. I haven't seen such an exciting game for a long time. Yi Xiu silently recalled the past. This sacred fire directly affected the release of acid rain dry ice, causing Mu En to only cause weak magic damage to Yu Xingchen, and failed to reduce his double defense and attack power. If Zhou Yichen has a chance to recover, then Wei Chao will be in trouble. Huang Xiaotian knows Zhou Yichen too well. He will take revenge on the spot, and will not wait until tomorrow. As expected, Yu Xingchen accumulated power on the spot. Blue magic fighting spirit surged out from the tip of the spear, and a white dragon soared into the sky. The dragon looked up and flew towards Wang Bulixing. Fu Long Xiang Tian. Wang Bulixing escaped from the state of confusion and flew up to avoid Fu Long Xiang Tian. However, what he did not expect was that the target of Fu Long Xiang Tian was not him. He was just a bait. Under the gaze of the audience, the blue-white dragon suddenly turned around and bit Fang Feng, who was repelled by a roundhouse kick from Yi Qian Chuanyun. Yuan Baiqing had no idea that he was a Yu Xingchen main target. It was too late to dodge at this time. The white dragon bit Fang Feng and then knocked him into the air. Then the white dragon suddenly widened his eyes, and the magic wave explosion directly hit Fang Feng. Fulong Xiangtian has turned again. The last time I saw Zhou Yichen use this move was last time. Beige said something nonsense. The attack on Fang Feng by Luanhui has not stopped yet. At this time, the 6th person of Wei Chao has also arrived at the front battlefield. They need to quickly eliminate Fang Feng. So Zhou Zikai did not hesitate to operate Yiqiang Chuanyun to pull out the sniper rifle, then lie down on the spot and shoot at Fang Feng in the air. Barrett sniper. This time Zhou Zikai did not aim at Fang Feng's head, because Fan Feng had already taken full damage from Fulong Xiangtian at this time, and his health was not much. So there was no need to pursue the double damage caused by the headshot. Wei Chao fans looked at Yixiang Chuanyan lying down. Their hearts were directly raised to their throats. And they all put their hands together and silently said in their hearts, "Can't hit us. Can't hit us. Can't hit us." However, the prayers of Wei Chao fans did not exchange for Zhouzikai mistakes. Bang! The gun went off and people died. Fan Feng. Out! Fan Feng was taken away by a bullet from Yixiang Chuanyan. The current score is 7-2. It's even harder for Vici Gaming. No! Seeing Fan Feng being taken away, some Vici Gaming fans, who couldn't bear the pressure, had closed their eyes, and didn't dare to watch the next game. Zhang Yuanfei rushed to the front, and took the lead in attacking Yun Shanluan with Duhua. Mu En provided fire support from above, and Wang Bulixing chose to stop Yixiang Chuanyan. But Yu Xingchen point was empty again. There was no way. When Vici Gaming launched a strong attack, this point should have been guarded by Fideogen. But now Fideogen was sent. So Yu Xingchen point became empty directly. No one cares about me. Zhou Yichen was a little uncomfortable when he saw that no one cared about him. Why do I feel a little lonely? Damn. I'm not M. I'm really perverted. Zhou Yichen slapped himself lightly, and then controlled Yu Xingchen to rush towards Yan Shanluan. Although Yu Shanluan had already opened up his iron bones, he was still knocked to the ground by Zhang Yiluanfei, who was in a state of broken tyrant body. Finally, Duhua activated the Knight's level 70 ultimate skill Crusader Judgment and successfully killed Yun Shanluan. Yun Shanluan. Out. However, Yun Shanluan elimination could not change the current situation of Tiny Herb, because Xiao Guziruo was still on the field. In fact, Xiao Guziruo had time to give Yun Shanluan a long-range treatment. But Lu Buiyuan refused. He thought that he was already at low health, and most of his skills were on CD, so it would be more useful to die than to live. After all, if he died, Wu Shuanggo you would be able to rush to the scene quickly. So Xiao Guziruo gave the treatment chant to Yu Xingchen. After dealing with Yun Shanluan, Tiny Herb blocked its target on Yu Xingchen. So Zhang Yiluanfei and Du were rushed towards Yu Xingchen. But a lightning wave sword interrupted Tiny Herb's attack halfway, as Wu Lang cast a frost wave array. The finishing work of the reincarnation began. Yixian Chuanyun successfully got rid of Wang Bulixing entanglement. Xiao Guziruo also removed the angel wings and fell to the ground. Wu Shuanggo Yusan Duanzhan quickly rushed to the front battlefield. At this time, whether in terms of blood volume or number of people, the reincarnation had the advantage. The melee started again. Yu Xingchen took the lead and directly inserted into the formation of Wei Chao, and swept towards Zhang Yiluanfei and Duhua with a tyrant-crushing hand. And Duhua started to roar and taunt Yu Xingchen and Wu Lang. Jiang Buotou reacted very quickly. Before Duhua roared and taunted him, he controlled Wu Lang to chant on the spot and opened the flame wave array to avoid being approached by Zhang Yiluanfei. However, at this time, Zhang Yiluanfei chose to activate the iron bones with a very clear purpose, which was to grab Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen turned around to avoid Zhang Yiluanfei grab. Xiao Guziruo used his concentration to help Yu Xingchen get rid of the negative state again. Yu Xingchen then swung the round dance stick with an amplitude of more than 180 degrees to stab Zhang Yiluanfei, who was close to him, grabbing him and throwing him to the ground, directly breaking Zhang Yiluanfei's domineering state. Mu En wanted to rescue the fallen Zhang Yiluanfei, but Wu Shuanggo, who came over, blew him away with a sword slash. Wu Shuanggo did not hide it, and directly activated the sword to rule the world. And then a sword storm hit the fallen Zhang Yiluanfei. Duhua stepped forward to activate the shield wall to help Zhang Yiluanfei resist the damage from Wu Shuanggo. But Wulong behind him caught Duhua with a sudden wave-breaking slash, and then forced Duhua to float in the air. Yu Xingchen added a wrathful dragon-piercing heart-breaking, and cooperated with Wu Shuanggo phantom invisible sword to change fire. And the three of them took Duhua away. Duhua. Out. The situation of Wei Chao is over. With Duhua eliminated, it was only theoretically possible for Wei Chao to win the game. The remaining three were still fighting hard, but the disadvantage in numbers and the priest made it too difficult for Wei Chao. The health and mana of the three were not enough to support them to do the subsequent work. In the end, Zhang Yiluanfei fell first under Yu Xingchen's spear, and then Wang Bulixing and Mu En fought to the death to replace the low-health Wulong. But it was useless. and he was taken away by Yiqian Chuanyun in 2 shots. Glory! Let us congratulate Samsara for winning this team match. They defeated Tiny Herb 11-4, 2-0, and advanced to the 2023 Glory Professional League Season 8 Finals. Beige and Li Ju said together. At the moment the game ended, golden fireworks were sprayed and floated on the stage. All Samsara fans cheered. They entered the finals again. And Tiny Herb fans in the away zone could only bury their heads and cry. Their year was over. Tiny Herb. It's time to go home. Chapter 249 Samsara 2 consecutive championships have no dead ends. It's over. Gao Yingjie closed his eyes painfully and lay on the game table. I'm sorry, Captain. Gao Yingjie said with a sob. Wang Jieshi looked at Gao Yingjie with red eyes. But he didn't know what to say. Wang Jieshi walked to Gao Yingjie's side, half squatted down, put his hand on Gao Yingjie's shoulder, and patted him gently. Yingjie, you have played very well. You have done everything you should do. It's okay. We will come again next year. Wang Jieshi comforted. Yingjie, you are the future of Wei Chao. Deng Fushan was also comforting Gao Yingjie, who was fragile in heart, and the others were around. Although no one spoke, they could vaguely hear the sobbing sound. Except Gao Yingjie. Everyone on the field had experienced a bigger defeat. They lost to Blue Rain in the finals of the 6th season, and lost to Samsara in the finals of the 7th season. They had to bear their sufferings by themselves. Seeing Gao Yingjie crying at this time reminded others of their previous defeats. Failure always runs through life, and regret is the norm of youth. This is the charm of esports. After a small celebration, the other side of the Samsara team returned to the stage and waited for all the members of Tiny Herb to come out of the competition stage. They also understood that Tiny Herb was a little difficult to accept. After all, the year would be over if they lost. Revenge could only be left until the next season. And the Samsara team in the next season will become the nightmare of every team. After waiting for a while, Gao Yingjie sorted out his emotions, hugged his teammates one by one, and then led the team back to the stage and fist-bumped with the Samsara team. Go for the finals, Wang Jieshi said to Zhou Zikai. Thank you. Zhou Zikai nodded to express his gratitude. After the fist bump, the Tiny Herb team walked off the stage, while all the Samsara team members stayed on the stage to prepare for the interview with the host. This taste is really unpleasant. Wang Jieshi smiled self-deprecatingly, then packed up the peripherals and returned to the lounge, talked with the team leader for a while, and prepared for the next press conference, which was attended by all the Tiny Herb members. Let us congratulate the Samsara team for advancing to the finals of the 8th season of the 2023 Glory Professional League. They have entered the finals twice in a row. Do you have any words or goals? The host handed the microphone to the captain Zhou Zikai. Yeah. Zhou Zikai lowered his head and thought for a moment. Come on. Captain Zhou said they will do their best. The host directly expanded Zhou Zikai's speech. What about Captain Jiang? Our goal is definitely to defend the championship. Of course, the two teams in the lower half should not be underestimated. We will be fully prepared for this battle. Jiang Buitao nodded and said. What about Xiao Shou? He peaked when he debuted, won the best newcomer last season, and won the regular season MVP this season. What do you want to say about the finals? The host handed the microphone to Zhou Yichen. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the fans for their continued support. I also know that the pressure of defending the title this year is actually quite high. But as Captain Jiang said, we will make all preparations, no matter who the opponent is. I always believe that Samsara will win in the end. Good. Hearing Zhou Yichen's speech, all the Samsara fans stood up and applauded enthusiastically in response to Zhou Yichen on the stage. Then the host also asked other people a few questions, but they all answered very modestly. Even Du Ming said that this finals would be a tough battle. After interacting with fans on the scene and the end of the lottery, the next step will be the last part of the day, the press conference. First came the press conference for the losing team. The league stipulated that every player who participated in the last game must attend the final press conference. The first question was from the reporter of eyeball.com. Captain Wang, we lost to Samsara again this year. Will this defeat affect the future of Wei Chao against Samsara? No. I think Samsara is currently the strongest team in the league. It is not shameful to lose to them. As for the next time we face them, it may be next season. We will do our best to complete revenge. Wang Jieshi took the microphone and replied. Okay. Thank you Captain Wang for your answer. Then the next question is for the vice-captain Deng Fusheng. The reporter turned his eyes to Deng Fusheng. I heard that Deng Fusheng will retire after the end of this season. Is the news true? After hearing the reporter's question, everyone looked at Deng Fusheng. But Deng Fusheng glanced at Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi nodded, indicating that he could speak. Yes, I have decided to retire. After Deng Fusheng said this, his eyelids kept trembling. Can I ask why? Another reporter stood up and asked. My condition is not as good as before. This is the 6th season I have been in. I didn't achieve much in the first 3 seasons. After joining Vici Gaming in the 6th season, I gradually entered everyone's field of vision. I am very grateful to Vici Gaming for giving me this platform. But because of this, I don't want to be a stumbling block on the road to progress for Vici Gaming. After I retire, you don't have to worry about what will happen to Duhua. He will have a new owner. And Vici Gaming will also have a new vice-captain. Hearing this, the reporter's eyes lit up. A new vice-captain for Vici Gaming? In their opinion, the biggest problem for Vici Gaming after Deng Fusheng retirement is that it does not have a strong front line. But now it seems that Duhua will not become history because of this, but will continue to shine. Can I ask about the new vice-captain information? Sorry, it is not convenient to disclose. Wang Jieshi responded. Then the last question is for the newcomer Gao Yingjie. Hearing his name, Gao Yingjie, who was a little distracted, immediately cheered up. You performed very well in this playoffs. Whether it was the first game against Tyranny or the second round against Samsara, your condition was much better than the regular season. Do you think you are a big game player? It was all the encouragement from the captain and teammates that allowed me to perform well. Although there are some regrets this year, I will do better in the future. Gao Yingjie's eyes were bright, revealing a firm and confident look. After the press conference, Gao Yingjie took out his mobile phone and saw Qiao Yifan message. Qiao Yifan, come on Yingjie. You are already very good. Don't be discouraged. In my heart you are the best. Gao Yingjie was filled with confidence when he saw Qiao Yifan message. Gao Yingjie, Yifan. I will definitely shoulder the future of Vici Gaming. You must also believe in yourself. You are no weaker than others. Come on and rush into the league. See you on the court? Qiao Yifan, yes. See you on the court? Okay. Everyone. This season is over. So the vacation starts today. Wang Jieshi clapped his hands and said to everyone in Vici Gaming. Fusheng, what are your plans for the future? Wang Jieshi looked at Deng Fusheng. Go find Lao Fang. He is living a comfortable life now. What about you? Captain Wang? Deng Fusheng responded. Stay in the club to handle some things. And then go to the finals. I will call you then. Okay. Vici Gaming summer ends here. At the press conference of the winning team, Captain Zhou Zikai. Samsara has once again created team history and entered the finals for 2 consecutive years. Do you have the confidence to lead the team to become the second team to defend the championship after excellent era? Zhou Zikai pinched his chin. Yes. Sorry. I don't quite understand what. Confidence. Vice Captain Jiang Guotao. What do you think of the 2 teams in the lower half? Which team do you prefer to play against in the finals? The reporter asked this question very sharply. Well, I think both teams are very strong. Blue Rain defeated us in the regular season. And Miss Rain also caused us a lot of trouble. We were at a disadvantage both times against them. So no matter who enters the finals, Samsara will not be surprised. Jiang Guotao said modestly. Captain Jiang is too modest. So what does Zhou Yichen, the regular season MVP this season, think of these 2 teams? The styles of these 2 teams are quite different. But whether facing Blue Rain or Misty Rain, we Samsara will not be afraid. Here I will quote a sentence from our manager. Samsara 2 consecutive championships have no blind spots. Zhou Yichen said confidently. This game also directly rushed to the hot search. Some people felt sorry for Tiny Herb. And some wished Samsara to enter the finals. Yo. Chatting with your friends. After Yi Xiu finished the dungeon, he looked at Qiao Yifan, who was playing on his phone. Yeah. Qiao Yifan responded. This season Samsara is so powerful. Can Blue Rain withstand it? Wei Chen fell into deep thought. Don't think about it. Lao Wei. Let's think about the challenge match. Yi Xiu said after taking a sip of soda. The registration channel for the challenge match of the 9th season has been completely opened. And they, happy, also registered at the first time. In the challenge match, Our opponent should still be Excellent Era, Chingwa said. Hee. I didn't expect Excellent Era to end with your own hands. It's so painful to watch the dynasty you built collapse in your hands. That feeling is wonderful. Wei Chen laughed sinisterly. Hee. The first ticket to the finals has been received by Samsara. The next day, the storm is coming, and all the eyes of Glory fans are gathered on the Blue Rain home court in City G. If Blue Rain wins, they will become the second team to enter the finals. If Misty Rain wins back, the ticket will be decided in the life or death game. In addition to Misty Rain fans supporting their own team, there are two other teams supporting them to win. One is Wei Chao, because the opponent is Blue Rain, and the other is Samsara. After all, Samsara really hopes that the two teams will lose, so that the road to defending the title will be easier. At 7 p.m., before the game started, all the members of Samsara gathered in the conference room, waiting for the start of this game. Who are you looking forward to? Du Ming asked. Blue Rain. Zhou Yichen blurted out without any hesitation. Not because he had the ability to predict the future, but because he believed that Yuan Zhou would not give Yin Yu a chance to win back a game. Blue Rain will definitely go all out in this game, entering the finals with a score of 2-0 and entering the finals with a 2-1 battle are completely different. At 8 p.m., the second round of the bottom half of the top 4 of the 2023 Glory Professional League Season 8 playoffs officially started. Will Blue Rain take advantage of the victory and beat Yin Yu 2-0 to advance to the finals? Or will Yin Yu show resilience and tie the score 1-1, keeping the suspense of advancement? Let's wait and see. Chapter 250. The script is meant to be broken. Welcome to the second round of the 2023 Glory Professional League Season 8 playoff semifinals. This is the passionate G City. Welcome everyone. Today is the second round of the Blue Rain vs Misty Rain match. The current score is 1-0, with Blue Rain leading. First, let us welcome the Misty Rain team, who are playing away and entering the semifinals for the first time. Miss Rain. Miss Rain. Miss Rain. Next, let us welcome the Blue Rain team, the champion of the Glory Professional League Season 6, who are playing at home. Blue Rain. Blue Rain. Blue Rain. Captain Yu is in a good spirit today. Is he sure to beat us? Chu Yunqiu said to Yuan Zhou with a smile. I think Captain Chu is in good shape today. See you on the court. See you on the court. Sister Chu, prepare to face defeat. It seems that you are destined not to meet someone at the top, Huang Xiaotian said meanly. Why is there a mosquito buzzing around? Chu Yunqiu deliberately ignored Huang Xiaotian. Humph. You ignored me. How abominable. It must be Zhou Yichen instigation. Both sides are ready. Let's hand the scene over to the commentary booth. Hello everyone. I am today's commentator Pan Lin. Sitting next to me is Coach Li. Hello everyone. I am today's commentator and guest Li Ba. With the score of 2-0 yesterday, Samsara defeated Tiny Herb and grabbed the first ticket to the finals. The only remaining spot in the finals will be decided by today's Blue Rain and Misty Rain teams. What does Coach Li think of these two teams? These two teams have different styles. I am more optimistic about Blue Rain. After all, in terms of the big score, it was Blue Rain that led 1-0. It was a pity that they failed to win the first match when Yin Yu had the advantage. After thinking for a while, Li Ba said, today is Blue Rain's home game. I think Blue Rain will not miss this opportunity. After all, Samsara has already entered the finals first. By then, the state will definitely be better. If it drags on, it will be difficult for both Blue Rain and Yin Yu. Yes, the scene is ready. Let's enter today's 5v5 arena. At this time, the starting list of the two teams' 5v5 arena also appeared on the big screen. Blue Rain, Yu Feng. ID, Fengmong Huijian. Professional Mad Swordsman. Yin Yu, Chiu Fei. ID, Battle Format. Professional Battle Mage. Map, Arena. Oh! Blue Rain is straight to the point. Before the game, Zhou Yichen thought that Blue Rain would make a fuss in the arena. After all, they lost to Yin Yu in the last 5v5 arena. Although Yin Yu defeated Blue Rain by taking advantage of the terrain and Chu Yunqiu performance. Facts speak louder than words. It seems that Blue Rain is not going to show me anything new. Lu Buiyuan waved his hand and said, if you want to see it, I show it to you. Zhou Yichen rolled his eyes at Lu Buiyuan. Will she give it to you if you want? Come on. Xiao Qiu. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Chu Yunqiu cheered for Chiu Fei. Yeah. Qiu Fei also cheered for himself silently. He was no worse than anyone else. Old you. Go ahead. You want to start. If you lose, I kill you. Huang Xiaotian said to Yu Feng viciously. Looking at Huang Xiaotian tiger teeth, Yu Feng said that Huang Xiaotian words were no threat to him. A tough guy. Don't worry. Huang Xiao. Just watch my performance and it's over. Yu Feng made a gesture, then turned and walked towards the stage. Sharp sword versus battle format. Senior, please give me more advice. Qiu Fei politely extended his left hand to Yu Feng. Please teach me more. Junior. Yu Feng stretched out his hand and shook it gently with Qiu Fei. The two saw the fighting spirit flashing in each other's eyes. The two looked at each other and then turned to walk towards the competition stage. 99%, 100% Fengmang Huijian. Loaded. Battle format. Loaded. Map, arena. Loaded. 3, 2, 1, fight. As the countdown ended, the two sides rushed directly to the arena in the center of the map. There was no communication between the two sides. After stepping onto the arena, Fengmang Huijian took the lead. Looking at the rushing battle format, Fengmang Huijian rushed forward and stabbed at it with both hands, colliding and stabbing. Looking at the rushing Fengmang Huijian, battle format shook his body to one side in a Z shape to avoid the opponent's forward stab, and then attacked Fengmang Huijian from the side with a dragon tooth. Fengmang Huijian turned around and parried the dragon tooth of the battle format with a heavy blow. After knocking it off, he swung his sword to perform a horizontal chop and a vertical chop in a cross shape to attack the battle format. Cross slash. The sharp sword did not perform an ordinary cross slash, but a blood cross slash, which directly repelled the battle format. Unfortunately for Yu Feng, this blood cross slash did not cause bleeding effect. A bit radical. Zhou Yichen commented that the berserker liked it best when the opponent confronted him head-on. After all, the berserker could exchange blood for blood. And the lower the blood volume, the more excited the berserker was. Is Yu Feng going to start selling blood? Jiang Buitao said. It's the same trick again. I won't be fooled this time. Qiu Fei saw Yu Feng's sharp sword rushing up regardless of everything, and he didn't avoid his attack at all. So he guessed that the opponent might want to use the tactics from last time. However, this time Yu Feng's idea was to really fight with the battle format, and he even turned on the rage for this. But Qiu Fei didn't think so. He thought Yu Feng was just selling blood. So a funny scene happened. That is, Yu Feng, who turned on the rage, was chasing the battle format. In order to avoid being caught up, the battle format used a low-level skill to hit the dazzling pattern, and then turned on the attributeless dazzling pattern to increase its own movement speed, and directly shook off Yu Feng's sharp sword. Cat and mouse? Zhou Yichen was stunned. What kind of tactics was this? Why had he never seen it before? What are you doing? Wei Chen looked at Yi Xiu. This is your disciple. You should explain it. You were a little aggressive just now. Why are you so cautious now? Yi Xiu fell into deep thought. Xiao Qiu is too cautious. Li Hua frowned and said, well, it seems that he intends to delay the violent time and then fight with the opponent. Chu Yunqiu nodded and said, as Chu Yunqiu expected. At the moment when the violent duration of Fengmang Huijian ended, Qiu Fei battle format suddenly turned around, charging a strong dragon pressure to hit Fengmang Huijian. And Fengmang Huijian jumped up and hit the battle format with a collapse of mountains. The spear and the heavy sword collided. But it was obvious that the battle format's strong dragon pressure won the mountain collapse, and the sharp wisdom sword was blown away. The battle format did not choose to pursue, but charged on the spot to use the battle mage level 70 battle Fu Long Xiang Tian. Qiu Fei wanted to take Yu Feng away in one wave while the violent cooldown was on. But did he forget that Yu Feng still had bloodthirsty fighting? Zhou Yichen muttered. The decision to take the mad swordsman in one wave was not wrong. But it was not too early. Sure enough, watching the black dragon rushing towards him, the sharp wisdom sword immediately activated the bloodthirsty fighting, and the blood rolled all over his body, gaining the hegemony effect, and then used the reverse slash to move backwards, avoiding the first physical damage of Fu Long Xiang Tian. However, the magic damage generated by the second magic wave explosion affected the sharp wisdom sword. Due to the hegemony effect, the sharp wisdom sword was not blown away, while the battle format was stiff. The sharp wisdom sword attacked the soul-eating blood hand, and grabbed the stiff battle format directly in the air. Just now, Fu Long Xiang Tian raised his head for a moment, But it was too short before an explosion occurred. Qiu Fei was almost there. Seeing that Fu Long Xiang Tian missed the first part, Qiu Fei quickly waved the mouse with his right hand, trying to control the dragon to turn its head. But it was obvious that he was not very skilled in the technique, and finally failed to make the dragon raise its head. Sent. Zhou Chen sighed. Qiu Fei was still too young. After this, Fu Long Xiang Tian missed. Qiu Fei's situation was not very good, and Yu Feng also caught Qiu Fei's stiffness when he was finishing the move. If it was you? Everyone in the reincarnation looked at Zhou Chen, who was lying on Kuyu. If it was me, this Fu Long Xiang Tian would not miss. And of course, I would not choose to use Fu Long Xiang Tian at this time. At least, I would suppress Yu Feng's health a little more. Seeing everyone's eyes shifting to him, Zhou Chen sat up and responded. Sure enough. A moment later, Yu Feng successfully defeated Qiu Fei and won the first 5v5 ring match. Qiu Fei also successfully knocked off 70% of Yu Feng's health. If the Fu Long Xiang Tian was not empty, Qiu Fei still had a chance to fight with Yu Feng. Let us congratulate Yu Feng for winning this game. Qiu Fei is still too inexperienced. Sometimes thinking too much is not a good thing. Li Ba explained. What a pity. Qiu Fei sighed, drew out the character card, and returned to the Yenyu player's seat. It's okay. Keep up the good work. Li Hua patted Qiu Fei's shoulder, and then walked towards the stage. Yes. The second player to appear in Yenyu was Li Hua, the vice captain of Yenyu. Yenyu, Li Hua. ID, Lin Nko Jing. Professional ninja. Facing the dark side of Lin Nko Jing. Without the bloodthirsty fight, and the sharp sword of the soul-eating blood hand, he could not catch the opponent at all. Although Yu Feng only had 30% of his health left, Li Hua still played very carefully. Finally, before the sharp sword and blood rage could turn, he successfully took the opponent away with a ninjutsu, Earth Core beheading technique. The second player to appear in Blue Rain was Lin Feng. Originally, it was thought that Lin Feng Thief would have the advantage in the arena. But unexpectedly, Li Hua played very smartly, and used the clone created by the ninja's level 70 ultimate move, Ninjutsu, Shadow Dance, to step on the trap and successfully deceived Lin Feng fans. The shuriken successfully froze the fans, and then he formed a seal on the spot. And ninja technique, Utsukuni successfully killed Lin Feng. Li Hua successfully defeated two opponents. Let us congratulate Li Hua for defeating Blue Rain again. Will the miracle of the first round happen again today? Pan Lin couldn't help but get excited. However, Song Xiao, the third player to appear in Blue Rain, captured Lin Nko Jing through the airflow, and then took away the remaining blood Lin Nko Jing directly with a long and powerful move. Who will be the next one? It should be Sun Liang. Song Xiao sat on the esports chair and thought. But the captain said that it is likely to be Chu Yunxiu. I really don't want to play a weird operation. The third player to appear in Yenyu is Chu Yunxiu. It seems that Yenyu continued the strategy of the last game. But the reason for Yenyu's success at that time was not only Chu Yunxiu's wonderful performance, but also more importantly, that is, the map of the five-sided trench restricted Huang Xiaotian performance. Li Bo analyzed. Chu Yunxiu's appearance did not disappoint the fans of Yenyu. Not only did she defeat Song Xiao, who was defending the ring, but she also defeated Zheng Xian, who was the fourth to appear. Damn. It won't be the same plot as last time. Zheng Xian sighed and said, I'm under a lot of pressure. Okay. I didn't win 3 games last time. I'm going to get my revenge this time. Huang Xiaotian got excited. He thought it was because of the map that he failed to win last time. He was so annoyed by the rounds and rounds. This time, it was a straightforward battle. Huang Xiaotian was not afraid of anyone. Sure enough, the script was not the same as last time. This time, Huang Xiaotian seized the opportunity given to him by God. The fifth defender successfully defeated Yenyu with a 1-on-3 victory. Huang Xiaotian. Huang Xiaotian. Huang Xiaotian. Sword Saint. Sword Saint. Sword Saint. The Blue Rain fans in the audience shouted Huang Xiaotian's name. Ha ha ha. It's not easy to defeat 3 people at once. Sister Chu thinks it's too simple. I'm the Sword Saint. Huang Xiaotian jumped off the stage. What a wonderful start. Chapter 251 Don't Look Back. I'm your teammate. Let's congratulate Huang Xiaotian for ending this 5v5 arena with a 3-1 victory. The current score is 5-4, and Blue Rain is temporarily in the lead. Huang Xiaotian. Huang Xiaotian again. Yenyu got too few points in the arena. It's too difficult to break through Blue Rain head-on in the team match. And it's on Blue Rain's home court. Joichin shook his head and said, in terms of overall strength and team cooperation, Blue Rain is much stronger than Yinyu. In the first round at their home court, there was a great chance to take a point from Blue Rain. But unfortunately, Huang Xiaoyan reversed it. It's okay. Everyone, don't be dejected. We just need to play our own style in the team match. And we may not lose. Right. Chu Yunxiu found that the atmosphere in the team was a bit serious. So he spoke to ease the situation. The captain is right. We still have a chance. Li Hua responded as the deputy captain. Well, captain, I will do my best, Xiao Fei said with a fist. On the other side, in the Blue Rain player seat, everything is as planned. Come on. Team competition. And try to win the last ticket in one fell swoop. Yu Wenzhou has already started the pre-match mobilization activities. Samsara is waiting for us in the finals. We can't let them wait too long. Right? Yes. I can't wait to kill Joichin, Huang Xiaoyan said excitedly. But when he finished speaking, his teammates looked at him with strange eyes. Huang Xiao, you are not that one. After Yu Feng said this, the teammates around him unconsciously took a half step back. Seeing this scene, Huang Xiaoyan flashed a line of lyrics in his mind. Are you serious about taking a half step back? A small action can cause so much damage. Huang Xiaoyan shook his head. Oh my god. Old you. You are sick. I mean to use Night Rain to beat him on the field. What are you thinking? Oh. Fuck. Old you. You have a problem. No. Don't slander me. Huang Xiao. Okay. The small theater is over. Get ready to go on stage. Yu Wenzhou clapped his hands, then asked the players to line up. And after the staff gave instructions, all the Blue Rain members went on stage. The intermission was over. And after the commentator finished reading the sponsorship advertisement, the big screen also announced the team competition list of the two teams. Blue Rain, Yu Wenzhou. ID Soxer. Professional Warlock. Huang Xiaoyan. ID Night Rain. Professional Swordsman. Yu Feng. ID Sharp Sword. Professional Crazy Swordsman. Zheng Xian. ID Guns and Bullets. Professional Ammunition Expert. Su Jingxi. ID Soul Whisperer. Professional Guardian Angel. The sixth person is Song Xiao. ID Taluo Shaming. Professional Qigong Master. Misty Rain, Chu Yunxiu. ID Fengcheng Misty Rain. Professional Elemental Mage. Li Hua. ID Lin Nkao Jing. Professional Ninja. Xiao Fei. ID Battle Format. Professional Battle Mage. Feng Xiangming. ID Xinghan Kemon. Professional Priest. Sun Liang. ID Ling Zhou. Professional Boxer. The Sixth Man Lu Yining. ID Yu Gai Mi Zhang. Professional Sharpshooter. Map Void Sand Sea. Hey. Blue Rain has made a move. Joichin sat up directly after seeing this. Samsara really didn't expect Blue Rain to use this map, because this map is one of their alternative maps for the finals. In their opinion, Blue Rain is a team that focuses on positional warfare, and it should not touch this kind of map with diverse terrain and rich elements. This map is interesting. Yishio eyes lit up when he saw this map. Void Sand Sea is a map that requires a lot of flexibility. He is looking forward to Yu Wenzhou tactical arrangement on this map. Captain Chu, you feel very unfamiliar. Yu Wenzhou smiled at Chu Yunxiu's somewhat surprised expression. Captain, you hit it well enough. Chu Yunxiu didn't expect Yu Wenzhou to be so bold and chose a map that Blue Rain had never played this season. Not only Blue Rain, but also Yinyu had never played this map this season. After all, this map is too adaptable. The middle road is an oasis. And to the east of the oasis is an ancient city ruins. And to the west is a sand valley. Completely different terrains will also lead to completely different tactics. This also led to Yinyu, who was completely unfamiliar with this map, to have to rush straight to a point. As long as they met Blue Rain, there was still a chance. But if they didn't, it would be troublesome. The guests have come from afar. As a host, how can I not prepare a big gift? Yu Wenzhou fist bumped with the Yinyu team members one by one, and then led his own team members to the competition stage at one end. 99%, 100% Soxer. Loading completed. Night Rain sounds trouble. Loading completed. Windy City. Misty Rain. Loading completed. Dark Forest. Grass shocking. Loading completed. Battle format. Loading completed. Map, Void Sand Sea. Loading completed. Before the players on the field finished loading, the commentators also introduced this map in detail to the audience, who were not familiar with this map in the most concise language. After the two finished their introductions, both sides just finished loading. The 5 starting players of the two teams, a total of 10 characters, were spawned at the north and south ends of the map, with Blue Rain at the south end and Misty Rain at the north end. 3, 2, 1. Fight! As the countdown ended, the 5 starting players of the two teams rushed out of the spawning area at the same time. From the perspective of the two teams, Blue Rain was very decisive and rushed directly to the oasis in the middle. Misty Rain was a little hesitant. Although it was moving forward, the speed was very slow. The director zoomed in and found that there were only 4 people in Misty Rain at this time. Hey, where did Sun Liang go? The director heard the commentator's question, so he adjusted Sun Liang's perspective. It turned out that Sun Liang ran towards the Sand Valley alone. As the green grass under his feet became less and less, Sun Liang also realized that the front should be the Sand Valley. Captain, the front is the Sand Valley. Sun Liang communicated in the team channel. Come back. Let's go the other way. Chu Yunxiu gave an order, and all the members rushed to the other way. Hey, Yinyu has accelerated. It seems that they have decided on a direction. They did not rush to the middle like Blue Rain, but chose to move forward to the left. In this case, the ancient city ruins should be in front of Yinyu. Pan Lin introduced. Yinyu has slowed down again. They did not enter the ancient city ruins directly, but wandered around. Are they studying the ancient city ruins? Li Ba said while watching the actions of Yinyu character. This style of play is so familiar. Pan Lin could not remember which team had played like this. This is the style of play that Xiao Shichin likes to use when Thunder is playing away games. Yishio directly pointed it out in the happy internet cafe. Thunder? Qinghua began to recall in her mind what style of play Thunder used. Don't understand? It's actually very simple. When playing away games, you will mostly face unfamiliar maps. Fast attack maps where small and medium-sized maps are fine. But you are afraid of encountering large maps, like the Void Sand Sea. Glory textbook Yishio began to lecture. Xiao Shichin's approach to this is to temporarily open up an area they are relatively familiar with. Figure it out, and lure the opponent over, so as to offset the opponent's home map selection advantage as much as possible. Oh, I understand. Thank you Teacher Yi for your explanation. You're welcome. Remember to pay the tuition fee. 500 yuan. On the field, Yinyu seemed to have found a relatively suitable terrain. And then Chu Yunxiu gave an order, and all Yinyu members hid in the ruins of the ancient city. On the other side, Blue Rain chose to explore the direction of the ancient city ruins after arriving at the central oasis. Because Yu Wenzhou understood that the Sand Valley was a cemetery for the Yinyu formation. As long as Chu Yunxiu was not stupid, he would run in the opposite direction the moment he saw the Sand Valley. This place is quite suitable for an ambush. Li Hua, go and lure Blue Rain here. They should be at the oasis. The others will hide for the time being. Chu Yunxiu gave the order. Yes, Captain. Li Hua heard the captain's order and immediately controlled Lin and Ko Jing to rush towards the oasis in the middle. Sure enough, after leaving the ancient city ruins, Li Hua saw the Blue Rain army rushing towards his side. Were we discovered? A question flashed in Li Hua's mind. But he did not stop, but used the ninja technique, Earth Core beheading technique. Formed a seal on the spot, and then sneaked into the ground, chasing in the direction of Blue Rain, and then hid in a patch of weeds. When the sharp sword stepped over, Lin and Ko Jing took action. After drilling out of the ground, he hung upside down and slashed at Fengmong Huijian. Fengmong Huijian didn't expect that there was Lao Lu hiding here. Lin and Ko Jing's ninja sword successfully hit Fengmong Huijian. Fengmong Huijian was forced to float in the air while suffering physical damage. But before waiting for the support of other Blue Rain people, Lin and Ko Jing formed a seal on the spot, dived into the ground again, and fled the scene directly. Ninjutsu, shrinking the earth. Where are the people? When Yi Yu Shanfan rushed over, Lin and Ko Jing had already run away. They should come here to test. It seems that all the members of Yinyu have already hidden in the ruins of the ancient city. Yu Wenzhou saw Li Hua's purpose at a glance, and wanted to lure them over. Captain, are we going over there? Zheng Xian asked. Since Yinyu has set up the stage for us, how can we live up to their kindness? Yu Wenzhou smiled. Shout Yan. Go to the west. There is a secret passage there. Yin Yu must not know about it. Yu Wenzhou commanded. Okay. Captain. The rest of you. Stay together and move towards the ruins of the ancient city. Jing Shi is ready to activate the angel's power at any time. All of you will be in the front. And Zheng Xian will provide fire support. Once there is an exchange of fire, Xiao Tian, you will find an opportunity to break through the back row. Are you clear about the mission? Clear. Then start the attack. At Yu Wenzhou command, Blue Rain split into two groups and rushed towards the ruins of the ancient city. Is Blue Rain preparing to attack the Misty Rain in the ruins of the ancient city? Is this choice a bit unwise? Pan Lin said. Where is Huang Xiaoyan going? Why did he separate from his teammates? Li Bao watched Huang Xiaoyan leave the team directly. Where is he going? Take a detour? That's too far. By the time he kills behind the mist and rain, the daylily will be cold. This is the secret passage to the west. Jiang Buotao pointed it out. Samsara is very familiar with this map, especially the area around the ancient city ruins. It's hard to see this secret passage without careful observation. I wonder which genius designer designed it. Zhou Yichen complained. When they played away in the semifinals of the playoffs last season, Baiwa chose this map. But Baiwa didn't use this secret passage at all at that time, because Zhou Yichen harassment from behind caused too much trouble to Baiwa. This secret passage was discovered by Zhou Zikai a few days ago, when he was going to use this map as a backup for Green Wind Tracker. They are coming. Get ready to attack. Chu Yunxiu tensed up. And when she saw all the Blue Rain members stepping into the ruins of the ancient city, she shouted, "Attack!" Wind City Misty Rain flashed out from behind the broken wall, and a line of ice streaked towards Blue Rain. All the Blue Rain members scattered to avoid the ice line. But the magic barrier that was formed afterwards directly split the Blue Rain formation into two. Qiu Fei battle format also rushed out from the side, and a Dragon Fang stabbed at the sharp sword. The sharp sword blocked the Dragon Fang of the battle format with the sword, and then opened the violent cross slash to the battle format. In order to make up for the control, Xinghan Qianlong flashed the Crusader on his chest, and threw a holy fire at the Gun Rain and Soxer, who were still madly outputting on the other side. Then he prepared to chant the light of the holy commandment. But at this time, Huang Xiaotian words appeared in the public channel. Don't look back. I'm your teammate. Chapter 252 The Next Rain Leading to Reincarnation. What? How did Yu Shengfan appear behind Xinghan Qianlong? Pan Lin screamed in shock. His attention was all on the front battlefield just now. Chu Yunxiu Ice Lion split the four members of Blue Rain into two. If Yin Yu seized this opportunity, she could have trapped Blue Rain here. But she didn't expect Huang Xiaotian Yu Shengfan to go around behind Yin Yu. How did he go around? It's so unfair. Li Bo was also shocked. The audience was also confused. At this time, the director was very understanding and gave a small window of playback. Oh my god! There is a secret passage. No wonder Blue Rain is so confident. Protect the priest. Xinghan Qianlong had never expected that a boss would appear behind him. Yu Shengfan raised his hand and successfully floated Xinghan Qianlong in the air. Continuous thrust. Draw the sword and slash. Swish. 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 Xinghan Qianlong's scalp was numbed by Yu Shengfan's continuous attacks. Feng Cheng Yin Yu turned around and wanted to throw a black arc-shaped spell ray at Yu Shengfan. But Yu Wenzhou had already seen through Chu Yunxiu's intention and used Soxer to hit Feng Cheng Yin Yu with a soul strike technique. A beam of black light directly hit Feng Cheng Yin Yu, causing him to enter a trance state. Although the skill effect was very short, it also successfully interrupted the release of Feng Cheng Yin Yu Dark Night Flying Shadow. Lin Nko, who was entangled in the rain of gunfire, was shocked to see that his priest was in a desperate situation. So he quickly formed seals with both hands, and then multiple shadow clones would be produced. Ninja's level 70 ultimate move, Ninja Tsuranbu. Lin Nkajin controlled his clone to attack the rain of bullets, and then his real body formed a seal on the spot, and activated Ninja Tsuranbu. At this time, Lin Nkajin's speed was as fast as a meteor, chasing in the direction of Xinghan Qianlong. Yu Shengfan's surprise attack completely disrupted Yin Yu. Now everyone wanted to go back to save the priest. After all, once the priest was eliminated first, it would be difficult to play with one less healer. Not to mention that the opponent was the Guardian Angel, who focused on defense. Seeing Yin Yu formation shrink, Soul Speaker directly activated Guardian Angel's level 70 ultimate move, Angel's Prestige. A 360-degree halo appeared above the ruins of the ancient city and spread out from it. The halo directly affected everyone in Yanyu and caused a knockback and deceleration effect. The purpose of this Angel's Prestige was to buy more time for Yu Shengfan to kill Xinghan Qianlong alone. The halo of bullets solved Lin and Keijing clone. And the magic barrier created by the ice line just disappeared. Blue Rain was ready to advance in a group. Feng Chung Yanyu had no choice but to raise his staff and summon a magic barrier with flames, blocking the Blue Rain team. Thingmong Huijian and Qianglin looked at each other, and Qianglin threw a smoke bomb to the other side of the fire wall. And then Thingmong Huijian went through the fire wall and hid in the smoke bomb. Someone has passed through the fire wall. Xiaoqiu, you and Sun Liang, be careful of the smoke bomb. There are people inside, Chu Yunxiu reminded. Okay, Captain. Yinyu's side was guarded by Zhang Dogushi and Sun Liang, while Feng Chung Yanyu and Lin Nko Jing went to rescue Xinghan Qianlong. Feng Chung Yanyu took the lead in throwing a frost snowball at Yu Shengfan. Huang Xiaoyan saw that the support had arrived, so he had to use the Immortal's guidance, swinging his sword to release the sword energy, causing physical damage and a powerful knockback effect, blowing Xinghan Qianlong away directly. Lin Nko Jing rushed out from behind the broken wall, and after forming a seal on the spot, he swung his sword to cast a stream of water with waves to attack Yu Shengfan. Ninjutsu, 100 flow slash. Lin Nko Jing 100 flow slash was just right. Although the water flow would only cause very low non-attribute magic damage to the enemy. The key point was that the flowing water would then split into streams and condense into a water prison. Lin Nko Jing wanted to imprison Yu Shengfan. However, Huang Xiaotian's reaction was too fast. While stepping back to avoid the 100 flow slash, he jumped up and slashed at Lin Nko Jing with a silver blade. Lin Nko Jing didn't want to take the silver blade, so he had to let Yu Shengfan leave. The guns and bullets that were chasing him from the front stepped on the scattered spirits that Lin Nko Jing had dropped on the ground. The guns and bullets were slowed down by the scattered spirits. Ignore Yu Shengfan. Counterattack from the front, Chu Yunxiu ordered. But at this time, Yanyu was already a step slower. The fire wall disappeared, and Soxer chanted on the spot to open the Warlock 70 level high damage ultimate move, Death's Door, towards the two people in front. As the chanting ended, Soxer summoned a black revolving door filled with evil spirits. The revolving door emitted black light and gathered into a line. After a moment, the black line of the revolving door automatically chased the enemies of 18 body positions. If the black line grabs the enemy, it will drag the enemy to the front of the door and devour it. Therefore, Feng Chung Yanyu activated the fiery impact and wanted to summon the magic circle to destroy the black line chasing the battle format and Ling Zhou. Ling Zhou activated the steel and iron bones and punched the black line. However, at this time, the guns and bullets rained, and a shrinking grenade was thrown at Ling Zhou. The impact caused by the grenade hitting the ground directly knocked down Ling Zhou, who activated the steel and iron bones. Although the damage effect and value of the explosive grenade are not strong, it is better in that it can break the enemy's dominance. This unexpected explosive grenade directly interrupted Ling Zhou's attack. Black Lion successfully caught him, and then prepared to drag him into the revolving door. Yanyu and others wanted to rescue him, but Soxer immediately released a 6-star light prison to directly block Yanyu's support. The battle format closest to Ling Zhou was also blocked by the sharp sword. But Yanyu obviously did not want to give up Ling Zhou. Feng Chung Yanyu chanted the magic circle on the spot, and then a sea of fire was set off around him. Elemental Mage level 60 range skill Flame Storm. Jingxi defense, Yu Wanzhou shouted. The Soul Speaker activated the Holy Shield, radiating the surrounding teammates with himself as the center, and can resist most forms of damage during this period, including physical and spell damage. Then he made a vow and activated the Virtue of Protection, giving the sharp sword a positive effect of increasing defense. Along with the flame storm came the thunder and fire of heaven and earth sung by Feng Chung Yanyu. His primary target was the gun rain that had escaped the attack range of the flame storm on the side. The lightning struck, and the gun rain wanted to dodge to the right. But Chu Yunxiu operation was very fast, and the lightning still hit the gun rain. The gun rain fell into a state of burning and paralysis. Fortunately, the Soul Speaker in the back activated Purification and cast a spell to remove the negative state of the teammates, helping the gun rain to avoid the second lightning. Full level Purification, Chu Yunxiu said in surprise. The first level purification can only remove one negative state, and only the full level can completely remove all kinds of negative states. Just as Feng Chengyan Yu was about to release Absolute Zero, Xinghan Qianlan suddenly screamed, "Captain! Huang Xiaotian is here again!" Feng Xiangming shouted in the team chat. Huang Xiaotian is really haunting. Yu Shengfan used the 3-stage slash to move closer to Xinghan Qianlan, who was healing. He used the Falling Phoenix slash to knock Xinghan Qianlan to the ground. Yin Yu is attacked from both sides. Now Ling Zhou is about to be dragged into the Death Gate, and Xinghan Qianlan was also knocked down by Yu Shengfan in the back. What choice will Yin Yu make? Li Ba said. Now Yin Yu needs to choose between Ling Zhou and Xinghan Qianlan. Although the Death Gate cannot kill Ling Zhou, he will be beaten to death by the Blue Rain. But if he ignores Xinghan Qianlan, Yu Shengfan can kill Xinghan Qianlan by himself. I go save the priest. You find a chance to save Ling Zhou. Xu Yunxiu didn't want to give up anyone, so she decided to save Xinghan Qianlan alone, and the others stayed in front to save Ling Zhou. But Blue Rain obviously wouldn't let Feng Chengyan Yu leave so easily. Soxer chanted on the spot, and then a dark purple vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and countless dark purple arrows attacked Feng Chengyan Yu within the range. Warlock level 60 range skill Chaos Rain. Gunlin Dan Yu also changed to ice bullets and kept shooting at Feng Chengyan Yu. Feng Chengyan Yu used instant movement to avoid the attack from the two, and then ran towards the bright direction of Xinghan. Gunlin Dan Yu wanted to stop him, but Lin and Chao Jing dragged in and out of his feet, holding a ninja sword and slashing at Gunlin Dan Yu. Gunlin Dan Yu had expected it long ago, and stepped back to avoid the knife. Lin and Chao Jing was not angry, and the blade shuriken shot at Gunlin Dan Yu. Gunlin Dan Yu quickly shot with a gun to knock down the flying shuriken. A total of 3. Gunlin Dan Yu hit 2, and the other one successfully hit Gunlin Dan Yu's shoulder, and Gunlin Dan Yu was stiffened. Lin Nko Jing followed up with a ninjutsu, Flame Slash, and slashed at the rain of bullets. Just as the ninja sword with flame fluctuations was about to hit the rain of bullets, the soul speaker jumped out from the side and slashed at Lin Nko Jing with a holy light. Lin Nko Jing had to stop attacking the rain of bullets, and his body bent. While jumping up to avoid the holy light, he kicked out his feet and stepped on the soul speaker, then turned over and jumped successfully to escape the scene. On the other side, Xinghan Qianlan suffered a lot. Yu Shengfan had even activated the sword to rule the world. Xinghan Qianlan was swept by the sword energy of the sword to rule the world and fell into stiffness. Yu Shengfan then used a sword storm to cripple the opponent. If Feng Chengyan Yu had not arrived in time, Xinghan Qianlan would have been killed by Yu Shengfan. But Ling Zhou in front was successfully dragged into the black revolving door by the black line, and he was going to suffer a lot. Ling Zhou was dragged in, and then the black revolving door exploded, causing extremely high dark magic damage to Ling Zhou. The steel and iron bones that were opened had no effect at all. Ling Zhou was blown to a residual health. However, before he could get up, he was shot out in the air under the rain of bullets. Ling Zhou was forced to float in the air. After Soxer waved his staff and chanted briefly, he would summon bows and arrows accompanied by black flames and shoot at the fallen Ling Zhou. Every 2 seconds, an arrow would be fired at the floating Ling Zhou. In the eyes of the audience, Ling Zhou was about to become a hedgehog. The battle format stabbed the sharp sword with a round dance stick and then rushed towards Ling Zhou. Let him come over. We finish him off in one go. Yu Wenzhou looked at the rain of bullets and wanted to stop the battle format, so he quickly reminded him. Okay, Captain. Yin Yu is now completely separated by Blue Rain, and the consequence is that they will be defeated one by one. Zhou Yichen saw this and basically sentenced Yin Yu to death. The main output was not in the front, and it was completely unrealistic for these people to escape from Blue Rain's encirclement. And Feng Chengyan Yu could only rescue Xinghan Qianlan. For Yu Shengfan, this was his home, and he could come and go as he pleased, and Yin Yu could not stop him at all. Xiao Qiu, don't save me. Retreat. Sun Liang looked at the battle format and quickly shouted for him to leave. Some people were dead while alive, and some people were still alive while dead. Now Sun Liang belongs to the former, and he knows that he is just a bait. However, Sun Liang's reminder was still a step late. The battle format wanted to retreat, but was hit by Soxer's devouring technique, forcing him to move forward. Then Gunlin Dan Yu threw the ammunition expert 70 level high damage skill, Chaos Thunder, at Ling Zhou and Zanyuj. Various grenades exploded, and Ling Zhou couldn't hold on and was blown to pieces, becoming the first eliminated character in this game. Ling Zhou. Out. Gun Lin Danyu wanted to make up for the damage and kill Zanyuj, but Lin Nko Jing, who was standing sideways, took action, and successfully used the Earth Core beheading technique to float in the air and wanted to attack the Gun Lin Danyu of the Zanyuj. Damn. I was anxious. Zheng Xian regretted. Lin Nko Jing immediately used the back binding technique, and the long rope attached to the handle of the ninja sword caught the floating Gun Lin Danyu from behind, and then threw it to the ground. Lin Nko Jing formed a seal on the spot, holding the ninja sword and the scabbard to attack the fallen Gun Lin Danyu. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Soul Speaker wanted to step forward to stop Lin Nko Jing. But Zanyuj slowed down in the chaos of thunder. The falling flower palm directly slapped the Soul Speaker away, and then charged on the spot to use the Battle Mage's level 70 ultimate move. Fulong Xiangtian. Soxer, who was not far away, watched the battle format use Fulong Xiangtian, but did not stop it. As Fulong Xiangtian was used, the dragon bit towards the gun rain and bullets, and with Lin Nko Jing Kong Chan double kill, the two high damage ultimates actually took away the gun rain and bullets directly. Gun rain. Out. Seeing this, the Yenyu fans who had collapsed in their seats with despair suddenly sat up. They seemed to be saved, but the next second, they laid down again. Now! Yu Wenzhou eyes flashed, and he controlled Swaxer to chant on the spot, and then summoned a curved black light, which shot out in the direction of the battle format. Xiao Fei saw this curved black light. He wanted to hide, but he fell into the stiffness of Fulong Xiangtian closing move, and could only watch the black light hit him. Then the black light wrapped around the battle format and imprisoned it. Binding technique. It's over. Xiao Fei heart tightened. Sure enough, the sharp sword that had started the bloodthirsty battle had rushed over, and the destructive slash slashed at the battle format imprisoned by the binding technique. In the next 5 seconds, the defense of the battle format will be destroyed by up to 70%. Lin Nko Jing activated the escape technique and then attached to the broken wall, trying to rescue the imprisoned battle format. But the sharp sword completely ignored it, and only cared about the battle format. The sharp sword stood in front of the battle format, raised the weapon, and the blade suddenly condensed to bloody energy. Seeing the bloody energy gushing out, Xiao Fei heart was about to jump out. The 70 level high damage ultimate move of the Mad Swordsman. Raging Blood Rage. Now the only one who can interrupt the sharp sword's power accumulation is Lin Nko Jing. But Soxer and the Soul Speaker have already stood beside the sharp sword, waiting for Lin Nko Jing to appear. This is an open conspiracy. If Lin Nko doesn't get scared, Zhan Dogu will be taken away by Fengmeng Huijian Rage Blood Tide. Pan Lin shouted. Wait until we get there, Chu Yunqiu said. On the surface, it seemed that Feng Chung Yenyu expelled Yu Shanfan. But in fact, Yu Shanfan took the initiative to leave. After all, he knew that Yenyu's sixth person was about to arrive. If he didn't leave, he would stay here forever. Yu Shanfan's departure also liberated Feng Chung Yenyu. At this time, Yu Gai Mizhan also arrived. So the three of them gathered and rushed to the front battlefield. However, time waits for no one. Yenyu was still a step late, and Rage Blood Tide successfully took away Zhan Dogu, who was freed from the restraint of the binding technique. Battle Dogu. Out. Fight with him. Chu Yunqiu gave an order. Xinghan Kimon opened the angel wings to stay in the air, and a holy commandment light hit Fengmeng Huijian. Feng Chung Yenyu and Yu Gai Mizhan added damage, while Lin Nko Jing attacked from the side. They had only one goal, which was to get rid of the sharp sword of Xuefu. Yenyu wanted to survive, but would Blue Rain give them this opportunity? No. Under the command of Yu Wenzhou, Blue Rain fought and retreated, dragging the sixth player Song Xiao to arrive. In the end, Yu Shanfan appeared behind Xinghan Kimon again, and Blue Rain attacked from both sides and directly wiped out Yenyu. And Yenyu counterattacked before death also took away the sharp sword and Soul Whisperer. Glory! Let us congratulate Blue Rain for defeating Yenyu 11-7 and advancing to the finals of the 8th season of the Glory Professional League in 2023. The two commentators said in unison. This match between Yenyu and others was too frustrating. Congratulations. Chu Yunqiu was not unwilling either. This time, being able to break through the quarterfinals was already a big improvement for them. Thank you. Yu Wenzhou nodded in response. Chu's sister. You feel my power. Right? Huang Xiaoyan said proudly. I didn't see the power. But I felt the disgusting. What do you mean disgusting? Then it's about tactics. With the end of the semifinals between Blue Rain and Misty Rain, the two teams for the finals of the 8th season of the Glory Professional League have been announced. Upper half, the champion of the 7th season of the Glory Professional League, Samsara team. 2-week combination lower half, the champion of the 6th season of the Glory Professional League, Blue Rain team. Sword and Curse, the two teams happen to be the champions of the previous 2 years. This final will finally make a strong mark in the history of Glory. Chapter 253, the eve of the much-anticipated finals. As the battle of the two reigns came to an end, the finals matchup was officially announced. As most Glory fans had guessed before the start of the playoffs, Blue Rain, the champion of the 6th season of the Glory Professional League, vs Samsara, the champion of the 7th season of the Glory Professional League. Samsara and Blue Rain stood on the final stage. During the break before the finals, various reports were overwhelming, and the league kept the previous finals on the top of the homepage as usual. The purpose was to review the finals of each previous season and increase traffic. Among them, the finals of the 4th season is currently the finals with the highest number of hits. This is the first championship duel in the history of Glory. In the first 7 seasons, there have never been 2 championship teams meeting in the finals. Season 1, Jiashi vs Royal Wind. Jiashi wins. Season 2, Jiashi vs Tyranny. Jiashi wins. Season 3, Jiashi vs Baihua. Jiashi wins. Season 4, Jiashi vs Tyranny. Tyranny wins. Season 5, Tiny Herb vs Baihua. Tiny Herb wins. Season 6, Tiny Herb vs Blue Rain. Blue Rain wins. Season 7, Tiny Herb vs Samsara. Samsara wins. Season 8, Samsara vs Blue Rain. Which team do you think will become the second team with 2 championships? Glory fans gave their predictions one after another. As of 24 hours later, Samsara has a 60% support rate and Blue Rain has a 40% support rate. Samsara advantage is that it has the highest skill points and the best combination for 2 consecutive seasons, Yu Xingchen plus Yi Chang Chuanyun. Blue Rain's advantage is that their team cooperation is one of the best in the league, and the open team language also facilitates Yu Wenzhou command and strengthens their shortcomings. The outside world also made an analysis of the two teams. The strength of Samsara lies in frontal breakthroughs. When facing Samsara, teams that lack frontal support often don't even see Samsara priest Shiada, and the game is over. This is enough to prove how terrifying Samsara front is. Moreover, Samsara is most famous for its ability to divide the terrain, relying on the strong personal strength of Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen. The battlefield was divided into 2, and then defeated one by one. Blue Rain's strength lies in overall assistance. There were only 4 people on the front of Blue Rain from beginning to end. Who was missing? Huang Xiaoyan. The tactics of the Blue Rain team were not centered around Huang Xiaoyan, but Yu Wenzhou coordinated the overall situation. Huang Xiaoyan was more like an assassin, a ghost wandering on the field, and you usually couldn't see him. But every time he took action, what he left behind was bound to be bloody and rainy. The 2 defeats of Yanyu were closely related to Huang Xiaoyan. This is the opportunist Huang Xiaoyan. He can often grasp the key to victory in an instant, and then open the door to victory. There are still a few days of rest before the finals, and both teams are preparing urgently, especially Blue Rain, because they are the second in the regular season. The finals of this reform will be a brand new BO3, and they only have the home advantage in the first round. Therefore, the first round of the finals is very critical for Blue Rain. If they fail, they will be in trouble in the second round at the Devil's home court of Samsara. At this time, the finals have not yet started, and the atmosphere of glory has been pushed to a climax. For this reason, major media are scrambling for traffic and sending several reporters to explore the views of the 2 teams on the finals. However, both Blue Rain and Samsara have managers who come forward to say that the players are actively preparing for the game and are not convenient to be interviewed. In this regard, reporters have to interview the opinions of players from other clubs, and more of them support Samsara. Wang Jieshi, both teams are very strong and have defeated us in the finals, so I won't be surprised who wins in the end. Zhang Xinjia, the 2 sides have different focuses. Samsara is very strong individually, but Blue Rain has better teamwork. I prefer Blue Rain. Chu Yunxiu, I am more optimistic about Samsara winning 2 consecutive championships. Whether from the perspective of skill points or overall strength, Samsara is stronger than Blue Rain. Blue Rain Club. This map can be passed. All members of Blue Rain gathered in the conference room. Yu-Won-jo stood in front of the big screen and drew a red circle on the map of the strong grass in the wind with a red pin. When watching the team match between Samsara and Tiny Herb, Yu-Won-jo saw that Samsara was not inferior to Tiny Herb in terms of position and map familiarity, which just proved that Samsara had some reserves in this map. Captain, can we go head-to-head with them? Huang Xiaotian raised his hand and asked. It's a bit difficult. Yu-Won-jo thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, the key lies in Samsara's skill points. It's no surprise that they are the team with the highest skill points in the entire league. How did they do it? That's 5,000 points. Yu Feng still found it hard to believe. Their character with the highest skill points in Blue Rain was Huang Xiaotian Night Rain, which was only 4860. As a result, Samsara Yu Xingchen had 5,000 points. 140 points higher than Night Rain. This was too much. I don't know. Samsara has never revealed it. The Alliance has also confirmed that Samsara's skill points were not obtained through cheating, but through normal means. Yu-Won-jo said slowly. Hearing this, all members of Blue Rain fell silent. The difference in skill points also led to Samsara's natural advantage over Blue Rain. Everyone doesn't need to feel burdened. We may suffer some losses in the 5v5 arena, but our advantage lies in the team competition. And the team competition is the key. Yu-Won-jo clapped his hands to encourage. Captain is right. It's not like we haven't beaten Samsara before. What's there to be afraid of? Huang Xiaotian shouted. We might be able to do something with this map. Yu-Won-jo suddenly circled a map in the map pool with a red pin. Samsara Club. Our advantage lies in the 5v5 arena. We must get these 5 points. Jiang Guodao clenched his fist and said. As for the team competition, we have to be extra careful about Huang Xiaotian. Jiang Guodao circled Huang Xiaotian Q-version avatar with a red pin, and then reviewed Huang Xiaotian performance in the Blue Rain vs Misty Rain. Samsara started from the perspective of Night Rain, and found that Huang Xiaotian's timing of attack was just right every time, helping his teammates to remove fire, limit the opponent's output, and harass the opponent's back row. Let the captain keep an eye on Huang Xiaotian. Zhou Yichen looked at Zhou Zikai. Yeah. Zhou Zikai nodded. Yiqian Chuanyuan's current position on the field is a free man. With Yu Xingchen, he no longer needs to supplement the output on the front. His home field is on the side. When not needed, he can provide remote output support. When the team needs it, he can rush to the battlefield immediately. Use his strong personal strength to tear open a hole, and open up a second battlefield. Okay. That's all I have to summarize. Is there anything else you need to add? Jiang Guodao asked, closing his notebook. Me. Zhou Yichen raised his hand. What does Chen have to say? Fong Minghua looked at Zhou Yichen. I think we have to be careful of Yu Feng. Zhou Yichen stood up and pointed at Yu Feng Q-version avatar. Yu Feng? Everyone in Samsara thought about it. Yes. Zhou Yichen then checked Yu Feng data this season. His injury was ranked in the top 5 in the league, and his output was also not low. Yu Feng and I played head-on this season. I think his playing style is getting more and more brilliant this season. Which reminds me of someone. Who? Sun Zhiping. Senior son. Everyone else in Samsara pondered after hearing Zhou Yichen's words. They were not unfamiliar with Sun Zhiping, although he was already an older generation of players. They had heard of him since his debut in Prosperous Blood scenery. Yu Feng and Sun Zhiping are 2 players that the media like to compare. After all, one is the retired former #1 wild swordsman in the league, and the other is the current #1 wild swordsman in the league. The 2 have different styles. Sun Zhiping plays gorgeously and likes to trade injuries for injuries. Yu Feng plays more steadily, whether it is positioning or awareness. Yu Feng is relatively calm. However, starting from this season, if you carefully observe the wild swordsman players of Yu Feng, you will find that although Yu Feng is still calm, his playing style has become more and more gorgeous. And sometimes he will trade blood for blood. 8 words to evaluate Yu Feng: immovable as a mountain, prosperous and proud. Yu Feng will not go to Baiwan next season after the finals. The prophet Du Ming spoke. His. Samsara thought about it. It is really possible. TSK. What's the use of him going to Baiwan? That person is here with us. Zhou Yichen rolled his eyes and said. The prosperous blood scene can't be played by one person. Even if Yufeng cooperates with Zhou Yuan to play it. What's the use? The real boss is still with him. Yufeng point is indeed worthy of our attention. Fang Mingwan nodded in agreement. Then Samsara rewatched Blue Rain's game. This time from the perspective of Fingmang Huijian. Even though the process was a bit boring, there was no impatience on the faces of all the members of Samsara. Although it was not the first time they entered the finals. The Bible should still be kept in mind. Now that the trophy is in front of me, I must consider whether this will be my only chance in this life. It is my duty to create the Samsara dynasty. On the eve of the finals, the two teams had not yet fought, and the Samsara Guild and Blue Brook Pavilion took the lead in the online game. Specifically, they competed for each other's wild map bosses, and other guilds hid in it. And this dispute continued. All this continued until the eve of the finals, and the two teams' online guilds gradually settled down. The storm was coming, and the perspectives of all Glory fans gathered at the home court of Blue Rain in G City. Samsara came to the hotel near the home court of Blue Rain one day in advance and got up at 10 o'clock in the morning to rehearse. The official website also released excerpts of the two teams' pre-match trash talk in the finals. It's not the full version, but the excerpts are enough to make the Honor fans climax. It's called a pre-match trash talk between the two teams, but it's actually a patient exchange meeting between Huang Xiaotian and Zhou Yichen. When I debuted, you didn't even know where you were? I won the championship when I debuted. What championship did you win when you debuted? Void champion? Void, why did you suddenly cue me? Bold. Chapter 254 The Much Anticipated Finals. Opening Ceremony. Time, July 1st, 2023. Location, Blue Rain Home Court in G City. Important event, Glory Professional League Season 8 Finals. At 7 p.m., Glory fans from all over the country gathered outside the venue. Wearing bracelets, they passed the security check one after another and entered the venue. Then they received Blue Rain and Samsara support items at the entrance of the venue. The logistics of the two teams and the players of the second team helped distribute them. Look, that's Han Wenqing. A fan who was queuing to receive the Samsara support items happened to see Han Wenqing entering the VIP lounge alone, and couldn't help shouting, I saw Wang Jieshi. Husband. Strange. Why didn't I see my goddess? Away lounge. His. Don't move. Chu Yunqiu stood in front of Zhou Yichen at this time, personally putting on light makeup for him. Zhou Yichen was a little uncomfortable and kept moving his butt. He felt that the current atmosphere was a little too weird. Your face looks like you put on blush. What's wrong? Are you itching? Lu Buiyuan joked on the side. Get lost, Zhou Yichen said unhappily. Alright. TSK. The makeup was done by Goddess Chu herself. My Achen family status is very high. Fang Minghua smacked her lips and said, What do you mean yours? This is my family, Chu Yunqiu said. Okay. Yours is yours. Are you ready? Everyone in the reincarnation world. It's time to wait. At this time, the staff walked into the lounge from outside and reminded. Alright. Chu Yunqiu kept scratching Zhou Yichen's face with both hands, and then nodded with satisfaction. I go to the VIP seats first. Come on. After that, Chu Yunqiu walked towards the VIP seats, where Wang Jieshi, Han Wenqing and other masters were already sitting. Many contestants were playing with their mobile phones, waiting for the opening ceremony of the finals. Han Wenqing was resting his mind with his eyes closed, which was what it was like when he was old. Wang Jieshi was looking at stocks. Many people gathered in front of the big screen of Xingxin Internet Cafe at this time. Why do you want to watch the finals broadcast? Don't you want to play the dungeon? Wei Chen looked at Yishio and said, It's still early. Watch the opening ceremony, and then play the dungeon. After playing the dungeon, it's almost time to watch the team competition. Forget about the 5v5 competition. There's nothing good to watch. Yishio lit a cigarette and said, What about you? You look very nervous. Why? Are you also playing in the finals? Go away. After all, I am the former captain of Blue Rain. At this time, I think I need to support my former team. Now I am a Blue Rain fan. It's not normal to be nervous. Wei Chen rolled his eyes at Yishio. The biggest advantage of your team's current competitors is that you sold them. 30 million. Old Wei. Yishio reminded him with his hand making a 3. Damn it! Wei Chen slapped his thigh. Sorry for my old club. That's 30 million. It was 8 p.m. As the lights were turned off, The audience quieted down. And then the opening ceremony of the 8th season of the 2023 Glory Professional League officially began. And the theme song sounded. Oh my god. This scene is too exciting. When Li Xian heard the theme song played live, he was boiling. Too passionate. Wow. After the theme song was played, the director also played the full version of the pre-finals Big Talker. I don't think Samsara is that great. One is dumb, and the other is poisonous. Who else was there? Sorry. I don't remember. Is there anyone else in Samsara? Huang Xiaotian exploded when he opened his mouth. Isn't the progress of Samsara just from a one-man team to a two-man team? Oh my god. Huang Xiao words are too violent. The professional players were surprised when they heard Huang Xiaotian words. How dare he? I think Blue Rain's formation is like Huang Xiaotian mouth. It looks hard. But it's actually not soft. It will break with a single charge. It's easy to beat Blue Rain. Just beat you one, Joe. After all, Blue Rain has only one brain. Zhou Yichen responded. You mean Huang Xiaotian? Isn't he a single-celled organism? Humph. I'm already studying the opponents of Season 9. Blue Rain's second championship is today. Samsara's second consecutive championship has no blind spots. The two teams' fierce words made people feel refreshed. Bang! The lights in the venue lit up. Welcome to the 2023 Glory Professional League Season 8 Finals. The host stepped onto the stage. Wow! This is the home of Blue Rain in G City. How are you? The audience friends at the scene, and the Glory fans watching the live broadcast online. Oh. First of all, let us welcome the regular season first place. The Glory Professional League Season 7 champion Samsara team. The host roared. Samsara? 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 Captain. Zhou ID. One shot through the clouds. Title. Gun King. Gun King. Zhou Gun King. Zhou The Samsara fans in the away area waved their flags and cheered for their own players. Team member. Zhou Yichen. ID. Yuxingchen. Ah. Zhou Yichen. Ah. I'm having an orgasm. Next. Let's welcome the home team. The champion of the 6th season of the Glory Professional League. The Blue Rain team. Blue Rain. Blue Rain. Blue Rain. Captain. You won, Joe. ID. Soxer. Literature rises from all over the world. To metaphor the 9 states. Literature rises from all over the world. To metaphor the 9 states. Literature rises from all over the world. To metaphor the 9 states. Vice Captain. Huang Xiaotian. ID. Yiyu Shanfan. Title. Sword Saint. Yiyu Shanfan. Sword rules the world. Yiyu Shanfan. Sword rules the world. Yiyu Shanfan. Sword rules the world. The players from both sides stood in the rehearsal position during the day. With the host's order, the Glory Championship trophy fell from the sky and landed steadily in the center of the stage. The two sides faced each other, with the championship trophy in front of them. If they took a step forward, they would be able to get it. But before that, they needed to get rid of the enemy behind the championship trophy. Zhou and Yuan Zhou took a step forward, and their fists touched each other. Then white smoke blew out from the edge of the stage, which also indicated that the battle was about to start. Both sides are ready. Let's hand over the scene to the commentary booth. Hello everyone. I'm today's commentator. Bei. Hello everyone. I'm today's commentator. Li Ju. It's the annual Glory Finals again. This is the 8th Finals. The two of us have witnessed too many historical moments. We were there when the Excellent Era dynasty was established. Bei talked about how the two of them were the first generation of commentators of Glory. Yes, but this finals is really the first time in history that both Samsara and Blue Rain have broken through team history and won the championship. Blue Rain was the year before last, and Samsara was last year. This year, the two teams will compete for the second championship in team history. Li Ju said. Yes, whoever wins will be the second team in the history of Glory to have 2 championships. What does Mr. Li Ju think of the matchup in this finals? The Cup asked. I think it will be very exciting. In terms of record, Samsara is the first in the regular season, and Blue Rain is the second in the regular season. The two teams have 1 win and 1 loss in the regular season, and there is not a particularly big gap. Li Ju talked freely. In terms of data, both teams are very luxurious, so I think this finals is destined to be a peak battle. Without saying too much, Let's move on to the first part of today. The 5v5 arena. This finals did not directly announce the list of players like before, but listed the big list of players of the two teams on the big screen, and then suddenly began to flash for some reason. In the end, the names of other players were extinguished, leaving only two names on the big screen. Samsara, Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Occupation, Battle Mage. Blue Rain, Yu Feng. ID, Fengmang Huijian. Occupation, Berserker. Map, Jungle Mist. This map of Blue Rain is very targeted. Beige saw Blue Rain's map selection, and then introduced this map to people. Jungle Mist is a forest map with relatively simple terrain, long and narrow from north to south, compared with ordinary forests. Another feature of this map is also reflected in the name. Mist. This is a map with a very limited field of vision, dense forests and layers of dusk. It is obvious that Blue Rain's target is Shozakai, the defending general of Samsara. This kind of map suitable for sneak attacks is not conducive to the performance of long-range professions. However, this map is very beneficial to a certain player of Samsara. Li Ju said. It is very beneficial to Wu Qi, the assassin profession. Beige pointed it out directly. But I don't know where Samsara will rank Wu Qi today. Yu Feng versus Zhou Yichen. Many players' focus is not on the map, but on the players. What they were curious about was not Zhou Yichen's starting lineup. After all, Zhou Yichen was almost a famous brand. Except for the last match against Thunder, Shozakai was the starting lineup. In other times, Samsara always let the two Zhous start one after the other, with Zhou Yichen in the front and Shozakai in the back. They were curious about why Blue Rain didn't let Lin Feng start since they chose this map. After all, this map is more suitable for thieves to play, and the Howling Arena likes to use this map. You seem to have forgotten one thing. Lin Feng is different from Fang Rui. He is a combat thief. At this time, Zhang Xinjie said loudly, and the others just reacted. There was no way they could think of thieves. The first thing that came to their minds was the wretched Fang. Fang Rui's style of play has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Come on! Everyone in Samsara cheered for Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen stood up from his seat, warmed up a little, and walked towards the stage. Yu Feng happened to come over from the other end. The two shook hands together. The best newcomer of the 6th season vs the best newcomer of the 7th season. The current top wild swordsman vs the current top combat mage. Chapter 255 Chrysanthemums bloom. Wounds all over the ground. 99%, 100%. Yu Xingchen. Loaded. Sharp sword. Loaded. Map, jungle fog. Loaded. Loaded. Yu Xingchen refreshed at the north end of the map, and sharp sword refreshed at the south end of the map. 3, 2, 1. Fight. As the countdown fell, both sides had already started to act, and both chose to go straight to the middle, because the visibility of this map was too low. On this map, when both sides saw the opponent, they were basically in attack range. Both of them were close-range attack professions, so there was no need to go roundabout. Going straight was the most effective way to play. After all, the fog was so thick that it was too easy to get lost by going roundabout. You chose this map. Do you want to play hide-and-seek? Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel at the beginning. Yes. Huang Xiao said he came to play hide-and-seek with you. Yu Feng directly brought up Huang Xiaotian. Damn it! When did I say that I slandered myself? He slandered me. Huang Xiaotian stood up and pointed at the Fengmang Huijian on the holographic projection and cursed. Okay, Xiaotian. Just focus on watching the game. Yu Wenzhou pushed Huang Xiaotian back to his seat. At this time, the two people on the field had come to the center of the map. Both sides were surrounded by fog. Both slowed down their pace and slowly moved forward. At this time, Yu Xingchen stretched out his hand to wave away the fog in front of him, and just saw the Fengmang Huijian approaching. And the Fengmang Huijian also saw Yu Xingchen in his vision. Fengmang Huijian wanted to attack, but Yu Xingchen was faster. With his left foot forward, and a Dragon 2 stabbed at Fengmang Huijian. Fengmang Huijian dodged to the left with both hands and knocked Yu Xingchen weapon away. Fengmang Huijian swung his sword forward, performing a horizontal slash and a vertical slash and a cross shape to attack Yu Xingchen in front of him. The impact of the cross slash dispersed the fog. Yu Xingchen dodged sideways and easily avoided the cross slash of Fengmang Huijian. He rotated his weapon, charged his spear, and hit Fengmang Huijian with a strong dragon pressure. The dragon-shaped blue magic fighting spirit hit Fengmeng Huijian. Fengmeng Huijian blocked it with his sword, but was still pushed back a distance by the powerful impact. Before Yu Xingchen could move forward, the fog surrounded him again, and both of them lost sight of each other. Yu Xingchen did not wait in place, but walked to the west with a gun. He needed to find out the terrain nearby, where the trees were denser, suitable for sneak attacks, and where it was more open, suitable for frontal combat. Fengmeng Huijian did not stay where he was. After he stood firm, he chose to walk to the left front. He remembered clearly that there was a towering tree there, which was a good place for a sneak attack. The whole audience was in an uproar when they saw the two people moving forward, because the two people walked in the same direction at the same time. I can understand Yu Feng. After all, he must have run through this map before the game, and he roughly remembers the direction and so on. What about Zhou Yichen? Some professional players have already raised questions. Luck. Zhang Xinjie adjusted his glasses and said, Luck? Others were a little confused. It's nothing more than two choices. Left or right. There is a 50% chance that Zhou Yichen is lucky and bumped into him. It's that simple. Zhang Xinjie said. Is it possible for Samsara to run through this map? Li Xian asked. Impossible. This time, it was Wang Jieshi who answered Li Xian. If he ran through it, Zhou Yichen would not choose to go straight to the middle. Wang Jieshi explained. That makes sense. Yu Xingchen vision suddenly became clear. He looked up and saw a huge tree. Yu Xingchen began to move in a circle around it. At this time, Fengmeng Huijian arrived. He looked around and decided to explore one side first, which created a strange picture. That is, Fengmeng Huijian joined Yu Xingchen's circular plan, and even cut in line and walked in front of Yu Xingchen. Poochie! Some viewers couldn't hold back their laughter when they saw this. Is this the finals? It's too funny. If this goes on, as long as Zhou Yichen speeds up, Old Yu will be in trouble. Yu Wenzhou analyzed. It's over. It's over. Old Yu is going to get stabbed in the ass. Huang Xiaoyan suddenly became excited as he spoke. You seem excited? Really? You got the wrong captain. I'm serious. No one dared to speak. Even the commentator's voice became quieter. Yu Xingchen was getting closer and closer to the sharp sword. Yu Feng didn't see him, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. The specific manifestation was a tightening of the chrysanthemum. Zhou Yichen also noticed something was wrong. How did the fog in front of him clear? There was someone. Yu Xingchen lowered his center of gravity, leaned against the tree, and moved forward. Yu Feng always felt that something was wrong, so he controlled the sharp sword to look behind him. Coincidence happened again. Fengmeng Huijian failed to find Yu Xingchen squatting behind the tree. However, Yu Xingchen squatted down and poked his head out like a turtle, and saw Fengmeng Huijian feet. I saw it. Zhou Zikai said immediately. Oh! He. Zhou Yichen found the trace of Fengmeng Huijian, and suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. Yu Feng kept turning his perspective, but did not see Yu Xingchen figure. He did not intend to use his skills to test. After all, doing so might expose his position. After thinking for a moment, Yu Feng decided to leave this weird place. He did not intend to stay here to sneak attack Yu Xingchen, because his sixth sense in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. It was such a weird feeling. Fengmeng Huijian continued to rush forward, and Yu Xingchen also quickened his pace. The two are getting closer and closer. Did Yu Feng notice Zhou Yichen behind him? No. But Zhou Yichen seems to have seen Yu Feng. It's over. The cup shouted. Seeing Fengmeng Huijian turn around, he could already foresee that Fengmeng Huijian would be stabbed by Yu Xingchen. Sure enough, Yu Xingchen took action. From a Yu Xingchen perspective, he could just see Fengmeng Huijian holding the sword with both hands and looking around. It's coming! It's coming! The Samsara side suddenly became excited. Yu Xingchen held the spear with both hands and slowly approached. After finding that the attack distance was enough, Yu Xingchen decisively shot and stabbed. Yu Feng heard the sound of the air piercing behind him, and felt bad, and then operated Fengmeng Huijian to turn around. But it was still a step too late. Yu Xingchen stabbed Fengmeng Huijian buttocks with a continuous thrust, and then used the skill characteristics to launch two straight stab attacks. Fengmeng Huijian fell forward directly due to inertia, but Yu Xingchen attack did not stop. He put away his gun and poked it. Zhou Yichen had only one goal. That was Fengmeng Huijian anus. His. It won't rot. Seeing this scene, Everyone's anus tightened. Oh my god. It's bleeding. Some viewers saw that Fengmong Huijian was losing blood continuously, and reacted that this attack directly triggered the bleeding effect on him. Damn. Fengmong Huijian is bleeding heavily. These few hits must have hurt. I'm so angry. Yu Feng roared. This is too much. After Fengmong Huijian fell to the ground, he started a bloodthirsty fight without waiting for Yu Xingchen to attack. His blood was boiling, and Fengmong Huijian, who was in a domineering state, stood up and slashed at Yu Xingchen with a sword. Yu Xingchen was unfortunately hit by a knife, which hurt him very much. This is anti-thirst. After the berserker starts the bloodthirsty battle, the berserker's general attack will be accompanied by the bloodthirsty effect, which will be triggered with the probability. Positive bloodthirst will restore 10% of the enemy's lost health as its own life. Anti-thirst sacrifices health in exchange for strength, and physical attacks are increased, which will give the enemy a heavy blow. In the past, after Yu Feng started the bloodthirsty battle, he would choose the positive bloodthirsty style, which was more stable and could restore a certain amount of blood. But today Yu Feng was uncharacteristically and chose anti-thirst. I guess he was irritated by Zhou Yichen. Isn't this nonsense? There are two things that men cannot tolerate. One is the kidneys, and the other is the anus. It seems that Zhou Yichen has done both of the two things you mentioned. Lu Shibia said aloud. This sentence directly silenced many professional players. This kid seems to like to poke the weakest point of the opponent. Oh my god. He's crazy. Zhou Yichen was shocked and shivered in a Z shape to avoid the reverse slash of Fengmong Huijian. Looking at Fengmong Huijian, who was full of red, Zhou Yichen decided to go. He seemed to have made up his mind and turned around and left. Want to run? Yu Feng's whole body was red. I'm very angry now. Fengmong Huijian jumped up and hit Yu Xingchen with a mountain collapse. Yu Xingchen rolled forward to avoid the mountain collapse that sent out a shock wave. Seeing that his mountain collapse was avoided, Fengmong Huijian held the sword and smashed Yu Xingchen down, and the ground cracked. Yu Xingchen retreated 2 steps to avoid the shock wave caused by the ground crack, and the ground was also cracked by Fengmong Huijian. Fengmong Huijian stood up, and the two fought together, and the great sword and the spear collided with fierce sparks. Fengmong Huijian took a half step back, and cut a wound on his left arm with his sword. Then Fengmong Huijian turned the flowing blood drops into blood arrows, and sprayed them at Yu Xingchen. Blood sword. Yu Xingchen rotated his spear at high speed to knock off the flying blood drops. Seeing this, Fengmong Huijian rushed forward and stabbed Yu Xingchen with both hands holding the sword. It seems that Yu Feng has not lost his mind to sprint and hit at this time. At this time, Fengmong Huijian blood volume just reached below 50%. After the Berserker's job transfer skill Blood Awakening passive is activated, the Berserker will increase his strength attribute. In other words, the less blood the Berserker has, the higher his physical attack power. The purpose of the sprint and hit at this time is just to get close to Yu Xingchen, to exchange blood better and increase attack power. But how could Zhou Yichen not see such an obvious intention? He turned around and rotated his spear with both hands, taking advantage of the attack distance, and stabbed Fengmong Huijian with a round dance stick. After stabbing him, he grabbed him and threw him to the ground. Before the sharp sword could stand up, Yu Xingchen Longya attacked. And at this moment, the sharp sword suddenly withered. It turned out that the duration of the bloodthirsty battle was over. The timing was too perfect. Zhang Xinjie commented. Yu Feng lost. Wang Jieshi made a conclusion in advance, not worrying about being slapped in the face. Will there be a turning point? Chapter 256 How to Play with Wolf Warriors. Yu Feng is feeling a bit uncomfortable. Zhou Yichen sees the weakness of Yu Feng's last moment of bloodthirsty fighting. Longya attacked. Yu Feng could dodge it, but if he couldn't, he would be in trouble. The cup explained in real time. It's in trouble. Yu Wanzhou sighed and said. Yu Xingchen Longya attacked and successfully stabbed the weak Fengmong Huijian, and then used the sky-connecting strike to float it into the air. From the perspective of Fengmong Huijian, only the shadow of Yu Xingchen could be seen, but his attack could not be seen clearly. On the big screen, the hand speed kept soaring. Wang Jieshi said lightly, Zhou Yichen is going to speed up. Yu Xingchen took a step back, slapped out the falling flower palm, and the Fengmong Huijian flew out together with the mist. Yu Xingchen then used the remaining vision to charge up, and used the Battle Mage's level 70 ultimate move, Fu Long Xiang Tian. Zhou Yichen knew that he couldn't drag it out any longer. Once Feng Meng Huijian reacted, he used the fog to delay time until the skill CD of bloodthirsty fighting was ready, and combined with the high physical attack provided by low health. For himself, who was not familiar with the map, the risk was very high. As the blue Haolong drilled out from the tip of the spear, Yu Xingqian figure shook, and Haolong rushed in the direction of Feng Meng Huijian. The strong magic fluctuations directly broke through the fog. When Feng Meng Huijian stood up, a giant dragon had appeared in front of him. He pushed away the fog to see Haolong. At this time, Yu Feng chose to fight Fu Long Xiang Tian. Although he was now at low health, Fu Long Xiang Tian couldn't take him away. What he had to do was to avoid Fu Long Xiang Tian's second blow. Then he used the soul-devouring blood hand to catch Yu Xingqian, who was in a stiff state of retracting his moves. Even if he couldn't win next, he could beat Yu Xingqian to low health. However, ideals are beautiful, and reality is cruel. When Fu Long Xiangqian bit the sharp sword, Yu Feng regretted it. Bang! Glory! Damn! Did he bite it to death? Many professional players widened their eyes. Fu Long Xiangqian is also full level? This is too abnormal. Now everyone knows that Yu Xingqian is the current #1 skill point character in the league. 120 points more than the previous Demo Guyan. How inhumane. Captain Yang Tsung of 301 shook his head and said, the original strength of Samsara was very strong, and now the skill points of all members have been greatly improved. The difficulty of Samsara is now hell level. Captain Zhao Yan of Linhai team said, I'm gone? Yu Feng was numb again, staring at the computer screen with wide eyes, with a look of disbelief. The last time he had this expression was in the 5v5 ring match, when he was playing against Chu Yunxiu, and the opponent took advantage of the terrain to steal his ass. This time, not only was he killed by Zhou Yichen for 1,000 years, but he was also killed instantly by Fu Long Xiang Tian. Yu Feng was still a little bit unbelievable. He didn't choose Hao Long Pajun or Nu Long Chuan Xian, but he insisted on choosing Fu Long Xiang Tian. Yu Feng reluctantly took out the character card and turned to walk towards the stage. On the way, Yu Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Damn! This guy has 5,000 skill points. I forgot. Yu Feng slapped himself. How could he forget the most crucial point? Old Yu. Is Juhua okay? Huang Xiaoyan stepped forward to comfort him. Huang Xiao. Laugh if you want to. Seeing Huang Xiaotian face flushed, Yu Feng said unhappily. Sorry. Ha ha ha. That picture is too beautiful. Huang Xiaotian patted Yu Feng's shoulder and laughed. I said Huang Xiao. The situation is not good for us. You can still laugh. Yu Feng sighed. Don't worry. Let Zheng Xian handle the rest. It's up to you. Zheng Xian. It's very stressful. Zheng Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, then stood up, high-fived his teammates one by one, and turned to walk towards the competition stage. At this time, the avatars of the Blue Rain team began to appear frantically on the big screen, and finally only one avatar was left, and then it was enlarged in the audience's field of vision. Blue Rain. Zheng Xian. ID, guns and bullets. Occupation, ammunition expert. 99%, 100% guns and bullets. Loading completed. The second game of the 5v5 arena started. In the first game, Yu Xingqian used backstab to hit Feng Meng Huijian, and the last move was Fu Long Xiang Tian, which ended the first game very beautifully. Feng Meng Huijian used bloodthirsty fighting to counterattack Yu Xingqian, and the final health value was 78%. This duel between the best newcomers of the 6th and 7th seasons ended with Zhou Yichen big victory, although the means were a bit undecent compared with the last time. This time it can be said to be a complete victory. Entering the game, Zhou Yichen took the lead in communicating with the opponent. Senior, how about I make a suggestion? Zheng Xian didn't understand what Zhou Yichen meant, and sent a question mark to indicate what to do. How about we cut straight to the middle at the same time and decide the winner? Zhou Yichen typed and suggested. Are you confused? I'm a ranged player, and you're going straight to the middle lane. You're taking me for a fool. Zheng Xian was so angry that he laughed. The fog in the middle lane was so thick, and he was a ranged character. What's the difference between going straight to the middle lane and giving up? It's better to just call GG if you play like this. Senior, you're scared. Okay. I wait for you in the middle lane. Although Zhou Yichen said so, he was operating Yu Xingqian to move in the east lane instead of the middle lane. Damn. You have a dirty heart. All the Blue Rain fans in the audience had already started to pray that Zheng Xian would not be fooled by this little bastard. And Zheng Xian Gun Rain happened to choose the roundabout east lane at the beginning. Hearing Zhou Yichen typing in the public channel, he frowned. Should I go to the middle lane to take a look? I'm here to sneak attack you. Zheng Xian said a tentative sentence. I'm waiting for you to sneak attack. 34:49. Come on. Senior. Zhou Yichen responded quickly. But from the perspective of God, Yu Xingchen was not at this position at all. Instead, before sending the direction, he sneaked behind a tree not far away, squatted and hid, and stared at the direction of sending. Still lying. Why is this kid so dirty today? Asking Ichio for advice? Wu Yus asked. Zhou Yichen trash talk was poisonous before. But today Zhou Yichen talked too much. Is there a possibility that he was like this? But it was unnecessary before. Wang Jieshi said. Hearing Wang Jieshi words, Wu Yus thought it seemed to be like this. The previous reincarnation arena was a straightforward arena, and it was better to concentrate on the operation than to say so much. But now it's different. The jungle fog is a big picture with limited vision. So you need to use your brain at this time. Obviously, Zhou Yichen charm successfully attracted Gun Lindanyu, who slowly walked towards the direction of 34:49. Although Jin Xian was rushing, his vigilance did not decrease at all. Seeing that there were trees all around, Zheng Xian understood. It seems that he is hiding behind a tree waiting for me. Zheng Xian thought to himself. Gun Lindanyu arrived and looked around. The fog was too thick, and the vision was seriously blocked. However, at this time, the fog in front was cleared, and Gun Lindanyu decisively fired his gun and shot at the place where the fog was lighter, especially the tree. Zheng Xian thought that the other party was behind the tree. Zheng Xian's reaction was very fast. It seems that he has guessed Zhou Yichen's location. What a beautiful positioning. Li Ju couldn't help but admire. Damn it! Zhou Yichen regretted that because of the obstruction of vision. Zhou Yichen wanted to get closer to find out whether Gun Lindanyu had arrived. After all, the other party had not spoken for a long time. Seeing that he had been exposed, Zhou Yichen decided to take the initiative to attack. And Gun Lindanyu also saw Yu Xingchen at this time, shooting with a gun. Yu Xingchen used trees as a cover to avoid Gun Lindanyu bullets while constantly approaching the opponent. Oh my god! Lung Feng. The audience saw this scene, holding their heads with both hands, showing a surprised expression. How to play with War Wolf. While speaking, Yu Xingchen stabbed Gun Lindanyu with a dragon tooth, and Gun Lindanyu stepped back to avoid the dragon tooth, then threw a grenade on the ground. The grenade exploded, and Yu Xingchen retreated behind the tree to avoid the shock wave caused by the explosion. Gun Lindanyu replaced the ice bullets calmly, then pointed the muzzle behind the tree, quietly waiting for Yu Xingchen to come out. Yu Xingchen tentatively showed his head, and Gun Lindanyu bullets were fired. Fortunately, Yu Xingchen moved quickly enough. Otherwise, he would have been shot in the head. Oh my god! Lu will be killed in seconds. Zhou Yichen's mind was spinning like crazy. He was waiting for the fog to reappear and gather together, so that it would have the effect of a smoke bomb, and he could leave safely. However, Zheng Xian also saw Zhou Yichen's intention. So when the fog was about to gather, he fired a shrinking grenade in the fog. Yu Xingchen wanted to retreat at this time, but was affected by the strong impact of the shrinking grenade. Hearing the sound of falling to the ground, Zheng Xian did not hesitate at all and threw the 70-level ultimate move of the ammunition expert. Random Thunder. Directly to the front. Various grenades exploded in front, and the bright flames illuminated the jungle fog. When the flames dissipated, Yu Xingchen had disappeared. Where is he? Zheng Xian shook the mouse with his right hand, constantly turning the perspective, trying to find Yu Xingchen's trace. After searching in vain, Gun Lindanyu threw a tracking grenade forward. The grenade flew forward with its own spiral wings. If it found the target, it would automatically lock the enemy. The purpose of this grenade was to explore the way. Gun Lindanyu followed the tracking grenade and moved forward. At this time, Yu Xingchen, who was blown into a big mess, hid behind the tree in front. Hearing the sound of the spiral wing, Zhou Yichen's heart tightened. He was now praying madly in his heart that the tracking grenade of Gun Lindanyu could not find him. Zhou Yichen's heart was beating, and the hearts of the audience were the same. Yu Xingchen is in front. Will this tracking grenade find him? At this time, the fog gathered again, and Yu Xingchen's figure disappeared into it. The tracking grenade in the air just didn't locate it. Ah! The fans of the away area were relieved, seeing that Gunlin Danyu was getting closer and closer to Yu Xingchen. The fans of the Blue Rain screamed at this moment. It's over. Chapter 257 Unexpected Appearance. The wailing of the Blue Rain fans did not stop Gunlin Danyu from advancing. Zheng Xian frowned. He did not completely think that the area in front of him was safe because the tracking grenade was unsuccessful. And he did not want to expose his position. Why did Zheng Xian stop? Song Xiao asked. Zheng Xian was thinking whether to move forward. Although the tracking grenade was not triggered, he knew that the opponent could avoid the detection of the tracking grenade by relying on the fog. Yu Wenzhou said slowly. In the end, Zheng Xian decided to move forward. But at this time, he had already held a smoke bomb in his left hand. As long as Yu Xingchen made a move, Gunlin Danyu would immediately use the smoke bomb to escape. Zheng Xian still chooses to move forward. Will this decision be a foreshadowing for the entire game? When he saw the shadow of Gunlin Danyu appear in his field of vision, Yu Xingchen decisively chose to attack. How long Pajun? Yu Xingchen stabbed Gunlin Danyu chest directly. Gunlin Danyu did not see the person, but only saw a long spear with blue flame stabbing at him. The smoke bomb was thrown at his feet, but he was also knocked out by How Long Pajun. This smoke bomb did not have much effect on him, but helped the opponent to cover his figure. Gunlin Danyu was blocked by the smoke bomb and fog, and Yu Xingchen's shadow could not be seen at all. Yu Xingchen was running quickly on the ground at this time, swinging his spear to pry open the fog in front of him. After leaving the range of the smoke bomb, he successfully captured the direction of Gunlin Danyu. However, Gunlin Danyu, who was flying backwards in the air, also saw Yu Xingchen at this time, landed successfully, and hit the chasing Yu Xingchen with a flash bomb. Yu Xingchen stopped suddenly, dodged the flash bomb with his back, and successfully floated into the air with a sky strike. Blue Rain lost again. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses and said, after adjusting his attributes, Zhou Yichen has truly shown his fangs. Indeed, the advantage of skill points no longer requires him to increase damage through normal attacks. I think he has maxed out the low-level skills. Wang Jieshi analyzed. Goodbye, Senior. Glory. Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning 2 games in the finals. The current score is 2-0, and Samsara is temporarily leading. The cup announced the result of the game. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. God of War. God of War. The Samsara fans in the away area cheered enthusiastically. This is Shurisan Zhou Yichen, who reached the peak as soon as he debuted. Almost. Zheng Xian closed his eyes in regret. He should have used his skills to explore. He was too reckless. However, Zheng Xian did not gain nothing. After all, Zhou Yichen was filled with the thunder. After shooting and being drenched in bullets, Zhou Yichen and Yu Xingchen only had 10% of his health left, and his mana was not enough. Can Zhou Yichen defeat 3 people? A professional player asked. No. Both the health and mana are too low. Han Wenqing shook his head and said, who will be the 3rd player of Blue Rain to kill Zhou Yichen? Song Xiao? Or Lin Feng? Many people think it is Lin Feng. After all, this map is quite suitable for thieves to play, although he is a combat thief. Song Xiao has always been the 3rd or 4th position. After all, Blue Rain's defending general must be Huang Xiaotian. This is something that everyone knows without thinking. However, Blue Rain's 3rd player was beyond everyone's expectations. On the big screen, the last name left was Yu Wenzhou. Blue Rain, Yu Wenzhou. ID Soxer. Profession, Warlock. Wait a minute. Am I seeing this right? Captain Yu is playing in person? Ah? Baby also felt a little unbelievable when seeing the list. Zhang Xinjia, Wang Jieshi and other top players were also a little shocked to see Yu Wenzhou appearance. Although they had seen Yu Wenzhou in the 5v5 arena before, they were facing Wind Howl at that time, so there was some room for error. After all, Huang Xiaotian was there to back him up. Today, Blue Rain is facing Samsara, whose personal strength is unquestionable. Zhou Zikai, who is backing up on the other side, is no worse than Huang Xiaotian, and Blue Rain is now at a 0-2 disadvantage. Is it really a good thing for Yu Wenzhou to play at this time? Yu Wenzhou. The last time we played in the 5v5 arena was in the first round of the playoffs against Wind Howl. I remember that I managed to win 2 games with 1. Bebe recalled. Yes. We were shocked at the time and thought that Yu Wenzhou was just impulsive. Unexpectedly, today, on the stage of the finals, Yu Wenzhou will play again, Li Ju said. But maybe Yu Wenzhou has some arrangement for this map, Zhang Xinjie said after thinking. In fact, the warlock profession is very strong in single combat. But the reason that hindered Yu Wenzhou in single combat was his hand speed, which was only over 200 hand speed, which is generally considered to be the watershed between professionals and amateurs. Of course, this 200 hand speed refers to effective operation, not just random operation for the sake of hand speed. Yu Wenzhou is considered to be a clumsy player. Of course, this is measured by the standards of the professional circle. Nowadays, professional players often have an average hand speed of 300 or 400. People like Liu Shubia and Zhou Yichen can easily reach an average speed of 500. Although Yu Wenzhou hand speed is very slow in the professional circle, no one dares to ignore him, because he relies on his brain to make a living. There are many clumsy players, but there is only one Yu Wenzhou. His judgment of the situation and on-the-spot command allowed him to lead Blue Rain to successfully overturn the peak of Tiny Herb and win the championship trophy that other professional players have been trying to get all their lives. Oh! Wenzhou is in the singles match, Yi Xiu said with some surprise when he heard the commentator announce Yu Wenzhou's name. Why is a clumsy player playing in a singles match? Isn't it better to focus on the team match? Wei Chen said with some sourness. You've been abused by the hand before. Yi Xiu approached Wei Chen and sniffed. Hey, what are you smelling? Isn't it disgusting? Don't you smell it? What? It's such a strong sour smell. Yi Xiu laughed. I said, Lao Wei, you haven't let it go yet. TSK. I let it go a long time ago. Isn't it just a mistake? Wei Chen slapped Yi Xiu's hand on his shoulder, put on his headphones, and focused on the dungeon. Yi Xiu didn't say anything, just shook his head, then put on his headphones and entered the dungeon. On the field, Zhou Yichen was still communicating fiercely with Yu Wenzhou. I didn't expect that one day I could play a duel with my senior. What a wonderful experience. Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel. Come to Blue Rain. I can play with you every day. Yu Wenzhou smiled and typed in response. Ah? Is this a blatant attempt to steal Samsara players? Beige couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yu Wenzhou's response. The director was also very funny. He suddenly cut to a picture of the off-field Samsara players. In the picture, Zhou Zikai still had no expression on his face. Jiang Buitao and Fang Minghua were laughing. Du Ming and Lu Buiyuan were daydreaming. And Wu Qi had fallen asleep on a chair. Is this Samsara? People couldn't help but ask. It turns out that offline Samsara looks like this. While talking and laughing, the two were getting closer and closer. Zhou Yichen and Yu Xingchen still chose to go straight to the middle road, while Yu Wenzhou Soxer did not choose the roundabout way to the east road in the previous game. Instead, he chose to go straight to the middle road. The two sides are about to collide. Close combat is not good for Soxer's long-range output, Li Ju explained. However, Yu Wenzhou seemed to have seen through Zhou Yichen's position. He stopped and began to chant. A dark purple vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and then countless dark purple arrows fell. Warlock level 60 skill Chaos Rain. Wow! Thunderous applause rang out at the scene, because the direction of the arrows fell was exactly the direction of Yu Xingchen. The dark purple arrows hit Yu Xingchen, causing dark attribute magic damage while causing himself to fall into a chaos effect. I was discovered. Zhou Yichen was shocked. He didn't leak it. How did the other party discover him? Habit. Zhang Xinjie, who is also a tactical master, gave the answer off the court. Seeing that some professional players around him didn't quite understand, Zhang Xinjie adjusted his glasses and began to explain. Yu Wenzhou has figured out Zhou Yichen's habit. That is, he habitually comes to the middle lane, then waits for a few seconds, and roughly guesses whether there is an enemy ahead through the flow of fog, then choose whether to go around or go straight in. These few seconds, Yu Wenzhou has caught the habit. After releasing the Rain of Chaos, Soxer raised his staff and started chanting again. Suddenly, the sky turned dark purple, and a purple-black chaotic light ball appeared in the sky. After Soxer finished chanting, the light ball quickly fired more than 10 arrows and continued to attack Yu Xingchen, who was in a state of chaos. Yu Xingchen was shot through by the arrow. Cursed arrow! Awesome! Seeing this, the professional players all applauded. Yu Wenzhou knew Zhou Yichen's position too well, and he didn't worry at all whether his skills would be wasted. In Zhou Yichen's eyes, Yu Wenzhou now was no different from someone with perspective. Yu Xingchen's health is already red. Although he has escaped from the chaotic state, He has been slowed down by the cursed arrow. Swoksar is coming over. What should Zhou Yichen do next? Zhou Yichen chose to move forward bravely. It is better to die standing than to live on his knees. Yu Xingchen saw Swoksar appear in his field of vision, and started with the regular Dragon Fang, stabbing Swoksar with a gun. Soxer was not in a hurry, and cast the devouring technique on Yu Xingchen in front of him, while he suffered dark attribute magic damage. The magic circle that appeared devoured him, and forced him to move backwards. Wah. Damn. The captain is awesome. The captain should just play a duel in the future. Wang Xiaoyan cheered in the audience. Aiken is in trouble. He has no blood and no mana, and he can't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. Jian Wutao said. Yu Wenzhou played too smart. As an opponent, Fang Minghua couldn't help but praise Yu Wenzhou for his three-step plan. In the end, Yu Xingchen still fell under Swoksar's cutting technique, and Yu Xingchen also stabbed Swoksar as he wished. But it was harmless to Yu Wenzhou. Let us congratulate Yu Wenzhou for winning back a game. Yu's skills were too accurate. Zhou Yichen had no choice. He had no blood and no mana. The current score was 2-1, and Samsara was temporarily leading. Awesome. Zhou Yichen kept nodding after the fight. Yu Wenzhou's mind was too clear, and his next move was completely predicted. Those who play with their brains are different. Zhou Yichen smiled and walked off the stage. Beautiful fight. The Samsara team members high-fived Zhou Yichen, who came back one by one. 1 through 2 is a difficult operation in the eyes of others, but it is already a common thing for Zhou Yichen. Chapter 258 Soxer's Ghillie Suit. Yu Wenzhou helped Blue Rain stop the loss in time, and he is more than enough to play another game in his current state. Beige analyzed. Yes, and from the previous game, we can see that Yu Wenzhou is very familiar with this map. It seems that he has understood it thoroughly before the game. Otherwise, he would not have played in person. Li Ju nodded and said, Samsara player seat. Why do you look like you are under a lot of pressure? Zhou Yichen said, looking at Du Ming's nervous expression. I don't know what's going on. I always feel something is wrong. Du Ming touched his head and said, Are you scared? Lu Buiyuan approached. Get lost. You can't be scared, Du Ming said unhappily. You can scold him for being bad, but you can't scold him for being scared. Go ahead. Come on. Fang Minghua patted Du Ming's shoulder. No matter what. Just do it, Du Ming yelled, and then walked towards the competition stage. Samsara, Du Ming. ID, Wu Xuangoyu. Occupation, swordsman. The second player to appear in the Samsara 5v5 arena is Du Ming, who debuted in the 6th season. He has solid basic skills and a bold style of play. He is a player with a very distinctive style. Beibei introduced the players, who were about to appear to the audience. Du Ming is on the stage? Will Wu Qi not appear in the arena? Fang Shuisai asked. After all, Samsara has always been a rotation between Du Ming and Wu Qi. Now that Du Ming is on the stage, Wu Qi has no chance to appear. Not necessarily. The last time, they appeared together, Wu Yus retorted. Indeed. And this map has a lot of room for assassins to play. I guess Jiang Buitao will not appear. Zhang Xinjie guessed. 99%, 100% Wu Xuangoyu. Loading completed. Map, Jungle Mist. Loading completed. Strange. Why are my eyelids twitching all the time? Is it haunted? Du Ming rubbed his eyes and said, 3, 2, 1. Fight. The countdown ended, and Du Ming controlled Wu Xuangoyu to rush out of the refresh point and headed for the middle road. Du Ming's play was simple and clear, cutting straight to the middle road. On the other side, Yu Wenzhou still chose to occupy the side road first, and then slowly detour to the middle road. Wu Xuangoyu held a sword and pushed away the fog to the center of the map, surrounded by trees. Du Ming did this without fear of exposing his position, because he knew that the opponent's brain would not confront him head-on. Du Ming's play is still so unrestrained, not worrying about whether there is anyone in front of him. Is this a bit too reckless? After all, he exposed his vision without knowing the opponent's position. Li Ju looked at his old partner. Cup. On the side. I think Du Ming should have discovered from the game between Zhou Yichen and Yu Wenzhou that Yu Wenzhou would not choose to cut straight to the middle road. So he made such a bold move. Cup said after a little thought. After using Ice Slag to test, Du Ming confirmed that Soxer was not in the middle. So he came behind a tree and wanted to use the mist to scare Yu Wenzhou. However, Yu Wenzhou, who had detoured to the middle, had already heard the sound of Wu Shuang Hook Moon cutting through the air. But he did not choose to attack. After all, once an attack is launched, one's vision will be exposed. As long as the opponent uses trees as a cover to get close to him, the situation will become very passive. Yu Wonjo certainly would not let this happen. If he wants to win this game, he must take the initiative. Yu Wonjo did not choose to move forward at this time, but looked at a certain skill of the warlock meaningfully. Then the field fell into a stalemate. Yu Wonjo looked calm, but Du Ming was a little impatient. Where is the opponent? Is he dead? Should I type a question? Why hasn't the referee given the opponent a yellow card? For question marks popped up in Du Ming's mind in 1 second. Swoksar had come to Wuxuangyu at this time, but due to the obstruction of fog, visibility was too low. Yu Wonjo could only see a few trees in front of him. He also knew that the other party was behind the tree, but he didn't know which one it was. Wuxuangyu had been squatting behind the tree. The influence of the fog and Swoksar's dark clothes caused Du Ming to look carefully several times, but failed to find Swoksar's figure. Finally, Du Ming couldn't help it and chose to change places. He controlled Wuxuangyu to walk out from behind the tree, and Swoksar successfully captured Du Ming's trace. Du Ming came out. Are the two sides going to fight? Bebe was excited for a while. Huh? Why didn't Du Ming react? Didn't you see Swoksar? Li Ju widened his eyes. And the director also adjusted Wuxuangyu's perspective at this time. Damn! It's too dark. No wonder I didn't find it. Dai Yanqi was surprised. If you look carefully, you can see that there is a light on Soxer's staff. But Du Ming was too focused on changing positions, so he didn't notice it. Wang Jieshi analyzed. Did Yu Wonjo find Du Ming? Of course he did. Compared to Swoksar, the color of Wuxuangyu's clothes is too obvious. Li Xian said. Yu Wonjo just watched Wuxuangyu walk out. Huh? Didn't you find me? Yu Wonjo was ready to chant at any time. As long as Wuxuangyu attacked him, the 6-star light prison would trap him. As a result, Wuxuangyu chose to ignore him directly. Is it because of the color of the clothes? Yu Wonjo quickly thought of the reason why Du Ming ignored him. Did Och notice this problem in the last game? Jiang Buotao looked at Zhou Yichen. No. First, I was very close to him when I found him. And second, he made a move, and the staff was shining. It was hard not to notice it. Zhou Yichen waved his hand and said, so the key to this game lies in Yu Wonjo move. After all, as long as he makes a move, Du Ming will definitely find it. Fang Minghua said slowly. At this moment, Swoksar took action. Yu Wonjo timing was perfect. Du Ming just turned his view to the side. Soxer waved his staff and chanted briefly, then summoned a bow and arrow accompanied by black flames. Swish. Soxer. Soxer. The arrow shot towards Wuxuangyu. Du Ming reacted quickly. He heard the sound of the arrow cutting through the air and rolled to avoid the flying arrow. But before he could stand up, the arrow shot again and hit his shoulder directly, causing dark magic damage. Damn it! There's a ghost! When did it come? Why didn't I notice it? Du Ming was shocked. He had been squatting for so long and didn't find Soxer at all. Soxer did not stop attacking. He summoned a ball of purple fire to rise slowly. And then the purple fire flew towards Wuxuangyu. While Wuxuangyu moved to avoid the purple fire with a 3-stage slash, he successfully came in front of Soxer. Soxer began to chant calmly, and then a magic circle appeared under his feet. Corrosion. Wuxuangyu had to give up the close combat and leave the range of the magic circle. After all, entering the magic circle would not only cause dark magic damage, but also cause bleeding effects due to the corrosiveness of the magic circle. Watching Wuxuangyu leave the range of the magic circle, Soxer raised his staff and chanted again, summoning the undead who had signed a contract with him from the space rift. The undead attacked Wuxuangyu, causing dark magic damage and slowing effect to him. Warlock level 40 skill Undead Entanglement. Du Ming is a bit passive, and he can't touch the opponent at all, which he said anxiously. Facing Yu Wonjo, Du Ming only has one chance to attack. If he can't take Yu Wonjo away in one wave, then Du Ming will be exhausted to death by Yu Wonjo. Zhou Yichen analyzed the situation on the field. As long as Soxer controls the distance and pulls to the end, the game will be won for Yu Wonjo. And Du Ming can only find an opportunity to get close to Soxer and then fight in one wave if he wants to win. Obviously, both players on the field knew their strengths and weaknesses very well. Swoksar was controlling the distance, while Wuxuangyu was desperately trying to get close to Swoksar. Wu Shuangyu moved to Swoksar with a falling phoenix slash. Swoksar took a step back to avoid the falling phoenix slash, and then prepared to chant on the spot, summoning a curved black light, which attacked Wu Shuangyu. Binding technique? Because the distance was too close, Swoksar wanted to use the binding technique to trap Wu Shuangyu, and then activated the 70-level high-damage ultimate move Death Gate to completely cripple Wu Shuangyu. However, at this time, Wu Shuangyu moved, while jumping up to avoid the black light. The sword light flashed in Swoksar's perspective. Swoksar wanted to escape, but after chanting, Yuanzhou's speed was too slow. This move still hit Yuanzhou. Silver Light Falling Blade. Chapter 259 triggering the turning point. Du Ming's Silver Light Falling Blade has launched. Can Yuanzhou dodge it? It seems too late. The cup was passionately explaining. The turning point has come. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses in a characteristic way. It has become a habit. Now other professional players know that he is going to speak as long as they see Zhang Xinjia adjusting his glasses. The strong shock wave of the Silver Light Falling Blade directly knocked Swoksar away, and also interrupted Swoksar's chanting. Wu Shuangyu also knew that this was his only chance, so he directly activated the Swordsman level 50 Awakening skill sword to decide the world. Sword Chi surged out. Wu Shuangyu quickly rushed to Swoksar's landing point, swept Swoksar with a sword, successfully stiffened him, and then swung the sword blade and stabbed Swoksar with the sword blade many times. Blade Storm. This wave of damage is very explosive. If Yuanzhou can't bear it, he will be killed in one wave, Li Ju explained. Yuanzhou was naturally aware of this. After the stiffness ended, he immediately controlled Soxer to retreat, then chanted on the spot. And then a huge dark claw suddenly appeared and grabbed Wu Shuangyu. Wu Shuangyu rolled sideways to avoid Soxer's grab. This time Du Ming did not choose the Phantom Invisible Sword, but chose the Windward Stab. After all, the sword circle drawn by the Windward Stab covered a large area, and the opponent was a clumsy person, and it was not easy to dodge. If the Phantom Invisible Sword was used, the opponent might catch the 1-second stiffness of the move. Wu Shuangyu's body was horizontal in the air, raised the blade and drew a few sword circles to attack Soxer. As expected, Soxer failed to escape the sword circle of the Windward Stab. But there was good news for Yuanzhou. That is, the bleeding effect was not triggered. It's over. I feel that the captain can't bear this set. Huang Xiaotian wailed. Captain Yu. Hold on. Yu Feng shouted. Wu Shuangyu started the sword shadow step, and then surrounded Swoksar. Swoksar looked at the 6 figures coming towards him, and began to chant on the spot. A black revolving door filled with evil appeared behind him, under the decoration of the mist. The revolving door looked particularly strange. After Swoksar finished chanting, black light appeared in the revolving door, and then gathered into a line to chase Wu Shuangyu. The black line also successfully helped Swoksar capture Wu Shuangyu's true body. Wu Shuangyu saw that he was discovered, and at the same time as Feng Qinchao Jin hit the black line emerging from the revolving door, he also wanted to use the sword circle he drew to consume Swoksar. Just when Wu Shuangyu thought that Swoksar would retreat, Swoksar took the peripheral damage of Feng Qinchao Jin on the spot, and began to chant the blood-sucking spell, and hit Wu Shuangyu with a purple light. When Wu Shuangyu suffered dark attribute magic damage, his lost health value would be used as life healing by Swoksar. Wu Shuangyu's sword fell into the sky, and he drew his sword to launch a jump slash at Swoksar, who dodged the slash by flipping backwards. Both sides are already at low health at this time. Wu Shuangyu's health is lower than Swoksar's, but her mana is higher than Swoksar's. The cup said. The sword fell into the sky and missed, and Wu Shuangyu stepped forward to make up for the Immortal's guidance. Yuanzhou's eyes lit up, and he did not want to avoid the Immortal's guidance, but raised his staff and started chanting on the spot. Wu Shuangyu thought Swoksar wanted to interrupt his attack with the soul attack, so he hurried his steps and wanted to interrupt Swoksar's chanting. But when the ice slag pierced Swoksar, Swoksar also finished chanting. It's not the soul attack. Du Ming was shocked again, as Swoksar was blown away by the Immortal's guidance. The barrier formed by the 6 spell patterns descending from the sky directly trapped Wu Shuangyu inside. The first confinement skill of glory. 6-star light prison. What 6-star light prison? Beige stood up when he saw this. Damn! Seeing that he was controlled by the 6-star light prison, Du Ming attacked the barrier in a rage. But it was useless. Seeing Wu Shuangyu being controlled by the 6-star light prison, Yu Wenzhou breathed a sigh of relief, because he knew that if he didn't control the opponent, he would not be able to withstand the next attack with his remaining blood volume. And this 6-star light prison gave Yu Wenzhou a chance to breathe. Soksar landed, then raised his staff and began to chant the Warlock's level 60 range ultimate skill. Chaos Rain. Just at this time, the 6-star light prison time ended. Wu Xuangoyu wanted to escape, but was hit by countless purple dark arrows in the purple dark vortex. Although the damage was not high, the arrows put him into a state of confusion. Du Ming pressed the direction keys frantically, but Wu Xuangoyu, who was in a state of confusion, was completely out of control. Soksar chanted again, and a black light appeared and hit Wu Xuangoyu's soul directly. This was the soul-striking technique that Du Ming had been wary of before. The black light hit Wu Xuangoyu, and while suffering from dark magic damage, he entered a trance state. Taking advantage of this short period of time, Soksar chanted, and purple light appeared and hit Wu Xuangoyu, and Wu Xuangoyu blood turned red. Warlock's level 35 high damage skill life fall. Oh my god. Full level life fall. This is too painful. Seeing Wu Xuangoyu lose a large amount of blood, many viewers took a breath. It seems that Yu Wenzhou has been planning this life fall for a long time, Wang Jieshi said slowly. Although life fall has high damage, it is very easy to dodge, so it is usually used in conjunction with other control skills to perform combos. Wu Xuangoyu came out of the trance state and hit Swoksar with a phantom invisible sword. Xiao! Fight him! Du Ming got angry and controlled Wu Xuangoyu to swing the sword and slash at him. The sword energy directly turned into a phantom and attacked Swoksar. A ray of light emerged in the mist, which was the light and shadow effect brought by the phantom invisible sword. However, what Wu Xuangoyu did not expect was that Soksar threw a ninja tool, Smoke Jade, directly at his feet. After the ninja tool hit the bottom, it exploded and emitted a cloud of purple smoke. Wu Xuangoyu's vision was disturbed by the purple smoke, but he could not care so much and continued to slash at the purple smoke. Du Ming is a little anxious. Zhang Xijie shook his head and said, "Yeah." Han Wenqing replied lightly, "If it were you, would you use the phantom invisible sword at this time?" Wang Jieshi looked at Lu Xubia. "No. If it were me, I would have used the phantom invisible sword after the sword decided the world just now, and I would not save it for the last." Lu Xubia thought for a moment and then responded, "Yeah." Wang Jieshi nodded, obviously very satisfied with Lu Xubia's answer. "How is your hand speed control?" Wang Jieshi asked. "Still practicing. The short-range burst is well controlled at present, and I will continue to improve," Lu Xubia said confidently. At this time, Swoksar on the field had already slipped to Wu Xuangoyu's side with a cover of purple smoke and fog. As the last sword was thrust out, the purple smoke disappeared, and Wu Xuangoyu also fell into the 1-second stiffness of the phantom invisible sword. This 1-second stiffness will be the key opportunity for Swoksar to end this game. Swoksar had already chanted the spell in advance. As Wu Xuangoyu finished the move, an elemental magic circle just appeared under his feet. And then the magic circle rose to force Wu Xuangoyu in the range to float in the air. Elemental power. As Wu Xuangoyu was floated in the air, Swoksar raised his staff and chanted the magic circle again. The chaotic light ball accumulated power in the air. As the charging time increased, the light ball gathered more energy. Swoksar raised his staff to emit purple light, and the arrows in the light ball shot towards Wu Xuangoyu, who landed. After the charging was completed, the number of bows and arrows doubled from the basic 13 to 26. Wu Xuangoyu was shot out of the hedgehog as expected. Glory! Let us congratulate Yu Wenzhou for winning this game. The process was really bumpy. Yu Wenzhou was ahead at one point in the early stage, but Du Ming seized the opportunity and counterattacked and almost killed Yu Wenzhou. Fortunately, the 6-star light prison successfully trapped Du Ming. Otherwise it would be hard to say how the subsequent trend would be. Yes, Yu Wenzhou victory also brought Blue Rain a second kill point. The two sides are currently tied at 2-2. Yu Wenzhou is good, Li Xian applauded. It was amazing that a clumsy player could play like this. Yu Wenzhou can do it. So can I? Many professional players began to whisper. Yu Wenzhou layout is not something that can be learned casually, Han Wenqing said. Although his hand speed is slow, his brain is much faster than most people here. Wang Jieshi glanced at these people, and no one refuted this. After all, he really used his brain to play games, and led Blue Rain to win the championship of the 6th season. The tactical master was not just a boast, but he won it with his strength. Why did you use the 6-star light prison instead of the soul strike technique? Du Ming did not immerse himself in the atmosphere of failure after the game, but reviewed the game that had just been played in his mind. Back to the Samsara player seat. Du Ming also asked his teammates this question. Although the soul strike technique is chanted quickly, the effect is too short-lived, and it cannot be followed up with the 6-star light prison. Zhou Yichen replied. Indeed. Du Ming thought it made sense. Okay. Let's review the specific situation in detail after we finish the game. Fang Minghua clapped his hands and said, well, it's up to Wu Qi next. Our Samsara chief assassin. Zhou Yichen looked at Wu Qi. Leave it to me. Wu Qi drank a sip of water, high-fived his teammates one by one, and then walked to the competition stage. At this time, the big screen also announced the third player of Samsara. Samsara, Wu Qi. ID, Cruel Silence. Occupation, Assassin. As Captain Zhang guessed, Wu Qi went straight in. Does Yu Wanzhou still have a chance? No. Soxer's health and mana are at the bottom, Wang Jieshi said decisively. Yu Wanzhou has done a great job in sending away Zhou Yichen, who was at low health, and defeating Du Ming, who was at full health. Oh! Yu Wanzhou is 1-on-2. TSK. Yi Xiu didn't forget to pay attention to the results of the game while playing the dungeon. What's that look in your eyes? Damn. In this map, he's still a warlock, and Zhou Yichen is still very weak. I can also do 1-on-2. Wei Chen snorted and said, what if he can do 1-on-3? Yi Xiu laughed. If he can do 1-on-3, I eat this computer screen on the spot. Wei Chen shouted. In the end, I don't know if Yu Wanzhou heard the old captain's words and didn't want the old captain to eat and drink, so he chose to go straight to the middle at the beginning. And Wu Qi Cruel Silence used the rapid acceleration at the beginning, reaching the center of the map one step ahead of Soxer. Then, before Swoksar began to chant, Cruel Silence took Swoksar away with a simple throat-cutting move followed by a silver blade. This can penetrate 3 people at once. I eat all of them for Xingxin's computer. Wei Chen was still shouting, but the two of them didn't know that the result was already known. You don't have a chance to eat it. Wu Qi came up and killed Yu Wanzhou in 1 second. Qingguo said on the side. Oh! What a pity for my abyss mouth. Chapter 260. The pace has slowed down. Let us congratulate Wu Qi for defeating Yu Wanzhou Soxer so neatly and winning the game. The current score is 3-2, with Samsara leading. For Yu Wanzhou, this is already the best outcome. Li Ju said. Huh? Who said that I don't even have the qualifications to play in the 5v5 arena against Samsara? I played pretty well, didn't I? Yu Wanzhou smiled self-deprecatingly, took out his character account card, put on his team uniform, turned around and walked off the stage. When he came to the center of the stage, he was surrounded by the shouts of Blue Rain fans. Yu Wanzhou, Yu Wanzhou, Yu Wanzhou. They really didn't expect their captain to play in the 5v5 arena. You know, the opponent is the Samsara team, the overlord of the arena this season. Before the game, no one was optimistic that Blue Rain could defeat Samsara on the stage of the arena. Some black fans even started to attack Yu Wanzhou, thinking that as a captain, he didn't even have the qualifications to play in the arena. However, Yu Wanzhou not only went up, but also completed a 1-on-2 victory. Although Zhou Yichen was in a state of no health and no mana, Du Ming was actually defeated by Yu Wanzhou head-on. In this game, Yu Wanzhou also slapped the face of the haters, although he was killed instantly by Wu Qi Cruel Silence at the beginning of this game. The warlock with no health and no mana, and the opponent was an assassin, wanted to win and could only beg the author to give him cheats. But it was a pity that Yu Wanzhou did not praise the author as a handsome guy in his heart, so he would not give him cheats. Yu Wanzhou waved and interacted briefly with the Blue Rain fans in the audience, and then returned to the Blue Rain player seat. Captain is awesome. Huang Xiaoyan rushed up and said, 1-on-2. Didn't you do it last time? Yu Wanzhou took the water bottle and drank it. What was it last time? This is Samsara. Captain, you are awesome. Huang Xiaoyan continued to praise Yu Wanzhou. By your good words. Yu Wanzhou responded lightly. The 4 words Yu Wanzhou made Huang Xiaoyan silent. Is this his captain? He must be possessed by another spirit, so he would make dirty jokes. Huang Xiaoyan began to wander in his mind. He had already conceived a novel in his mind. That is, Yu Wenzhou was possessed by another spirit, and he went through untold hardships to wake Yu Wenzhou up, and finally led Blue Rain to win the championship. Xiao Yan. What are you grinning about? Shaha. There is no captain. It's up to Song Xiao next. Song Xiao. Where is he? Huang Xiaoyan wiped his saliva and then began to look around. Huang Xiao. I'm behind you. Song Xiao covered his face and said, Oh. Sorry. Go ahead. Song Xiao. Come on. We still have a great chance of winning this game. Yu Wenzhou patted Song Xiao on the shoulder. Calm down. Calm down. Song Xiao pressed his hands down and then walked towards the competition stage. Although Song Xiao's performance in the regular season was ups and downs, he turned into a god. Song Xiao. In the playoffs and hit hard. Blue Rain, Song Xiao. ID, Taluo Shaming. Occupation, Qigong Master. Song Xiao is on the field. But Blue Rain didn't choose to let Lin Feng play. Some professional players were surprised. After all, this kind of jungle fog is very suitable for thieves to play. Maybe they think Song Xiao is more stable. Lin Feng is a combat thief, and his style is too rigid, so he is not suitable. Zhang Xijie thought for a while and said, 99%, 100% Taluo Shaming. Loading completed. Map, Jungle Fog. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The countdown ended, and the two of them moved towards the middle at the same time. I can understand that Cruel Silence went straight to the middle. After all, he is an assassin. There are more trees in the middle, and he has many places to hide. But why did Taluo Shaming choose to go straight to the middle? The cup raised his own question. Maybe he wants to seize the initiative. Li Ju regretted it as soon as he finished saying this. Seize the initiative with the assassin? What's wrong with his brain? The Qigong Master is a good map, Yu Wenzhou said, because the airflow is mixed in the fog. It is difficult to be discovered. So Song Xiao will choose to take the initiative. Song Xiao wants to take the initiative. Only when he sees the figure of Cruel Silence will he feel safe. Otherwise, he has to keep a close eye on his back to prevent being attacked. Zhang Xijie also explained the reason why Song Xiao chose the position. Cruel Silence rushed to the middle battlefield before Taluo Shaming. At this time, he was shrouded in fog. So he decided to lie down and crawl forward, crawling on the ground in silver-gray clothes. Cruel Silence seemed to have merged with the fog. My god, this ghillie suit is even more outrageous than Soxer's. Just now, they thought it was outrageous when they saw Soxer disappear into the mist. But they didn't expect it to be even more outrageous. He was lying on the ground in Cruel Silence. If he didn't move, you really couldn't tell that there was a person lying on the ground. Soxer could at least observe it from the staff. But Cruel Silence directly retracted the dagger, and lay there motionless like a turtle for the rest of his life. Cruel Silence certainly couldn't stay still. After all, he would get a yellow card if he stayed there for too long. He was crawling forward, slowly moving forward from one tree to another. And at this time Song Xiao also rushed to the middle road. He rubbed a ball of air waves with both hands and hit it forward. The air waves blew away the fog in front of him, revealing a brief vision. And then the fog reunited. Taluo Shaming found that Cruel was not in front of him through the remaining vision. So he boldly moved forward. However, what he didn't know was that Cruel Silence, who was lying on the ground, noticed him. After all, the sound of the airwave bomb was too loud, and it was difficult for Wu Qi not to notice it. After determining Taluo Shaming's position, Cruel Silence crawled towards this position, very slowly. And if you listen carefully, you could only hear the rustling sound of clothes rubbing against the ground. Why is Wu Qi still crawling on the ground like a turtle? Du Ming couldn't stand it anymore. Too slow. It's better to be cautious. After all, who wins or loses this game will affect the subsequent trend. Jian Butao said. It's not enough that Cruel Silence crawls slowly, but Taluo Shaming on the other side also walks slowly. Specifically, he can look behind 3 times in the time it takes to take 1 step. Senior Song Xiao lacks a sense of security, Li Hua joked. Too cautious. Han Wenqing commented that if it were him, he would not care about the back at all, and boldly opening the way is the right way for him. Han Wenqing, both of you are a little too cautious. Wang Jieshi also made a comment. But it's understandable, because the outcome of this game may directly affect the trend of the entire ring match. But, even if one side loses, there is a high probability that they can get 4 head points. Lose, Shibuya asked. But Samsara doesn't want to lose. And Blue Rain can't lose. The previous game had such a fast pace that the audience's blood rushed to their heads. But this game slowed down and many viewers felt drowsy. The two commentators also had to keep looking for topics to avoid a dull moment. Now they were both thinking whether the two people on the field could fight. It was too slow. You two are very cautious. You have been walking this road for 5 minutes. Beige couldn't help but say it. After hearing the commentary, some viewers couldn't help laughing. That's right. The two had been walking this road for 5 minutes. And the referee couldn't give a small card because the two were indeed moving. But the movement was a little slow. When everyone was about to close their eyes and prepare for a big dream, the two on the field suddenly fought. Fuck. Why is there a turtle lying on the ground?